I recently lost my hardcore world, and as much as it hurts to say goodbye to hundreds of hours of work, I have to move on. So today I'm loading up a new hardcore series with the goal of creating some of the most immersive builds I've ever made in Minecraft. But in order to do that, I have to speed through the first few days of this world. Now, don't get me wrong, I really enjoy the early game of Minecraft, but the majority of hardcore deaths, from what I've seen, happen before most players even get iron armor. So ripping through the early game gives us the best chances of surviving long term. And the first thing I need is a bed, because I have no shame in skipping through the nights, so I hope these sheep have been praying because they're about to meet God. Now we're just gonna collect some cobblestone. Gonna make a furnace real quick, throw that on the ground, get some of that mutton cooking. We're also gonna make a stone pickaxe, and we're going to make a stone axe as well. While the rest of that mutton's going, we can just scoop up some of this coal here. And if I remember correctly, there should be some iron around here. Yep, there it is. We'll make another furnace and get that iron going. Now we just sit here and wait until everything's done cooking, and we can continue forward. Just grab some of these pigs on our way too. Sorry guys, it's not personal, I just like the way your butt tastes. And there's some sugarcane here. Ooh. Let's take some of these pumpkins as well. This world is giving us everything. My god. This is a really good start. You could almost say this is a perfect start. Huh? Yeah? Alright, we're rocking. Now, I am playing with mods again this time around, but these mods don't add anything to the game. They're all either audio or visual mods to just help the vanilla experience along. Now, the only mod I have installed that changes any essential aspect of the actual Minecraft world itself is Tectonic. And Tectonic basically gives you these huge sweeping valleys and towering mountains. It basically just takes the regular Minecraft terrain and dials it to 11. There are no new blocks or no new biomes, it's just the already basic stuff improved upon. But one of the things that I think Tectonic does the best is the way it transforms the mountain biomes. I mean, this is basically the holy grail of iron and coal. I mean, it's just everywhere. So we're going to spend some time up here in the mountains collecting iron and coal to hopefully get everything we need to get a good start in this world. That done, we're gonna go ahead and craft up some iron armor and a new iron axe. And you know, I kind of want to get a dog today, so we're gonna go hunting for some skeletons to get some bones. I'm also gonna craft up a brush real quick, that way we can get scoots, because you know, if we're gonna be armored up, it only makes sense that we get our dog armored up as well. You know, this isn't going to be a regular dog, this is going to be a hardcore dog. He's grinding the early game too, he just doesn't know it yet. Now I saw some earlier, where are they? Oh, there's a dog. Nope. Not what I'm looking for. Oh wait, here we go. Look at him. Right here waiting for us. Come back. Take the bone. 2 bones. 3 bones. 4. We got a dog. I like him. Now we're gonna throw some armor on him. I think we should name him Delgado. You know, like Beverly Hills Chihuahua, because he's brown and kind of looks like a German Shepherd. Hello, Delgado. But anyways, I think I want to start settling right here on this island. And this time around, I want to actually make sure I stay relatively organized. So we're going to whip up some chests here to make sure we can sort all of our items into proper inventory places. So now that we got all of the basic stuff set up, I think it's time we go down into a cave and try to find some diamonds. And yes, I know, some of you are going to be mad at me for getting diamond armor today, but I don't care. As I said before, I actually want to live in this world, so we're doing it anyways. Okay, so I spent a good amount of time mining, and I actually got 43 diamonds. And honestly, for mining for about an hour and 40 minutes without a fortune pickaxe, that's not terrible. That's actually, I think that's good. I don't know what a good diamond rate is, but I feel like that's good. I also got a lot of deep slate, which we're going to need for the build. But for now, we're going to make some diamond armor, starting with the chest plate, onto the leggings, some boots, and a helmet as well. Oh, there we go. Now I'm feeling a lot more comfortable. But for now, we're actually going to throw the diamond armor back into storage. I'm also going to craft up a diamond pickaxe, a diamond axe, and a diamond shovel. Now we're pretty much kitted out with all of our basic tools. Now I need to head back down into the caves to get some obsidian because we need to head straight to the nether to collect quartz to get levels to enchant the things that we just earned, bought, crafted. Yeah, and I'm actually taking a big risk here by putting my diamond armor back into the chest. I don't want it to get damaged before we enchant it, because if we end up having to combine it with other pieces of armor, it's going to cost more experience levels, and I can't afford that right now. But now that we got the obsidian collected, I'm going to head off the main island here, and there's a second smaller island out in the ocean a little bit, and I think that's where I want to build the nether portal. And I actually think this second smaller island is where we're going to be building our starter base. Because again, this is a big starter base, but it's nowhere near as big as my sunset castle, so it wouldn't make sense to put it on the smaller island. Plus, I may or may not have already designed a mega base for the island we're living on now, so that also perchance has something to do with it. But yeah, into the nether we go. Again, this is a really big risk, not going in with diamond armor, but if we manage to make it out safely, the rewards are going to be great. Managed to get 34 levels, which isn't as many as I would have wanted to get, but I think it will do for now. Now I did whip up an enchantment table, but I don't currently have any books to create bookshelves, so we're gonna have to go on a bit of a journey to hopefully find some villages to get us some bookshelves so we can get level 30 enchants. Dude, I think this is one of the coolest villages I've ever seen. They've got like the perfect little village at the base of this epic mountain here. It's just so cool looking. All right, returning home, I just gotta chop down a few trees here to get some planks, and then we can start making those bookshelves I was talking about. There we go, enchantment station set up. Just got a few pillagers here that I need to take care of. Now we can start enchanting. Efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3 on the first pickaxe. That's not bad. I really, I can't ask for anything better, honestly. I was hoping for a god pick, but we can't get so lucky. Go ahead and make up another diamond pickaxe. We'll try again here. Efficiency 4, just efficiency 4. Okay, that's yikes. Go ahead and whip up an anvil. We'll throw these two picks together to at least get us efficiency 5, Unbreaking 3. Now, in order to keep enchanting, I really don't want to risk my life and go back into the nether right now, so we're gonna head back up to the mountains and we're going to collect as much coal and iron as possible. That way we'll get XP from mining the coal and we'll get experience from smelting the iron ore. Now we just gotta sit and wait until everything cooks up. And with all of that said and done, we got ourselves back up to level 33. Go for a Silk Touch Efficiency 4 pickaxe. That's all right, I'll take that. And we're going to go for a Silk Touch Efficiency 4 shovel. It's pretty good. I'm also going to come in here and just do some low level enchants for the rest of our armor, hopefully. I know this isn't going to be the best diamond armor ever, but at least we'll be a little bit more protected than normal. All right, and with that, we've got protection 2 on everything except our boots, but that'll set us up pretty well for the future. We're also going to combine our pickaxes here, and that's the start of a pretty good god pick. Now we just need mending on it. But with that out of the way, it's time to start collecting the resources we're going to need for the starter base. Now, I think I want to build kind of like a wizard tower. I think that would be a pretty cool starter base. It would keep us off the ground and keep us safe and everything. Plus, I think it would just look cool. And I also want to do some terraforming around it as well to have some custom rocks kind of jutting out of the ocean and have it look like the tower was built on the rocks. And I want this thing to look like it was made out of marble. So the first thing we need to collect is calcite. Now, another great thing about tectonic is with these absolutely massive mountains, you get these giant veins of calcite that spawn up high. So we won't have to worry about finding a bunch of calcite through amethyst geodes, because that would take forever. We'll be able to just take the calcite right off of this mountaintop. Alright, so I've been collecting the calcite for a little bit, but our pickaxe is already starting to break. So I'm gonna head back out to one of the villages that I found earlier, and I'm going to attempt to get a mending book. There we go. Okay, this guy wants to be a librarian. The only problem is that now he's trying to run away. Hello, sir, please don't move. Stay here in this box. Nope. Get back here, please. This might take a while. There we go. We finally got him captured. Now begins everybody's favorite process in Minecraft, which is placing down and picking up and placing down and picking up and placing down and picking up and placing down and picking up lecterns until we finally get mending. Oh my god, okay. We finally got it. 24 emeralds is a little steep, but we'll work with it. Now we're going to collect some wood, and we're going to trade some sticks with Fletchers to get all of the emeralds we'll need. I think that's one of the best trades you can do in the game as far as getting emeralds is concerned. So I'm going to spend some time over in the jungle here getting all of the sticks we need. Alright, there we go. I think 4 mending books would be a good start for us. We're not going to put any on the armor yet. The armor isn't even that good. We have to get better base enchants first, but this will definitely take care of our tools. I'm also going to take some time to go back into the nether now that we have diamond armor, and I'm gonna get our levels back up to over 30. I'm gonna quickly enchant a new pickaxe, get fortune 3, efficiency 4, not bad at all. Now we have a fortune and a silk touch pickaxe. You can go ahead and throw a mending on that one. So now our axe, both of our pickaxes, and our shovel all have mending on them. And while I was at the jungle, I managed to pick up some bamboo, so I'm going to keep harvesting and growing this because we're actually going to need bamboo trapdoors and bamboo fences for this starter base. And we're going to use our brand new pickaxes to collect some cobblestone and some stone underground because we are going to be needing a bunch of this as well. And I'm also going to need a ton of diorite, so we're going to go exploring and see if we can find as much of that as possible. You know what kills me? There are a lot of uses for diorite, but it's still one of the most hated blocks in the community. A lot of people think it's the worst block in the game. There's a bee nest out here, cut down a couple of trees, and I stumbled upon it. So we're going to place some campfires down around it as well, and we're going to use some of the honeycombs that I got to craft some more beehives, and we're going to start a mini honey farm here. And I'm not going to tell you guys why yet, but we do need about 50-ish blocks of honey for the starter base, so we're going to let that thing go, and we're going to be collecting honey from it as we go along in the series and do other things. Now, one of the other blocks that we need is moss blocks, and I haven't come across a lush cave, which is kind of unusual. They're not that rare, and I've explored a lot of this world, so the fact that I haven't found one is kind of annoying. But I noticed on our map that out on this peninsula here, there seems to be some wood sticking out of the sand. So this is definitely a crash ship, and we're gonna go look inside of it and see if we can't find some moss. Okay, this entire thing is encased in sand and stone. This is going to be a little bit more difficult than I originally thought, but if we keep going here, we should be able to find the chest still intact. The terrain generation shouldn't have broken them. So, yep, there we go. There's the first one, and there's 3 pieces of moss in there. That's perfect. I'll also take the extra bamboo, some potatoes and carrots as well. Okay, that worked out perfectly. Let's also see if we can get into second chest here. Okay, we got a buried treasure map as well, which is pretty cool. So I'm not going to go looking for that right now because we don't need anything that a buried treasure could possibly have. There's no reason why we would need a Heart of the Sea. So we're just going to go home. And I'm going to take this moss here that we found, and I'm going to start bone mealing it with the little bit of bone meal that we have to try and get all the moss blocks we need. We're probably not going to have nearly enough because I'm just now remembering, not only do I need a couple stacks of moss, but I also need a couple stacks of mossy cobblestone. So we're probably going to have to go back to the nether in a little bit to get some bone blocks, but for now we're going to work with this. And just like I predicted, we ran out of bone meal, so we're back in the nether. I'm trying to carefully navigate this soul sand valley. I know there's a bunch of bone structures around the area here, so after collecting these, we should be good to go in the moss department. Alright, yeah, we got a bunch of bones, and I love how these things sound with the sounds mod in your inventory. It's so cool. But now we've pretty much got all the supplies we need, and it's time to start terraforming the area in which we're going to build the starter base. And the first thing I need to do is basically knock this island down to 1 level of sand blocks. We're eventually going to get rid of it, but this bottom layer we're going to use as a little bit of a base for the initial structures. Now with that gone and out of the way and all of our blocks collected, we can finally begin building the starter base. I'm very excited for this. And we're actually going to start with building the rock formations that are going to be surrounding the actual building. Alright, so all the rock structures are done, but we cannot continue with the build because I have run into a problem. I have forgot one incredibly essential block. We need like 10 stacks of wool. I mean, dude, sheep really just cannot catch a break this episode. But I'm gonna take a little hole in the ground here. We're gonna line it with some fences, and we're going to use the wool we got from our day 1 sheep to line the edges. This way we can get in and out, but the sheep cannot. Now, the problem is just the fact that we need to find a couple of these little buggers. Sheep number 1, bahaha. Don't talk back to me, dude. I don't know who you're mouthing off to, considering where... You don't even know where you're going, you little fatty. Look, you see this cow here? That's you if you don't shut the f*** up. You're about to spend the rest of your life in a cage. Anyway, I'm looking around in free cam here at the rest of the island, and there doesn't seem to be any more sheep, so... We gotta go on a little bit of an adventure here. Dude, how is there no sheep? Did I really kill them all? They should have respawned by this point. They knew who they're dealing with. See, these sheep here actually have respect. They know who's playing on this hardcore world, and... Oh, never mind, wait, I found some. Hello, my friend. You and I have a very long journey ahead of us. Now we can start breeding up these sheep, and with the power of editing, we've got a ton of sheep. Look at that. It's like magic. I also improved the bee farm. It's much bigger now. Well, not much bigger, but... we have all the honey blocks we need. Hello, my friends. You live in a shoebox. It's a nice home. I got a bed. Well, the bed is actually for me, so never mind. But anyways, it's time to get back to work, and we're gonna get started on building the buildings. Building the buildings in Minecraft, the building game. Building the buildings in the building game. I don't know, man. Let's just get started. Now I gotta say, this thing, yeah, this is doing it for me. I'm liking the way this is turning out a lot. I will admit, the block palette is a little bland. I could have done more with colors, considering the fact that most of this is diorite and calcite. But again, this is a starter base, you know, like, I'm supposed to be using starter type blocks. We're good. It's good. We're moving forward. Now, there are some other structures that I want to build that are going to be attached to this thing, but I first want to close off some of the gaps we have in the build itself, and for that, we're going to need some spruce wood. So we're heading back up to the mountains here to get some of said spruce wood. God, please don't fall in the snow, please. Please, no. Okay. We're chilling. And we've got over 2 stacks of spruce wood at this point, so I think we're okay to head back. We're going to need to create a bunch of spruce trap doors. We're also going to need some stairs, and we are also going to need some stripped spruce wood, so we're going to go ahead and convert that real quick. And so let's come up to one of the side entrances here and try to figure out what this would look like if we put, I guess, some fake doors down. You know, not regular Minecraft doors, but doors that we actually build. Oh yeah. I like that a lot, actually. And so let's just do this in a few other places around the tower. But one of the things I also wanted to do, and the reason why we needed the honey blocks, was to make windows. Now, I know that doesn't make any sense, but we're putting glowstone beneath the honey. So what I'm hoping is that at nighttime, when we look through the windows of the build, it will have this kind of warm glow to it. I think it's going to look cool. You're just going to have to trust me with this, but yeah, it's gonna look good. All right, so all the doors are in place and the windows are in, and we're gonna turn on shaders for this part, and yep, look at that. That's exactly what I wanted. Maybe we could put some fences in front of the smaller windows to make it look like they're closed, kind of, or something, but I just wanted this warm glow coming through the windows to make it look like lights on the interior are on. Now, I know you can do that with regular blocks and stuff too, but I like the addition of the honey blocks. And the fact that they kind of look more connected than regular glass, or not that they look more connected, but they look, again, I keep going back to the word warmer, but that's the word to use. They look warmer than just orange glass. It's the right temperature of color, if that makes sense. I like it. We're going to keep going. Now, again, looking at the map here, this whole big island that we've settled on, I want that to be where the mega base is going to be. And so in order for it to make sense to have this wizard tower in this location, we need to have a bridge, or at least half of a bridge. So that's what we're going to build next, because I would like to have this wizard tower connecting to what is eventually going to be another mega castle. That looks insanely cool. I'm so happy with this bridge. And I know there are no railings on it, and I know it's broken. There are reasons for both of those things. There are some... This is going to be a lore-heavy world, not nearly as heavy as my old hardcore series. There's not going to be cinematics and animations and things like that, but there is going to be story, I guess I should say, in this world. And there is a reason why the bridge does not have any railings, and I will get to that in another video, but I think it looks really cool. Now we're on to what is probably going to be a very annoying part of this build, which is getting rid of this last layer of sand and sandstone. I want there to be water everywhere because I actually want the entrance of this base to be down below, underneath of a waterfall, but we're not actually going to be able to get to that this episode. However, we can start setting up for that. There we go. I think that looks a lot better, actually. I kind of like the look of the sand on the last layer, but I think we're going to change that eventually too. And taking a look at this thing from the island, yeah, the shape of that is really cool. Now we just got to take a water bucket and fill in some of the empty spots on the ground here to make sure water is flowing everywhere. And there we go, that is the build complete for today. I know it's not technically complete and it doesn't have an interior, but at least this one is connected to the ground. I mean, come on guys, give me a break here, I'm doing my best. And we are going to be building the interior of this thing as we go each episode, so don't worry, this is going to be 100% complete. And as much as I'd like to complete the interior today, my progress is kind of being bottlenecked by our tools and the amount of XP we have. So today we are going to be building an XP farm to help us get the levels we need to continue this series. And the first block we have to collect is smooth stone, which means we need to get regular stone, which means we need to get cobblestone. And that kind of sucks because we can't just use our silk touch pick because it's almost broken. But we are going to do some strip mining in the mountains. This way we get all the cobblestone we need and we'll get some extra iron and coal along the way. So now let's take some of that cobblestone and make some additional furnaces, throw those down, get some coal ready, and start smelting that cobblestone into regular stone. Now we just gotta wait a while for everything to cook up, and then we throw the stone back in the furnace again to get the smooth stone. And then it's basically just rinse and repeat. I have to do that process like 5 more times now. But while we wait, let's give these sheep a haircut. They're looking extra chonky today, and we're gonna take that wool and turn it into carpets because we are going to be needing like 10 stacks of carpets for the farm. And that's because we're making a creeper farm, and the carpet will help stop spiders from spawning. Let's also keep collecting this honey as we go, just in case we decide to do something with it later. Now, while the next few rounds of stone are smelting, we are going to start mining a bunch of these trees, and we're doing that for a number of reasons. The 2 most important of which are needing space for the mega base that is eventually going to go here, and we are going to need over 1,000 oak trapdoors to make sure this farm runs properly. And trapdoors aren't exactly cheap as far as wood goes, so we really have our work cut out for us. Man, complimentary reimagined shaders just can't be beat, dude. But anyway, I'm making my first ever chest boat. I never realized how helpful these things are because I've never built a base like this around water before, but we knocked down a ton of trees and got the trapdoors we need, so we are going to begin transferring items over to the location we are going to be building in. And I think we want to kind of have it far out in the ocean, but not too far away from the starter base. I think around here should be good. Now, the only problem is I have to swim down to the bottom of the ocean and attempt to pillar up without drowning myself. God, please no. Ooh, okay. Yeah, let's keep going. Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to record epic Minecraft gameplay. Start throwing some chests down on this little platform and begin storing the items we need for the build right here. So now with the basic supplies gathered, we are going to begin building the actual farm itself. And this time, instead of starting with the exterior of the XP farm, we are going to start with the inner workings of the farm. That way we can use the farm as we go along to help keep our tools alive while we collect the rest of the supplies we need to make the farm look pretty. And I'm basically building the same creeper farm that was in my hardcore world, using small spawn platforms with trapdoors and carpets to prevent every type of mob from spawning except for creepers, and connecting the platforms together at the bottom with stone and water buckets to create a funnel for the creepers to fall into. I have to navigate these platforms and remove all of these torches, and I'm going to block off the bottom of this build and throw down the water buckets so the funnel can start working. And even though this farm doesn't have any walls yet, the creepers should still spawn when it's nighttime, so we can use this farm for now, albeit for only half of the Minecraft day cycle. But I'm gonna whip up a sword real quick and start using this creeper farm. It's so nice not having to stress about the durability of my tools anymore, I gotta be honest. We do still need to light up the top though, because we have some unwanted guests up there and they're kind of affecting the spawn rates, so they gotta go. I'm also going to want to take our scaffolding and tower them up to where our killing platform will be, and then I'm going to spend some time collecting experience. With over 30 levels collected, it's time to enchant this sword. And honestly, that's terrible. I mean, that's really bad, but I only wanted Sweeping Edge because this is going to be our killing sword, so I don't really mind. We're also going to murder some of these sheep for more food because we are running low on yummies. We'll get those cooking, and while we wait, we can test out that new Sweeping Edge enchantment. Oh yeah, this is fantastic. Yeah, this is much better. Now it's time to start gathering the supplies for the exterior of the build, the first of which is a bunch of grass and dirt blocks. Next up, now that we have restored both our pickaxes, we are going to head back up to the mountains to mine some more cobblestone and stone, because we are going to need more of those blocks as well. Maybe I should invest in a cobblestone farm. I feel like that would save us a significant amount of time. with all that stone collected, it's time that we start crafting up the next block we need, which is stone bricks. And then we are going to take those stone bricks and smelt them up once again to create some cracked stone bricks. And I actually think this might be the first time I've ever used cracked stone bricks in a build, which is kind of weird considering the amount of castle structures I make, but regardless, I'm kind of excited for this. Another stone type block we need is andesite, so we are gonna gup that shit down right quick. And then after that, we're going to need to swallow up some tuff, and I think we need to go deeper into some of these caves to find said tuff. So I'm a little nervous for that, but we should be fine. I am begging your finest pardon, get the fuck out of my game. Like, what are we doing? There we go. There seems to be a bunch here, so let's just grab all of this. Hey, and we even found some diamonds too. That's pretty awesome. I do need more of those. Wait, there's no way we found more. We got some lapis too, and some gold, and another vein of diamonds. We are up to 43 diamonds. Dude, people are gonna start to think this is scripted. There's no shot we just found more. I literally just got done with I've only been mining here for like 10 minutes. All right, you know what? Here are my coordinates for where I'm mining, and this is my world seed. Now you guys can go look for yourself, because I'm not even going to lie, that looks suspicious as full. Let's take all our tuff and the absolutely absurd amount of diamonds we found back to the surface and up to the creeper farm. Now, one of the more annoying blocks we need to get is dripstone, and I think the last time I found some was on my live stream a few nights ago, way out across the ocean, so we're gonna have to head out there. And just to quickly mention, you guys should have your channel notifications on if you want to see my live streams. It's a really good way to see a lot of footage that isn't included in my hardcore videos. And also, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe and like this video. I think we found it. Yeah, there we go. They're in this cave here, so let's grab some. We should only need one stack of this, but I'm going to grab a few just because I like this block so much. But now let's head back to base using our very helpful and trusty chest boat. The dripstone in our possession, there is just one more block that we need, and that's actually polished basalt. So we need to head to the nether and carefully navigate our way to a basalt delta and get as much of that as we possibly can carry. But now that we finally have all the blocks we need, it's time to organize them and start building. It has been very, very rainy today for some reason, but we have gotten the first half of this build done, which is the stone and dirt base. I do, however, want a winding path going up to the structure itself, so we are going to throw down some coarse dirt and some path blocks to help us get that looking good. But with that, it's time to get back to building. Alright my friends, the majority of this build is done and the creeper farm is fully functional. And honestly, I thought this farm wasn't going to be as efficient as the last one, but it seems to be working really, really well. And for the last step of this build, we are going to be throwing in some smaller details to help us get a more finished look. also going to throw some torches under moss carpets to make sure this area is lit up without having any exposed lighting, and I'm going to slab off most of the rocks at the bottom of the build where the torchlight can't reach. That way no mobs can spawn anywhere other than inside the creeper killing chamber itself. Now the final details I want to put in go up in the holes that are dotted around the build. This island is supposed to serve as a prison for all the creepers, kind of like a creeper Alcatraz, and that's why it's so bland looking. And I added these holes around the base to make it look like there had been a few escape attempts, so we are going to fill in the holes with spruce fences and iron bars to make it look like the inner frame of the building has been exposed by explosions. But that is the build complete. I'm very happy with how this turned out. I know that perhaps this build isn't as vibrant and as jarring as many of my other builds, but I really do love the way it looks. I also experimented a bit with the dripstone and some mud blocks as well to kind of make it look like there are just some discolored patches in the build to add some extra texture and detail into it, and I think that worked pretty good. I also added this little dock area for us to pull up on our chest boat in. I think it's going to be very useful, and it's a good way for us to include natural storage for all of the gunpowder that we're eventually going to get. And yes, I know this base and all of the rocks are not connected to the ground, but the ocean in this area is just so incredibly deep that it would be very dangerous for me to attempt to do that right now, considering the fact I don't have respiration on my current helmet. But don't worry, as soon as I have armor that's going to allow me to stay underwater for an extended period of time, we're going to be connecting this thing to the ground in one of my live streams. I just really need to make sure that I'm actually going to live through that process first. We now have access to all the experience we could want and the ability to repair our tools consistently. So today I figured it might be time to tackle something a little bit bigger and switch up the formula a bit, which is why we are going to be building an entire fishing village in today's episode. Now, while I begin to collect some of the supplies we need for this build, I want to tell you why I'm doing this. And the goal for this series, or at least the goal for the beginning of this series, is to turn our entire starter island into one giant city. And we're going to have that city separated into different districts. For example, we're going to have this fishing and trade district, a mining colony district, of course we need a farming district as well, a residential district, and so on and so forth. And each of these districts are going to have a specific type of villager or multiple types of villagers that are going to be dedicated to said district. So for example, we're going to have a lot of our fishermen and Fletcher villagers inside the fishing district. That way, everything will feel more alive and we will have a dedicated reason to visit each different place. Now, I need to enchant this axe real quick. Efficiency 4, I don't know about that. Let's go ahead and craft up another one because that's not that great. Another regular efficiency 4. I mean, we could get efficiency 5 out of that, but that's still not the best. Also, if you're wondering where all of these places like this smeltery area are coming from, you guys really should check out my live streams. All of the interiors to my bases in hardcore I complete live in real time, so you guys should have your channel notifications on so you could check that out. But even though this axe isn't great, we're gonna rock with it for now, and we're going to get started with the first phase of this project. And I think we're gonna be starting over here on the southwestern kind of side of the island, and we're going to need to do a lot of terraforming, so all of these trees we're looking at right now kinda need to go. Alright, so with those pesky trees out of the way, we have a much cleaner area to work with. Now, this time around, in an effort to stay more organized with my build, I'm going to be taking some stone blocks and marking out some areas where we're going to need to separate the build into different sections. For right now, I think something simple like this should be good, just to give us a general idea of where we want things to go. Now, to get started with the actual building, we're going to continue using the stone that we've collected to start marking out where some walls are going to be, to kind of create a divider between where the actual fishing docks are going to go and the rest of the terrain. I'm also going to mark out some circular shapes around the area every once in a while as well to give us the opportunity to build some watchtowers. I want this fishing village area to feel pretty casual, but I do also want it to kind of be fortified at the same time. And I think that is a decent outline to get us started. Now it's time we go in and remove all of this dirt and stone blocks.
think this is a decent sized area that we've cleared out here, and my brain is already starting to work out where certain things are going to go, so I have to get my body to try and keep pace with it, and we have to start building the next part of this project. So I'm going to continue with the stone here and start to create an outline of where some of the docks are going to go. And I think having 3 on the right and the left side like this is going to look good, and then we're also going to build diagonally a little bit and have some diagonal docks in the middle too. I'm not sure how that's going to look, but hopefully it turns out well. Okay, I think that actually is going to look really sick. Now we just have to continue with the other side. And there we go, I think that's a decent outline. Now I just have to remove one more layer of blocks, and then we're going to start filling all of this in. And we're going to start this process by connecting the outline to the ground to get the shell of this thing done. And we're going to start at the bottom with some tuff and work our way up into cobblestone and then into andesite. And I'm hoping that's going to give us a little bit of the illusion that the stone that's been submerged underwater is, of course, you know, more wet and a darker color, and the stone that's above water is a bit more sun bleached and dry. Now I am running out of supplies, so I'm going to spend some time gathering some tuff, stone, and andesite to make sure we have all the blocks we need for this part of the build. I'm also going to use our shiny new axe to collect some spruce wood to make sure we have a wood block that's going to accent the gray stone nicely. Now before we install all of the wood and support pillars, I'm going to start up a live stream and we're going to fill in this entire area. Now with that done, we're going to take some of those spruce logs we got and start placing them around the outside edges of the docks here to create some support pillar looking structures. And I think that looks pretty good. I spaced them out every like 3 to 5 blocks, so we're going to keep going from here. And the next thing I want to do is come in with some spruce slabs along kind of the bottom area of the docks where the actual docks themselves meet the water. And I'm only going to do this on like 1/3 of the structure itself, because I want to have a smaller, lower area for the tiny ships to dock, and the other area is going to be for the bigger boats to dock. I'm also going to throw down some fences around the area as well to make it look like there's more support. Now we are going to get around to building some smaller ships later in the video, but I'm going to be saving the construction of bigger boats for another time, and I'll explain why we're doing that when we get to it. Alright, I think that looks pretty good. I'm also going to create a ramp off to the side here. That way the people, or I guess the villagers of this village, have a place to wheel all of their supplies up the ramp and onto the docks from where they're being dropped off by the ships. Yeah, I like that a lot. But now it's time to start building up the retaining walls of the dock area. And we're going to go for a traditional, simplistic, medieval style of wall here. I mean, it does not get more Minecrafty than this. People have been using this type of wall design for years, but this is going to match the vibe of the rest of this place. I'm also going to try to place some buttresses every now and again throughout the wall to give us another extra element of depth to the build. But with that done, now what I need to do is connect the top of the wall to the rest of the land, and we're going to do that by mixing in some path blocks, some coarse dirt, and the stone and cracked bricks that make up the wall. And I am going to try to make this transition from stone to dirt as smooth as possible. That way we have a cool walking area for our villagers to actually access the top of these walls and to get into the watchtowers. I think that looks decent for the moment. I do have more plans for what's going to go up here, but for now, this will do. Now, earlier during the live stream, something I didn't show was I also spent a lot of time collecting a bunch of mud blocks. And we're going to turn these mud blocks into mud bricks, because we're going to be using all the different variations of the mud brick blocks to create the roofs for the watchtowers. I think a splash of brown or almost orangish red color in this area would match really well. I also want to briefly come over to the right side of the docks here to finish filling out this area so that it looks more complete. And we're going to do that by just adding another retaining wall and building up another watchtower. But now with the wall basically complete, I want to start working on the center staircase that's going to be leading up to the village portion of this build. So I'm just going to start clearing this little area out and adding in some spruce slabs and some other types of slabs to give us a smooth walkway. And I'm actually going to build 3 different pathways here, kind of branching off in different directions to give us a little bit of variation in our choices for walking directions. I think that looks really good. Now we have all these pathways and a little spot for us to like plant some trees or have some rocks in the middle too. But now that that little segment is done, it's time that we actually start marking out where all of the houses are going to go. And I'm going to start doing that by just using some more stone to outline the base foundation of the builds. And I do want some of these houses to also be diagonal, so we're going to mark those out as well. And I'm still not great at building diagonals, especially roofs, so this is a bit of a risk for me. But with the outlines laid out, it's time to use those foundations to build up the rest of the structure. And we're going to start with this corner lot towards the front of the project. And again, I want to go for a very traditional medieval look to these builds, starting with a stone, cobblestone, and andesite base at the bottom, and working our way up to a spruce log, or rather stripped spruce log frame, and a spruce and oak wood roof. And we're also going to be having some variations in the roof colors as well, by including some of those mud bricks in that we gathered earlier. Now, while we continue to do this, I want to fill you in with the plan for the rest of the city that's eventually going to be completely covering this island. I do have kind of an idea for a class system for the villagers, so I want the lower classes to be located towards the outer rim of the island, and the more upper classes going towards the center of the island closest to where the mega castle is going to be. And if you notice, in some of these buildings, I'm including a little bit of diorite. Now, the plan is to have the mega castle and mega base be completely made out of calcite and diorite, just like our starter base was, to give the appearance that it's been sculpted out of marble. And the plan is that as you get closer to the mega base itself, the regular villager houses will begin to have more of that marble incorporated into them. They'll have fancier roofing, better materials, and more decoration. And as you move outwards towards the outer rim of the island, you will see that quartz and diorite less and less, and the houses will go from being stone and mud bricks to primarily wood and wood roofing. And I think that will be a pretty good way to show the progression of wealth in the world. But for right now, we're going to keep things pretty simple by building just a couple of shacks and small houses. This also isn't going to be a very big village, because to be honest, there's no reason for anybody else to live here other than the fishermen villagers who are actively participating in the trade that goes on around this area. Now, even though there's not going to be a lot of villagers living here, I decided to take these 2 separate houses and combine them into one inn and tavern type of building, where both of the main structures are connected at the top, and you have a cool little breezeway that you can walk through in the center. This way, all the people that are traveling to and from the docks to receive their items have a place to stay and a place to eat. This is starting to look pretty cool, if I do say so myself. Especially from down on the street view here, everything feels pretty claustrophobic, which is exactly what I'm going for. However, I will say all of these houses are looking very bland right now. So we are going to begin placing in some decorations, and we're going to start with some spruce fence gates. We'll just come along the bottom of all of the houses here and place them directly beneath the stripped spruce wood. And we're just going to open them up and have them face inwards to make it look like there are a bunch of little supports helping to hold the building up. We're also going to come in and place some doors everywhere, so that way we have where the entrances are going to be mapped out. And I'm also going to take some scaffolding and use those as window blocks. We'll throw some spruce trap doors down to act as shutters as well. And in addition to that, I also crafted up some composters and grindstones, and we're going to use those to make some little wheelbarrows. Now we can bring in some fences and some lanterns to give us a few light sources every now and again. And I would eventually like this entire area to be mob proof, but we're probably going to have to get to that in one of our live streams because I really don't have time to go into that much detail today. But I'm also going to take some leaf blocks and use some oak trapdoors and spruce trapdoors, I guess, too, to create some little window flowers and plants. Next, I want to build a little well sitting outside the tavern area. I think it would make sense if all the fresh water was collected right in front of where the restaurant is. And this is also going to give us a bit more separation in our walking paths. I also want to go back up to the houses for a moment and create some bay windows every once in a while to give us some more variation. And down towards the bottom of the build where the paths begin to split, I want to replace a lot of this dirt with stone and stone stairs and stone slabs. This way it will look like there's a natural rock formation with dirt and grass and moss kind of growing on top of it. And we're also going to do the classic medieval Minecraft village thing where we throw random hay bales inside of trapdoors everywhere. Another thing we're going to do is replace some of the regular blocks with walls inside of the actual house builds to once again just give them more depth and shadows to make them more eye-catching. Now we're also going to take some tough blocks here and we're going to create a few chimneys dotted around the place to add a more lively element to the build. Now I don't want this area to be a lag machine, so some of the chimneys will be on and some of them will be empty and off. Now that that's done, we can create some more coarse dirt, and we're going to come in between all of the buildings here and start working on some more pathways. Another little detail I want to add is using campfires and spruce wood planks, spruce wood slabs, and spruce wood trapdoors to create these little piles of wood every now and again to make it look like the villagers have stockpiled up on firewood. Now, more towards the inner section of this town, I want to start adding some stone walls and different variations of stone walls and stone blocks to create a few miniature gardens. I'm also going to be using some azalea plants as well as moss and some tall flowers to give us a pop of color. Now, the pop of color is not the only reason why there are going to be flowers everywhere. I did want to add a little bit of lore to this area, so here's what I was thinking. I figured since this is a fishing district, it probably smells really, really bad, like fish and random other things and salt water from all the items that are being transferred at the docks. So to me, it would make sense that in order to combat that stinky, poopy smell, I think that might have been the first time I said poopy in 10 years. What the fuck? But in order to combat the bad scents, the villagers have planted flowers and bushes and all kinds of foliage everywhere to help mask the smell. And in a few minutes when this is done, we're also going to start building some custom spruce trees to make it look like they've grown really big pine trees to also help with the smell. I'm also going to build up some like half makeshift retaining walls around the area just to help keep villagers corralled when we actually start transporting them over and moving them into their houses. But now that that's done, it's time to start building all of those pine trees I was talking about. And I am actually very proud of these custom pine trees because this is the first time I myself have 100% from beginning to finish designed a custom organic tree. I always tend to be scared of trees and stay away from them because they can be so complex, but I'm actually really enjoying this one. Alright, so with that done and out of the way, I've decided to turn shaders off for a couple of minutes just so I can better see how I'm designing this next part of the build, which is actually going to be a gatehouse. Now, we're going to be following the same designs that we used on the rest of the build, starting with cobblestone at the bottom and working our way up to lighter colors of gray. And I want this part of the build to actually go up pretty high because I do want it to stand out a little bit. Plus, you have to keep in mind that this is the entrance to this section of the city, so it's important to make a statement. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually kind of struggling to design the top of the roof here, so we're going to take a break from that, and we're actually going to start by connecting these two pillars together. I want there to be another giant archway here that you have to walk through in order to get to this section of the village. And we're also going to come below the arch here to add in some more stairs and regular blocks to give the arch more of said archy shape. Yes, archy shape, whatever. There we go. I think this looks pretty cool. And I love how when you're standing at the top of the build and walking down, you could see directly through the dock right to the ocean water. Now, even though I do like the way this gatehouse is looking right now, I still think it needs a little bit more pizzazz to make it look more interesting. And I'm going to use the same technique I actually used on the creeper farm to create some water stains everywhere by starting with smooth basalt, working our way to cobbled deep slate, and then to tough. Yeah, okay, that definitely looks better. So we're just gonna do this in a few more places like so. And oh yeah, taking a step back, that's actually looking pretty sick. I like the way this is turning out. Now I'm also going to come in up top here to design a few windows by just using some spruce fences. And to be honest, these things don't look that great, but they don't really need to, because again, this is kind of just a fortification. It's a place for soldiers to shit. It's a place for soldiers to shit. I did not mean to say that. It's a place for soldiers to sit shit. It's a place for soldiers to sit and watch over the rest of the village. I'm also going to use the same water stain design on the inside of the arch to not only, again, give us more of that illusion of erosion, but to also create some shadows and to make it darker on the inside of the arch. Oh yeah, and this thing definitely does look good with shaders too. And so now it's time to start tackling the right side of this build, or rather the right raised area above the wall here. And we're going to start by cutting back some of this dirt to make room for some rocks. I think it would be pretty cool to kind of have a layered rock feature, because eventually on top of this, we're also going to be building a lighthouse. And I know it doesn't make a lot of sense to have a lighthouse this far inland, but I think having an extra building that's poking out and taller than the rest of the builds up in the top right corner would be a really unique thing to break up the skyline of this project. And so we're just going to start by outlining all of the dirt that we've pushed back with stone and stone stairs and stone slabs, just like we did everywhere else. I think that's a good look for the first layer. We're also going to throw some andesite in as well to give us more block variation and texture. And then we're just going to repeat this same process a couple more times to give us that layered effect. And while I do this, I figured now would be a good time to do the comment of the day section. But today, instead of a comment of the day, we actually have the winner of the art contest that I ran over on my Discord server, which if you haven't joined the Discord already, you probably should. There's a link in the top of the description. And so today, I'd love to give a big shout out to Coco over on Discord. They created this awesome character art of my character surrounded by my space whales in the end dimension, and I think it looks absolutely beautiful. And so today, they are the recipient of an exclusive Discord role, and I'm going to be linking all of their socials if they have any in the description of this video, so please make sure you go check them out. I'd also love to give a huge shout out and thank you to everybody else who created art for this art competition. We had a lot of really good entries, and I'm super grateful to each and every one of you who took the time out of their day to create art for this channel. Thank you all so much for the participation, and we will definitely be doing this again in the future. But now we are done with the rocks and the moss, and I think this looks absolutely sick. I also took some time adding some campfires into the area as well to have little places for, again, like the watchmen to sit around them and warm up when it's really cold at night. And this is also going to help us naturally light up the area. But with those rocks complete, it's time to start doing a little bit of terraforming here at the top of this mound to get ready for where the lighthouse is going to go. And I'm going to try to create the main lighthouse tower off to the left here, and then have an actual residence attached to it down to the right that's a little bit shorter than the lighthouse itself. Okay, so the lighthouse is basically done. Now I just have to figure out a way to kind of get this thing to light up in a medieval type of situation. We're not to like the point where these guys have electricity yet, so this needs to be a firelit tower. And I'm gonna try to just put some netherrack up here and some flint and steel and hope that the wood parts of this build don't burn down. Yep, and that's exactly what's happening. Okay, we're losing. The roof is... Oh god, the roof is gone. Are you kidding me, dude? It's not even close to where the wood is. How did this catch? Oh, this is not good. This is really not good. Okay, I think we're all right. Just gotta rebuild this top segment here and we should be good to go. So we're gonna run back into the nether here and try to collect some magma blocks. I'm hoping that those will give the illusion of like hot coals and glowing fire without catching the wood on fire again. I don't actually know if magma blocks can do that, so we're taking another big risk here, but I'm hoping it's gonna work out. Oh yes, sir. That works very nicely. Look at how cool that looks. Dude, we're definitely gonna have to incorporate this in other parts of the island as well. That looks sick. And this village so far is definitely starting to come together. Now I just gotta add a couple more pillars onto the lighthouse, and this little build, well, it's not really little, but yeah, I guess it's kind of small. Not really. This build, or this section of the build, will be done. Looking good, looking good. Now again, I want these villagers to be able to kind of free roam the area, so I'm going to add another unique element between the gatehouse and the lighthouse. And so we're going to create kind of like a broken and ruined wall that's been overtaken by moss and grass. There we go. I think this looks very nice. Now this area does feel a little empty, so I am going to add kind of like a broken down tree or a tree that's been chopped down to make it look like the villagers are clearing this area to make room for new houses. And while we're at it over here, I might as well add a couple of stacks of logs as well to make it look like there are some more chopped down trees. But now that a majority of the village area is complete, I want to work our way back down to the docks and start creating some more decorations. And we're going to start by building these kind of miniature cranes that are going to be lifting up items transported by the boats. And in the spirit of full disclosure, this is not my own original design. I think I saw this on Pinterest somewhere, I'm not really sure. But anytime I ever build cranes on docks, this is the design I use, so to whoever created this in the first place, I apologize for stealing your build and I will try my best to give you credit. I believe it may have actually been Trixie Blocks from a while ago, so shout out to him for that. And I think adding one of these every other loading dock platform would look pretty good. Yeah, okay, I like the way this is turning out. Now we're going to go over to some of these and we're going to add some carts that are being lifted up by just throwing on some chests and some other random wooden blocks, and then adding trapdoors around the edges to complete the look. I'm also going to create a much smaller one that's just one block of hay surrounded by some trapdoors. And I'm also going to add a wheelbarrow here off to the side with some hay in it as well to make it look like the wheelbarrow is getting loaded up by the crane. Now, in order to help light up this area, I'm also going to add some lamp posts dotted around the place. And this is just going to be a couple of regular fences with some trapdoors on top and then a lantern hanging from them. But with that, it's time to get on to the bigger segment of this build, which is adding all of the workstations and shop stations that are going to be on the actual dock itself. And I want to start by adding some tracks on the ground to make it look like all of the carts that have been going to and from the docks have left some dirt trails everywhere. And this will also help us to get a good idea of the layout of the shopping area. And then we're just going to build up some of the shops. We're also going to decorate the area with various types of blocks to make it look like just a ton of items are flooding in from all the different boats. Now the section off to the right here is still looking pretty empty, so I want to add kind of a, I guess, open storage house type of build. So we're just going to throw up some spruce pillars and we're going to try to design a pretty smooth roof that slopes upwards using slabs and trapdoors. And we're also going to decorate the roof a little bit using some oak trapdoors and oak wood to give us some more light splotches on there and to make it look like there are some holes in the roof. But I think that looks decent. Now I'm just going to take some empty bookcases and we're going to build up some shelving units inside here. And we're going to throw on a back wall to give us a little bit of separation from the outside. Now we just need to throw down some more shelves and place some chests and barrels on top of it. And we're also going to be using the same design that we used outside to create some fishing nets using some cobwebs I collected from a mine shaft and some trapdoors. There's also the spot over between the storage area and some of the market stalls that's a little empty. So we're going to continue with the decorating and throw some barrels and chests and piles of wood everywhere to help fill it in. And from above, I think this place is turning out pretty awesome. Now I just got to open a bit of a hole in the back wall here and create a little bit of a doorway. And this is actually a hallway that's going to lead to our string duper. Now, the reason why I want a string duper is because if you didn't know, fisherman villagers and Fletcher villagers both have an option to trade string for emeralds. And so having this string duper is going to be incredibly overpowered. But now with that done, it's finally time to get started on one of the last parts of this build, which is making the tiny boats. Alright, so after some trial and error, I think we've got a cute little design here. I actually like these things a lot, and they definitely match the vibe of the rest of the village. Now, I'm going to also attempt to create a diagonal one. I don't know how this is going to look. My god, that looks like trash from above. Holy shit.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck?
That looks nothing like the other boats. Actually, from down at the side, it's not that bad. Maybe we just don't look at it from above. We're not supposed to be seeing it from up there anyways. Now, I went back to live streaming a little bit ago to get some trades with villagers done, and a lot of the people were pointing out that the area where all the rocks is still kind of looks empty. But I like the idea of the rocks being pretty visible, and I think it helps to make the lighthouse stand out a bit. So I think a good compromise here would be to build 1 or 2 houses that look like they're under construction. I mentioned earlier that these villagers had some knocked down trees and some piles of wood because they were making room for new houses, so it would make sense if we were able to actually see some of those new housing units being built. But with that done, I think that's pretty much it for this entire build, but I really like the way it turned out. Now I know it's not complete yet, and there's nothing in the market stalls, and the villagers haven't even been moved yet, but that's because I'm saving a lot of the more finer details for my live streams so we have something to do, and I may or may not want to build a villager breeder on the island, so I'm going to hold off on transporting villagers until I know for sure what I'm going to do with them. I also mentioned earlier that I wasn't going to build any big ships, and that's because I've also been thinking about creating a separate section of the dock area and making that a shipyard, but I think I want that to be its own video. But to be honest, I'm very happy with how this area turned out. And again, I know right now that it may not feel complete, but trust me, as we begin to build the rest of the island, this is all going to come together and work seamlessly. And now that that's done, I figured it would make the most sense to start working on the next part of the island, which is the area directly above the fishing village. And I think it would be pretty cool if we made this a farming area. Now, it's not going to be an entire district like the fishing village with a bunch of different houses, but we are going to have a couple of massive farms stretching across the length of the island. We're going to have a farmstead with a farmer's house and a pig pen and horse stables. And we're also going to build another house with a windmill attached to it and some silos as well for us to store all of the wheat we're going to be collecting. But we're going to get started nonetheless. And instead of starting with building today, we're actually going to start by grabbing some sand from our storage room, and we're going to run up to our creeper farm and grab a bunch of the gunpowder that we've been collecting over the past couple of episodes. Now, I'm sure some of you can see where this is going. We're going to be making a bunch of TNT. And the reason we're doing that is so that we can go to the nether and do some TNT strip mining to look for netherite. Because we're on to episode 4 and we still only have diamond armor, so I think it's high time we actually complete the armor set. So we're just going to craft up as much of it. What just happened? What was wrong with the dolphin? How about you guys? Did you see that? Anyways, with our TNT collected, it's time we head into the nether, and we're gonna dig down to about Y level, anywhere between 10 to 15, and we're going to begin this very dangerous process. Alright, returning home, we managed to get ourselves 44 ancient debris, which isn't bad, but I gotta be honest, I was mining for a good couple of hours there, so I don't actually think it was considered successful considering the amount of time we spent in the nether, but at the very least we have enough ancient debris to cover most of our tools and armor, so I'll take it. So with about 11 pieces of netherite collected, I'm going to kill some of these sheep here to get us food so we can start preparing for the next portion of getting netherite armor, which is going on a hunt for upgrade templates. Now I know you can find these in bastions, but I'm very nervous about doing this. I haven't challenged a bastion yet in this world, and it's been a while since I've done anything remotely PvE or PvP related, so yeah, this kind of has me on the edge of my seat. And I have no strategy whatsoever, so the second I find a bastion, I'm full charging bullheadedly into this, no plan, raw dog. It's definitely going to be one for the books. Okay, I have stumbled upon another fortress here, but it doesn't really look like there was anything good in here, so we're gonna leave it behind and move on. I gotta be honest, I've been looking for about an hour now, and I really thought I would have found one by this point. And literally, just as I say that, I find one. These piglins are actually being very annoying right now. Oh my god. No, okay. We're immediately on to eating golden apples here. I don't really need to use one, but I'm gonna do it just in case, because I know how brutal those piglin brutes can be with their golden axes. Alright, there we go. First wave done. Dude, we're not even inside the bastion yet, and we're struggling. Alright, but let's get up here and get into this chest. Okay, we got the music disc, the pig step thing. We got a piece of ancient debris in this one. It's not bad, but not what we're looking for. No upgrade templates. And so with that, unfortunately, we are going to have to challenge the rest of this bastion to try and get what we need. Alright, so I finally found the upgrade template, and I got the hell out of Dodge. We had a few close calls there, I'm not gonna lie, I was sweating bullets for a little bit. But now we are back in the comfort of our home, and I can use our remaining diamonds to help us duplicate these upgrade templates. And we'll just start with a netherite chest plate. I think next we should do the leggings, and then for right now we are finally going to get back our Season 1 netherite sword. Oh yes, sir. I have definitely missed this thing. Now, I'm going to hold off on upgrading our boots and our helmet. One, because neither of them have mending on them, and I'd like to complete that enchantment list before we put netherite on them. And also because we have finally run out of diamonds, so I can't duplicate any more templates right now. So we're going to wait until either later in this episode or the beginning of next episode to actually start completing the netherite set. But actually, now that I mention it, we have so many emeralds, I want to run over to our librarian here and actually do some trading for some mending books. And I think 6 mending books will be good for now. This way, at the very least, we don't have to worry about the enchantment side of things, and we can just focus on getting more diamonds when the time comes. But now that we've got at least a little bit of netherite armor and a netherite god sword, I want to do another very dangerous project today, and I actually want to try and trigger a raid. Now, I'm doing all of this in an effort to get myself more protected in this world. I don't know why, but this time around, I still feel very uncomfortable, and I've been having a lot of close calls, which is making me really, really nervous. You know, of course, losing my last hardcore world that lasted over a year and I clocked over 500 hours on, that's still fresh in my mind, so maybe I'm being paranoid, but at the very least, I want to get some totems of Undying today. That way, our chances of surviving a near-death experience will increase tenfold. Now that being said, I actually have to live through this raid in order for it to work out the way I want it to. But with that said, it's time to get this raid started. We have done it, folks. I'm not gonna lie, a couple close calls again there. Again, like I said, I'm not having great luck, so having all of these totems is going to be insanely nice. Now, another thing I wanted to quickly address is that I have changed my totem texture pack. It used to be my little Incy texture, but I've actually opted to switch that one out for the blinking totems texture pack. And honestly, the reason why I'm doing this is because I feel like a bunch of other hardcore YouTubers just use their skin as their totems, and I honestly really just miss the default look of the totem, so we're going to be sticking with the default pack for now. Now, another reason I'm mentioning this is because this would be a really good time for me to shout out my live streams, and that's because YouTube has started implementing better viewer rewards like super chat goals. So by sending me super chats in my live stream, I've made it so that you guys can actually upgrade my totems of Undying from regular totems to emerald totems to diamond totems, and I have a lot more planned in the future with this system, so definitely make sure you have your channel notifications on and come hang out during my lives. We have a lot of fun over there, and we're building a very close and tight-knit community through my live stream, so consider checking it out. But now that I'm feeling better about my chances of survival, it's time to get on to actually building the project for this episode. And I'm going to commit a few Minecraft war crimes here by creating a diamond hoe. Go ahead and put efficiency 4 on it, but that actually is not good enough, so I'm going to make another one. That's right. 4 out of my remaining 5 diamonds I have decided to use on a diamond hoe. I know how you guys are going to feel about that, but we're going to be building a farm, so I think it actually makes sense this time that we use a diamond hoe. And we're going to go ahead and get efficiency 3, unbreaking 3 on the second enchantment. I will take that, and yes, I am also going to combine this hoe, and then I am also going to throw a mending book on it. But with that done, we're just going to clear out a few of these trees here to make room for the actual farm. Alright, so with the trees out of the way, there is a bit of terraforming I need to do. However, this time the terraforming is not going to be anywhere near as extreme as the terraforming was for the fishing village. I honestly just need to clear out some of this dirt and place down dirt in other areas to get a smoother look to some of these hills here. I'm also going to mark out a bit of an area where a pathway or a wall is potentially going to go towards the back of the build here. Without spoiling too much, I would like this empty section here to actually be the mining colony, and although we can't start that in today's episode, there's nothing wrong with getting prepared for it. But other than that, I think the terraforming is pretty much done. One of the only things I have left to do is take down this beehive little enclosure here, and we're just going to relocate it into a couple of chests for now. That way the bees are safe and in storage and out of the way. I would also eventually like to have an episode based on a honey farm like I did in season 1, but that's probably a ways away, so I'm not going to make any promises as of right now. But with this area properly cleared and set up, it's time to actually start building the farm. And we're going to begin by digging a bunch of holes all over the place and placing water in them to make sure that the farmland can actually be saturated and crops can grow. Now, with the help of my live stream chat, we decided that one of the best blocks we could use to cover some of the water splotches are azalea leaves and the blossoming azalea leaves. I don't know if that's actually what they're called right now because I'm not looking at my screen, but the azalea leaves with pink flowers in them. Now, one of the reasons why I'm doing this is one, because I think it looks decent, but also two, because the leaf blocks are one of the easiest blocks I could get. I mean, people recommended that I do bamboo trap doors and then put the yellow coral fans on top of it. And as cool as that would look, it really would just take so long because I have so many holes to fill, no diddy. And I do also want it to look like there are some dead patches in the wheat field every now and again. We're going to be leaving some dirt blocks and some open blocks with some grass growing on them to give us a little bit of variation. But alright, the top portion of the land is done being filled in, and I think this area is looking pretty good. Now, I also want to mention that I installed a resource pack called Tall Golden Wheat, and this is to give us, well, obviously wheat blocks that are 2 blocks tall. We could have just gone with regular vanilla wheat, but I wanted to shake things up a little bit and do something different. Now we just need to continue tilling a lot of this ground here, and I'm going to be doing this farm section by section. So everything that we're tilling right now is going to be a part of the wheat farm, but we're also going to be having other sections where we plant carrots, potatoes, beetroots, pumpkins, and even some flowers. However, earlier in between episodes, I made a bit of a mistake here that's going to set us back about an hour or two. I had been using this area to bone meal and grow those really tall spruce trees, and those giant spruce trees spawn podzol, and I forgot that you cannot till podzol. So I have to dig all of it up, replace it with grass, and then get to tilling. It's not a very big area, but it's an area that's large enough to set us back a little bit, which it's not that big of a deal, but kind of annoying. Alright, so with most of the wheat area tilled, it's time to come in and I want to do another very classic Minecraft medieval style of build here. And we're going to be taking some cobblestone and some stone to build up some kind of retaining walls to give us a pretty and natural looking rock outline to the farming landscape. I'm also going to bring in some stairs and some slabs to make the rocks a little bit more detailed. And we are going to bring in, again, some azalea leaves to give us a little bit of shrubbery around the area as well. But now that the shrubbery and rocks are done, I'm going to run over to the plains biome here, and I'm going to just use my hand and some water buckets to clear out a bunch of grass to get us a bit of a jump start on our seed collection so we can actually fill in this wheat field. But with all the seeds collected, we're going to jump into a few more live streams here, and we're going to build up the rest of the sections of this farm. And there we go, guys. It's not fully grown yet, but this farming district is starting to look really cool, and I'm very happy with how it's turning out so far. I even added a section with roses to give us a bit of a more red color and a pop, and I added all different kinds of sections of plants and food blocks here, and don't even get me started on how cool this stuff looks on the map. But now I'm going to start transferring all these items out of these chests and moving them over to the left of the build here because it's time to start working on the farmstead. And we are also going to take down our nether portal and put that away for now. Now I just need to do a little bit more terraforming and dirt removal to get ready for these houses. But with the area set up, I'm now going to travel off of the main island towards one of the smaller islands that are surrounding my base, because I'm actually going to need to collect some dark oak wood. I want to change up the palette a little bit here to get some different colors going, and I think this would be a good addition. Now, the other thing I need to collect before we head home is sandstone and smooth sandstone, because again, I'm going to be going for a very traditional medieval style of house here, but instead of using like white concrete or white terracotta for the walls, I want these builds to have a little bit more of a worn down yellowish hue to them, so that's why we're opting to go for the sandstone. So now I think I'm going to start building the foundations here, and I actually want these to be a different material than the rest of the walls. So we're going to go with cobblestone and stone for the bottom part, and we're going to use those dark oak logs to build up the frames a little bit, and then we're going to fill in the rest with that sandstone and smooth sandstone. Yeah, I think this is definitely a good look. I'm also going to add on a spruce plank section to one of the smaller buildings here. This is probably going to be where the pig pen is, and then I'm also going to make a diagonal build, and that is going to be the horse stables. But now with the foundation set, let's begin building up the rest of the structures. So with the skeletons of the main buildings complete, I want to come in here and do a little bit more terraforming using that stone and cobblestone wall design that we had earlier, just to kind of give us some extra layers to the build here. Now I'm also going to come to the back of the build here and start laying out some wooden fences, so that way we can have a few different enclosures for cows and sheep. But there we go, I think that looks pretty good at the back of the houses here. Now, I'm also going to come to the front of the build and do a similar design. This way we can have a completely enclosed farmstead for our farming villagers, and they should be completely safe from mobs once we finally decide to actually move them into here. Which we're probably not going to do that today because we haven't even moved the fishing villagers into the fishing district yet. But it's time that we also start putting in some more little details on the rest of the builds to make them feel more complete. I'm also going to build out a little section here for a feeding trough of some kind for our horses. I think something like that would look good for now. And I'm also going to come to the top of the farmer's house here and add in a couple of like little outcrops for some windows in the roof. And we're also going to create a couple piles of barrels and hay bales dotted around the area. Now, one of the other things I wanted to do is come to this kind of front section of the build here and create another little separate fenced in area for some chickens and a chicken coop. And we're going to be using some of that pod soil for the ground here and some coarse dirt and regular dirt mixed in. I do want this chicken coop to be pretty sizable. I could throw a very small automatic chicken or egg farm into here, but to be honest, I don't really ever see myself needing eggs, so I don't mind collecting them by hand. I mean, chickens seem to lay eggs pretty frequently, so once we get a decent number of them in here, I don't really think we're going to be needing an automatic farm. It would probably be a very simple, easy thing to do, but I'm lazy and I'm not gonna do it. We're also going to do the classic chicken coop design here and throw some dead coral fan blocks on the ground to make it look like the chickens are nesting in different places. And I also want to start using some coarse dirt path blocks and more pod soil to create some of the pathways that are going to be leading us around the base, just to kind of make this place look like it's actually been lived in. We're also going to start tilling up some more sections of the actual farmstead here. We're going to be planting some beetroots and potatoes, and eventually we're going to be throwing some composters down as well. This way the villagers here have access to the career blocks they need, which are the composters to activate farmer villagers, and they have things to throw in them. And I think this area is actually starting to look really cute. I not gonna lie, I kind of wish this was the starter base, but we're gonna keep going nonetheless. But this view here from the farmer's house overlooking the farm and our starter base looks absolutely beautiful. And I went ahead and fired up another live stream, and I finished detailing a lot of this place. We have all the composters we need, and I threw down a couple of wheelbarrows. All the beetroots and potatoes have basically grown. I added some campfires around the place as well, added a bit more detail to the feeding trough, finished adding some mud on the interior for the pigs to play in, and I also collected a donkey and a horse on stream, and we still need to name these guys, so if you all have any recommendations for horse names, leave them down in the comments. But we managed to find a really cool looking all black midnight type of horse, and we threw some diamond armor on him, and I just think he looks gorgeous. In back here, I also added a little feeding station and a drinking trough for our cows, and I began breeding them up a little bit. We only have 3 right now, but that number is going to quickly grow. And I also moved our sheep into their pen as well. This area is really starting to come together. However, we do need to get started on the next part of this project, which is clearing out the walking pathways that we're going to be using to actually traverse the farm. And we're going to start with the main big one towards the bottom of the wheat field here. And I'm going to have it kind of curving along, following the path of this primary cobblestone wall here. That way we get a bunch of different angles to view the farm and the starter base and the fishing village, and we're going to be creating some really cool lines of sight with this. I'm also going to be creating a much smaller pathway leading up to the farmstead itself. I think that looks decent from above, and as I'm walking this thing, you can definitely tell that we are going to get some really cool angles of all of our different builds. Did I just spawned 4 chickens out of 1 egg? Wait, can that happen? Hold on a second. In Minecraft, the chance of spawning 4 chickens from an egg is 1 in 256, or 0.39%. Okay, so that's not as incredibly rare as thought, but that's still pretty cool. Anyways, time to move on. Okay, so I kind of made an oopsie. In the excitement and adrenaline, I guess, of spawning 4 chickens, I forgot to press record. So basically, the pathway is done. Fortunately for you guys, I didn't do that much work other than replace the farmland with more coarse dirt, pods oil, and path blocks. I also used some spruce slabs and some spruce trapdoors to create a smoother transition between the different levels. And I think this is looking much better. I'm just glad right now that I remembered to turn the camera back on. But cool stuff aside here, I want to begin clearing out a small area to the left of the farmstead for us to actually put the windmill and the windmill house. Now, I want this build to be very similar in shape and color and design to the rest of the farmhouses. So we're going to be sticking with the stone, cobblestone, dark oak wood, sandstone type of vibe. And I don't want this windmill to be super elaborate either, so we're going to be keeping it pretty small and simple. Now, if you're one of my Patreon members, you'll probably recognize this build because you guys got access to it a couple of days ago. Now what I need to do is just put the finishing touches on this thing, namely connecting it to the ground so it's not just floating here. I'm also going to tear up some more of the farmland to create some more worn down pathways, and I'm going to install some spruce plank flooring. But there we go. I think this thing is a really cool addition to the farmstead. But now I want to come to the back right section of the build here behind the houses and the horse stables, and I want to build up 1 or 2, probably 2 silos that we're going to use to store all of the wheat that we collect. And we're just going to work our way up using, again, the same color palette and block palette that we've been using on the rest of these builds. And these things aren't done yet, but we're going to take another quick look at the map here, and it's just... yes, this place is definitely coming along. I do want to come in here and make these look a little bit more worn down, so we're going to put in some stone stairs to make it look like some parts of the stone have fallen off and maybe there are bricks missing and things. I'm also going to put in some pulley systems using some chains and grindstones. This way there's some kind of mechanism that looks like one way or another the wheat is actually able to be carried up and placed into the top of the silos. Even if the actual entry point to the silos isn't visible, it will get the point across. And I'm going to put some oak trapdoors and spruce trapdoors in to make it look like there's some patchwork going on. You know, perhaps some of the bigger portions of the silos that are missing where the rocks have decayed, the villagers now replaced that and covered it up with some makeshift wood planks and stuff. There we go. I think these are great little additions to the build. Now we just need to come in again and make sure the pathways around this area are all finished. And then we're going to work our way down to this area of the build here to start working on one of the things I'm actually most excited for in this project, and that is the little ruined castle area. Now this area serves no purpose other than to look kind of cool and add some world building. You guys have been saying that my projects in this world need a bit more story elements to them, so I think this is definitely going to help with that. Perhaps maybe from now on in these videos, you guys should begin to watch out for some more hidden details and ruined structures like this. Maybe in the past in this world there was another civilization that lived here first that got overrun by these new villagers and all of their structures decayed and were left to ruin. But there we go. I think that is definitely a neat little addition to the area. Now I need to start working on some more of the pathways that are actually surrounding the farm. That way we're able to create a smoother transition from the farmland itself to regular grass and to other parts of the build. But while we do this, I figured it would be a good idea to do the comment of the day section of this video. And today, instead of just addressing one comment, I'm going to be addressing a couple hundred comments at once. But a lot of you have been asking about the texture packs and resource packs that I use in this world. Now I do have a mods video on my channel that shows off a lot of the mods and resource packs that I use. It's my most recent one that I uploaded a couple weeks ago, and in that video I specifically state that that particular pack was not for my hardcore world, but I was referring to my season 1 hardcore world. The pack that is in that video is almost exactly the same one that I'm using today in this world, so keep that in mind. Now since then, I have also added a bunch of new mods and resource packs, and the reason why I haven't come out with a full pack on my own yet is because I'm still working on it and developing it, and I don't want to post a mod and resource pack that is incomplete. So I know it's taking a while and it's probably getting annoying for you guys that you don't have an Incy pack yet, but I really want to make sure this is done properly before I drop it to you. I do not want to give you guys something that is incomplete. There are just a lot of people that I need to talk to and a lot of different things that I need to get set up. Now I also want to come in here and create a few small wagons around the area just to make it look like there are actually villagers that are traversing these paths. And another thing I want to do is build one of my favorite small builds in Minecraft. I want to dot a few scarecrows around the area. And so we're going to do this by just putting down a cobblestone wall with a fence on top of that, followed by a bale of wheat, some fences on the arms, and of course some jack-o'-lanterns and carved pumpkins for the heads. And I also think the new-ish variations of the bamboo slabs and trapdoors would be perfect to make some small straw hats. And I think it would be pretty cool if we have most of these just be carved pumpkins, but one of these be a jack-o'-lantern. I feel like somehow it kind of makes it feel like that this one particular scarecrow maybe houses the soul of a villager or something, to add a little, I don't know, I'm just trying to add like a little ghost story to the area. I think it would be cool and make a lot of sense to have like a possessed scarecrow next to the ruined castle, just to give the world a little bit more history. But perhaps this scarecrow helps weary travelers and, you know, lights up the way for them. It doesn't have to be malevolent. All right, so I have a few stacks of spruce wood left over from the last couple of builds that we've done. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start breaking a lot of this down, turning it into more stripped spruce logs and spruce trapdoors, spruce fences, and spruce fence gates, because we're going to be building more of those pine trees that we made in the last episode. All right, I really love these things. I know it's the same design and you guys have seen them before, but I think they help add a lot to this world. Now I'm going to come back in the farm here, and as much as I love this giant oak tree, I actually want to replace it with something else. Now if you look around, you'll see that in between segments, I added 2 new texture packs to the hardcore world, and that is the Autumn Dark Oak Leaves and the Autumn Birch Leaves by Lidwini. I don't know, but they basically make birch leaves yellow and dark oak leaves red. And the best part about these is that they're not biome dependent, which means we can place them in whatever biome we want and they will retain their colors. Now, I think it would be pretty cool to have this village set in kind of like a fall theme. So I'm going to be harvesting a bunch of these new yellow and red leaves to combine them with some of the darker greens to make it look like the leaves are beginning the transition from being alive in the summer to dying and falling off during the autumn season. And so I've come up with a really big tree design that looks similar to the pine trees, but it also has a bit of a fluffier look to make it look like it's, I don't know, some kind of grand oak tree as well, you know, a tree that actually does lose its leaves in the fall time. I think combining all these colors together could create for a really cool scenario, and it's also just going to give us more color in our world in general. But there we go. I think this tree looks pretty cool. It is a little too bulbous on top, so we're going to spend some time trimming it down, fixing it, and making it look a little thinner. But there we go. I think that looks much better. Now, something to note while I show off this tree, guys, I don't know if I'm going to keep this texture pack. I actually want to run this idea by you guys and see what you think about it. Now, it's important to note that I am eventually going to start working on my own texture pack that is going to add colors that are more akin to what I'm looking for. I honestly think that as cool as this looks right now, it looks a little weird that these new leaves aren't bushy like the rest of the leaves are, and I honestly think the reds and yellows are a bit too vibrant. They stand out a little bit too much. But I do like this idea in concept. I'd also like to quickly just show off the tree right now to let you guys know what it looks like without these vibrant colors on, and I still think it looks insanely good. So either way, with or without the texture packs, I think we have a good design going here. But definitely let me know what you guys think down in the comments. Would you rather me keep all the default leaves, or do you think color leaves in a texture pack is something you would like to see me pursue and work on? But with leaves aside, that's pretty much going to do it for today's episode. And now I know that this video may not have been what you were expecting. I know there isn't as many buildings in this area as there was in the fishing village, but that's also kind of the point. The main attraction of this area was meant to be the farm and the plants and crops that grow there. It wouldn't really make sense if we had houses for tens or hundreds of villagers when there's normally only I feel like this area would only have like 5 villagers that are dedicated to farming at the most. I mean, even in real life, you normally have 1 to 3 farmers handling an absolutely massive plot of land. So I think it's natural that there aren't as many houses. And I know that also kind of towards the outer edge of this area, it looks a little incomplete, but just like what I did with the first episode and this episode too, as time goes on, you all are going to see things come together. I understand that this is still very much a trust the process moment for you guys, but I am happy with how everything turned out. Maybe I'm being too hard on myself. And with that complete and the harbor area complete, we are now left with this kind of empty space off to the right. So today I figured it would be a good idea to fill it with the mining district. This is where all of our blacksmith type villagers will live. And this is where we're going to store all of our stone type blocks, like stone itself, cobblestone, granite, diorite, andesite, you get the idea. But we're also going to have this area be the entrance to our new strip mine. Now, I don't think we'll get to actually building the strip mine in today's video, but we're at least going to tackle the above ground portion of this. Now, I don't really have a plan for the order in which I want to do things today, but I know for a start, I want to defeat the Ender Dragon. So we're going to begin by finally completing our netherite set of armor, throw some netherite on our boots, and on our helmet as well. Get me that nice cover me in debris achievement. I like the way this looks. We're also going to take a lot of our remaining gold and use that to craft up some more golden apples. That way we can get regen. We're going to make ourselves a new shield as well. And heading over to the farming district, we are going to steal one of these pumpkins that we're growing and use it to make a jack-o'-lantern so we can throw that on over our heads so that we're safe from Endermen. Now, I've mentioned this a few times at this point, but I still am feeling very unsafe in this world. I think losing the last hardcore world has really given me a decent amount of PTSD, so with this Ender Dragon fight, I think I'm gonna go a little bit overboard. I'm actually gonna head out to this plains biome here, and I haven't slept for a few days, so some phantoms should start spawning soon. And I absolutely hate dealing with phantoms, but I need their phantom membranes to make slow falling potions. Yeah, dude, phantoms are definitely dude, they're just one of the worst additions to Minecraft, but this is a really useful potion. And I'm just now realizing that I don't have any nether warts, which means I need to go back into the nether to find another fortress. Yeah, okay, just give me a second. All right, I finally found one. I'm also going to collect some blaze rods while we're here, so we can get blaze powder to use as fuel in our brewing stands. And you know, while I'm here, I think I'm going to hunt and try to collect some wither skeleton skulls. I don't need these for the ender dragon fight, but I would like to make a beacon afterwards because there's a lot of terraforming we're going to have to do in this episode. So getting access to haste would be, it would just make this process so much easier. You know, I've been here for longer than I'm willing to admit. But anyways, I think we got a pretty good drop rate of wither skeleton skulls. It's just that this fortress was not spawning them very frequently, so I mean, I spent a good 4 to 5 hours here. It was absolutely ridiculous. But with the skulls collected and the nether warts acquired, it's time to start heading home. I'm also just going to keep breeding up our sheep as we go along, and we might as well do the same for the cows. But alright, returning home, we're going to throw our wither skeleton skulls into this chest here because we're not going to be using them yet. But I also spent some time in a warped forest killing some endermans, so I took some of those ender pearls and threw them together with some blaze powder to get ourselves the eyes of ender that we're going to use to find and activate the end portal. Now we can just head over to our brewing stand, throw in a nether wart to get us an awkward potion, and we're going to follow that up with a phantom membrane to get us the slow falling potions. And I also think I'm going to throw a piece of redstone on here to make sure that that slow falling lasts longer. And with that, our alchemist brewing portion of the video is over and we can move on. Now, another thing I'm going to need for this ender dragon fight is a bow of some kind. I would like to get infinity on it. First enchantment, so we get just power 4. That's, yeah, horrible. I don't know, my luck has kind of been hit or miss in this world with enchantments. I don't know how I feel about that. But let's make up another one here, see if we can't get infinity. We'll give it another shot. Nothing. It doesn't look like we're getting anything good out of that. I might as well just think I might re-roll and punch 1. I just did a 3-level enchant for punch 1. Okay, bow number 4. Give me, I really just want something good. Unbreaking 3 and infinity. Okay. That's really all I wanted. You know, we got power 4 on it too, so we're going to throw these guys together in our anvil here. And of course the anvil breaks, so I guess we're making a new one real quick. There we go. Let's throw that down and then get all of these guys together in our new anvil. And power 5, punch 1, unbreaking 3, infinity bow. That will definitely do for our first ender dragon fight. I'm also going to take a bunch of grass blocks with me just to mark out where we've been, because we're probably going to be traveling to a bunch of different end islands as well. And I'm going to run back over to the farm here, and I'm going to use a bunch of the wheat that we've been collecting to get us a ton of bread. I'm kind of low on animals right now, so I don't want to kill any more of them until I rebreed them and get their numbers back up. So although it's not the best source of saturation and regeneration, we are going to run with bread as our main food source for this ender dragon fight. But with that, it's time to set out. And it looks like the eyes of ender are leading us out into the ocean in this direction, so we're just going to start heading way far out. And I think, oh, there it goes. It goes straight down. Does that mean, I think that means that we're right above it, right? Yeah. I see something. What is that big bulging structure? Is this the stronghold? Do we have some kind of weird terrain thing going on here? Hold on, let's dig in and see what this is about, because I've never seen this before. Well, I can hear mobs. Oh my god, it is the stronghold. This must be a little bit of a problem with tectonic then. Bit of weird terrain generation that is mildly annoying, but we'll work with it. Alright, let's explore this a little bit, see if we can't find the portal. Immediately we're finding a library though. I do like these places, I think they're pretty cool. Aren't there supposed to be chests everywhere though? Why can't I can't seem to find any. Oh, here's one. Okay, Curse of Vanishing, not interested. But we did get an eye armor trim, which is pretty cool. So I'll take that. And then there should be another chest up here, which, where is it? Okay, it's in the corner here. This has some interesting things, another armor trim. Frostwalker 2, okay. Again, Frostwalker 2, Fire Protection 3, and Fortune 2. Those aren't bad books. but I don't have space for them, so we're gonna leave all the books and the trim in this chest and just remember, or at least try to remember. I'm definitely gonna forget they're here, but we'll come back for them eventually. But with that, it's time to get all of these Eyes of Ender in the portal frame. And off we go into Minecraft's deadliest dimension. Go, Ender Dragon has been defeated. It feels good to be back here, man. Well, I mean, I'm not looking forward to bridging over the void, but it feels good to be in what is considered endgame Minecraft. We're just gonna scoop up the egg real quick, and then we can go out and start looking for some shulker boxes. Yeah, this is definitely this part right here I have not missed at all. Alright, I'd say that was a pretty good success, so it's time to head home here. We got 26 shulker shells, which is not bad. I would have liked to have gotten more, but for now, that's probably going to be more than what we would need. And with the sun rising on a new Minecraft day, it's time to move on to the next portion of this project, which of course would be quickly gathering some obsidian and then heading right back out to the end. And like I said earlier, we're just going to clear out a little block underneath of the end portal here. We'll throw down that obsidian we got and pair it with a very peculiar shaped stack of soul sand, activate the wither, and then defeat it like it's nothing. And just like that, we have another star for a beacon. And we got a really cool invulnerable wither head, which, if you guys don't know, is a part of another mod that I have installed that adds a bunch of different mob heads to the game. They don't grant you any special abilities or anything. They're literally just for decoration, but I figured maybe in the future, something along the lines of I collected every head in Minecraft would be a cool video title. I mean, just look at this menu here. There are literally hundreds of them, so maybe that is something we save for a future project. But anyways, we're just going to head back to the overworld and get that beacon crafted up. Now we're going to start heading back over to where we're going to start building the mining district. Did a horse drown? I know I was gonna say, I know skeletons spawn on them, but I thought that maybe it had to be during a rainstorm or something. I don't know. Fortunately, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. But anyways, we're heading up to the mountains real quick because I need to search these areas for some more iron because we need to be able to fully complete the beacon, and I have finally run out of iron. I don't have enough anymore, so we need to collect a bunch of that. Alright, and using our fancy schmancy new shulker boxes, we have got a bunch of stone, cobblestone, and we have almost 5 whole stacks of iron ore, which is absolutely insane. So we're going to be taking that back down to the base, breaking it up, and seeing just how much we get. Everybody, leave your guesses in the comments right now. Tell me how much iron you think we're going to get from this stack of ore. And the answer, almost 10 stacks. That's insane. That should get us all the way through, maybe. I don't know, we might be a couple blocks short, but we'll see. Now I just gotta spend the next couple of minutes getting this all smelted in the blast furnace. Alright, so we ended up with 2 stacks and 33 blocks of iron, which annoyingly, I believe, is just like 3 to 6 blocks short. I think a full iron beacon requires 2 stacks and either 36 or 39 blocks. So that's incredibly annoying, but I'm not too worried about that. I'm just going to search all of our other chests around the world, and I definitely have some iron hidden elsewhere, so I just have to find it and we should be good to go. So let's come to the top of the hill here, right next to the wheat fields, and we'll start building up this beacon. I love the sound of beacons powering up, dude, and it's especially satisfying. I don't know, just the first time you load one up in a world, hearing that noise is just perfect. One of my favorite parts of the game. But let's throw an emerald in there and get ourselves haste 2. And now it's time to start terraforming the mining district. And while we do this, I'm going to address the comment of the day, or rather the comments of the day, because a lot of you guys were pointing this out. But at the end of last episode, I talked about the possibility of installing custom resource packs to change the colors of certain types of leaves in the game. Most notably, changing the dark oak leaves to be red and the birch leaves to be yellow. And so I've been spending a lot of time thinking about what I want to do with this, but a lot of you guys pointed out that the resource packs I had in the last video really didn't work. You guys pretty much agreed with me in what I was saying, in that the leaves were too bright and the trees that I made almost kind of look like Christmas trees, not like they had fall leaves on them. So one of the things I'm considering doing, and the thing I think I'm going to do, is actually use a shader pack to change leaves when I want to get specific visuals. In fact, BSL shaders actually have a season setting where the leaves will change colors depending on what season it is in the resource pack and shader pack. And this was brought to my attention by a YouTuber named Witty, so a quick shout out to him. He's also got some really cool videos on his channel, and right now he still has less than 1,000 subscribers, so go give him some support because he's a really good builder and I like the stuff he's got. But yeah, anyways, I think I'm going to refrain from using custom resource packs for now to change the leaves and possibly rely on shaders, something that is more consistent and fits the theme of the world a bit better, but we'll see as time goes on. Anyways, back to the video. Alright, that beacon was definitely a lifesaver. This actually only took me about an hour and a half of mining to get this entire hill gone, but this looks absolutely insane. It looks a little weird right now because the terrain is all flat and I haven't worked out all the details, but this is a really good start and is going to give us a good idea of what we're going to be working with. And I mean, just standing against the wall here, let me zoom the camera out. You can really get a feel for the scale of this thing. It's just absolutely huge. But we're actually going to start making this thing even bigger by marking out another area for a lower section of the mine. I want this to have about 3 levels to it. That way we can have a bunch of things that are visually interesting going on. Like, I'd like to have the top level be primarily residential buildings and things. The secondary level be forges and whatnot, places where all the ores are actually getting smelted down. And then finally, the lowest level is going to be where all of the mining takes place, and that is again where the entrances to our strip mines are going to go. And I think that's a decent shape to start with. Trust me, this will look a lot better when it's done, but let's keep going. But now we're gonna head back to the starter base for a quick minute and get a bunch of tough blocks using our new shulker boxes. I'm so happy we have shulker boxes again, man. I needed this storage so bad, it's not even funny. But anyways, we're going to gather some tuff. We're also going to take all the andesite we can get our hands on as well, because we're going to be needing that. And I'm going to finally be using all of the wool that we've been collecting from the sheep farm, because we need some light gray wool as well. And I'm going to be using the light gray wool to create highlights on the rocks. So hopefully that will look good, a way to simulate light. What the f was he doing? Why? Okay, wait. Speak, bro. Why are all the animals in this world tweaking out, man. They all have issues. It was the dolphin last episode. It's the skeleton horses this episode. For some reason, it seems like they all like to show me what kind of tricks they can do. But anyways, let's kill some of these squids, get some ink sacs for black dye, and then we'll combine that with white dye to get light gray dye. And then we'll dye the wool. Lots of dye. There we go. We got a good bit collected. Now let's just make all the dye. I need to find a different word to describe what I'm doing right now. And we will dye. Okay, that's it. I'm done. We're getting the light gray wool and we're moving on. So now that I have all the blocks collected, I'm going to be using some rock presets that I made to help me design and outline the shape of, again, the rock formations in the actual mining district themselves. I do want them to look natural, but I also want them to be kind of squared off in certain places to make it look like they have actually been mined out and like there are people actively working on them. And if you're interested in getting access to this rock pack, you can find it over on my Patreon. And with most of the rock work done, this place is looking a lot cooler. Now, I've left an empty crevice in the side of the mountain here because I would eventually like to put like a cracked open amethyst geode in there. I think it would be pretty cool. And there may or may not also be some lore elements going on there with the amethyst crystals, but we'll get to that in another episode. For now, I need to start getting ready for the actual buildings that are going to be in this area. So we're going to start by getting some deep slate tiles ready for the roofs. And over the past couple of days, I've been live streaming a lot and I actually collected a ton of dead coral blocks. So we're going to be using those as stone textures. And I also spent a lot of time during my lives mining dark oak wood in dark oak wood forest. So we're going to take some time here placing all of those logs down and converting them to their stripped variants. With all the blocks ready to go, it's time to start building the first structures that are going to be going in this area, which is actually some medieval kind of almost townhouse looking buildings. And I'm going to have these lining the right portion of the area here. And this is meant to be the residential part of the mining district. So the story of the world goes that this area is so rich in resources that the villagers have basically been mining here for years. So in order to make the process more efficiently, they decided to move a bunch of the blacksmith and miner villagers right to the mining district and set up kind of temporary housing for them so they don't have to walk very far to and from their actual homes and their jobs. They're just right there when they need to be. I think it's a really fun way to add some story to the world while also adding a cool visual element to this place. I think these things look really cool now that they're done. I'm saving all of the finer details for more towards the end of the video. I'm going to basically build up all of the skeletons of the buildings first, and then I'm going to go back in and add, flower boxes, windows, things like that later. But for now, we're going to start working on the pathway that's right outside of the houses here. And I'm going to do that by just knocking this hill back a bit, adding in some path blocks and some coarse dirt, and just overall shaping up the area. I'd also like to add a couple of stone staircases leading up to some of the entrances of the townhouses, just to give us more layers to work with. And as we go along, I'm also going to be adding some spruce slabs and some spruce trap doors to make the experience of walking up and down the hill a little bit smoother. It's not going to be perfect because it's so steep. We are still going to have to jump in certain spots, but this will definitely help make it look better and feel quite a bit smoother. I'm also going to be adding some fences in some places as well, where the pathway is kind of really high off the ground to protect anybody from, well, obviously falling off and plummeting to their death, because that wouldn't be great. And I do plan to actually have villagers here, so this needs to be dummy proof eventually too. This is the first step of that. And there we go. I think that adds a lot. That looks really good. I'm happy with the way this is going. But now it's time to get started on the next structure, which we're going to be building. And this structure is actually one of my most favorite builds that I've ever designed. I know I say that about a lot of my builds, but as far as, small-ish little houses go, this is definitely my favorite one. And so not only is this going to be the primary entrance to our main mine shaft, but off to the right, we're also going to have this absolutely massive forge area with these really tall smokestacks, and eventually we are going to place a super smelter inside there. And you guys will see at the end of this, I think it turns out really cool. All right, yeah, that is definitely a really good start. I love how the smokestacks kind of blend into the rocks. I really wanted to make it look like this building was kind of carved out of the mountain, and then some wood and other blocks were just kind of placed on top of it, and I think I got that look down pretty well. But the only problem is that I only designed the front of it and not the back. So we have this big open space on the back here that we need to come in with some of our other blocks, and we need to, one, complete the roof, and then we need to add some more little details with some rock work to make it all blend seamlessly together. But we'll just bring the roof across in the back here using some more deep slate tiles and cobbled deep slate stairs, and then we will fill in the empty part of the roof with some calcite and diorite and stripped dark oak wood, and then we can put in some of the smaller details. But there we go, I think that looks good. Now what I want to do is actually come over to the smokestacks here and use some walls to help create more of a chimney look. We're eventually going to have campfires with hay bales under them, so we actually get proper smokestacks, but we're going to leave it for now. And with that, I also want to come down to the mine entrance here and hollow out a bit more of a hallway and just get it shaped up a little bit better. It's not going to stay like this forever, but for now I think it'll do. All right, and that should be good for the moment. I'm going to leave some of the other smaller decorations, like including buttons and fences for windows and scaffolding for windows and things like that, more towards the end of the video, but this place is definitely coming along now. Now, the next building I'm going to make is another smaller forge off to the right below the residential area. Now this time I actually decided to include an outdoor forge. This way we could have some lava or magma blocks kind of lighting up that area and being visible from outside. And I also really liked the look of this build that I came up with. I added a little balcony on the front as well as a kind of secondary house off to the right. And again, I think it works pretty well and looks almost seamless with the terrain. All right, and with that done, we're moving on to the next portion of this side of the project, which is actually touching up some of the rock work around the outdoor forge. I do like the rock work I came up with along the outer edges of the trench, but a lot of the rocks run too close to the entrances to the buildings and to the forges themselves, so we have to remove them in some places to make sure we can actually traverse this area and get to where we need to go. But fortunately, that shouldn't take too long. And speaking of traversing the area, I'm now going to mark out the next place we're going to have a bunch of pathways, and I kind of want the pathways to loop around the entire secondary level here. I think that would look pretty cool. It's also going to add a bit more color to the area. It's going to break up all the blacks and grays that we have, and it's going to add in some lighter tones of brown. I mean, we already have a bunch of light tones with brown, but the ground right now feels way too smooth to be a natural mining area, so we're going to try to break it up with this. And I'm going to be using the same pathway I used on the right side of the build with regular coarse dirt, some path blocks, but I'm also going to be throwing in some packed mud in places as well, and eventually I may also add some cobblestone and andesite just to give us more texture. Now on the outer edge of this pathway, especially near the water, I'm going to be replacing all of the grass with stone because I really want it to look like that there's basically nothing growing in this area because there's just so much work being done, so many people walking everywhere, rocks being dragged from place to place. It would make sense that no grass could grow here. There we go. I think that is a pretty decent start. I'm definitely liking the way this looks a lot more. We're also eventually going to have some buildings down on the bottom here, so I'm not too worried about the area looking flat. We actually need it to be flat. This is one of the only times I actually see super smooth terrain as a good thing. But now we'll just come to the back portion of the mining area here, and we'll make the same pathway design looping around the entire area. All right, so this is looking a lot better, and it's really starting to look cool. I'm getting very excited. So now what I want to do is come to the top of the area here and build a bit of a platform and start connecting it with some stripped spruce logs. This is going to be a giant piece of scaffolding. I it debated having this be a lift, but I think I'm actually just going to have this be a giant enclosed stairway. That way we can have a bunch of different levels to this thing to access different areas of the mine, and we'll have a simple way to walk from the top to the bottom and vice versa of the mining area without actually having to walk through the residential district. But now that we got all the support pillars in place, I'm going to attempt to work upwards in kind of a broken spiral type of shape with slabs for our stairs. It's not going to be perfectly consistent. I also kind of want this to look like it was just thrown together. So there are going to be some places that are uneven, but it will generally follow the same pattern all the way to the top. And now that that's done, I'm going to come in and use a bunch of staircases to create some diagonal kind of support looking beams. And then I'm going to take some fences and place them all in between those support beams to add, again, more support. I want this to look very chaotic, like there's a bunch of things going on, and I think this will look cool. I hope this will look cool. This is one of those times where I didn't design things beforehand, so I'm kind of just winging it as I go along. Hopefully this turns out well. We'll see. We'll just see. Let me get back to it. Okay, that actually doesn't look that bad. I think it looks a little bulky for right now, but once we start adding other things around it again, I think it's going to work pretty well. I also still have to decorate and detail it, so that is a factor we have to consider as well. But for now, I'm going to head to the top of the scaffolding, and I'm going to build a railing out of oak fences, spruce and spruce trapdoors. And so before we finish up on the finer details of this thing, I want to come down to about a quarter of the way up, and I want to start building out a little platform here where some more mining villagers are going to be building on, and I want to make it look like they have extended the scaffolding outwards on this level a little bit to help them access the giant amethyst geode that we're going to have going here. So I'm just going to cover this in spruce trapdoors, and then I'm going to add some fences for support pillars, and I'm actually going to add 2 in a row here to hopefully make it look like there's some kind of ladder going up to this thing. And then I'm going to throw in some fence gates for some more support, and in addition to that, I'm going to come in with some oak trapdoors to add some variation in the texture of the platforms. But there we go. I think that looks decent for now. It is definitely helping to add to the shape of the scaffolding, so I'm happy with that. Now we're going to go back over to the scaffolding and add some things like trapdoors into the mix to help make it look a bit more realistic. And there we go. That actually did a lot for the build. I'm really starting to like this. Now, up at the top here above the scaffolding, I want to include another little forge with a house attached to it. I was originally going to include a tavern here, but the tavern I designed in one of my live streams is actually way too big, which is really unfortunate because I really loved the design that me and Stream Chat came up with. So we're going to be saving that for another video, possibly including it in somewhere else in another town that we'll build on this island. But yeah, I've decided to replace it with what is going to be a little forge where the blacksmiths actually sell all of their weapons to people who are traveling by. Instead of weapons, I may actually have this be a hoe and shovel and pickaxe type of shop, because it would make sense that the majority of people who are traveling this road up at the top of the mining district live right near the farming area. So it would make sense if farming tools were sold here, but I'll get to designing the interior of this in another video because that's going to be a long process. For now, I'm just going to get both of the bases of the build started and go from there. But alright, with that little structure done, it's time to move on another part of this build, which is going to be taking place at the top here, and we are actually going to be building a crane. Now, this thing is meant to be here to lift all of the mined materials up from the bottom of the base up to the top, where again, they can be extracted, smelted down, and a bunch of other different things. Now, in the spirit of full disclosure, this is not my crane design, although it's also not 100% accurate to the original design that I found, and I have have absolutely no idea whose base design this is. I actually just found an image on Google and it wasn't labeled as anything, and there were no links to any other kind of social media. So I have no idea who came up with the skeleton design of this crane. So I do apologize for taking your build, whoever you are. Of course, I am going to be making my own changes to it, so I'm not going to be directly copying, but I gotta tell you guys, medieval machinery in particular is a category that I really need to work on. I still struggle with this a lot, which is astounding because a lot of the builds I make are medieval based, so you'd think I'd be better at designing my own machines at this point, but I am not. So there's definitely an area to be improved there. So there we go. I think that definitely fits the bill. So now what I'm going to do is quickly come back down to the bottom of the area here, and I'm going to start marking the foundations for what are going to be some more residential buildings and a storage building, actually. But with the foundations for these buildings set up, it's time to actually get to constructing them. Now, we're going to start on the main diagonal building here, which again is going to be the kind of storage house place. I don't know. Okay, so this is a little confusing. We're not actually going to be storing a lot of blocks in this small little place. This is mainly just going to be for decoration. We're going to store all of our stone blocks and stone type blocks elsewhere, but I still think this would look cool. So we're just going to keep raising this up a couple of blocks, and then we're going to get into building the rest of it and raising up the other two little houses that we have over here, which are going to be where more villagers live. With that, I want to move over to the left side of the mining district here, and I want to add another pathway leading up to the top of the base. And in order to make this pathway stand out, we're going to have to add some more rocks behind the main forge to kind of cover up the remainder of the grass blocks. And then we're just going to come in again with some more path blocks and coarse dirt for the actual walkway itself. And I'm also going to do some terraforming over to the left here, but I am going to leave a little bit more grass on this side since it is more towards the area of the fishing village. So I think some smaller rock formations with grass and possibly moss growing on top of them would look better for this portion of the build. And I gotta be honest, the shape of the hill, especially down towards the bottom here, isn't exactly what I need, so we're definitely going to be doing a bit more terraforming, raising the land up in some places and then pushing it back in others. And then, of course, we have to come in with some spruce slabs and some spruce trapdoors to help make the transition of the walkway a lot smoother. But I gotta tell you, that actually, when I was building that, it didn't feel right, but it looks really good from above. I love the way that this is all kind of turning into a giant oval or a giant circle. I'm liking it. But with that right portion of the walkway handled, we now need to tackle the rest of this grassy area down at the bottom. And I gotta be honest, I really don't like how it bulges out the way it does. So we're actually going to knock down the retaining wall on the left side that prevents us from getting to the fishing village. And we're going to completely clear out all the grass and dirt and begin raising up another pathway. And in between these two pathways, eventually at some point today, we're going to add in another little mining area with perhaps maybe a bunch of coal or iron being extracted. Alright, so taking a break real quick from working on the pathways, I have managed to complete these 3 little outdoor forges here again. I really like the way these look. The diagonal one isn't great, but we're just going to ignore it. We're not really going to be able to see all the fine details when we're just walking by quickly or looking at this place from far away, so I'm going to stick with it for now. But I do still quickly have to connect them to the ground, but that shouldn't take long. And with that done and my energy for building mines restored, we can move back over to this other little mining area that we just made, and we can start placing in some more scaffolding and some more staircases. And this time around, I'm actually going to use campfires as the scaffolding to try that out and see what it looks like, which I can tell you right now, it's already looking a lot cooler. And we're just going to do this in a couple of places to add more life to the build. I'm also going to throw some barrels down on the ground as well, and I'm going to throw throw in some patches of coal ore to make it look like the villagers have built up to the coal because they're trying to mine it and extract it. But there we go. I think this looks really good. Who would have thought that this tiny little area off to the left side here would add so much to the build? But now it's time to do what I've been waiting for the entirety of this project, which is going out and finding some amethyst geodes so we can collect amethyst to make an even bigger amethyst geode in the side of the mountain. Now, I have done so much mining in this world that I do know where 2 geodes are located. However, I don't know if this is going to be nearly enough amethyst for us to complete the project. But we're going to start by mining out the first one, and then we'll build with the blocks we have. And if we don't have enough, we can go out and locate the second one and use that one's resources to complete the project. We shouldn't honestly need more than 2. I'm really hoping we don't need more than 2, but we'll play it by ear and see how things go. Alright, so with the first amethyst geode done, we're going to start working on the bigger rock here, and we're going to take some of the smooth basalt we got and make an outline around the area. I really want it to look like that this geode has just been cracked open by blast mining. I think that would look pretty cool. So yeah, we'll just start with an outline of 1 or 2 blocks of smooth basalt. Then we can work our way inside a little bit and start adding a layer of calcite that's been built up. And then finally, we can start replacing all of these blocks on the interior here with amethyst. And now eventually I would like to build my own custom cave biome, and I would actually like this geode to be the entrance of it. I'm not sure when I'll be able to get to this project. I'm sure it's still a few months out, but a custom cave biome completely based around amethyst would be really, really cool. And there's also some lore with the amethyst in this world, so I think it would make sense if the majority of this island was above a bunch of giant amethyst geodes. And the way I'm explaining the story is that the amethyst is actually what gives the wizards and everybody who lives here their magical abilities. The entire island is meant to be built on a giant, like, amethyst meteorite, so I think that would be pretty cool if we actually did add some custom biomes that were just nothing but giant amethyst clusters everywhere. But that is a very ambitious project and definitely a ways away. But anyways, I think this thing looks pretty good. In fact, it looks really good. Now, unfortunately, as good as this looks, we do not have enough amethyst, so we have to go out and find the other amethyst geode, collect all of its resources, and then head back home to continue working. But with that done, the next thing I want to do is head to the bottom of the giant trench we made, and I actually want to have a bunch more amethyst geodes kind of weaving in and out in kind of like a serpent-shaped pattern all throughout the bottom of the build. So we're going to use all that brand new amethyst that we just got to do that. And then we're also going to completely cover the floor in some custom terrain. We're going to be throwing in a bunch of different slabs and stairs and different rock variants like cobblestone and andesite to make it look like the bottom of the ravine is actively being mined out, and so there will be a bunch of inconsistent patterns and weird shapes in the rocks. And there we go. I think that's a good start. We still have to add all the other amethyst geodes, but as far as texturing goes, this is looking pretty good. But as good as it looks, it could always look better, so we're going to finish adding all those extra geodes that I was just talking about, and then we can get to working on some other stuff. And by working on some other stuff, I mean adding some more scaffolding over to this portion of the ravine here. We're going to build it up in the same manner that we did with the bigger one, but this one's going to be a bit more janky looking and a bit more open. it's gonna look more dangerous. Basically, we're not going to have it completely covered in. We're just going to use fences and fence gates to kind of provide a little bit of a railing every now and again. And then on a couple of different levels here, we're going to come in with some more scaffolding, both made out of campfires and trapdoors. We're also just going to build up a couple more of these scaffolding places in other areas around the bottom of the ravine. And I also want to come across the center of the area here and build what looks like a bridge for mine carts. And I plan to add actual moving mine carts to this thing. I think it would be really neat to have a moving element in this build. I would honestly like to do a bunch of these, but I don't think I have the time. I am running out of time for this video, so we'll have to save that for something else. But this one giant bridge should suffice for now. And so now, finally coming into the home stretch of this build, I'm going to add a little bit of another scaffolding staircase that kind of runs along the side of one of these bigger geodes. I think this would look pretty cool and add a bit of a unique shape to the area as well. But once this is done, the area is basically going to be complete. So the last thing we'll have to do is just come in with a bunch of little small decorations and details and finish rounding out the build. And I'll most likely do that in a live stream or off camera. So I'm going to go ahead and get that started, and I will come back to you guys with the build complete. And so that is going to do it for today's episode. I hope you guys have enjoyed. I went around the base adding a bunch of new things. I even added like a little foreman's house down at the bottom of the ravine, a couple of little bridges like leading over the amethyst clusters, added some TNT with some red candles to look like dynamite, a bunch of barrels and ores thrown all over the place, some minecart tracks, and I did add the moving minecart just like I wanted, and I think it turned out great. Now again, I know the interiors of these buildings are not done, and for a lot of you that's going to be pretty disappointing, but we will be doing all of these interiors during my live stream, so keep that in mind and make sure you have your channel notifications on. Also, if you haven't already and you really enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing to the channel. I want to thank you all so much for providing me with this opportunity. Becoming a full-time YouTuber is almost a reality for me. It's just around the corner, and this is a dream that I've been chasing for over 10 years. So to finally be right there, to have that goal within my grasp is a very surreal feeling. So thank you for everything that you have done for me, and I really truly do hope that my content is enough to repay you for what you've done. I figured it would be very fitting if today we tackled the entertainment district of the island. This is without a doubt going to be the most complex and most colorful build we have ever made in this series, and I am really looking forward to it. And I do briefly want to thank you all for 100,000 subscribers, but I'll talk more about that in another video. For now, let's get started on prepping the area for all of these buildings. And we're going to begin by finally clearing out the rest of the forest that's on the island. Everything is going to go. Every last tree. And they all need to go. This place definitely looks really weird with all the trees missing, but we're gonna fix that. And we're gonna start fixing that by taking some grass blocks and some dirt blocks and filling in a bunch of these creeper holes and helping to flatten and smooth out the land a bit more, just so that it looks better and so that we have some extra room to work with when we're building all of these new structures. I'm also going to briefly spend some time bone mealing some of our remaining spruce saplings, and we're just going to chop down all these tall spruce wood trees to get all the spruce wood we'll need for this first build. The next thing we're going to need to prep for this is a bunch of calcite. Now, I already have a lot of calcite, but I've mentioned before that the mega base that is eventually going to go here is going to match the style of our starter base. So it's going to be made out of white wool, diorite, and of course calcite. So having that information in the back of my mind, I want to be able to save as much of our calcite as possible for that build. So we're going to go fly out to another mountain range and try to find some more. go, we filled up a couple of shulker boxes, so now we can safely head home. I gotta tell you, man, this mining area is looking so good, especially at night with all the lanterns glowing and the sparkling coming from the amethyst. So sick. But anyways, we're going to pick one of these mine entrances that I created here, and we're actually going to start digging down to see what we can find. And what we're looking for now is actually what I briefly talked about earlier. We need a bunch of diorite. So we'll just dig out this hallway, collecting any coal and iron we find along the way as well. And I think we found a pocket here, so I'm going to get to work on completely hollowing this out. And there we go. We almost have 2 full shulker boxes. Shulker boxes. Shulker. Just speak. And there we go. We have almost 2 shulker boxes full of diorite, so I think we're good to head back to the surface because that should be enough for this one building. And as I search through these other chests looking for the supplies that I know I already have that we'll need, such as stone and cobblestone, I want to tell you about this first building we're making. And seeing as though we're getting ready to celebrate 100,000 subscribers, I figured it would make the most sense if the first thing we built in this project was an automated rocket farm. So basically, this farm is going to house a sugarcane farm and be the main storage unit for all of our gunpowder, and we're actually going to use some auto crafters at some point today to help us, well, automatically craft rockets. That way we'll always be able to fly around in our elytra without having to worry about running out of fuel. Oh, and we're also going to make it so that we can launch proper fireworks out of this building to put on full brightly colored firework displays for holidays and things that can be seen from anywhere in the city. But unfortunately, before we can get to starting on that, I have run out of tuff, so we're heading back down into the mine shafts. We're going to create a new branch underground here, and we're going to go all the way down to deep slate and start looking for as much tuff as we can possibly get our hands on. With the tuff collected, the next thing we need is some mud blocks to create packed mud. So we're going to be flying over to the mangrove swamp to collect some of that, and then we'll be heading back home to the wheat farm to help us craft up some of that packed mud. There has definitely been a lot of back and forth in this episode so far. Unfortunately, that trend does not stop now, as we need to head to the nether to collect the next block on our list, which is basalt. And I gotta tell you, no amount of hours of playing this game will ever make me not afraid of the nether, especially in hardcore. And now that we have an elytra, flying around in the nether just sounds like a recipe for disaster, so I gotta really be careful. But with that basalt collected, we are finally ready to begin building the firework farm. And so we're going to begin by getting an outline of the foundation down just so we can visualize where each part of this build is going to go. And the first thing we're actually going to build is kind of like this front entrance little area with another side entrance slash shack kind of made out of wood off to the right. And now a lot of this build is going to mimic the style of actual houses because I wanted to make it look like the villager family that lives here built their living quarters around the firework forge that they work in. So the plan is to have a bunch of house-like structures attached to these 2 giant pillars sticking out of the center of the build. And moving on from the front of the build, we're going to go directly to the right-hand side here, and we're just going to build up a couple more house-looking structures, and we're also going to be adding some like pillars or giant furnace kind of looking structures in the back, and I'll explain what those are for later. Continuing forward, we're moving to the back side of the build where we're going to build up 2 more pillars, a couple more little house pieces, and we're also going to be building another wooden part of the build to kind of just break up that stone and diorite palette that we have going on here. And we're also going to start building a bridge, which is also going to act as kind of a tunnel off to the right. And finally, we're going to complete that tunnel and bridge section and connect it to another pillar off to the left side of the build. We're also going to add 2 additional sections to the top of these pillars or forges, and we're going to complete the bridge by filling it in with some oak planks and stripped oak wood. Now I know what you guys are thinking, Incy, there are holes everywhere. This is not... What are you doing? Well, if you've been around the channel for a while now, I'm sure you guys already understand that the way I build, it is very much, as I always say, a trust the process type of scenario. I have plans for this and it's going to be really cool, but there are some other things we need to get done first. And we're going to begin by placing a lot of smaller details around the build, like adding trapdoors as more decoration, scaffolding for windows, mud brick walls for support beams, more trapdoors for window shutters, blackstone buttons to act as nails, spruce fence gates to act as support, also taking a quick photo shoot break to really appreciate the beauty of our creeper farm. God, I love this thing. And then just adding in some more buttons, some more fence gates, and of course some more scaffolding. I'm also going to come up to the top of the roofs here and add in some more trapdoors to give us more of that like kind of spined roof look that I did in the mining district. I think it looks pretty cool, and although we did it with stone last time, we're just going to try it out with some wood this time around. But now we're going to come to the inside of the tunnel here, and we're going to start by lining both sides of the entrance with trapdoors. And we're also going to be adding a bunch of stairs to the top as well that correspond with the nearest block on the outside of the entrance. That way it will blend seamlessly and we'll get a pretty cool kind of curved shape to the build. But then we'll just come in and finish off with those trapdoors I was talking about, and that definitely looks a lot better. We're also going to add some regular fences as windows in the middle bridge section here. I could have done scaffolding again, but I like to break up my window structures in my builds. I don't like them all looking the same. And then we're going to take some time to fill in some of the smaller holes that I have dotted around the build. I left these empty to make room for stairs and wall variants of different blocks to make it look like the building has kind of been falling apart over the years. You know, some bricks are missing every now and again to add a little bit of extra detail and depth to the build. I also love how when you're walking through this tunnel, you get a perfect frame of the creeper farm. I think that view was so cool. I'm also going to come to the top here and add a bunch of walls to the top of these kind of like chute structures. Now, these centerpieces are actually going to be where we fire off the fireworks for our big shows and displays that we'll eventually be putting on here in the city. I think having them centered directly in the middle of the build would make the most sense. And the three other chutes in the back of the build that I was talking about earlier, those are also meant to look like firework chutes as well. So although they're not going to be functional, I figured it would be pretty cool if we included three more, just again, to add more of an interesting look to the build. But with that done, it's time to fill in the bigger holes that you guys are seeing in the build. And I'm going to prepare you now. This segment of the video is going to get very messy because I am going to be trying out some new building techniques and really playing around with a bunch of different colors, so we'll see how this goes. But we're going to start by heading home and grabbing some cocoa beans for brown dye. I'm also going to need some white dye, some roses for red dye. Of course, we're going to need lapis for blue dye, and we're going to need to combine that with red dye to get purple dye. I'm also going to have to whip up a jungle tree, that way we can grow some more of those cocoa beans to get more brown dye. And I'm also going to be requiring some bamboo blocks, weirdly enough. Also in need of yellow dye. I am going to require some packed ice as well. I told you it was going to get weird. And to add to that weirdness, we're also going to need some cherry logs, some blocks of clay, and finally we're going to need a bunch of sand to smelt into glass. Now I'm going to spend a few minutes collecting a bunch of other blocks I need, like for example cherry planks, stripped cherry logs, and a bunch of different kinds of colored wool and colored glass. But with that done, I'm going to fire up Lightmatica and load in the preset I built to help me make this build. And I'm going to start just placing these blocks in different gradients around the build on the outside, and then covering them with different colored stained glass. And the goal is to create a situation where it looks like a bunch of colored dye and gunpowder has been flung all over the building. You know, we're going to be having a bunch of fireworks shot off from this area, so I thought it would only make sense that, you know, some of those colors spill out and don't land properly and actually end up hitting the build, staining it a bunch of different colors. I'm also going to take a quick moment to use some stained glass panes on the center of the build to again make it look like more color is streaming down the bridge area. And from afar, I think that works really well. Now, of course, when you zoom in, you're going to be able to see the individual blocks and it's going to look a lot more messy, but that's not where we're primarily going to be viewing this thing from, and that's what we have to keep in mind. That definitely added the splash of interesting colors that I was looking for, and it just helps to bring more character to the build. At least I think it does. But with the main part of this build basically complete, we're going to go ahead and move on to the terrain to make everything look smoother. And we're just going to replace as much of the sand as we possibly can with grass. And then we're actually going to start extending said grass to give us an opportunity to build more of a steeper cliffside that actually heads into the ocean. With all that grass placed, we're just going to come in here now and start layering some stone, while of course avoiding all of the hostile mobs that are spawning under the grass I placed. I don't know why I didn't put torches under there, but I'm definitely paying for that mistake now. But we're just going to keep going here with a couple layers of stone, and then we're going to come in with a bunch of stone slabs and stone stairs to help smooth out the transition. And the first portion of these rocks looks so good that I decided to extend this design all the way towards the back of the build and wrapping around the left side of it. Alright, so I have a bunch of blocks left over from the build itself, so I'm going to reuse a lot of these and actually build a little dock behind the firework farm. And I figured it would make sense to have a dock here since our creeper farm is just across the water, and one way or another this city or civilization would need to transport gunpowder from the creeper farm to where the fireworks are made. So if we had a little receiving and loading dock here, I think that would be pretty cool. Now this one isn't going to be anywhere near as complicated as the bigger one in the fishing village, but I think it'll still add a little bit of story building to the world here. Alright, I definitely think this looks okay and will do for now. I'm not really the biggest fan of the overall shape of it. I think it's a little too simple, but as far as the decorations go, I think we knocked it out of the park. I also added one of my janky little ship builds here too. But anyways, it's time that we move on to the meat and bones of this project, which is actually building the sugarcane farms on the inside, which are going to produce paper. And we're going to do this by using a combination of pistons, observers, and redstone. This is a very simple classic sugarcane farm design. You all have probably seen this before. We're going to go ahead and fill up this first tower with a bunch of these just stacked on top of each other. And then towards the bottom, we're just going to add a bunch of hoppers to catch all of the falling sugarcane. Now's the time that we make our first ever auto crafter in the series. And I gotta be honest, I really don't know how these things work. I know I need two of them, one to create paper and then the other one to create the fireworks out of the paper and gunpowder, and we need ways to funnel each block into them and make it all work together. This is going to get really complicated, and I don't know what I'm doing, but we're going to try for it anyways. But alright, I think I got everything working, and if we look in this barrel, yes, it is creating fireworks. That's so cool. I'm so glad that works the way it does. But now, off in the side entrance here, I have this chest hooked up to a bunch of hoppers. Now, this is where we're going to be storing our gunpowder. And we're going to have the gunpowder basically funneling in from this giant storage room, going into the auto crafter itself. So we're just going to finish off this storage room real quick. I know I really don't do interiors in these videos, but I figured I'd treat you guys a little bit since it's the 100K special. Might as well show off some interior building. And then we can also make some slabs for some shelves. And we can take out the floor and replace that with some stone, cobblestone, and tough blocks. And then we'll just start throwing some barrels and chests down. And we'll go ahead and put in a roof to separate the storage room from what could be a little housing section of the build. And I also want to design a ladder over here. And so if we place these two fences against a bunch of chests and slabs, they actually won't connect to them. So it'll give the appearance of an actual floating ladder. And that way we can have a bit more of a 3D element instead of having just like a regular ladder plastered up on one of the sides of the walls. And we'll just go ahead and finish off this back wall here. And then the last thing we need to do is just transport all of our gunpowder storage from the creeper farm over to the actual gunpowder storage room. Now, once again, I'm going to build another interior. That's 2 interiors in one day, guys. You're getting the full treatment today. The real Incy experience. But yeah, I'm just going to spend some time decorating the entrance to this build here, kind of like the small workshop area. And I'm going to start by placing some bamboo blocks down with some trapdoors around it. I'm trying to make it look like these are the tubes that the gunpowder is actually shoved into that helps create the rocket. I don't know how well that's going to look. We're probably going to end up putting candles on top of these later, but we're going to rock with it and see how it turns out. I'm also going to use some item frames, and I do have the invisible item frame texture pack, so I'm going to use some of these to help create some hanging tools. Could also put like a shovel in the corner there to just, you know, some kind of tool or hand shovel to show like somebody's trying to, you know, scoop the gunpowder and put them into the barrel things. I don't know. I'm kind of winging it here. And I'd also like to create some kind of mixer off to the side. Well, this is going to take me a couple of attempts. And then we're also going to place in some barrels of dyed gunpowder too. Well, I mean, it's actually dyed concrete powder, but you know what I mean. And then finally, the last thing we need to do is create a couple of short clocks next to dispensers in the wooden bridge section of the build here. And this is what is eventually going to be our firework launching system. Now we're going to hook it up to a much more complicated system later, but for now this will do. Well, with that, I think this firework farm is done. And if you want to see the full display in full effect, you're going to have to watch towards the end of the video, because trust me, you're not going to want to miss that. But with that, it's time to get moving on to the next part of this project.
And we're actually going to be removing something instead of building something for this next part, namely this big piece of pink highlighted land here. I actually really would like for the entertainment district to be kind of separated from the main island itself, because we are going to be having other villager housing and living areas over here. So I kind of want to separate the place where people have fun and where people live. So we're going to be building this big ravine, kind of a giant cut in the ground that stretches the length of the island. And eventually we'll have a bridge connecting the 2 different places, but for now we're just going to dig it out and then build it back up a little bit to make it look pretty. Alright, so we have made quite a bit of progress. We have all the room we'll need to build back up the rock formations that I want. And I left these walls on the right and left side of the ravine here just to prevent any water from flowing in while we're actually building up the surfaces of the rocks. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start with some mud and deep slate. And we're going to use this mud and deep slate to line the bottom of the river to make the river look deeper than it actually is. It's going to give it a much darker color, so it'll give the illusion of depth. And speaking of depth, if you want to dive deeper into the lore and content of youtube.com/Incy, I recommend checking out my Patreon page. For just $3 a month, you get access to things like member shoutouts, behind the scenes videos and content, exclusive Discord roles, and early access to ad-free versions of all my YouTube videos. And for $10 a month, you get access to all those previously mentioned things, as well as the downloads to all my build schematics and world files. And I'd also like to give a shout out to all my current Patreon members and channel members. Your support is essential in keeping the channel going, so I really appreciate everything you do for me. Alright, so the rock work is done, and all the mud and deep slate and stone and tuff and cobblestone, all the different blocks I used are all in place. Now it's time for us to go in and fill in all the water.
Now that we have the island separated into two and we have all the water in place, I want to build a bit of a wall and a gatehouse on the entertainment district side of the island. And eventually we'll probably have another wall on the other side as well. I think it would be pretty cool if you have to cross through two different gatehouses in order to get to the entertainment district. But for now, we're just going to start with one. And I'm going to build this thing up by starting with cobblestone at the bottom, transitioning to stone, and then andesite towards the top. And I'm also going to be using some basalt and deep slate as well as tough blocks to help me create some shadows. I'm also going to use stone bricks for a little bit of extra detail and texture, and then I want to have a couple of spires or towers dotted throughout the wall. And I'm going to be using an assortment of spruce blocks and mud brick blocks to help get some brown tones in there. And then to stay consistent with the theme of the rest of the builds on the island, I'm going to be using calcite and diorite to add in some white coloring too. And for the towers, I actually decided to put some roofs on them, and I made them look as sloped and as pointy as possible. The reason why I'm doing this is because this is the entertainment district. I want it to be a little bit more fun and whimsical than everywhere else on the island, and I think that gets that message across pretty well. But since the majority of the wall is now done, I just have to go in with some stairs here to help finish off kind of the border, or I guess the railing on the top of the wall. Well, obviously, so that people and villagers don't fall off. And then I'm going to come in with a bunch of different wall variants to, again, just make this a safer place to travel. And then finally, I'm just going to decorate it some more with some spruce buttons to give a little bit more of that brown color spread out throughout the wall. That way it's not just on the roofs of the buildings. And with that, I think the wall is done. And you know, I gotta say, especially from a distance, I think the shadows that I built are working really well. Yeah, this is definitely starting out a lot cooler than I thought. I'm happy with it. Let's move on. And I'm kind of just going to skip over this next part of the video because basically what I need to do is just move a bunch of the resources that we've collected from where our normal storage area is to a temporary chest monster that's going to be housing all of the things we need for the entertainment district. But while I was moving all of those items, I realized that I had forgotten a couple of materials, one of which being dark oak wood. I need a lot of dark oak wood. So we're heading over to the dark oak islands that's right off of our starter island, and I'm going to throw down a beacon to kind of hopefully help me almost insta-mine all this wood. I don't actually know if you can insta-mine wood using a beacon. I do have an efficiency 5 netherite axe, but I don't know. We'll see. I mean, if it doesn't work, at least, I don't know, we'll look cooler while we're doing it. But yeah, I'm just gonna put this beacon down just because, and then we're gonna get to chopping down some trees. Another resource that we're going to need that I actually ran out of while I was building the wall is spruce wood. And instead of using up the rest of our bone meal, I decided to fly out to an actual taiga biome and chop down some of the trees there because we're never really going to be over in this area anyway, so I don't care if it looks really ugly. But with that done, I'm now going to fly out to a desert so that way I can get some sandstone and some smooth sandstone. And if you're wondering why I'm gathering all these weird type of stone blocks, it's because I want to have a bunch of different variations of housing in the actual entertainment district. You know, I said at the beginning of this video, I want this to be a very colorful and fun to look at build, so I'm basically just going to be throwing in as many different types of blocks as I possibly can. In addition to that, we're going to take a minute to go back to the mining district, and we're going to use one of these tunnels that we got started here to help us find some granite, andesite, and diorite, because we are going to be needing all of those blocks as well. Another chore on our list is actually getting a fortune shovel, and the reason why we need to do that is because I want a bunch of bricks in this build as well. So we're going to be taking this fortune shovel and heading out to a nearby lush cave system, and we're just going to scoop up as much clay as we could possibly get our hands on. But with that, we have most of the materials that we need. Anything else is kind of just straggler items that we can collect as we go along. So I actually want to start building a few of the houses, and I'm going to build all of the ones that are going to be along the main entrance or the main road into the entertainment district. So we're going to start by just laying these out, and then we're going to test some shop ideas on them quickly too. Alright, we got the main shell for these first 5 houses in order, so I'm going to attempt to start decorating some of them. And I think this first building I want to actually be like a rose shop. So I'm going to be using some mangrove wood to give us a little bit of a red texture to this build. Could even throw in some red and white awnings using some stairs, some diorite stairs and some mangrove plank stairs. And we can just throw down some roses and maybe some poppies too. And we'll get a couple different variations of pots in here as well. And I'm also going to use our invisible item frame texture pack to create a little sign to show that this is a rose shop using, of course, that item frame, a trapdoor, and some roses. I think that looks pretty good. That gets the message across, right? Yeah, good enough for me. And I think that shop looks pretty good. I think it looks a little empty right now still, but once we fill the street with other decorations, it's going to be pretty cluttered and chaotic, so trust me when I say this is definitely enough detail for this first shop. Now I just want to go down this line of houses and basically repeat the same process. And I think I want this first road to primarily be like a botanical section. We are going to be having a very large greenhouse, which I'm going to build later in the video. So for this first street, since it's going to be next to the greenhouse, I think it would make sense if like all of the flowers from said greenhouse are sold here. But with a lot of the shops on the first road done, we're going to come over here to the other side quickly to build up some more houses. And then we're going to come in with good old Lightmatica here, and I've already designed the greenhouse in creative, so we're going to be plopping that in right on the corner of this street here. With the greenhouse done, I actually want to come to the inside here and I want to create kind of a moss farm. Now, I may be changing this later in the video to a bone meal farm. It depends on how efficient this design turns out. I've never tried it before, but we're going to build it on the inside nonetheless to hopefully have a moss and or bone meal farm working in the background while we build the rest of the structures around here. Alright, so the moss farm appears to be working decently well. We appear to be getting an okay amount of bone meal. Again, I may make this bigger later in the video, so we'll see as time goes on. But with that, I want to head back outside to the main road here, and I want to begin putting in just as much detail as I possibly can. Okay guys, so here we go. I have spent a lot of time detailing the street. I have everything from, tables with pots on them, different kinds of flowers, a bunch of hanging banners and clothing, hanging signs as well, and just a bunch of different shops going along the road here, making this area feel very lived in. And this took a while to figure out, but I have to say I'm very happy with the vibe that this is giving off, and I cannot wait for the entire area to feel like this. It's gonna be insane. But now that I have an idea of the particular direction I want this build to go in, it's time to do what is most likely going to be the biggest, most time-consuming portion of this video, which is building up all of the framework for all the other houses in the entertainment district. And so since this is going to be a pretty big portion of the video, I wanted to do the comment of the day segment right here. And so today's comment of the day comes from Jurassic 813, and he basically says, "Good job on the video. Also, you should make an alchemy place that's abandoned in the Pale Garden. After watching Dan TDM's newest video on his Minecraft world, it looks beautiful, and maybe you could add a maze as if it were like that one forest in Breath of the Wild." So Aiden, thank you for the comment, and the reason I chose your comment is because this is a good way for me to talk about and reveal a bit of my future plans for this hardcore world. And a part of that is the fact that I do plan to have an alchemy type of building as one of my next structures. I don't know if it's going to be the next video or a couple more videos down the road, but it's towards the top of my to-do list. And what I'd actually like to do is have an alchemy or potion building inside of an abandoned observatory. You see, in my world, I know I don't talk about the lore often, but it is pretty extensive, and it's also very layered. Like earlier in this series, I mentioned how you'll be able to kind of see the class system of the villagers play out on the survival island. The richer villagers will be using the more expensive materials in their homes, like calcite and diorite, while the more working class of villagers will be using things like stone and wood. But there's actually more to that. You see, in my world, there were actually multiple civilizations that that lived here before the current villagers did. And they were much more advanced in their stonecraft. So any type of structures, including the starter base that you see that's made out of calcite and diorite and the marble looking blocks, those structures actually came from a prior civilization that somehow got wiped out. And these new villagers have moved in, and they're the ones that are kind of adding on to those already existing structures, building with wood and regular types of stone. Now, the reason why I tell you all of that is because it does directly relate to the potion and alchemy shop that I want to make. I would like to try to create a structure that looks like those more advanced previous villagers had built an observatory out of marble, calcite, and diorite, and after it was abandoned, when the new villagers moved in, they didn't really know what to make of the structure and they didn't know how it worked. So instead of refurbishing it and actually using it as an observatory, they use it as a potion shop. So I have a lot of designing on that build to do behind the scenes because it's going to be very complicated to show multiple layers of custom written history into one build. But yeah, anyways, once again, Aiden, thank you for the comment, and let's get back to the video. And this place is looking amazing. I'm very happy with how this is turning out. We've got all the buildings in place, so now it's time to start detailing the vast majority of them. And we're going to start by coming in with some different kinds of chimneys in a couple of places. And what's great about these chimneys is not only are they going to add to the build and make it look cooler, but the light from some of the campfires that we'll be using on top of the buildings is going to help keep them mob-proof, so we won't have to worry about anything spawning on top of us. But now, with all the chimneys in place, I want to kind of work on this right section down along the water here. Now, even though this area is primarily for entertainment, there needs to be a place for the villagers who work here to live. So this is kind of going to be like a residential street, but we're just going to get started on extending some of these buildings here and adding some more walkways for the villagers to get up to where they live. And we're also going to start laying out some of these pathways here using regular path blocks, coarse dirt, packed mud, and then maybe some gravel or cobblestone every now and again. Okay, so most of the pathways are done, and now I actually want to start decorating the buildings themselves a little bit. And so I'm going to start with just the regular design that we've been doing for a while to create some kind of supports on these overhanging buildings using fence gates. And we're also going to do the same design on the roofs as well, so we're pretty much just going to fill in as many empty spaces with these gates as possible. And then we're going to come in with some doors to create some entrances. And I'm going to turn this little raised patio area here into kind of like a seating area, or maybe like a little deck for whoever lives here. And then I'm going to take that same railing design I used there, utilizing an assortment of trapdoors, and I'm going to create some more railings on the walkways leading up to some of the other buildings. And another thing I like to do is create some more balconies every once in a while, just to give some of these villagers more room to breathe and to add some detail to these buildings. And I'm just going to do that using some slabs and stairs for the floor, and then again that same trapdoor railing idea. And these buildings are also going to need some windows, and I've really been liking this kind of bay window, I guess, design that I've been using in the village. So I'm going to place some more of these in. And I think while I do this, I might fire up another live stream and complete some of this with you guys. And speaking of which, now would be a good time to tell you to subscribe if you haven't already and if you're enjoying the video. And also definitely make sure you have your bell notifications on, because these previously mentioned live streams are a really good way to see everything that I do off camera. I know a lot of times in my videos, it can feel like I kind of just appear with resources, but if you come to my live streams, you get to watch me do a lot of that resource gathering live, and you get to see a bunch of behind the scenes stuff, so it's pretty cool. But here we are. I absolutely love the way this turned out. I think we did a really good job of detailing it to a point where it feels lived in, but not detailing it too much to a point where it feels chaotic and cluttered. I think I nailed the vibe that I wanted to go for. I'm really enjoying this place. We have a bunch of balconies and a bunch of clotheslines hanging using banners and fences. We've got lanterns and plants everywhere. We also have a little tree that we built to help fill in some space as well and to add some more greenery. I can't wait for the entire island to look like this. This is just a little taste of what we're going for, but I'm in love with it so far. Now I want to kind of come to this little edge area over here. There's a bit of empty space. I'd like to bone meal it a little bit, get some green moss going to add some shrubbery, and I think we're going to build a few more custom trees here just to give us a nice little lookout point for the villagers to have, a nice view while they're walking through their city. Now, moving back more towards the center of the village, I want to start filling out the rest of the pathways. It feels a little weird that only one section of the pathways are done, and I think it'll help move this process along if we can visualize what this area is going to look like when the actual roads are installed. So we're going to start building those in the middle of the town square and then moving outwards from there. And I'm going to be using an assortment of different blocks. For the main road, I want it to be made of a little bit higher quality looking materials. And so for the main road and the town square, I'm going to use a combination of coarse dirt, bricks, and granite to create a bit of a reddish hue to the road. And again, to make it look like the main road is made of a bit of higher quality material. And then as we branch out from the main road, we'll go back to what we were using previously, that being the coarse dirt, path blocks, and packed mud. And there we go. This whole area is completely filled out, except for there's a little patch of grass that's underneath all the chests we're using that I haven't done yet. But we don't need to worry about that right now. I actually want to start working on this corner building here. I really like the look of it, and I think I want to turn this into some kind of reading area or library. Reading during medieval times was one of the only forms of entertainment, so I think having a really big reading nook that's almost a side centerpiece to this area would make sense. So we'll start by just putting in some more of those windows. I want this entire kind of like outcrop circular shape to be a giant window. I think that would be pretty cool. And then we're going to fly off to where our end portal is, and I'm going to use a pickaxe to mine down these bookshelves. This is one of the least satisfying things I have ever done, but I really do not feel like installing Silk Touch on an axe right now, so we're going to rock with what we got, and we're going to take these home and start building the library. And we'll just create kind of like a semicircle on the inside so you can see all of the books from the street. Then I'm also going to create a second layer here, and I'm going to install some dark oak wood floors. And I'm also going to create the look of some shelves using some slabs. This will also give us the opportunity to place maybe a couple of pots with plants on them every now and again. And then I'm just going to kind of create a little bit of a side entrance here, and I'm also going to install another small balcony on the top of the build here. That way there's a bit of an outdoor reading area as well. We're going to create a second balcony over to the right of the build too. That way there's more than one. And then right below it, we're going to have this kind of like outdoor smaller bookshop. So for people who maybe are in a bit of a rush and don't want to go inside, there can be an outdoor section with all of the best-selling books that people can buy just right off the street. But there we go. I think that's a really good start, and I think it looks cute. We're going to detail the rest of the interior on stream in the future, but for now, this will definitely do. So next, directly across from the library in the same kind of road section, we have another house that I'm actually going to tear down. I do want this to be kind of a small bamboo shop and bamboo farm. This isn't going to be our main source of bamboo. Rather, I'd like for this to actually be a place where we store all of our scaffolding. I think it makes sense because, you craft scaffolding using bamboo. So yeah, little bamboo shop. But instead of a regular house, I want to do something a little more exotic. And I'm actually going to start by marking out the outline for another secondary kind of smaller greenhouse. Again, I really want to put an emphasis on all of the plant life and crops and shrubbery that these villagers grow. I want these villagers to really have a deep love and connection to plant life and their environment in general, so I think having a bunch of greenhouses everywhere would really get that message across. But for the main pillars and structure of this build, I'm going to use some stripped dark oak logs, and then I'm going to use a combination of regular blue and light blue stained glass to create a bit of a stained glass window. Our main greenhouse is going to have green stained glass windows in a little bit. I think I might actually take down the original design for the greenhouse. I want the new one to be a little bit bigger, but anyways, since we're going to be using green glass over there, I figured using blue over here would look pretty cool. And having the blue glass in combination with the green bamboo coming through in the background, I think that's going to look sick. I'm also going to want to install some more interesting looking architecture kind of along the edges of the build to give us a bit more of a unique shape. We can also use some mud walls and some regular fences to create some support pillars. And then we're just going to come onto the inside here and start bone mealing some moss. We're going to use some string to prevent bamboo from growing too tall. Then on the outside here, we'll create another little circular entrance. And I think we're going to have a little bit of a shelf/storage situation in the back along the back wall. So we're going to put some shelves in and use some barrels and chests for our storage. Could also throw some different pots down. And then we're going to hang some lanterns and some plants from the ceiling as well. But there we go. This bamboo greenhouse is done, and I think it looks absolutely gorgeous, especially with shaders. I threw a spore blossom down as well. That way we get that cool kind of grassy particle thing going on. And it is 100% helping us to bring this place to life. I also added a bunch of decorations on the outside to make it look like whoever owns the bamboo shop is selling everything they're growing on the inside, on the outside of the place, and I think that helps out a lot as well. Now that we have this greenhouse done, I'm really in the mood to continue like the foliage trend here, so we're going to tear down the old greenhouse structure that I had. I don't like the look of it, and I know I can do much better, so we're just going to completely erase it and start brand new. This next one, I'm going to be using a combination of green, lime green, and yellow stained glass to make up the majority of the build, and then all of the support pillars and everything are going to be made out of tuff. And I'm also probably going to throw in some dark oak wood decorations as well. That way we stay consistent with this dark and kind of greenish tone using the dark oak wood and the tuff to match the glass. Dude, let me just tell you, this thing looks awesome. Especially on the inside with complementary shaders. Look at the way the green light from the sun is shining through. I absolutely cannot wait to fill this thing with plants. It's going to look absolutely gorgeous. Dude, there's a high likelihood that I'm like possibly the best person who has ever played this game. And that's being modest. No, obviously, I'm just kidding, but I'm absolutely in love with this thing. But before we can start building on the inside, I have to fix up some of the path work on the outside. And then I want to redo this little shop over to the left of the greenhouse here. But there we go. I think that looks good. Now I just also want to come in and kind of expand the kind of tent that we have here to give this outdoor shop some more coverage from the weather and elements and things. Speaking of weather, it immediately starts raining as soon as we put that up. Immersion. All right, it's time to head inside. One of the first things I want to do is actually build the bigger bone meal farm that I was talking about earlier. The small one that we had was nice, but it actually wasn't renewable. The more we let it run, we were actually losing bone meal, so it was a net negative design. But anyways, this design that we're using is actually the same bone meal farm design that I used in my regular survival series. And if you guys don't know, my regular survival series is actually my most favorite Minecraft world that I've ever had. So I would definitely recommend checking out that series. I'm going to be posting more on it in the near future, so keep that in mind. But there we go. The bone meal farm is done and it fits perfectly snug inside the building here. I'm kind of annoyed that we're not going to be able to hide it as well as I would like to, but I think this will do for now. We can always come back and change it later. But for the moment, I just want to take a minute to sit here and let this thing go for a while so we can collect some bone meal and use that to create that lush environment throughout the rest of the build. And we're going to start by marking out some pathways within the structure here. I want these paths to be made of tuff to match the rest of the building. And then we're just going to start creating some shelving and storage units throughout the build. Because, you know, not only is this going to be our bone meal farm, but this is where I want to store all of our moss and leaf blocks. We won't ever really have a ton of them all at once, I don't think, so just having a little bit of decoration storage is an okay idea for me. I also want to design a couple of little decorative benches around the place. That way our botanical villagers have, you know, some areas to practice their botany. Is that the right word? Who do plant gardeners? Why is that something that eluded my brain? These are gardeners. But yeah, I just want to have a couple of benches for our gardener villagers to have fun preparing and selling their plants. And then after that's done, we're just going to come in and fill in all the different types of foliage to get this place looking beautiful. Now, before I show off the inside of what I just did in the build, I want to come to the back of the build, and I want to have something that isn't at all functional, but I think is going to be really cool. Now, a lot of you know I am an absolutely massive fan of Game of Thrones. And like I said earlier in the video, I really want to put an emphasis on these villagers' connection to nature. So I'm actually going to build a custom forest area in the back here and my own variation of a weirwood tree. Now, these weirwood trees in Game of Thrones do have magical properties, but I don't want to include that in my lore of the actual world. Instead, I just want this to be a cool looking build as an homage to a series I love. And guys, before we go inside, I built this kind of outdoor shop area, and I think it looks really cute and pretty, but before we go in, I have to say, this is one of my most favorite things that I've ever made. I really was not expecting this to turn out this well, but just look at how gorgeous this greenhouse turned out. Oh my god. I feel like I managed to make this so cozy and just, this is exactly the vibe I wanted when you walk in here. And the shaders with that green and yellow light coming through is definitely helping, but just, it's so cozy and so welcoming, and I just absolutely love the way it turned out. I've got everything from different kinds of pots to moss hanging off the side of barrels to different leaf blocks to represent bushes, a bunch of different flowers. I even have some mushrooms in flower pots, and I have more spore blossoms spread throughout the area. I've got glowberries hanging from the ceiling. I've got a couple of ladders dotted around the place so that the villagers can actually access the hanging plants and things. And I did spend a lot of time trying to cover up the bone meal farm as best as possible. I can't cover it completely because the lava that's in the bone meal farm will actually catch this place on fire if there were any blocks that are too close to it. So I did the best I could, and it doesn't look perfect, but I think it's hidden well enough to get the message across. And on the outside here, I also added in some more sections of plants and a little tree that you can walk under. And I love just the view of walking past that tree and bam, getting hit with the view of the starter base. Hold on, wait, let's do that again, because like, you're just walking under here, can't see anything. Dude, it's gorgeous. I'm so good at this game, man. But yeah, you just keep walking back here through these trees. You get this nice, quaint view of the inside of the greenhouse. And then as you're coming down this wooded road, you're met with the view of the red and white weirwood tree. And I absolutely love the way this looks. I honestly love this place so much. I'm thinking about maybe starting all of my streams in this area or something. It's just the perfect place to relax and wind down when we're not building anything. I might add a couple of benches every now and again. Yeah, this is my favorite part of this world so far. But now with that done, it is time to move on to working on the town square. And I'm going to begin by shearing some of the sheep that I have dyed different colors. And then we're going to be taking that wool and building a couple of shops along the road here. And I actually want these to be kind of clothing shops. We're going to have armor stands with different dyed leather everywhere, but this is actually going to be the storage area for our wool and dye blocks temporarily. But there we go. This place is done and I think it looks pretty good. I'm going to be honest, it's not my favorite. I feel like there's something missing and I don't really know what that is, but I think as the video goes on and we fill the area in with more details, this, again, similar to the first shops that we made, will start to make more sense. Now we're going to come over to this little building to the left here. We're going to add in some more bay windows, and we're going to add a little amethyst shop down at the bottom here. And the reason why I want this to be an amethyst shop is because I actually want there to be a giant amethyst geode in the town square. But with that pretty much done, I want to move over to this structure here. I'm going to remove the roof. I don't like the way it looks, and I have a bit of a different design idea in mind. Like I said earlier in this video, kind of talking about the lore of this world, I want to make it look like there are a bunch of these old structures that have been broken down and are being repurposed by these new villagers. So I think if this were actually some kind of torn down part of a castle that maybe used to be here, I think that would look pretty cool. So we're going to remove the roof, like I said. Then we're actually going to take out the center section of the wall here, and we're going to rebuild it up to make it look like a bit of some kind of bridge. And then we'll extend the pillars here, kind of making it look like they've been broken down as we go along. And then we can finish up detailing the bridge as well. And I'm also going to do my best here to make it look like this crumbled part of the castle has exposed a couple of different layers here on the inside. So we're just going to come in real quick and do some decorating, maybe add a light source or two to make this more visible and stand out at nighttime. And then I'm just going to put a roof on the other section of this little castle bit too. And yeah, zooming out a bit in free cam mode, that looks a lot better. I like that a lot. And it really helps to complement the firework farm. Now, I also want to have kind of a little bit of I guess a restaurant or a pub off to the right of the kind of shopping area or the clothing area. So we're going to build a little outdoor seating area. Then we'll add in some more windows and a little entrance as well. And then to kind of fill in space on the other side of the street there, I'm going to add in some more clothing racks. And so that way when people are walking down this road, they can eat and then go right to shopping. And then I'm just going to decorate this other building here to, again, help us to fill in some space. And one of the last things I want to do here is actually build the town center. Now, again, this centerpiece is going to be a giant exposed amethyst crystal. And the reason why I'm doing this is, if you remember in last episode, I talked about how this entire island is basically a giant amethyst meteorite that crashed into the ocean. And perhaps that also ties into some of the lore I was talking about earlier about the earlier civilizations being wiped out. But anyways, I think having like this amethyst cluster as like a piece of history sticking out from the ground and being honored by the villagers of the town would make a lot of sense. And to be completely honest with you, I think it would just look cool. And then after we're done with that, we're just going to fill in the rest of the houses with more decorations along the streets here to start putting on the finishing touches of the build. with all these streets filled in and the town square done, there is not a lot left for us to do, guys. This project is finally coming to a close. So before we put the finishing touches on, I want to say thank you so much for the support that you've given me over the years. Hitting 100,000 subscribers really is a dream come true for me, and I'll have a much more extensive video talking about that coming out later. But I want to say thank you for everything that you've done for me, and I really hope you've enjoyed this extensive episode. But with that, let's get to the final details of decorating this build, and we can call it a day. And so with that, guys, this is the entertainment district complete. I have added a bunch of new things since you last saw me to really help bring this place together. I've added everything from different colored hanging signs and banners to lanterns and soul lanterns, and I really just crammed in as much decoration as possible. And not to mention, I linked up an entire firework network under the ground here, so that way we can have these epic firework displays all throughout the city. And I just have to say, I think this build definitely did come out a little quirky and stupid, but I think it still looks absolutely gorgeous, and it really fits the theme and the style of buildings that I'm going for in this world. But thank you all so much for joining me on this adventure. I had a ton of fun building this, and I hope you had fun watching. But once again, thank you all for everything. Slowly, day by day, you all really are changing my life, and there's nothing I could ever do to thank you for that. All I can do is hope that the content I give you is enough to satisfy in return. But just one more time, thank you for 100,000 subscribers. I hope you have enjoyed this video, but I gotta get going because I've got more work to do. This is my hardcore Minecraft starter base, and as much as I love this thing, I would actually like for it to be much bigger. You see, I've spent the last 5 months building all these different houses and towns and locations for my villagers on my starter island, but it's been a really long time since I made a structure that was specifically for me. And so I think it's time that we remind these villagers who's boss and completely transform my starter base. But in order to do that, we're going to need to start collecting some materials, and the first of which is white wool. Now fortunately, one of my subscribers pointed out to me that you can actually craft wool from string, and I've been playing Minecraft for 10 years, so I don't know how I forgot you could do that, but we have a string farm. So we're basically going to be able to just sit here, collect all the string we'll need for this build, and then make the wool. So now let's just craft up as much of this wool as we can possibly get. And we ended up with just a few shulker boxes full, which is nowhere near as much as I thought we were going to have, but I guess worst case scenario, if we run out, we can always just go back to the string dupers, so I'm not too worried about it. Now, the next block that we need to collect is calcite, but we've actually been doing so many calcite mining sessions in the past couple of videos that I don't think we're going to run out, so we can skip this part for now, and we're going to head into the nether to collect the next couple of blocks, which is a good bit of basalt and some blackstone if we can get our hands on it. And I actually want to fly around a little bit here. I tell you guys all the time, I always get nervous in the nether still, so I think I'm going to try to head up into the ceiling to collect this basalt instead of trying to mine it down on the ground level where there are a bunch of magma cubes and things that can kill me. But yeah, this seems to be a good spot, but that drop is terrifying. You know, I've said this before, but I think it's still the PTSD from losing the last world that's kicking in, but I need to remember that I have netherite armor and elytra and a totem of undying now. It's very unlikely that I'm going to get killed, but I still get really nervous. Anyways, let's collect this basalt. Basalt acquired, now we are moving on to the next block on our list. And for this one, we're going to take a stroll down through our farming area, through the fishing village, onto the docks, and into the mining district. Man, I gotta tell you, having all of these places to walk through is really cool. The world is really coming together and I'm very happy with it. But if you haven't guessed already, we are headed underground for our next couple of blocks. And the first one we need is diorite. Alright, so we cleared out that first vein of diorite, but that is nowhere near the amount we're going to need. So I kind of need to look around in these caves here to see if I can find another patch of diorite. Now, diorite shouldn't be too hard to find. I know I'm in the right location for it. Speaking of the devil, we got another vein right here. Oh yes, and this one is turning out to be quite the chonky boy, so I'm happy about that. Oh my gosh, I think this is diorite heaven. Yep. This is the biggest vein of diorite I think I've ever seen. Okay. Well, I think we're set. And while we're down here, another block that we're going to need is andesite. So we might as well get as much of this as possible while we can. And for my next trick, I'm going to be collecting some tuff. I'm going to head all the way down to Deep Slate to do this one, and I'm going to set up a beacon in the same place I had my beacon the last time I was down here, because there are some veins of tuff that I just ignored because when I was mining here I didn't need them at the time. So we'll just load up this tasty hasty beacon and get to absolutely grubbing on some tuff. And while I was digging around for more veins of tuff, I actually came across a mob spawner and a dungeon, which is pretty cool. And it even had diamond horse armor in it, and a name tag as well, which those are sometimes hard to come by, so I'm happy about that. But after we cleared the dungeon, it was time to get back to mining some tuff. And I'm gonna be honest with you, the best part about this whole experience is that there was a ton of diamond ore everywhere. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys remember, but a couple of episodes ago, I also ended up finding a bunch of diamonds around tuff veins when I was mining it the last time. So I think from now on, the way I'm going to find diamonds is literally just by tracking down the nearest tuff blocks and then searching for it around there, because the rates we get out of these tuff veins, as far as like the ratio of diamonds they hold goes, is absolutely insane. I mean, we just got 57 diamonds out of that. Of course, we have Fortune 3 on our pickaxe, so that's something to consider, but still, we got 26 blocks of diamonds in about half an hour. That's kind of crazy. But now that we're done down here, we can just take down the beacon and grab the rest of our iron blocks and head back up to the surface. And if we want to continue here today, I'm just going to quickly head over to the creeper farm to get some experience and repair my tools. But now comes one of the more annoying parts of this project. We're building a castle, and the castle is going to be pretty detailed, so I need to make a bunch of the different variation blocks of the items we collected. So for example, we're going to start with some tough walls, some tough slabs, and some tough stairs. And we're going to do the same thing for basically every item that we got. Our inventory is going to get really chaotic, and I'm going to have to be refilling and going back to my chests pretty frequently, which is going to be incredibly annoying, but there's nothing I can really do about this at this point. I mean, there are just so many different items that we need for this build that There's no way around it, unfortunately. But taking a break from crafting items, I'm going to head back up to the mountains here, and I'm going to throw down another beacon. And we're going to be using that beacon to collect some cobblestone. And honestly, I don't know why I don't just make a cobblestone generator. I mean, people have told me that I don't really need it, considering the fact that I have access to a netherite efficiency 5 pickaxe and a haste beacon. In fact, mining by hand is arguably faster than using a cobblestone generator, but we're at the point now where I shouldn't have to be manually putting in the work for cobblestone, you know what I mean? But regardless, let's just get this over with. All right, cobblestone collected. Let's tear down the beacon and get back to progressing through this build. Now, the next thing we need is a bunch more of the mossy cobblestone we made in the last episode. So we're just going to craft that up real quick because I have a bunch of moss left over from AFKing at the bone meal farm. And with that, I think we're pretty much good to go. So I'm going to start organizing my inventory here, just making different columns of items. I already know that by the time this video is over, the inventory is going to look nothing like what it does right now, but I'm going to try my best to stay as organized as possible. And so we're going to start with one half of like a gatehouse in the front of the castle. This is going to be a part of the outer wall. I plan to do this build in 3 different sections: an outer wall, an inner wall, and then the main castle itself. So we're starting on the outermost portion of it right now, and I'm going to be using all the blocks we collected to create a base of a calcite and diorite castle, and then using our darker blocks to come in and show some weathering and to make it look like some damage has happened to the castle over time. And there we go. I think, especially with the sunset, I think this looks pretty good. It definitely needs some work, but this is a really good start to the build. But now that we have the first side of the little gatehouse worked out, it's time to work on the right side. So we're going to begin by just building up a second tower here, and then connecting the two in the middle with a little arch. Then we're going to move back over to the left here and continue building up the wall. And every couple of blocks or so, we're going to be including these new castle battlements, just to make the castle look more intimidating and to help show off how well fortified the castle actually was during its heyday. Now, as we go along and build this castle here, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the lore. Now, you guys already know from the last couple of episodes that the established lore so far is that there was a previous villager civilization that lived on this island that was wiped out by events that are yet to be determined. However, all of the structures that you see that include calcite and diorite belong to those previous villagers, and the new villagers that have moved in don't really know what to do with these structures. Their stonework isn't as advanced and isn't as good, so they're not able to keep up with the maintenance required to keep these builds looking pristine. So as important as it is to show a bunch of weathering and damage done to this castle, I also want to make sure it's very obvious just how good and strong this previous civilization's stonework was. You know, as you look around the rest of the world, a lot of their structures are gone and destroyed, but this castle has stood the test of time, and despite all the weathering and damage that has been done to it, it's still standing. Now over on the left side of the castle here, I am going to include a segment that is much more destroyed than the rest of the castle, and I'll show you why in just a little bit here. But not only will this add lore to the build a little bit, it'll also just create a better way for us to see the castle from this angle. I'm kind of worried that the walls are going to block the main view of the mega structure while we're walking down by our farms, so I want to open up a little bit of space to give us another line of sight directly to the main castle. But with that done and out of the way, we're just going to continue the wall along the side of the cliffs here, just really making sure it looks like the castle was designed to ensure that nobody other than the king and the king's people could access the castle. And now we're going to head back over to the side that's by the entertainment district to do the exact same thing. Just extend the walls to the cliffside edge to make sure nobody can get in. But with that, the outer wall of the castle is done and we can move on to the interior wall. And this wall is going to basically have the same design. We're going to have a couple of battlements every now and again, and we'll probably end up putting a gatehouse in here as well. Now over on the left here, one of these towers, I've been calling them battlements, but I guess they're just towers. I don't know what the proper name for them is, but we're going to have one of these that's actually broken down where the top is missing. And later in this video, we're going to be building the top of that fallen part of the castle somewhere else down the hill. Now, if you haven't guessed it already, I want to make it look like whenever this catastrophic event happened, the top of this particular tower was basically just completely severed. It rolled down the hill, broke through the wall, and then landed on the ground somewhere along the beach on our island. I think it's a really cool way to just add some action and some moving elements to the world, and I can't wait for you guys to see the finished product because it ends up turning out really cool. But for now, we're just going to move back over to the right and finish getting up some more of these walls, and we're also going to build one half of the secondary gate entrance. And then of course, naturally, we're going to build the other half of this gatehouse, and then we're going to connect the two in the middle. And just like we did on the outer castle wall, we're going to come in on the inner castle wall and extend it all the way to the cliffside to make sure nobody can pass through. And I actually think I'm going to extend this portion of the wall all the way back here so that it kind of wraps around the castle as well. I think that would be pretty cool. But that is the inner castle wall complete. So with both the outer and inner castle walls done, it's now time to move on to the primary part of the starter base. And we're going to begin by a smaller section off to the right. I want this to kind of look like a cathedral looking chapel or a church of some kind. I want the king and the castle goers to have access to some place to pray. I don't know what kind of religions are going to be in this world yet. I haven't really developed that part of the story as much at this point, but I think something along the lines of, these villagers worshiping the magical properties that came from the amethyst crystals would be pretty cool, and I think it would make a lot of sense. And now we're going to make it so that there is actually no outside entrance. I want to give the impression that the nobles of this world are kind of gatekeeping their religion, and maybe they believe that the rest of their civilization, because they're not nobles, they just aren't as worthy of the religion as they are. So the rest of the people don't really get direct contact with the quote-unquote gods of this world. Let me tell you, the time lapses do not do this thing justice. I mean, these builds are looking pretty big from the ground level when we're looking at them, and I think they're turning out pretty sharp. Advertisements aside, there is one more block that I forgot to get, and that's actually birch wood. Now, we should have like a ton of birch wood just sitting on our chest from when we cleared out the forest for the entertainment district, so fortunately, we are not going to have to go out and chop down some trees. But I just need to craft up some birch trapdoors and fences, because we're going to be using these as accent blocks to give us some more detail in the castle. I'm going to be using the trapdoors to create some trim on the gate entrances, and I'm also going to use some dark oak fences real quick too to create the actual gates themselves. And there we go. I think that actually turned out very nicely. But now I've been building this castle for a couple of hours at this point. It's taken me a whole day to get where I'm at right now. So I want to take a quick break from working on the main structure itself, and I'm going to whip up Lightmatica and use that to help us place in the broken and fallen portion of the top of one of the towers that I was talking about earlier down here on the beach. Now, for the moment, I am not going to texture this thing because I think in a future episode, I would actually like to have a whole custom forest down here. So once we start building that, I'll come back in and I'll add like a bunch of moss and dirt and grass growing all over this thing. So for right now, we're just going to use our regular calcite, white wool, and diorite to detail this thing, and then we'll go from there. But there we go. Okay, this thing is done, and I have to say, I know it looks kind of out of place right now, but trust me, when, again, we put in all the details and everything, this is going to look really cool. And I think this is adding a lot of story to the world. I'm very happy with it, especially when we fly up here to the broken segment of the castle, looking down, seeing the hole in the wall, and then just the top of the castle laying there. It makes a lot more sense. But anyways, I think now it is time to get back to building the main structure. And so to begin here, we're going to start with one of the main towers of the castle, and this one extends all the way down to the water. So we have quite a bit of building to do all the way up past the height of the rocks and then continuing even further upwards. And so with that little section now at ground level, we're going to begin building up the rest of the castle with it. And while we begin building up the bottom of the castle here, I'd like to mention that if you want to check this place out for yourself, you can do so by downloading it over on my Patreon page. For just $3 a month, you get access to things like member shoutouts, behind the scenes screenshots, Discord roles, and early access to ad-free versions of all my hardcore videos. And for $10 a month, you get all the previously mentioned things, as well as access to the build schematics for everything that I've ever made in hardcore Minecraft and to all my world downloads. I'd also like to take this moment to thank all of my current Patreon members and channel members. I've said it before, then I've said it 100 times. You guys really do keep this channel afloat during the months when maybe my channel isn't performing as well or I haven't been uploading as much. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for everything you do for me, because you really are keeping the channel running. So the starter castle is done, and I am very excited to show you. We're inside of our little farmer house here. We built this in a live stream. Shout out to the live streams. But just imagine you're a farmer, you know, coming downstairs, walking into your kitchen, getting everything ready for the morning, putting on your clothes, getting your tools ready for a hard day work. You walk outside, you know, maybe you tend to some crops. You check on your beets. Perhaps you want to, you know, check on your donkey and your horse. You want to tend to the cows for a little bit. And then you walk down towards your farm and you are met with this view. Oh my God. I actually might cry. I think this is the best thing I have ever built in this game. This just looks so insane. Now I just want to take a moment to, you know, check out all the different places that we can view this castle from in this world. I'm really hoping it looks good from everywhere. So we're gonna head out past the fishing district here. We're just gonna hop in our boat and go across this river here. Let's turn our render distance up as high as it can go. Can we even see it from over here? Oh my God, yes we can. Look at that. Okay. Just imagine coming home from a long journey in hardcore Minecraft, that view of seeing the castle off in the distance is insane. Let's park our little boat, go walk through the fishing district here. Maybe we want to do some trading with some villagers along the way. All these stalls will eventually be filled, but for now they're empty. But we're just going to take a little walk up here through the trees, past all of our houses, and we're going to go through the gatehouse here and oh dude. Oh, I love the way that feels. It's just like you're absolutely consumed by these vast open views of the wheat fields, and then just having that ginormous castle in the background. I am so incredibly happy with how this turned out. And dude, this thing looks just as beautiful from the front as well. I can't believe it. I absolutely love the effect you get from coming those close, tight quarters in the fishing village to just being thrown into these open, sprawling landscapes and having that massive castle just towering over you. It's so cool. But anyways, enough gawking at my own achievements. We are not even anywhere near done with this thing yet. The outside shell isn't even complete. So we're going to start by coming down to the water level here and extending the bits of the castle that I didn't build down to the ground to make everything actually make sense and connect to the bottom of the world. And with that complete and the castle finally connected to the ground, we're going to continue with the build by finishing the bridge. Now, I've talked about this bridge in the past, and so I'd like to tell you a little bit more of the story of this bridge. And so basically, you guys know that the first portion of our starter base is a wizard tower, and magic and magical elements do play a heavy role in this world. So the role of the Grand Wizard or the Master Wizard, I can't believe I actually just accidentally said that. The Master Wizard, guys, you heard it here. Good God. But anyways, the role of the Grand Wizard is a very big deal. And so in that wizard tower, there are only ever 2 wizards living there at the same time. The Grand Wizard, and then the one who's training the wizard who will replace him. And so the lore goes that this bridge, after it was broken by the calamity that happened years ago, it ended up obtaining some kind of magical properties. And so a lot of people spend their entire lives training to be the next Grand Wizard. But the final test of becoming the one worthy of that title is crossing this bridge, which is why it leads directly out of what is going to be the throne room of the castle right over to our starter island. Now, like I said, these wizards in training could spend their entire lives prepping and doing everything correctly and everything they need to do in order to pass the test. But if the bridge rejects them, then they fall, never to return again. And I have some ideas for a way to actually show this happening in some future builds, but I'll save that for another time. But there we go. The bridge is basically done. Now, I actually need to head back into the entertainment district here to grab some fireworks out of our firework farm. This is so nice having this done automatically for us. This build was definitely worth the investment. Oh my God. And I just realized you can see the castle from the entertainment district too. That's so cool. But what's not really cool and is actually kind of terrifying is what I'm going to attempt to do next. And before I do it, I'm just going to put all of our shulker boxes down and try to get our inventory as clean as possible. And so now what's happening is that I have discovered I don't really like the look of the birch wood on the castle. I really want this castle to feel like it was entirely sculpted out of marble, and the only way to do that is by getting pale wood. And if you guys don't know, I play this world in the base version of 1.21. So that means it's time for a world update to 1.21.4, which means dotting our I's and crossing our T's, making a backup of the world to make sure it doesn't get corrupted like my very first hardcore world did, and attempting to update all of my mods. So I don't know how this is going to go. This may potentially ruin the entire video, but I guess if you're seeing this video, you already know it went well, but wish me luck. Okay, so here we go. We are loading up the hardcore world for the first time in 1.21.4, and I think we're good to go. A few of my mods aren't working right now, so I am going to come out with an updated mods video soon. We don't have our flaming sword right now, which is kind of disappointing. I have to reconfigure the texture pack, but At least we got the Incy wiggle. Now we're just going to head out east of our starter island and try to find a pale garden. Oh, wait, I think this is one right here. We're not even 1,000 blocks away from our base. This is pretty good. I haven't really explored very far out in this direction though, so I guess it kind of makes sense that there's one nearby. This place looks really weird with complementary shaders. What was that sound? I'm hearing things. I don't know how... I didn't do my research before coming in here. I don't know how strong the creaking is, so I gotta be careful here. I tell you what, we're just gonna collect wood as fast as we can and then head home, because I am not trying to lose this world because I'm too stupid and naive to know any better. Okay, night is starting to fall, and these flowers look so cool. I'm definitely taking some of these. Oh my god, he was right in front of me. There he is. That's him. That's the man, officer. I actually really like the glowing eyes. That looks pretty cool. But I am going to just slowly back away here. Oh no, this zombie's about to ruin my day. I know that if they're like a weeping angel type of situation. Let me just try to keep him in frame. He doesn't seem to move when I have my inventory open, so let's just put the shulker box down. Throw the elytra on. Hello, please don't eat me. Get one last good look at him. Maybe take a picture. And then get the hell out of here. Yeah. Nope. I didn't do enough research to know. I feel like maybe I might be a little overpowered. He doesn't really pose a threat to me at this point, because I know multiple of them can spawn at the same time, but I'm not risking it. So now we're just going to head home and craft up some of these new pale wood blocks. Oh yeah, those definitely, that's the color we need. They're a little bit more pink than I would have liked. They have a bit of a pink hue to them, which is kind of annoying, but I think at a distance, we're not really going to be able to notice anyway, so I don't think it matters. But now I'm just going to go along here to each portion of the build that has birch on it and replace it with the pale wood. Okay, so with that done, I think that the pale wood looks really good as a replacement for the birch, so we're going to come up to the top of the build here and continue to add some more pale wood accents and try to make the top of the build a bit spikier and a bit more gothic looking than it did before. And there we go, that looks a lot better. I also added some more trapdoors in some places to help make the curves of the build look better and to add some more details to the walls. But now we're just going to come down to this front little entrance section here and do the same thing we did on the roof, and then for the third time repeat the same process for the little church we have off to the side. But now with all that done, I want to come up to this top room here that we have. This is going to be like a council chambers or something where the king discusses like all of his plans with some of his top people or something like that. But I'm going to take all of this pale wood that we have and I'm going to try to create a little bit of a window here, or at least give the illusion of a window. We're not actually going to have any glass because I think it would look better without it, but it'll get the idea across. Now I want to come down to the entrance of the build and start opening up the doorway a little bit here. And we're also going to be putting in all the floors and then building the actual door itself. And while I build this section of the base, I thought it would be fun if now we did the comment of the day section of the video. And today's comment comes from Etheziel. Of course, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. But Etheziel goes on to say that he has an idea for underneath of the starter base. He thinks that we should make it some kind of underground open vault that is very white and bright, just like the starter castle, and has a lot of gold and shiny stuff in it. And he continues to explain that the vault has gotten so big that it needs gigantic pillars in order to keep the ceiling from falling down. He also said that we could build a dragon that protects the treasure, and I could have a bunch of creeper heads lying around, symbolizing how the story to distance the creepers began. Like perhaps the reason why the creepers were banished was because they tried to break into the vault or something like that. Now, I absolutely think this is an insanely cool sounding idea, and I love the concept of just a giant open underground cave with a bunch of gold scattered all over the place. It would actually make for a really cool storage room. So I definitely think I'm going to take them up on their idea here and try to incorporate something similar. So Etheziel, thank you for helping me with my ideas for my next couple of videos. And if the rest of you in the comments do want to help me make some things, I would love to hear from you. I love taking inspiration from you guys and incorporating your ideas into my builds. and I'd really like to do that more. I do enjoy helping you guys get to see your ideas come to life as well. But let's get back to the video. But alright, we got all the floors in and the big door on the entrance done. Now I want to come in and create the throne. I want it to be pretty small, and I want it to kind of be framed by the back entrance, or I guess the back exit that leads to the wizard tower. So we're just going to build it right in the center here. And I do want to take a little bit of inspiration from the Game of Thrones iron chair here. I want it to make it look a bit pointy. We're going to see if we can't figure out how to do that. We are also not working with a ton of space in this room, so I need it to be as small but as detailed as possible. There we go. I think this is pretty sick. It's exactly what I was looking for. Small but detailed, and it definitely gets the point across. I think we look pretty cool sitting in this thing. Now we're just going to come over to each of the sides here, and we're going to build up some pillars to make some arches. And I'm also going to fill in a second layer above these pillars so that we have kind of a second story to walk on. And we'll just quickly make the arches. And now I gotta say, this is looking pretty sick. I love the way it looks, especially with the moon setting directly behind it. Dude, really cool. So now I'm just going to continue down to the left side of the base here, and I'm going to fill in the floor in the church area too, kind of just get the base of the entire castle done, or rather the entire castle interior done. And I'm only going to be using calcite for this because I want the floors and as much of the walls to be as shiny as possible. Now, I originally wanted the castle to look very worn down from the outside, which I think we accomplished, but on the inside, I wanted it to look pristine and pretty well taken care of. You know, the inside isn't as exposed to the elements as the outside is, so it would make sense that it's a little cleaner and still more intact, but I don't actually have room to build up 2 layers of each of the walls. It would just take up too much space, so I'm just going to be covering as much of the interior as I can in calcite to help us get that really shiny marble looking texture that I want. I'm also going to come into the throne room here and try to throw up some spiral staircases leading up to the top balconies. And then we're just going to fill in the floor on the other side as well. Now, back up here in the balconies, I actually want to create a couple of I guess what would be seating areas. I'm going to try to add a little bit more lore here and say that these balconies are for a choir that has basically been hired to sing 24/7. And you know, they have a bunch of staff, so they'll rotate on and off to give each other breaks from using their voices. And so this basically makes it so that there's always ambient music in the king's chamber so that it sounds more intimidating and dramatic whenever people walk in or come here to be judged or sentenced. Okay, I'm getting a little distracted here, but something that's really bothering me, I've been seeing while I'm building the castle, is that the castle doesn't really match the Wizard Tower starter base anymore. You know, it's a lot more detailed, and I think my building has definitely improved since I built this starter base, so although I can't completely retexture the starter tower today, I am going to replace all of the bamboo trapdoors and fences that we have over there with the pale wood variants. That way the color at least will match. You know, originally what I was trying to do was show that these buildings were kind of capped or trimmed in gold, but after discussing it a lot with my live stream members, we all kind of unanimously decided that it would be better if we got rid of the gold, or I guess rather yellow looking parts of the build, and just made it completely white and marble. So that's what we're going to be doing here. Oh yeah, that definitely improved the look of this thing a lot. And again, even though it's not as detailed as the actual castle, it's looking a lot better. Dude, if you're standing on the bridge when the sun sets, I love the way the shadow of the wizard tower rises up and perfectly lines up with the actual throne and the throne room. It just looks That's so cool looking. Wow, I didn't even mean for that to happen. But now we're going to come up to the top room again to kind of like the council chambers here. And I'm going to start by building out kind of a table in the middle for them to gather around. Going to be putting down some little chairs as well. I'm going to try to design these so that the king's chair is a little bit bigger. It's going to be completely made out of marble and he's going to have little hand rests. And then the rest of the chairs will just be made out of spruce. I'm also going to want to build up some more pillars on the side here. I will be very impressed with myself if I manage to pack any more detail. This is a very small room. It's a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be. But this is actually turning out okay. I mean, it still feels like we have space in here. But something I need now is actually a bunch of different colored buttons. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because, again, I am actually taking inspiration from House of the Dragon here. And in the show, when any of the council members show up, they have these little, like, marble spheres that they bring to the table. And to kind of symbolize that they're there to show that they're present and paying attention in the meeting, they bring that marble with them, and when they show up, they place it in this little holder on the table. And I thought it was just a really cool little detail to add. Again, to add a little bit more story to the build and just to look kind of cool. So I'm going to be using a couple of different types of buttons to hopefully get that idea across. Yeah, there we go. I think that looks... Okay, if you don't know what it is, it looks a little weird, but I like it, so I'm going to keep it. Now I just need to work on building up a spiral staircase that goes all the way from the bottom of the castle to the top. And that is not going to be very fun. So there we go. The staircase is built. And I gotta say, I'm pretty happy with how this room is coming along. Now I'm just going to use some polished diorite stairs here to kind of help shape the roof more into a point to make it look a little bit smoother. But now I'm just going to fire up a couple of live streams and detail a few more rooms in the castle. And with that, our starter / mega castle is complete. Now, some of the rooms aren't done yet, but I did do a lot on stream as well. Primarily, we got done with this little kitchen area over to the left here, which has a little seating table for our castle workers and some kind of large furnace with some decorations. And I even added this little breezeway here so that the smoke and everything can actually get out of the kitchen, and for the castle workers to have an outdoor seating area to eventually sit and eat at. I also went over and completed the church section of this build, and I'm very happy with how this turned out, especially with how the big organ turned out that we have sitting up in these rafters above the church. I really love the way that looks. I think it turned out pretty cool. I'm also very happy with the throne room. It's not as detailed as I would like, but it definitely gets the point across, and it'll do for now. And I, again, just cannot express how much I absolutely love the look of the exterior of this build. This is just exactly what I had envisioned in my head, and I plan to do a lot more to this base, but this is a really, really solid start. And it just adds so much atmosphere to the rest of the island. Today's video was definitely a success in my book. So thank you all so much for watching, and I really hope you have enjoyed. If you didn't already, make sure you like the video and subscribe to the channel. We've been growing at a very fast pace recently, and I'm so grateful for everything you guys have done for me. So thank you for that. But once again, I hope you guys have enjoyed. This build is available on my Patreon, again, if you're interested. But other than that, I gotta get going because I've got more work to do. Last episode, we finished building our Mega Castle starter base, but with that complete, we now have these two areas to the left and the right of the farming district that are looking a little empty. And so today, instead of building more structures, I actually want to take some time to do some terraforming and build our very own custom forest. But in order to build what is basically an entire biome in hardcore Minecraft, we have to start in creative mode. So I've loaded up one of my creative testing worlds, and as you can see, I've built a bunch of plots out down below me to help me stay organized, and we're going to begin this process by building some custom trees. And then once we're done making all of these, I'm just going to transfer them over and make them a Lightmatica file, and then we'll fire up the hardcore world, gather all the resources we need, and then use said Lightmatica file as a blueprint to place down all the trees. But now that we're actually in hardcore Minecraft, the first thing we need to do is prepare some of the landscape around the area we want the forest to sit on. So I'm just going to go through my chest monster here and collect a bunch of the stone materials I need because we are going to be starting with some rock work. And I would like to have this area raised up off the water a little bit, so we're going to head down to the ground level where the regular dirt meets the fishing district, and we're just going to take some stone and start outlining where I want a little cliffside to be. And so now that we know what Y level we're going to be building on and we have our little cliffside marked out, it's time to fill in all the holes with some grass and dirt to make sure we have a flat surface to work on. I'm also going to take some time here just to make sure we replace any sand that's exposed. That way the forest floor will be nothing but grass and we'll have an easier time decorating it. And so now that that's done, I want to just come in here and replace a bunch of this grass with some moss blocks. I just want to make it look like there are some brighter patches of grass on the forest floor to add some contrast. Next up, I want to come back down to the rocks here and create a line of cobbled deep slate right at the first water level to hopefully kind of make it look like the rocks that are submerged have a darker tint to them. I'm also going to be bringing this cobbled deep slate up in a few places and surrounding it by tuff and some cobblestone to hopefully make it look like the rocks are darker where maybe some waves have splashed up and whatnot. Complete. Now I kind of just want to come in here and do a bunch more detailing on the rocks, just using a bunch of different variation blocks like slabs and stairs to help smooth out the surface and make it look more natural. And there we go. Taking a step back with FreeCam Mod, you can definitely already see the difference. Still looks maybe a little bit funny, but we're going to do something in a few seconds here to help change that. And the thing I want to do to help blend it into the landscape better is actually grow some azalea trees here and then collect all of their leaves. And we're going to use said azalea leaves to help the landscape blend in with the rocks. With that out of the way, I now want to just quickly come in and mark out where we're going to have some pathways. I'd like to have a path coming from over by the fishing village and kind of circling around the fallen part of the castle. We are eventually going to be putting a beacon here, so I think it would be cool if this was kind of a center point of the forest. But yeah, I'm just going to mark this out using path blocks and coarse dirt. But speaking of the fishing village area, I want to come over to kind of this segment of the wall that I have set up for the farm, and I want to kind of remove it and redo it a little bit because we are going to have a very small doorway section here that leads into the fishing village. So I kind of need to reform the landscape here in order to make it fit. But now that we have the pathway marked out, it's time to actually start placing in some trees. But before we can do that, I actually have to go fly out to our spruce forest that we've been absolutely obliterating throughout the past couple of episodes. And unfortunately, I need to do that some more. We're going to be taking down a very large portion of this forest, but I need all those spruce leaves and spruce wood that I was talking about earlier. With all the spruce wood complete, I headed home for a couple minutes, and right off of our main island to the left on the mainland, there is a bit of a birch forest, so I'm going to take that down as well because I do need those birch leaves that I was talking about in the beginning of the episode to kind of help me hopefully create light highlights on the trees. But with the wood collected, we're just going to come in here and grab some mossy carpets. We're also going to head over to the bone meal farm to, well, grab some bone meal. And we're going to use that bone meal to help us make a bunch of this pale hanging moss. I'm hoping that by including this hanging moss, we're going to be able to make it look like the trees are a bit bushier. I originally thought it would be possible to put like actual grass in the leaves, but I think that's only something that can be done with a world edit. Obviously, I don't want to have to do that, so we're working with this instead. And although it's a different kind of gray color, it might actually end up looking like there are some dead leaves in the trees or something like that. I know these are supposed to be pine trees, and pine thistles don't really, stay dead on the trees. They normally fall off, but I guess these are more a fantasy version of what a pine tree would be. These aren't actually a real type of tree that has actual IRL tree mechanics. I'm ranting about this. It's not really that important, but I think you'll get the idea when you see it happening in real time. So with all that done and out of the way, it's time to actually start placing down all of the trees and getting this forest built. And while we begin this process, I want to read today's comment of the day, which comes from Reese Kelly, and they go on to say, "Great builds, great story, a couple lore ideas that I have while watching. Write yourself into the lore. There is a past civilization and the current villagers, but there is also you. Are you a part of the villager civilization? Are you different? How did you come to live in the castle/tower? Second, I found the shadow of the wizard tower to be a potential storytelling image. Perhaps in the same way the shadow of the tower eclipsed the throne room, the magic of the civilization grew to the point of its own demise. The balance of the king's wisdom/benevolence and the wizard's magic built the community to a great civilization. However, greed for more magical power grew to an uncontrollable state and ultimately triggered the fall of the kingdom and the cataclysmic event. Now the kingdom awaits a new ruler who can be wizard and king, and within himself, bring balance to the new civilization, that person potentially being your character." Great stuff though, I can't wait to see these villages populated. So Reese Kelly, thank you for that amazingly detailed comment, and there is definitely a lot to unpack there. I really like a lot of the ideas that you just threw out there, and we will most likely end up incorporating at least a few of them. Going forward, I think I need to create like a Discord exclusive channel in my Discord server where we have a council of people who help me write the lore to the series, because you guys have some really great ideas. But the one I like the most here is definitely the idea of the magic of the civilization growing to the point where it ends up destroying itself. I actually think that makes a lot of sense and could be really cool. It could also help us add some lore to maybe some of the other kingdoms that we will eventually build in this world. Maybe there will be evidence of this starter kingdom attempting to go out and take over other castles and other civilizations. Perhaps there are remnants of past battles scattered throughout the world, and I think this could really be a potentially very cool idea. But once again, Reese, thank you for the comment, and let's get back to the video. taking a walk into this forest here, I am very happy with how this is turning out. It feels so cozy and just very dense and wooded, which is exactly what I wanted to do. And we have all the major trees in place, all the tallest trees. But I do plan to fill in some of these empty spaces with a bunch of smaller ones in the future. But for now, this is definitely a good starting point. But before we put the finishing touches on the trees, I actually want to come to a little bit of this open area here in the forest, and I want to start marking out where I'm going to have a running stream. But this isn't going to just be your run-of-the-mill running stream and little pond area. We're not going to be using actual water for this. Instead, we're going to be building the look of water using a bunch of different types of stained glass. But before I get ahead of myself here, I want to fill in a bunch of the ground and the undersection of where the river is going to be. I guess the riverbed is the term I'm looking for. I want to fill in the riverbed with some cobbled deep slate and some mud blocks. That way we can get the look of wet soil underneath the water. Now I just want to come to the edge of the river here and use some muddy mangrove roots, some regular mud, and some coarse dirt to kind of just help blend in the area where the water is flowing to the rest of the ground to make it look like a bit more of a seamless transition. It's not going to be perfectly seamless, but it'll help add some much needed detail. But now I'm just going to grab a few different types of dye, mainly black, white, light gray, and gray, and I'm also just going to smelt up some sand to get that glass that we need. So now we can just craft up that stained glass that I was talking about, and we're going to head over to the river area and start placing in all of the quote-unquote water. And we are going to completely fill in the little pond area with as much glass as we possibly can to hopefully get a little bit more of that foggy look to help it look more like water. I also discovered we can place grass down on mud, which works out perfectly because now we have a way to simulate a little bit of seaweed or underwater moss growing at the bottom without actually having real water there, so that works out perfect. And I'm also going to come up to where there are certain parts of this river where the water is flowing more heavily, maybe where it's going downstream or there's some mini waterfalls, and I actually learned this technique from BOO, I think around sometime last year, where he used this kind of water glass technique, and in the parts where the water was flowing much heavier, to make it look like there was foam bubbling up and stuff, he used the lighter stained glass that he had access to, like white stained glass, and I think maybe even some carpet, like some white wool carpets in some places. And I think it looked really cool, so we're going to try to do the same thing in a few spots here. Now, using stained glass to simulate different colors of water isn't a new thing. It's been around for a while. But somebody by the name of Jake Kelton Crafts recently managed to completely revolutionize the way we build with this mechanic in Minecraft. And he actually discovered a way to make a moving waterfall, which is just insanely cool. So later in the video, we are going to be building one of those, and I'm very excited for it. Now I'm just going to come in with a bunch more of those stone variants that I was using earlier on the little cliffside, and we're going to build up the sides of the river to make it look like a lot of the dirt has been washed away, and there's a bunch of exposed stone surrounding where the water is. I'm also going to come to the side of the cliffside here, and I'm going to try to build out a very crude little waterfall. This one is not going to be moving. Again, we're going to have a much bigger, more visually pleasing version of this later in the video, but I think having a little one off to the side here will just add a little bit of cool detail for us to look at when we're swimming past the island. And I'm also just going to come in with a bunch of bone meal to help add some foliage to the area. Eventually, the entire floor is going to be covered in grass and stuff, but we'll get to that in a little bit. I'm also going to bring in some buttons and pressure plates to add some little stones everywhere. Now, over here where this portion of the river crosses over the pathway, I do want to design just a very small 1x1 almost bridge, just for us to have something to walk over. There we go. I think that design works pretty well. Looks cute. And I gotta say, this whole area has turned out very good. I'm really happy with the way this looks. This is the first time I've tried to do this, in survival. Actually, this is the first time I've ever tried to build like this at all. So, and this looks especially good with shaders. I love the way that with Complementary Reimagined, the glass is actually reflective. So it does give the illusion of this being actual water because of those reflections. I didn't even mean for that to happen. I didn't know that was a thing that was going to happen, but we're lucky it turned out that way. Now I'm just going to come in and build up some more stone along the pathway here just to give us some elevation changes when we're walking. And again, man, I keep coming back to this pond. It looks so good with the farm in the background. But next up, continuing the stone trend here, I'm going to go throughout the forest and just build up a bunch of boulders all over the place. The default Minecraft like spruce and taiga biomes do have these, so I would like to incorporate some of these myself as well. And so I'm just going to be randomly building a bunch of different variations of these. Okay, this place is really starting to look amazing. I placed in all the boulders and I went ahead and bone mealed the entire forest floor, removing any flowers or other colored blocks that are there. So we basically just have all either short grass or tall grass, and I have to say the immersiveness is really starting to compound and build up. But the next thing I want to quickly do is make the forest floor look a bit more bushy. So I'm going to go around with some more azalea leaves, and I'm just going to kind of throw them down randomly throughout the place. I'm also going to use some flowering azaleas just to give us a little bit of some pops of color here and there, and I'm hoping this will help to fill up some space visually and just make the forest floor look a bit more dense. I also want to come in and mark this pathway that separates from the main walkway and kind of have a secondary area to walk up to the actual castle. Now, if you guys know from last video, I said that I want the outer circle of the castle walls to actually be filled with houses, and since we have this broken section of the wall where, you know, the broken piece of the castle rolled down, I think it would make sense if we had a pathway leading up to this area, kind of giving the villagers a secondary way to enter their housing, you know, from the forest. And then I'm also going to dig underneath the little river section here. I know I was just working on pathways, but I got to come back to the river because I want to add flowing water. That way, when we stand around the river, we can actually hear water flowing as if it were actual water and not just regular glass. And I can already hear it starting to work. That is going to be perfect. Now we're just going to come into the broken section of the castle, and I'm going to attempt to make room for a full beacon under here. I have to clear out a bunch of dirt, and I have to do all of this while not removing as much of the castle as possible because I do not want this beacon to really be exposed. I want it to be pretty hidden, basically 100% hidden underneath of the broken castle itself, so we're gonna try to make this work as best as we can. And then we'll just place the beacon down up top, wait for it to power on, and then we will activate resistance and regeneration on the beacon. That way, anytime we're in the forest, we will have resistance and regeneration, and I really like this idea. I like the idea of having a place to come where maybe we're very low on health or about to die, and just having this safe haven on the island to just be able to regenerate without having to eat anything. And for those of you who are worried about mobs, don't worry, because we're going to be mob proofing this entire area later in the video. But now I'm just going to come in and do some weathering on this part of the castle by adding in a bunch of tough and mossy cobblestone and moss blocks and just every kind of foliage thing you can think of to cover this thing to make it look like it's been here for a couple hundred years. And now a lot of you have mentioned that it would make sense to kind of have a trail through the forest where this thing might have rolled down with some broken trees. And although that does sound like a good idea, like I previously just stated, I really want it to feel like this thing has been sitting here for hundreds, if not thousands of years. I want the forest to have grown back over where the trail of the fallen castle would have been, so that's why I'm opting to do that. It would be a lot cooler to show the broken trees, I agree, but it's more important to me to show the passage of time here. Then another thing we're going to do to start to help mob proofing the area is we're going to make a bunch of glow lichen and harvest it and kind of start just dotting it throughout the forest to get some low level lighting to stop mobs from spawning at night. I'm also just going to come in here and replace a bunch of these moss blocks with torches and then place moss carpets over them. That way we have some more powerful torch light on the forest floor, lighting up the area and preventing mobs from spawning. But with that, I think this portion of the forest is complete, and I am absolutely in love with the way this turned out. It really just is. This is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted out of this, and this is a little bit out of my comfort zone, so I'm just very happy with the way this turned out. We have a bunch of cool places in the forest where you can stand. Like over here on the trail, we can see, you know, the starter base through the woods here, and then if we go over to the right, we get this awesome view of the starter castle through the trees. Just looks absolutely amazing. And just walking through the rest of the forest looks absolutely gorgeous too. You know, over the little bridge over the river, just being able to see, you know, our little stream off in the distance is just so immersive, and I love it. But we're gonna head back over to the fishing village for a couple minutes here because there is something that's bothering me. These little sections we never really finished. There's a bunch of weird grass and dirt just sitting around, so we're going to remove that to make sure the docks extend properly, and then we can call it quits for this area. But there we go. I think that looks a lot better, and we're good to move on. But with that side of the forest done, we're going to come over to the top right section of the land that we have above the farming district, and we're going to begin transforming this as well. Now, this area is actually where I want to have that big moving waterfall that we're going to build. So I'm going to begin by just marking out where that thing is going to go, and then we're going to build the rest of the forest around that. Now that we have the area for where the waterfall is going to be marked out, I'm going to come to the top of that little section, and we need to have a place where the water is actually flowing from. So I'm going to spend some time terraforming and designing another little pond using the same techniques we used earlier in the video to use mud and cobble deep slate for the bed of the pond, and I'm actually going to extend that design down towards the bottom of where the waterfall is going to go. That way we have the dark color palette in the background of everything as it flows into the actual water that's separate from the island. But now it's time to actually get that water pawl in place. Who the fuck is Paul? But now we're actually going to get that waterfall in place. And so I'm just going to craft up some redstone components that we need to make it move. And I actually designed my own little version of this in our creating testing world. So I'm going to fire up Lightmatica again and use that to help me fill in all the redstone components. But all the redstone is now built, so it's time to just start filling in the background. And then it's just time to come in and start placing in the glass to make this thing actually work. And testing it out real quick, it's not done yet, but that is looking almost exactly how I want it to look. This is not going to be perfect. Again, this is my first attempt at this, okay? And I don't ever really do any kind of redstone. I mean, I know I have built my automated farms in the past before, but that's normally, you know, I was just straight up following a tutorial block for block. Me doing my own redstone basically from scratch without watching a tutorial is not something that happens very frequently here at youtube.com/Incy. So please bear with me. Now we need to just come in and finish building up the riverbed and add all of the stained glass on top. And I'm also going to come down to where our custom water meets the actual Minecraft water, and I'm going to try to blend this as seamlessly as possible. It's probably not going to look great, but I'm going to do my best here. And then I'm also going to come into the sides of the river and waterfall and add in some more cobbled deep slate and some tuff to make it look like they're just a bunch of water splotches everywhere. And yep, using free cam here to take a step back over on the other side of the river, that looks really good. I mean, I'm really happy with how this is turning out. Now, I just need to come up to this little pond we have here, place in some more of that grass, or I guess rather seaweed, fill it in with some more stained glass, and then get to detailing the rocks around the outside of it. I'm also going to come back down to the waterfall here and add in some white wool carpets and some cobwebs as well to hopefully give us that foamy, bubbly, flowing water look again. But now, with the waterfall in place, we're going to come over to another section of this area here, and I'm going to start extending the land outwards. We're going to be building some more cliffs here in a few minutes, but I just want to give us more room to walk around over here and actually have another pathway that circles around the back of the farming district. But I think this looks pretty good as far as extending the land goes. I'm now just going to come in and use the same path technique we used on the other side of the farming district to create some more walkways. But with the pathways complete, I'm now just going to come in and build up all of those cliffs I was talking about using stone, cobblestone, mossy cobblestone, and then we're actually going to add a layer of moss across all the tops of these stones as well. I think that would be a pretty cool look for the area. But with the rocks done, it's time to place in a bunch more of these trees to help build up the second part of this forest. So now with the forest basically built, we're just going to come in and do the same thing we did on the other side by bone mealing the ground to add a bunch of grass everywhere. We're also going to be adding some torch lights under some mossy carpets for lighting. We'll come in with some more glow lichen as well, just in case, also just to break up the textures on the trunks. Then we're also just going to quickly harvest another azalea tree for its leaves and use those once again to add some more foliage on the forest floor. I also need to come down to this more rocky segment of the cliffside here and just throw in some bone meal and some more bushes and stuff to add some texture to the cliffs. But that is going to do it for today's video. I hope you guys have enjoyed. I am absolutely in love with the way these two areas have turned out. The moving waterfall looks perfect. The forest looks perfect. The beacon is in the best possible location, and I'm just super happy with everything. And I really love the work that I did with the stained glass in the water. I think that is just an amazing way to add a lot of character to this build. And it looks so good from outside the island, from within the farming district. It just really helps to bring everything together and make the farming district feel like it's just surrounded by this absolutely massive forest. But once again, that is going to do it for today's video. If you are interested, the trees that I used for this build are available for download on my Patreon page, and once the starter island is complete, a full world download will be available, so be looking forward to that as well. But once again, thank you guys for everything. Thank you for 120,000 subscribers, by the way, too. That's another insane milestone. The channel really is growing fast, and I'm just so grateful for all of your support, so thank you. But that's going to do it from me. I gotta get going because I've got more work to do. Last episode, we built this custom forest in my hardcore Minecraft Forever world. And as beautiful as we have our overworld looking now, I actually want to head underground this episode to try to tackle the empty space we have below the Mega Castle starter base. You see, I've got a chest monster that's been piling up for a couple of months now, and I want to start to solve that issue by building my dream storage room. Now, in order to begin this process, I actually need tons and tons of gold, like copious amounts of gold. But looking in my valuable storage chest here, I basically only have 29 pieces, so we need to start by building a gold farm. So I'm going to fly out to a beach that's near the starter base, and I'm going to attempt to collect some turtle eggs from a bunch of the local turtles. And I'm also going to need some seaweed or seagrass to help breed them up. And I think I'm just going to try to come in here and make a little makeshift pen for them so they can't escape and wander around, because these guys tend to like to do that. So hopefully this will prevent them from wandering around too much. Just gotta push a couple of these guys around on the sand. His flippers, his fins, swimmy things? I don't know, but they're freaking out. And we've actually already got our first turtle egg, so this is going pretty well. And I really can't be bothered to try to corral all of these turtles into one place, so I'm just going to breed up most of them where they're sitting, so I don't have to move them. Hopefully this saves time. But after waiting around for about 20 minutes, we now have 6 turtle eggs, so I'm just going to fly back over to our starter island, and I'm going to work on crafting up some chests and hoppers, because we're going to be needing a lot of those for the collection system in the gold farm. I'm also going to need to smelt up some glass, so I'm going to whip out some of these coal ores that we have, and I'm going to use my fortune pick on them to get some coal so we can smelt those up. Then we'll just throw all the sand into these furnaces and sit and wait until they're done smelting. I'm also going to come in and craft up some spruce trap doors. I'll also need a couple ladders and a piece of flint and steel. And obviously we need to build this gold farm in the nether, and I've actually run out of obsidian, so I'm going to grab a water bucket and head down to the caves here to try and collect enough obsidian to give us like maybe 1 to 3 nether portals. I feel like maybe we might have to do a couple back and forth trips, so I'll probably grab some extra just to be safe. And I'm also going to play a very dangerous game here of look a bunch of endermen in the eye and then attempt to kill them, because I need ender pearls. We're going to need to glitch through the top layer of bedrock in the nether, so I have to get some of these guys. And I think one of them I think an angry one just went through the portal. That's really not good. Hold on, wait a minute, let me see. Is he waiting on the other side for us? Hello? Yes, he is. There we go, that's 1 down. And 2 down. Okay. We're good to go. That was a little scary. But another thing we're going to need to use is a bunch of magma blocks. I'm going to use these as the spawning platforms for the piglins, or rather the zombie piglins, I guess. So I'm going to need quite a bit of this. Alright, so now I'm just going to start towering up here to the nether roof, and I'm going to go up to the highest block of bedrock that I can find. It's supposed to be at Y level 127, I think. I'm going to place down our ladders, and I'm going to pause the game real quick to make sure I'm actually doing this right, because this could very easily spell death for the end of the world, so I'm just going to double check everything, make sure I'm remembering correctly, and we're going to go for it. And that was nowhere near as difficult as I thought it was going to be. Okay, we didn't get stuck or anything. I don't, did we even take damage? I don't even think we took damage. But before I forget, I'm going to throw up another portal on the roof here and get that lit, so we actually have a way to get back home, because we don't want to get stuck up here. And this brought us out actually pretty close to the starter base. It's going to take a couple of fireworks to get to and from this place, which will be annoying. We need to set up a proper nether hub eventually too. I need to travel more efficiently. But now that we have safely set everything up, it's time to start building the actual gold farm. And this is a pretty easy and simple design. Again, this is kind of going to be a temporary farm, so we're just going to build a quick collection system at the bottom of the build, and then we're just going to build a few layers of magma blocks for the zombie piglins to spawn on, and in the center of each layer, we'll place a glass block with a turtle egg on top, and then trapdoors between the glass and the magma blocks to make sure the zombie piglins think they can walk and crush the egg, and they'll end up falling down to their death. Alright, so after AFKing here for about half an hour, about maybe 20 minutes, it's time to see what kind of loot we collected. And honestly, this looks like, for such a short amount of time, a pretty decent amount of golden nuggets, almost an entire inventory full. So as small as this thing is, it seems to be pretty efficient. We're probably going to expand it later in the video. I might do that over in a live stream. Speaking of which, being subscribed to the channel and having your channel notifications on so you can watch live streams is a really good way to see all my behind the scenes type of content. You know, a lot of my quote unquote off camera mining is done on my live streams, and I do a lot of interior builds over there as well, so consider subscribing and checking that out. But now that the gold farm is up and running, I'm going to let it run every once in a while overnight in between recording segments. That way it can be running when I'm sleeping and I can get things done during the day. But I'm going to return to our starter wizard tower here, and the reason I'm going over in this direction is because I want the actual entrance to this big storage room to be like a secret little corridor that's in our current valuable storage room. Like, I'm literally just gonna come off to the left here and start digging a little hole down. And actually, before I do that, I'm going to run over to the forest area we just built, and I'm going to borrow the beacon we have there because I do need haste. I want to get all of this done quickly, and I want to burrow a tunnel all the way from underneath of our starter wizard tower to where the storage room is going to be. So I need to do that as efficiently as possible. And you know, now that I'm having to move this beacon around, it's got me thinking about a wither skeleton farm. It would be pretty nice, and we are long overdue for some more beacons in this world. But anyways, I'm just going to temporarily throw this down in the water, and there we go. Now I can properly funnel out a tunnel underground here. And there we go. Now we have that tunnel connected up to where the main storage area is going to be. Now I do want the entrance to this tunnel coming from the storage room to be a little bit bigger, so I'm just going to get rid of the sand here and try to shape up the entrance a little bit better. Now I'm just going to use a stone cutter here to get us a couple of variants of slabs and stairs of a couple of different stone blocks, and we are going to come back down into our secret tunnel here and use those blocks to help smooth out the shape of the tunnel to make it look more natural. But now that we've got the tunnel smoothed out, I want to come into this kind of little flat area I have over here and use a bunch of different types of chiseled tuff to make kind of like an ancient looking stone entrance that was maybe carved directly out of the rock that was blocking the way here. Or maybe to kind of make it look like this area or access to this area was intentionally sealed up by somebody. And again, just trying to give it that look that this has been here for like thousands of years. And then I also want to build a little kind of broken-ish staircase going up to the door, also carved out of stone. And we're going to use just a bunch of different types of slabs for that as well. Now I'm just going to come in with a spruce door and a spruce trapdoor to make, or I guess to finish off the entrance to the storage area. And with that done, I'm just going to come around and place down some stone pressure plates and some stone buttons as well to make the rocks on the ground look a bit more rough and kind of jumbled up. And then I'm also going to come in with some more spruce wood, primarily some spruce logs for some support pillars. Then I'm also going to add just some more spruce trapdoors, some barrels, and maybe even some chests and slabs, just to add some more detail around the area. Now I'm also going to come into the tunnel here and use some candles to give us a pretty dim light source. You know, even when you use like torches and glowstone underneath of carpets, which is normally the method I use for lighting areas up, it's still pretty strong, and I'm looking for something more subtle. So not only does this give off, again, the proper amount of light that we're looking for, but candles on top of levers also just look really, really cool. But with the tunnel complete, we're now going to come into the main storage area here, and I'm going to actually start digging. And I know we already have a massive amount of space under here, but do you know what would be even cooler? An even bigger amount of space. So I'm going to spend the next couple of hours digging out a couple thousand more blocks. And while we're digging out this absolutely massive area, I want to go over today's comment of the day. And the comment of the day this time comes from somebody called Xavierza1. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong, of course, as always. But Xavier says, yo man, I'm trying to get advice for building since watching videos doesn't really teach me. Was just wondering if you got any advice for me. So first of all, Xavier, thank you for the comment of the day, and the answer to your question is actually in your question. I get asked all the time about building tips and tricks and how I do what I do, and I think the best piece of advice that I always try to give for building tips is this. Watching YouTube videos and tutorials is a great place to start, but that will only take you so far. The real magic will begin to happen when you stop watching and you start building. You need that in-game hands-on experience. And this is applicable to basically any skill. Like for example, you wouldn't watch 100 videos on YouTube on how to play the guitar and then go pick up a guitar and expect to be a master at it. You haven't played with it yet, really. Sure, you may know how it works in general, but you don't know the feel of it, you don't know the mechanics of it, and you're not going to be very good. So when it came to building, this is what I would always do, and this is what I recommend to you. Watch a video or learn a technique to get inspired, then turn the video off and build using that technique completely from memory. Try your best not to copy block for block. Obviously, in the very early stages of you playing this game, that's most likely what you'll end up doing, and that's fine. But once you get past that part, turn the video off and stop doing the block for block copies. Take the idea and attempt to make it your own. And that's how you'll actually learn to build. By putting things together with your own hands, experimenting, changing things, and figuring out what works and what doesn't. And the more you build, the better you get, and trust me, it's an absolutely amazing feeling when all of the puzzle pieces suddenly fit together. But once again, Xavier, thank you for the comment, and let's get back to the time lapse. So now this area is looking a lot better, and we definitely have just so much more room to work with. But now I actually need to collect a couple more stone type blocks, so we're going to fly over to our mining district. We're going to head down underground, and we're going to begin digging out some tuff because I am going to need a lot of that. But with all the tuff collected, I'm now going to head back up to our mountain mining area, and I'm going to clear out a bunch of stone and cobblestone because those are going to be the other two blocks that make up the ground and the cave system that we're going to be building. But alright, as you can see here through all of these chests, we have just a butt ton of stone and tuff and cobblestone. This really should do it. This should be all we need. I will be very surprised if we have to go out for another mining trip, so I think we're good to go. So with everything gathered, the first thing we're going to do is tear up the entire ground floor under our cave here, and we're going to replace everything with some tough stone and cobblestone. And now what I want to do is start layering up a bunch of rock along the little mini cliffside we have here, and just bring it up to a decent height that I'm happy with. Alright, so that is looking pretty good. I'm actually really happy with how this is turning out so far. Now I'm going to come back in with Light Matica, and I saved some kind of rock presets that I made to kind of help us build up some pillars that will stretch from the ground to the ceiling. Yeah, taking a step back and looking at this kind of rock stone pillar here, I think that looks pretty good. So we're going to keep going with this design for a while and see how everything turns out. Alright, so this place is definitely coming along really well. Now, please keep in mind, all of these rocks are not shaped up properly yet. This is kind of just a bulk regular block outline. I plan to go back through with some stairs and slabs and other types of blocks to kind of help like smooth everything out again. So this is not final, but what I want to do now is fly up to the top here, and I want to get started on filling in the roof and making it look smooth. And so with the ceiling in place, I now want to come to the back area of the cave and kind of build up this wall here again to make it look more natural, and to attempt to get rid of as much of the moss and mossy cobblestone as we can. I still want some kind of moss and mossy cobblestone growing at like the tops of the cave to maybe give the illusion of like some algae and stuff, but want to get rid of as much of that as possible. I also want to come over to the entrance of the cave and kind of shape it up a bit more as well. Again, just trying to hide all the grass and that giant tree we have growing underground now. And so now what I want to do is enclose this little ledge we have at the top of the build here as well. I think it would be really cool if we had a walkway or kind of a pathway going around the top of the entirety of the build, so we can look down into this pit at all of our gems and things that we're eventually going to be throwing down there. And if you were wondering why I needed a gold farm earlier, that's why. I want this to be a kind of hands-on storage room where there's literally just gold blocks scattered all over the floor like a giant treasure hoard. It's gonna be really cool. And so now one of the last things I want to do to finish getting this cave ready is to just replace all of the grass and sand on the floor with, again, stone, cobblestone, and tuff. So now that we have the general shape of the entire cave laid out, I'm going to come in with a bunch of the slabs I made earlier, and I'm going to do what I said I was going to do earlier, which is basically just smooth everything out. Alright, and I have to say, that looks a lot better. I didn't smooth everything out just across the board. I did want this to look natural and not too man-made, so I did leave some jagged edges every now and again, but primarily, especially walking back through this back tunnel here, you can really tell just how much this has changed, and I'm very happy with it. And I have been AFKing at the gold farm every now and again, but as I'm laying the gold out in the center of the floor here, which, again, remember my plan is basically to cover this entire area in gold, I'm realizing that we really do not have enough. So we are going to head back into the nether to gather up some more magma blocks, and I'm going to come in here, probably fire up another live stream, and we're going to fix up this gold farm here, add a couple of layers to make sure it runs a lot more efficiently. So now with this farm running a lot better, I want to also increase our drop rate by sealing in the killing platform. I'm just going to build up a bunch of layers of glass. That way, when the zombie piglins drop down, the items that they drop won't accidentally spill out over the edges onto the bedrock, and everything will be collected by the hoppers. And there we go. Not only does that look a lot cooler, but look at how fast this thing is running, man. I mean, good lord, they're basically dropping every second, which is kind of insane. This feels very overpowered for a very simple design. This is literally just turtle eggs, magma blocks, glass, and wood. I mean, that's literally it. So after I got the farm fixed up, I spent the night AFKing there, and we got a ton of gold. But before I show you all of that, I want to come over to the farming district here and just scoop up a bunch of these carrots. We're going to do a full harvest on our carrot farm here, because now that we're uber rich, I want to switch over to using golden carrots as our primary source of food. Now our cows can finally live in peace without the fear of being slaughtered and eaten every morning. And so now we'll just take all of those carrots that we got, we'll get ourselves some gold nuggets, and start converting them into that luscious new food source. And we're gonna head back down into the caves here, and I want to show you that I have got almost an entire shulker box full of gold. I mean, we are swimming in this stuff now, and what's crazy is that this still isn't going to be enough. We're going to have to do a few more AFK sessions, but I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Now I'm heading back into the nether to collect a few more blocks, because before we even place some of the gold down, I want to build something else in the cave. Now, if you'll remember, a few weeks ago, we talked about potentially building a dragon to guard all of the gold, and I've decided that I actually do want to go through with that. Now, this is going to help build onto the lore of the world, and I will explain how in another video, but there is definitely something more at play here. And I also thought it would be cool if this first dragon that we built here was red. I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a time in the Minecraft community years and years and years ago where there were rumors going around that we were going to get a red dragon as or a nether dragon in a Minecraft update, and it never actually ended up happening. But I thought it would be cool to try to include something like that here, kind of as an homage to the OG Minecrafters and, you know, to a lost point in time of the Minecraft community. So I'm going to just gather up some nether wart blocks and some crimson stems. I'm also going to collect some regular nether brick and some netherrack so that we can smelt into more nether brick and turn that into red nether brick. I'm also going to need a decent amount of blackstone, so we're going to stop in this basalt delta here to gather some of that. And now I'm just going to use up some of our leftover nether warts and soul sand to create a temporary nether wart farm down in the cave here, and we'll just AFK here and grow these out for a little bit to make sure we can get all the red nether bricks we're going to need. This is probably going to be the most difficult block to collect in this process. Now, one of the last things that we're going to need is something that could potentially get us killed, so I'm a little nervous about this, but I really want this dragon to have like a pale blue eye. I think that would be pretty cool, and originally I was going to use a diamond block to kind of get that message across, but I think I want to use a sea lantern. So we're going to fly out to the ocean here, drop right into the water, and as quickly as we possibly can, try to avoid all these guardians, and they're already attempting to shoot at me, which is not great. I'm just going to try to steal one of these sea lanterns. I got to drop something in my inventory, oh my god. There we go, we got it, and now we got to get the hell out of here. Good lord. Yes, Dolphin's Grace, please. Please save me. Oh my god, dude, we're zooming. But alright, we have returned home safely. Now it's time to start building the dragon. Now, as we're building this dragon here, I want to explain a little more about it. While I do want to include other real dragons in this world, this particular dragon is less of a biological creature and more of a curse. And the reason why I have him down here below the mega castle surrounded by all this gold, the lore goes that if the villagers don't donate a percentage of their earnings to this dragon, he will get angry, he'll burst out of the cave and destroy the world. This dragon is also directly tied to the magic that our sorcerers in this world use, but we'll talk about that some other time. I just wanted to explain quickly why he's here. And if you notice, he's lacking some pretty defining features, most notably his wings. This dragon doesn't have any wings, but again, there are reasons for that, and we'll get into it some other time. But alright, the dragon is done, and I think he is a very beautiful boy. I love the way this guy turned out. Now, please be gentle with me in the comments. This is one of the first times I've ever built an organic creature in Minecraft, so I know it's not perfect, but I'm happy with what I managed to do. But now it's time to start marking out all the areas where I actually want to have these massive piles of gold. And I do want these gold piles to be completely made out of solid blocks. Now, in order to save time for the video, I'm not going to be making sure every single pile is complete solid gold, because I would just have to AFK for far too long in order to get that to happen. But I am going to be doing my best to fill them in as much as possible. So now that all the major piles of gold are in place, I want to come along the pathways I left in the ground here, and I want to just scatter some more gold throughout the area to kind of look like, you know, those piles of coins and treasure are spilling out into the pathways and walkways as well. And this will just help to make things look more chaotic and less uniform. We'll also build up some more little piles of coins and gold around the dragon himself, kind of to make it look like he's snuggled into the warmth of the treasure. And yeah, I think this is looking a lot better. Now I also went ahead, scooped up all of our other valuable items and turned them all into their block variants. And so I've got some raw gold ore here, I have some diamond blocks, I have some emerald blocks and redstone blocks, and we're just going to go around and every now and again dot in these different colored valuable blocks to make it look like there are gems and jewels shining all over the place and making the area look real sparkly and just super colorful. Now, I also want to have some hidden lighting in the ground here, so I'm going to dye all of my sheep yellow and shear them so I can get yellow carpet, and then I'm going to head into the nether and I'm going to collect a bunch of glowstone. The reason why I'm going to use glowstone under the carpets and not just torches is because I don't want the little smoke particles from the torches to be emanating from the ground, and since glowstone doesn't do that, I'm opting to use glowstone. But now we'll just come in here along the bottom of all the builds, placing in some glowstone with carpets on top of it, and I'm hoping this will make the treasure kind of look like it's just radiating light and it's glowing. I think it's going to look really cool. We'll see how it turns out. And taking a step back in free cam and looking at this area, this looks insanely cool. Turning out so much better. I was getting a little nervous there for a minute, but this is definitely going to be worth it. Now what I want to do is come in and make a bunch of item frames. Because for those of you who didn't already know, I have the invisible item frames resource pack installed. And so what I want to do is go place a bunch of these item frames all over the ground. And then I want to throw some diamonds and some raw gold and some redstone and emeralds in them to make it look like there are smaller pieces of this treasure thrown about the place. Now, another thing I want to introduce you guys to today is a data pack I have installed called Mini Blocks. And this does exactly what it sounds like it does. It enables you to put most of the blocks in Minecraft into a stone cutter so you can turn them into mini versions of themselves. Now, this data pack is just a decoration data pack. There's no way for me to cheese this system to get more items out of these blocks than I would normally. When you put one block into a stone cutter, you get 8 mini blocks out, but I can't then turn around and turn those mini blocks back into regular size blocks, so I have to use them sparingly, because once I convert them to mini blocks, basically the items I put in to create said mini blocks, I can never get them back out again. So for anybody who is even thinking about starting to say that this is some form of cheating, no, I am actually doing something that is very much to my detriment in order to have cool decorations. Now, I don't know how I feel about this mini block data pack yet. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep it in the final version of my mod pack, because this is leaning a bit more towards the modded side of things rather than the vanilla plus side of things, and I'm not sure how far in that direction I want to go, but for now I think they look really cool and I'm going to use them. The only thing I'm concerned about is that they might cause a little bit more lag, so if that ends up being the case, then we'll remove it. And of course, if you guys don't like it either, we'll remove it then too. But yeah, just that lag is the most concerning part. But alright, with a lot of the mini blocks in place, I want to come in now and just add a bunch of barrels and chests all over the place here. One, to break up the color palette, add some darker browns in here, and two, to make it look like there are some actual treasure chests that are also completely filled with gold scattered around the area. But now what I want to do is come into the center of the build here, kind of in where like the dragon is wrapped around, and I want to add a bunch of hoppers underneath some carpets so that way we can have the storage system actually be right underneath the dragon itself. And when we want to come and actually store items, we can act as if we're actually sacrificing those items to the dragon by throwing them at his feet. And once they hit the gold on the ground, they'll just be sucked in through the hoppers. So I'm just going to clear out an area here beneath where I want the storage area to be. We'll throw down another line of hoppers, and I'm also going to use a redstone technique here to create an automatic storage system. That way we can have multiple chests that are designated to their own individual items. So for example, we'll have a few chests that only collect diamonds, only collect emeralds, gold, redstone, iron, and so on and so forth. And the best part about this storage system is that even though it looks really small, I know what you guys are thinking right now, Incy, there's no way you just built this giant cave for this tiny little storage room. And well, yes, I did. I did do that. I'm sorry, but I did. This storage room is also basically infinitely expandable. All we need to do is take the chests and, build them downwards if we ever want more, connect some hoppers to them, and we're good to go. We basically have an endless amount of storage here. But we'll just come back up top here and cover up the surface hoppers, and there we go. If we throw items into it, we can just see them disappear, and that is pretty cool. I like it. But now what I need to do is I need to find a way for us to actually access that storage area. So we're just going to make a little tunnel leading back out of the storage room, and we're going to carve out a secondary entrance behind the primary entrance to the main room. And alright, after a little bit of redstone maintenance and some touch-ups, all of the items seem to be sorting properly into their designated chests. And if we come up top here one more time to try to test this out, yep, it appears everything is properly getting swallowed up by the hoppers and is going right where they belong. Now to go back to the little entrance areas I was just talking about and working on, I want to create a proper kind of trapdoor sitting on the floor here. I like the idea that, when we come into this room from the little tunnel passageway, whenever we open it, we have to push a bunch of gold out of the way and off the top of it as well. I think that would be a pretty cool idea, a pretty good point to try to get across. So I'm just going to throw in some trapdoors here with one side being open and one side being closed. And then I'm going to line the entrance with chiseled tough bricks. And then I'm also going to do some work beneath the trapdoor, adding a bit of a steeper staircase, so that way we can actually walk our way up to the entrance itself. And then I'll just come through and replace all of the sand and sandstone with a bunch of tough stone and cobblestone, and we'll smooth out the stairs with some slabs as well. And then I also want to start building another cave tunnel behind the main entrance here, and this will be the tunnel that leads us to where we actually gather all of our materials from. This way we have a proper way to access it. So now that we got this tunnel built and properly smoothed out, I'm going to come in and do the exact same thing I did on the front in the back here. I'm just going to add a couple piles of gold dotted around the place, and I'm going to throw in some barrels and some chests and some wooden support beams as well, just so that the look of this area is consistent with the look of the front of the area. And I know I said I wasn't going to use torches for floor lighting, but I've run out of glowstone. I really don't feel like going back to get more right now. And since this is kind of a back area, the smoke particles aren't really going to bother me as much if they're visible, so we're going to leave it for now. I also need to come down to this skinnier tunnel here, and I need to make this look as natural as possible while also keeping it straight, because I do need this corridor to kind of directly lead straight into the actual collecting room, so I can't really have it zigzag as much as I have been doing with the other caves. But there we go. I think this works pretty good for now. Alright, so next on my to-do list is flying down into our little forest here, and we're going to steal a piece of glow lichen, and we're going to use some of our bone meal from our bone meal farm, and we're just going to collect as much of this glow lichen as possible. I want this entire room to be completely mob proof, and we have a little bit of an issue of some of the higher parts of the caves not being mob proof. I have had a few creepers drop in on me, and I'm not really enjoying that, so we need to light up the higher portions of the cave, and I think glow lichen is probably the best way to go about doing that. as I was towering up looking at the higher portions of the cave, I noticed that we need to include a little bit more gold on the back of the dragon here. I want it to look like he's been laying here for maybe just a couple of years now, and some more gold is just ever so slightly starting to pile up on the back end of his tail and his hind legs. There we go. I actually think that adds a lot to this build. I mean, that looks a lot better. But now what I want to do is I want to come in, and this big pathway that wraps around the entire top part of the build, I want to do the same thing we did below. But there we go. This dragon and this storage room looks absolutely gorgeous. I am very, very happy with how this turned out. But that's going to do it for today's Hardcore Minecraft video. I hope you guys have enjoyed. This storage room looks absolutely gorgeous. Our nice red dragon looks absolutely gorgeous. And I'm super happy to finally have this massive space below the mega castle filled with something. Now the build just feels so much less empty, and it really feels like a solid, complete structure. The gold looks beautiful. I love the look of all the items. We have item frames on the ground, and I really do think I'm enjoying the mini blocks, so hopefully you guys want to keep that as well. And I know what you're thinking, Incy, this doesn't really solve all of your storage problems. And while you're right, it absolutely does not, this will handle all of our valuables, which now that we have farms for a lot of those things, we will have a ton of valuable resources coming in soon, so we really did need this. And for any of you wondering, yes, I am going to take this same storage technique and auto sorting system that I used down below our dragon here, and I'm going to build a bunch of these different modules scattered all throughout the rest of the starter island during some of my live streams. So again, make sure you have your channel notifications on and are subscribed to the channel so you can catch those. Now, I've mentioned it before, I want to have to use every single part of this starter island, which is why I'm not having my bulk storage be in one particular space. We have all of our valuables in this module here. We're going to build another module underneath the entertainment district for things like flowers and bone meal and rockets and all our other sorts of dyes and things. We'll have another module underneath the farming district for all of our food, another one under our mining district for all of our stone type blocks. You get the idea. We're going to have these things all over the island. But once again, that's going to do it for today. I hope you guys have enjoyed, but I gotta get going because I've got more work to do. Last episode, we built this secret underground treasure room for all of our valuable items. But as much as I absolutely adore this place, today we're heading back above ground to complete the remainder of the city on our starter island. But to start this process, we actually have to head back over to our creative testing world. And as you can see, I've laid out 3 different lines of plots for us to build some city house prefabs on. I'm going to design a series of small, medium, and large houses, and then use those as presets in Lightmatica so we can finish the city quicker. But without further ado, we're going to get started on designing the small houses. Then we'll move to the medium ones and the large ones. We're going to go in size order. And I would also like to point out while we're doing this that all of these houses will be available for download for my Diamond tier Patreon members. So for just alright, now that we are actually in the hardcore world, we have to get started by prepping these areas for the buildings. And unfortunately, that means getting rid of this chest monster. So over the course of the next hour here, I'm going to do my very best to organize all of these items in different places. So I'm going to start by making a bunch of chests to open up some more storage room, and we're actually going to go over to the mining district, and we're going to begin carving out an area inside of one of these houses here. If you remember at the end of last episode, I said that I wanted to have a bunch of those automated storage systems dotted throughout the world, and I wanted each of those storage systems to have their own dedicated set of items correlating to the structures that are above them. And while we're not building that automated storage system today, I do want to move a bunch of chests over here to the mining district, and the first items that we're going to start sorting out of our chest monster are going to be all of the stone and stone adjacent blocks, and we're going to keep them over here for now. That way, at least those items are in the proper area where they belong. Now that we have all the stone blocks out of the way, I'm going to head over to the entertainment district, and we're going to start digging a hole below our greenhouse. Now this is where the storage room for all of our foliage, or kind of like garden, or I guess natural adjacent blocks are going to be. We're eventually going to have an auto sorting system and a big storage room down here as well, but again for now we're just kind of going to create another separate chest monster to throw all the rest of the blocks in. And to be honest with you, this should take care of almost the rest of the chest monster here. Most of the stuff we have is foliage or wood related blocks. And although I would like to have a lumber yard eventually in this world for said wood blocks, we're not going to be able to get to that today, so that'll be coming in another episode. But alright, all the chests are gone. The last thing we need to do is fill in this hole in the ground here and start taking down our nether portal. I'm kind of sad about this. This nether portal was one of the last remaining things that has been here since basically day one in the world, so kind of sad to see it go, but we're just going to relocate it to a couple of blocks away, somewhere else, probably within the walls of the mega castle, I think, for now. It's temporary. I need to do a whole episode about building the perfect nether portal in hardcore Minecraft, but yeah, again, not today. What I do want to do right now, though, is actually go back over to the mining district, and we are going to actually take out some of those stone blocks that we just organized earlier. Organized is a very generous term, but again, at least they're together now. Anyways, what I want to do is we are finally going to connect the entertainment district to the main portion of our starter island, and we're going to do that by building kind of like a natural rock bridge that leads over the water. And so I'm going to do this by using the same combination of blocks we used on the cliffside for the entertainment district and the mega castle. Just going to be using an assortment of stone, cobblestone, mossy cobblestone, tough, and deep slate. And then for the top of this little build, we're also going to bring in some grass and some moss blocks so we can have a natural pathway going over the top. This thing does look pretty good, but I do want to touch it up in a few places. We're going to come in with some slabs and some stairs to kind of help smooth out some of these curves that we have going on. And we're also going to just come in with a bunch more mossy cobblestone to kind of help blend the stone in with the moss and grass. And honestly, I know those are very minor changes, but I think that helped a lot. Now, before we move on from the bridge, I do want to come in up top and extend some proper pathways over it. And we're going to do that by using the very classic combination of some coarse dirt and some path blocks using our shovel. I do also want to come in and add kind of some of these like broken down railings, or I guess railings that haven't really been maintained over the years. And I just want to do that using spruce and oak fences, just to kind of make it look like there is some kind of safety precautions set up here for when you're crossing over. But there we go. That looks a lot better. So now I want to begin gathering all the resources we're going to need for the houses themselves. And I'm going to start by crafting up some stone bricks, because believe it or not, we actually don't have a lot of those right now. And I'm also going to throw in about half of these into furnaces just to get us started so that we can also get some cracked stone bricks. Now all that's left to do is get our groove on while we wait for those things to smelt up. Now we'll just collect all of these things out of the furnace, and we'll head back over to our separate chest monsters to collect a bunch of other blocks. But with that, I think we're ready to build our first house. Our first little house here is finally complete. All I gotta do is go in and add a couple more bushes for like these window flowers or plants or something. But that is it. And I actually really love the way this turned out. And hopefully you guys are kind of able to judge the kind of sense of style I'm going for with the rest of these buildings. But unfortunately, in building this, I have realized that we have nowhere near the proper amount of materials we need. We are very low, specifically on all of our wood blocks. And if we want to make a bunch of these houses, we're going to have to go out on a resource mining mission. So we're going to start by clearing out the remaining dark oak trees on our dark oak island. Then we'll move over to this other little island over here that's kind of in the middle of a lake. And we're going to use that to get all of our oak and birch wood. And then we're going to head back over to this poor taiga biome that we have been stripping of all of its spruce wood for months. And we're going to continue to do more of the same. Okay, so we got all of the oak and birch wood that we need, and now we're over at the taiga biome. But before we start collecting spruce wood, I actually want to go ahead and collect a bunch of this mossy cobblestone that we have on the ground here. Now, I know what you guys are probably thinking, Incy, you have access to a ton of cobblestone, and you have an automatic bone meal farm that can give you a bunch of moss. Why are you mining mossy cobblestone? And honestly, it's because I don't want to have to sit around for a while and wait for that farm to produce the moss I need. This is all free right here on the ground, so I can actually get this faster, and it saves me from having to manually craft the items. But with all of that mossy cobblestone collected, it's now time to start chopping down all of these spruce trees. But with all that wood collected, now it's time for us to start crafting up all the different variations of those wood blocks. So we're going to start with some spruce trapdoors, some spruce fences, spruce stairs, and spruce slabs, and of course spruce fence gates as well. Then we're just going to do that all over again with dark oak wood and regular oak wood. But with that, I think it's time to finally get building. All right, so I have been building for quite a while now. We have a good couple of houses set up. I've built one of basically almost every variation of house that we're going to have so far. I think there's one or two that maybe I haven't included yet, but this will give you a good idea of what we're going to be working with for the rest of the houses. And so now we're just going to begin by, I think, completing kind of this right bottom section of the city. So yeah, let's keep going. Another couple of hours later, and we have a ton of more houses built up, and the city is really starting to take shape, and I am getting very excited about it. I think it looks good, especially from this up top angle here, but I've just been building so many houses that I am getting a little bit of house burnout here. So I'm going to take a break for a quick minute, and I'm actually going to start building out one of the pathways that we're going to be having looping around the city, and we're going to use the same design we used over in the entertainment district and on the entertainment district bridge, and basically everywhere else in the world. We're just going to be bringing in some coarse dirt and some path blocks here. But there we go. I think this is starting to look pretty good, and that definitely gave me the break I needed. I'm feeling a bit more refreshed, and I'm ready to keep going with houses, so let's get back to building the city. So now that we have a couple more regular houses built, I want to start making what is going to be one of the quote-unquote specialty buildings here in this city. And I thought it would be pretty cool if we included like this crudely designed kind of soldiers barracks at the base of the wall of the mega castle. You know, there hasn't been any fighting in this area or on this starter island for a good couple of generations, so there's no need for these villagers to really maintain a proper army. So instead, the only thing that they really keep up with is this crappy little barracks area here where basically the royal guard will be stationed and sent to for very brief training. And of course, this will play into later lore in the story. You guys know that I have and am trying to develop thousands of years of history in this world, but I'm also thinking about the lore for the future of this world, and all I can say is the idea that these soldiers are not well trained is going to be very important in the future. But lore conversations aside, I'm just going to continue to build up this barracks here and hope it looks good when it's done. I'm also going to come into the interior of this thing right here, and I'm going to start breaking down all of the grass and moss blocks that we have here, so we have a level ground for all of the soldiers to train on when this place is eventually finished. And of course, we're just going to do this by filling in the ground with a bunch of coarse dirt and path blocks. And I'm also going to replace all of the dirt that we have on the walls with, again, more stone. Now that we have most of the stonework in place, I'm going to come in and add a couple of these kind of hoarding looking buildings to the top of walls. And if you guys don't know what those are, they're basically wooden structures that were added to the top of walls and towers to provide a covered walkway and a secure place for defensive fire on top of castles. Most of the time, these things were meant to be mobile so that they could be removed during peacetime. And like I said, even though these villagers are currently in peace times, I figured it would be cool if we gave more merit to that laziness aspect of these villagers. Like, they really couldn't just be bothered to take them down, so they just left them up and have now become a permanent part of the barracks. And this will also be another sneaky little way for us to get some more interior space for building in the future. But now that we have basically the main outside shell of this structure complete, I want to come in and I actually want to quickly detail this place. One, to give me a break from building regular buildings and houses again, and two, just to kind of give us an idea of what the detail will look like all throughout the city when this place is done. So I'm going to start by adding just some more wood highlights around the build here with some trap doors. And I'm also going to come in and add a couple of little entrances to some of these places around the build to make it more accessible and make more sense. We'll fill in some floorboards where it's needed. And I'm going to start going around the area and just spamming barrels, trapdoors, slabs, chests, and scaffolding with lanterns on top of them to make it look like the entire build has just a bunch of supplies everywhere and maybe a couple of seating areas for the soldiers to sit. I can't believe I actually nailed that sentence first try this time. Throwback to those of you who have been here since episode 3. Now I'm actually going to come in with a couple of target blocks and turn those into the mini blocks that we installed last episode. From what I've read in the comments, you guys actually do really like the mini blocks as much as I do, so long as we don't use them too frequently throughout the entire world. And we're going to use those along with some hay bales and fences to kind of set up a little archery range for our villager guys here. There we go. I think that looks pretty cool. Now we're going to move to the other side here and we're going to install a couple of horse stables because, you know, it would make sense that these guys would have access to horses so that they can run out on missions and do whatever they need to do. And I'm actually also going to fly out here and go get some pumpkins and we'll carve them up and turn them into unlit jack-o'-lanterns. And we're also going to crap up a bunch of leather. I hope not. And we're also going to craft up a bunch of leather armor and throw some armor stands down so we can have some more training dummies. And for some finishing touches, we're just going to add some more blocks to the top of all of these towers here. We're also going to throw down some fletching tables to make it look like there are bows and arrows sitting up here, ready to defend the fortress. But there we go. I'm pretty happy with the amount of detail we were able to cram into this little area, and I think we're good to move on. So with that being said, let's get back to building the remainder of the city houses. Now, one of the last buildings that I want to make is actually some kind of a bell tower, and this one's going to look more like the original Mega Castle does, to kind of again add to that lore of, you know, this being a previous civilization here. Maybe this is one of the structures that actually remained in place. But I don't have all the blocks that I need to complete this thing, so I'm going to just fill in the blocks that I do have now, and I'll come back later and I'll fill in all the missing wall gaps, and I'll add some pale oak fences and everything to give it the same kind of gothic spiky look that the Mega Castle has. But alright, coming from over by the entertainment district, all of these houses look absolutely gorgeous sitting around the place here. Now I just gotta remove all my remaining utility blocks and everything, but I think I'm ready to start installing some roads in this place. I absolutely love how all of these buildings look, but it doesn't really flow together yet because there are no roads. It doesn't really make sense with a bunch of grass everywhere, so we have to come in with some paths. And we're actually going to start by making the first path lead up to the Mega Castle. Now this one won't be as beaten down as the rest of the pathways. There will still be a lot of grass and moss over this one because this is, you know, a path that is probably traveled less frequently by only like the king and castle staff. So not as many people will be going here, thus the pathway will be lighter. But as for the rest of the pathways here, these are going to be as trampled on as we can possibly make them look. And of course, we're going to be using the same design that we've been using, some coarse dirt and some path blocks. I've also been potentially thinking about throwing some brown mushroom blocks into the mix every now and again as well, but we'll leave that for some other time. So with most of the pathways complete, we're now going to come in and build a bunch of our custom spruce trees. Now I don't want to completely hide this entire village in those spruce trees, but I do want to have a decent amount of them to make it feel like the forest was kind of maybe grown over this entire island, and the villagers placed all of these new buildings here and cleared some of it out. Basically, I want this area to flow better into the actual forest area, and I don't want to have this, really obvious and jarring split between where the forest is and where the village is. And I think this will help with that transition a lot. Plus, it'll just make the interior of the roads of the village, feel more compact, claustrophobic, and hopefully a little bit more cozy. Now that we have all of those spruce trees in place, I have to say this village is really starting to come alive. It feels a lot more cozy and just condensed in here now that we have all of these things, and I'm very happy with the progress we've made so far. But now what I want to do is run back over to our bone meal farm, grab a couple stacks of bone meal, and then we're just going to start spamming it in all of the places where we don't have pathways. I really want it to feel like this city or village was built, kind of around the forest with the forest in mind, so I think it's important that we have a lot of big patches of grass, especially around where the trees are growing, where we just have this tall grass and a lot more dense foliage. And as I'm doing this here, I'm noticing that it's actually kind of starting to get dark and nighttime is approaching, so we're actually going to take this as an opportunity to start placing some torches down under moss carpets to begin the process of mob-proofing the area, or at least make the future process of mob-proofing a little bit easier on ourselves. I know there's some kind of resource pack, data pack, or mod out there that lets you visualize the light levels for each block. Like if a block is spawnable for hostile mobs, it'll like show up red or something. I really need to install that one. I don't remember what it's called though. If any of you guys know, let me know down in the comments, because I would love to have that, because that would make my life a lot easier. But okay, looking at this place from above, it looks like the majority of the interior of the village is kind of lit up. And oh my god, dude, I think I got lucky. Look at how many times this drowned with a trident has tried to shoot me. Thank god it didn't hit. We might be dead right now. I'm not sure if this spinning llama should be considered hostile or not, but we're gonna take him out just to be safe. But with all the hostile mobs and groovy llamas aside, I now want to start building out another cliffside area, kind of similar to what we have over to the left in the other little forest area that's above the mining district. And we're just gonna start at the bottom and work our way up using a gradient that goes from stone to cobblestone to mossy cobblestone to moss. And I'm going to do my best to blend this into the terrain as seamlessly as possible. So every once in a while, I'm also going to come in with some grass blocks to hopefully make it look like over the years the grass and dirt and moss has kind of grown over the rocks and blended into each other. And naturally, the next step we have after completing those rocks is building a bunch of smaller trees kind of dotted throughout the area. But alright, the new foresty type of area is now complete and everything is definitely looking a lot better. But now I'm going to come through here and again just bone meal all the places that we have grass to add some more foliage. I'm also going to bone meal some of the existing moss to kind of let it spread more naturally onto the stone and cobblestone so we get a better blended look for the environment. I'm also just going to punch out any flowers and azalea bushes that I see, although maybe we will leave some flower patches in every every now and again where there is light shining down on the ground. Another thing I really need to do is head underneath where I built all of the cliff sides. I need to make sure that the interior of these rocks are lit up. That way we don't get mobs spawning, so that when we have villagers here, they're constantly getting scared and trying to spawn iron golems and stuff. I mean, having iron golems around this area is going to be inevitable, and it might actually be kind of cool, but we don't want to have a bunch of accidental golems running around the place taking up space. And again, as nighttime approaches, I'm just going to come in and use some torches and mossy carpets to light up the area again. Now I gotta say, it does look like most of this place is now lit up and properly mob proof. Obviously there are some places on the more jagged sides of the rocks where I'm gonna have to throw some glow lichen down eventually, but since we don't have villagers on the island right now, I'm not too worried about it, and we can kind of save that for the finale episode. But alright, now I want to take a little moment to come into one of the center kind of like town squares that we have set up here. And I'm just going to clear out some of this grass, and I'm going to start making room for a villager statue. Now, I've designed my own statues before, specifically in the Paradise Cactus Farm that I built in the last hardcore world. Today, I'm going to be taking parts of my design and kind of combining it with some inspiration I got from an image I found on Google. I believe the original creator is somebody called Gold Robin, but I basically want to build this villager statue out of marble, kind of the same material that the mega castle was built in and the starter base was built in, to make it look like this statue has been preserved and was a part of the older civilization. So I'm going to start by coming in and just kind of sculpting the shape of the villager, or at least trying to get the shape of the villager. And then I'm going to come in up top and add some weathering to it, kind of similar to what we did on the mega castle and everything, just to make it look like it hasn't been properly maintained in a couple hundred years. And then I'm actually going to run over to the starter base. We're going to grab some lapis to make some blue dye, and then we are going to dye some of our sheep to get us blue wool. Now, the original creator of this design, and where I'm drawing inspiration from, they added blue wool to their villager statue and some blue banners to make it look like the villager was wearing some kind of robe. It was a very Greek inspired looking build, and I absolutely love the look of that, so we're going to be doing the same thing here. I think it fits really well into the lore. Now, this blue color doesn't necessarily mean that was like the flagship colors of these older civilizations. I'm including this robe more or less to make it look like the new villagers have dressed this statue up to kind of honor their ancestors or whatever civilization came before. And you know, these deep blue and deep purple colors are often associated with royalty, and because these new villagers don't really know how the old ones were able to make these awesome structures out of calcite and diorite and whatnot, I think it would make sense if they kind of revered them as royalty. So these new villagers have dressed them up in this, or have dressed these statues up in this nice blue robe to kind of honor what they did before they arrived. But alright, most of this guy is looking good. The last thing I want to do is add kind of like a little crown of leaves or something at the top to kind of complete the entire look. So I'm going to be using flowering azalea leaves to do that. But there we go. With that, our little villager statue is complete, and I love the look of him. He's big enough to be noticeable, but also small enough to not intrude on the skyline of the city, so I'm happy with this. And honestly, while I have these azalea leaves in my inventory, we might as well go back over to the rocks and cliffside here to just dot in a bunch of these as well. Again, just trying to complete that almost like hefty foliage look everywhere to make the landscape look more natural. But alright, we got all the leaves in place, and now I actually want to start building kind of another standalone building, one of the ones that I didn't have a preset for. And this one is going to be some kind of a tavern that is kind of like has this botanical and natural feel to it. If you've watched my live streams before, which by the way I highly recommend you do, you get to see a lot of behind the scenes stuff over there, you'll know that a few months ago I was talking about designing a tavern that kind of had, you know, grass and dirt on the roof, kind of just like a cool little visual thing to break up the city skyline and whatnot. And this building was actually supposed to be over in the mining district, but I ran out of room and never got around to building it. So I figured now would be a good time to throw it in, kind of overlooking the waterfall. That way there's some pretty cool scenery around the area for people to look at while they're eating and hanging out. So I built the main structure of the tavern, but I left out a bunch of the smaller details so I could kind of refine the build and make it match the area that it's sitting in a little bit better. So we're just going to come in with a bunch of different blocks, like grass to include on top of the moss and coarse dirt that we have on the roof. We're of course going to throw in some fence gates for some support as well. We will of course install some scaffolding windows, and we'll even come in with some signs in some places to make it look like it's been boarded up a little bit more, similar to what we did on all the other houses. And I do also want to add a little pathway that kind of goes in between the building to the left of the tavern, and eventually behind the building we're going to have a little seating area for everybody to get together and kind of have parties or stuff when events are being hosted. And speaking of hosting things, I'm hosting my own little party over at ggservers.com. And before you skip through this ad, I just want to let you know you are never going to find a better or cheaper server hosting company. I've actually been working with GG Servers for a couple of weeks now on starting up my own Minecraft survival server, and I can personally say the experience has been an absolute blast. You're going to get some of the highest quality Minecraft servers for the cheapest possible price, and their development team is incredibly fast at responding to problems. So if you're looking to start your own Minecraft server, whether that's vanilla, modded, or even for Bedrock, GG Servers has got you covered with powerful performance, global locations, and instant setups. They offer one-click installs for all your favorite mod packs, and again, I can't stress this enough, they have 24/7 customer support to help you out whenever you need it. So go ahead and use the link in the description or head on over to ggservers.com and use the code Incy25 to get 25% off your first purchase. But that is going to do it for today's video, guys. I hope you all have enjoyed. I'm very happy with the way this city turned out, and although we didn't get to decorate the entire thing today because I have run out of time, we will be doing that in my live streams, so again, make sure you have your channel notifications on so you can watch that happen live. And I'd also like to remind you that all the buildings you see here will be available for download for my Diamond Tier Patreon members. And I'm also happy to announce that today, for the first time ever, a full world download for Season 2 of Hardcore Minecraft will also be made available to all my Diamond Tier Patreon members. So for just $10, not only will you get all of those house designs, but you'll also get my entire collective survival world all in one place. Building this starter island has been an absolute blast for me, and I can't believe we've come so far in just 6 months. I want to thank you all so much for supporting me and coming along with me on this journey, and I cannot wait to see what the future holds for this world. But once again, thank you all so much for watching, but I've got to get going because I've got a villager trading hall to build. Last episode, we finished building our medieval city on our starter island, and as much as I love this thing, it feels a little empty. So today, in order to fill it with more life, we're going to be building our villager trading hall and villager breeder. Now, we don't actually have enough room on the starter island to build a villager trading hall, so I'm going to fly all the way up to this cliffside that's kind of jutting out of the regular landscape over here. And man, just look at the view of our starter island from all the way up here. I can't believe we've built all of this. It just looks so insane seeing it all put together. But yeah, I think this will probably be the best spot to build this thing. And so the first thing we need to do is make some room. So I'm going to start cutting down a bunch of these trees to make sure we have the proper amount of space we need to build. But alright, with all those trees cleared and out of the way, we're going to head back down to our bone meal farm and greenhouse, and I'm just going to craft up some white dye because we need to re-dye our sheep. There's still a bunch of blue and yellow sheep from the robes that we put on the villager statue last episode, and the yellow wool that we needed to make it look like there was gold all over our storage room floor. So we got to turn these guys back to their default color. And then of course we're going to just spend some time shearing them because one of the blocks we're going to need for this villager trading hall is white wool. Now the reason for this is because we're going to be using the exact same block palette that we used for the mega castle. I'd like for this villager trading hall to also look like it was that previous civilization that we have established in the lore, so we're going to be sticking with the same block palette. And I gotta be honest, this is going to be another one of those standout structures in this world. I am really looking forward to the way this is going to turn out. So after about an hour and a half of shearing sheep, we have about a double chest full of wool. Now, fortunately, we should have a lot of all the other kinds of blocks that we need from building the previous structures. Like, for example, I know we have all the tough we'll need in our mining district storage room, so we'll just scoop that up and bring it over real quick. We should also have all the cobbled deep slate that we'll need, so we'll grab that too. And then I'm just going to quickly drop off all of the leaves and wood that we got from tearing down the forest because I need to make some more room in my inventory here. We actually do not have all the items that I thought we had, so we have to go on a little resource mining journey here, and we're going to start by flying out to these mountains to look for some more veins of calcite. With calcite in our possession, we now need to move on to the next couple of blocks that we need, and again, I have run out of cobblestone and stone. I really need to just make a cobblestone farm, man. We are long overdue for that, but I'm going to keep putting it off. I don't even know why. I really don't want to make one. So we're going to go mine some more by hand. And the past couple of times that we've had to go mining, I have had to remove our regeneration beacon from our custom forest in order to get haste so we can get this done in a timely manner. So this time I'm not going to do that. We're actually going to head into the nether and go ahead and collect a bunch of wither skeleton skulls to get ourselves our second beacon in the hardcore world. 2,000 days in, over 2,000 days survived in this world, and we still only have 2 beacons. That seems kind of absurd. I'm really lacking in a few different places, honestly, now that I think about it. But anyways, I'm going to do my best to head out to a nearby nether fortress and just start killing as many wither skeletons as I can. Alright, so I'm not gonna lie, I've been here for quite a while, and not enough wither skeletons are spawning. We don't even have our first skull yet, and I feel like I've killed at least 20 of these guys, and the problem is not that the drop rates are bad, the problem is they're not spawning very frequently. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tear down a bunch of the railings and other structures that kind of jut out from the main nether fortress, and I'm going to use those nether bricks to start filling in some empty space to hopefully give us some bigger spawning platforms in this area. I don't know exactly the mechanics of how wither skeletons spawn, but I know you're supposed to slab off a really big area area of any of the terrain that's surrounding the Nether Fortress, and make the area that is within the Nether Fortress as flat and accessible for group mob spawning as possible. Okay, turns out maybe I do know a little bit about the spawning mechanics of wither skeletons, but anyways, hopefully this will work and we'll start to see some more guys pop up here. And oh yeah, I can already tell that the space we made is helping us make pretty significant progress. And just like that, I think we just got our first wither skeleton skull. I'm gonna check my inventory as soon as we kill this blaze here. There we go. And yep, we actually got 2. Okay, I will take that. I don't know if, can they drop more than 1 skull per skeleton? I don't think so. So we must have got one earlier and I didn't notice, but I'll take it. Now we just need 1 more, so let's keep going. But alright, we got the 3 wither skeleton skulls that we needed, so it's time to fly home and get that beacon crafted up. And the first thing I need, of course, is to make sure we actually have enough iron available right now for us to make the beacon. And looking in our chests down in our storage room, we definitely do not. And I also don't have an iron farm yet, which means we need to go on an iron mining trip. There are some pretty essential farms that I need now. It's time. I need to stop being lazy and just get on it. But for the time being, I'm going to grab some more rockets, and we're going to fly out to another Stony Peaks biome to hopefully find a bunch of iron. And returning home to our starter base here, we are actually 1 block shy of 12 stacks of iron ore, so I'd say that was a pretty good mining session. I was gone for a good hour and a half, 2 hours, so I'm glad we got a lot out of it. But now I'm just going to throw all of these down, and we're then going to convert all of these to raw iron with our Fortune 3 pickaxe. And while we do this, I actually want to go over this episode's comment of the day, which comes from Casper M3B. And Casper says, you could also make a tree farm and save the poor taiga. By the way, for schematics, you can also auto-place the blocks, so it's way faster to build such large projects. Love your videos. So thank you for the compliment and the comment, Casper. And yes, I actually am aware of the auto-placement option that comes with Lightmatica, and I do use it pretty frequently. But when it comes to auto-placing blocks with that mod, I tend to try to like to place them by hand as much as I possibly can. Because as much of a time saver as that is for me as a creator, it helps me to get videos out much faster. I still enjoy the manual placing aspects of the game, and I feel like sometimes Lightmatica can kind of take away from that, so I try to find a healthy balance of both. And to answer your statement about the tree farm, that is definitely something that will be coming soon. As I mentioned earlier in this video, there are a lot of auto farms that we need to get done. And I think having a whole like forest cut down area where there's a whole logging campaign going on, I think that would be a pretty sick video. So thank you once again for the comment, and I'll start getting right on that. But there we go, we have a full shulker box and an additional 22 pieces of iron, so that should be more than we need for a full beacon. So we're good to go. Now all we need to do is come inside to our starter base here and smelt all of it down into actual iron ingots. With all of that iron smelted, we're now just going to craft it all down into blocks. And then the remaining iron that we have, we're going to take into our treasure dungeon storage room here, sacrifice a bunch of it to the dragon, and then head out. And we're actually going to make a quick trip back to the nether to collect a few pieces of soul sand, and then we're going to fly over to our end portal. God, I always forget how gorgeous the end looks with complementary reimagined shaders. It's so pretty. But now we're just going to take our wither skeleton skulls and our soul sand, and we're going to set up a wither in this little killing chamber that we have here and collect our nether star. Now we just need to head back home, smelt up some glass, and collect some obsidian from our strip mining area, and then we just need to craft up our beacon and we are good to go. And like I was saying earlier, we are here. This whole process was just for us to collect a bunch of cobblestone, so we're going to head back up to our mountain mining area, and we're going to place our beacon down real quick, and then we can finally get to insta-mining some cobblestone. Alright, so I've collected all the cobblestone I need, but now I have to take our beacon and move it all the way downstairs back to our deep slate mining area, because although I have all the cobbled deep slate that I need, this time I actually will be requiring some regular deep slate, so I'm gonna have to take a silk touch pickaxe to this stuff for a little bit, and digging a hole to the surface here for the beacon is proving to be a little bit more difficult than I thought, but we'll get through it. I'm also just going to build up a little cobblestone pipe looking thing here in the water to make sure the beacon can actually go through, and we should be good to get started. But alright, we've collected all the deep slate we need, so now I'm going to tear down my beacon and head up to the surface. And I am once again going to just place all of these blocks down into our temporary chest monster that we're developing up here, and then we're on to the next steps. And looking at our material list here, it looks like we're basically done. We just have a few more blocks that we need to collect, and I know we have some leftover pale oak, so I don't need to worry about that, and we definitely have a couple stacks of mud down underneath the bone meal farm, so I don't need to worry about that either. But one block I do need to worry about, and one block that has plagued me throughout this series, is diorite. So I'm headed back down to the caves to mine up some diorite one final time. Now with all of that diorite collected, we're just going to go ahead and throw it in these chests here to kind of help us stay a little organized. And with that, we should have all the items we need to begin. But before we start building, there is one more thing I need to do, which is come down to the bottom of the mountain here and get rid of this little peninsula almost looking piece of land that sticks out from the mainland. But with all that dirt out of the way, it is finally time to start building the villager trading hall. Well, this thing is looking fantastic so far. And I mean, just look at how high up we are compared to the rest of the island. It's kind of insane. I mean, we can see all the way down to our firework factory there, which is just crazy. But I do quickly need to come to the interior of the build here and light up the inside with a bunch of torches because we do have a mob problem. With that minor issue fixed, we are good to continue the build. Alright, man, this thing looks incredible, especially from this mountaintop here. I can't believe how nice this is actually turning out. I managed to get this done pretty quickly, so I'm happy with it. And look at this angle from Ortho's camera, dude. Oh, dude, it looks so good with like the light reflecting off of it. But anyways, there are some few more details that we need to get done in order to complete the build. So I'm just going to take our diorite and make a couple variants of it, including walls and polished stairs. And if we fly up to the build here, you can see that I left some empty spots for some different blocks. So I'm going to be filling in these empty spots with a bunch of diorite walls. And I'm also going to be adding some polished diorite stairs to the tops of some of these buttresses here to kind of make it look smoother, I guess. Yeah, smoother. And I also want to come to the front here and begin working on the entrance. So I'm going to do my best to kind of just outline it with pale trap doors and then use some polished diorite stairs to get more of an arch look. This is basically going to be the same design as the Mega Castle. And there we go. I think that looks pretty good. And I'm just now noticing how cool our mining district looks with all the amethyst glowing at night. That's pretty sick. But now I'm also going to come in and start building out some of these windows to make them look a bit more finished and better. So I'm going to be doing the same thing we did at the front door by using polished diorite stairs to make a bit more of an arch. We're going to be lining each window with some pale trap doors, and then in the middle, to kind of create a little bit of separation, we're going to be bringing in some diorite walls. And while I'm building all of this, I just wanted to quickly mention that this build and my full world download will be available on my Patreon page for Diamond Tier Patreon members. And if you are interested in my Patreon, then keep in mind you get access to a bunch more things like behind the scenes videos and exclusive Discord roles. And I'd like to take a moment to thank everyone who is a Patreon member and a channel member. I cannot express just how important your support is to me, and I'm very, very grateful for everything you do. But there we go, guys, and this thing looks amazing, and putting in those windows actually really helped with the exterior look of this a lot. I even added a couple of windows on the broken parts of the castle down below too, to kind of just make everything fit together, and I think it looks absolutely amazing. But now what I want to do is come into the inside of the building here, and I actually want to start placing in the floor. Now, I have something really cool planned for this build, but I don't know if we're going to get to that today. So for now, we're just going to go with what my original plan was for the floor of this place. And I basically want to do what we couldn't do in the Mega Castle. You see, my goal for the Mega Castle was to make the entirety of the interior of the build made out of calcite. That way you could have the grimy exterior of the building, but a really nice and clean polished interior to the building. Obviously, you know, because the interior hasn't been exposed to the weather and just hundreds of years of erosion. However, the mega castle actually ended up being too small on the interior. But this time, I've got a lot more room to play with. So the first thing we're going to do is make a ground floor that's completely covered in calcite. But alright, the floor is installed, and now what I actually need to do is run over to my chests, and I'm going to try to set up a very temporary honey farm just so we can get like 5 to 6 honey blocks, because I kind of want to test what it would look like if we used honey for the windows like we did on our starter base. But there we go. So the window I have on the right has honey blocks in it, and the window on the left just has a torch kind of hidden. And I'm going to be completely honest with you, I don't like the honey blocks, so we're going to remove those real quick. And as far as lighting goes for the interior here, we're just going to stick with torches. I don't know why, but the honey blocks aren't really doing it for me the way they did at our starter island, so we're going to leave them out. But now we're going to come back to the interior here, and we're actually going to start covering all of the walls in calcite as well. As I mentioned just a few moments ago, I originally wanted to do this on the Mega Castle as well, but I just ran out of time, so I'm very excited to see what this will actually end up looking like, because I've been waiting to do this for quite some time. I'm hoping that as we put different floors in, we'll get a lot of cool moments of different reflections and things just bouncing off the walls and the floor. Hopefully it turns out looking pretty cool. But there we go. The bottom layer of all of the calcite has been put in place. I still have to cover the 2 top layers, but this is taking up a lot more blocks than I initially thought it was going to. And installing this roof here is probably going to be a bit more difficult than the bottom, because I can't just tower straight up like I was on the bottom floor, so I'm going to have to set up a bunch of scaffolding here and kind of just do my best to maneuver around the area and get everything installed. Okay, so I ran out of blocks, and I needed to go back out to find some more calcite. So I'm at this Stony Peaks biome here, but tell me why there's a floating nether portal here. I have never seen one of these before. I didn't even know terrain could generate like this. There's nothing good in the chest, obviously, but still pretty cool little piece of terrain generation there. We've also got some weird calcite blocks sticking up into the air too. Something strange is going on in this mountain range. So I think it would probably be best if we hurried up, grabbed all the calcite we need, and headed home. But alright, I collected all the calcite we need, and I finally finished covering the entirety of the interior in said calcite, and I have to say, it looks pretty good. I'm happy with the way it turned out. It's definitely not looking as shiny as I would have liked it to, but that's because we don't have any lighting up there yet, so once we get some light sources in here, that will definitely change. But before we do that, something that's really bothering me is that this thing is actually still floating above the water, and I'm not having another creeper farm situation. We haven't even connected that thing to the ground yet, and I made that build almost 6 months ago, so for now I'm going to come down to the bottom of the build here and actually attempt to connect all of the rocks to the bed of the river or the ocean here so that it all flows seamlessly and it looks like one big giant rock that's jutting out from, you know, the bottom of the ocean floor. But there we go, that definitely looks a lot better, and it makes a lot more sense. And that my brain is satisfied. We can move on with other things now, including connecting the main bridge to the ground properly as well. I want to get rid of a lot of this dirt to make it look like the bridge is rising up out of the ground. We're going to blend it in a little more eventually too, probably with some mossy cobblestone and some moss blocks, but I kind of want to save that for when we terraform this entire mountainside, because that is an episode we're going to be doing in the semi-near future, so keep that in mind. But yeah, I'm just going to come through and replace a bunch of these dirt blocks with tough cobblestone and cobbled deep slate. But unfortunately, guys, that is going to do it for today's episode. I'm sorry this one was a little shorter than normal, but I have run out of time for this week. But don't worry, at the time of recording this voiceover, I've already begun the steps of building the interior for this thing, so I'll have the next episode out, kind of part 2 to this villager trading hall, very, very soon, and that'll be the episode where, like I said, we build the entire interior and we actually transfer the villagers over, get them to breed up, and then we actually fill our island with all the villagers. I'm really looking forward to it. But thank you guys for everything, and thank you for 130,000 subscribers. That's another insane milestone, and I'm just very grateful for all of you for that. But yeah, that'll do it for today, so I gotta get going because I've got some villagers to move. Last episode, we built the exterior to my villager trading hall. And I gotta say, I think it turned out pretty good. But my love for this build will not change the fact that the interior is nowhere near complete. So today we're going to be completing the inside of this thing, and then we're going to be moving some villagers over here to get them bred up, and then we're going to move them over to the starter island. Now, this is going to end up being a very long and difficult process, so in order to make this whole thing easier on us, I'm going to start with one of the hardest parts, which is actually transferring the villagers from our temporary little village that we already have set up over to where we actually want them to be. But in order to do that, I need to clear out a little space for them and get rid of some of these trees. You know, no matter how hard I try, almost every single episode in this hardcore series has resulted in some kind of deforestation activity. I know chopping down copious amounts of trees is a canon event amongst all Minecraft players, but sometimes you can't help but feel bad. We need a tree farm or something. At least that way I don't have to look them in the eyes as I kill them. But I think this will be a good amount of space. We don't need this to be too elaborate. We just need a temporary villager storage room. So once again, in classic Minecraft fashion, I'm going to build them a dirt hut. And then I'm going to put them in it, and everything will be fine. I do need to make sure I light up the inside though. My plan here is to run a minecart track directly down to the water's edge. That way we can put the villagers in boats, transfer them by water, stick them in a minecart, and just send them right up the hill directly into their new dirt home, and hopefully this will be an easy process. What? Dude, get in the boat. There we go, one villager down. Now I just need to do that like 6 more times. Alright, we finally moved them all over to this little temporary area here, so now we can start taking down this minecart track. And I'm not even going to try to pretend that wasn't miserable. I really can't stand working with villagers. I love what they can do for me, trade-wise, obviously, but dealing with them is just such a pain. But now that that's cleaned up, I'm going to head over to our little sheep farm area here, and I'm going to collect as much wool as possible, and I'm going to just make a bunch of beds so we can start breeding these guys to get a bunch more villagers. I also grabbed a bunch of bread from our wheat farm to feed them, so hopefully this goes well. Oh my god, wait a minute, there's a cat. We gotta take a break here. Side quest unlocked. Hold on. We need some fish. You see, one of my channel members, Zenthai, has been begging me now for a while to get a cat in the world, so I'm gonna try to get that done real quick for him. Plus, it would just be nice to have extra pets around. Yes, we got him. And he's licking his paws. I believe you all wanted me to get one of the calico cats, but this is the best I can do right now. But while we take him home, I wanted to take this opportunity to also shout out all my other channel members and Patreon members. You guys have really been coming in clutch over the past couple of months supporting the channel, and I'm very, very grateful for everything you do for me. I always say that you're the lifeblood of this channel, and that couldn't be more true, so once again, thank you for all your support. But there we go, by popular request, we will be naming the cat Meryl. And so now we have Arkeen the Dillo, Meryl the cat, Delgado the dog. Oh, and I forgot to mention I got a second dog. His name is Gustavo. Say hello, Gustavo.
Bark.
But anyways, now that we're back on track, I want to come into the trading hall here and break through the floor. And we're actually going to start lighting up the basement areas of this place. And that's because not only do I want to expand the interior upwards and have multiple levels going up, but I also want to have multiple levels going down as well. And I'm going to be using a really cool mod called Lightly to help show me where mobs are actually able to spawn, so that way I can place torches down and mob-proof the entire area. This mod was brought to my attention in one of my live streams a few weeks ago by one of my subscribers, and I have to say, ever since I installed it, I've never gone back. And I do have plans to mob-proof the entire starter island later in the video, so this will definitely be coming in handy. But now that we can actually see what we're doing and aren't going to get killed by any surprise creepers, I'm going to start installing the different floors. And I think I'm going to install 2 new ones, so that way the base is split into 3 main segments. And in order to do this, again, I want the floor to be really shiny and look like it's made out of marble like the rest of the build, so we're just going to be using straight up calcite. Now that the floors are in place, it's time to start cleaning up the interior walls. So I'm just going to start by getting rid of some of this extra cobble deep slate that we don't really need. And I'm also going to be opening up the base in a few more areas just to give it more of that destroyed look, and so we can actually be able to see into the library from outside of the structure itself. And that actually gives us a lot more natural light too, which is pretty cool. And it would probably be a good idea if in the parts of this base where the walls aren't ruined, we built them up with calcite similar to how we did in the top section of this build. That way everything is cohesive and it makes it look like it was once one big calcite structure that was just burned and tore apart in a few different places. Alright, so all the walls are finally in place, and don't worry, I'll be doing some texturing on them later in the video to make it all blend seamlessly with the different colors. But for right now, we have all these different floors, but we actually have no way to get between them. So the next thing on our to-do list is to actually build a staircase. And so I'm going to be taking some more calcite, and I'm going to be building out a pretty thick couple of levels of steps here, but we're only going to be taking the calcite about halfway down. And the reason for this is because, again, I want it to look like this is a giant broken staircase, like most of it has been just completely eviscerated. And so we're only going to have the calcite go so far, and then we're actually going to start coming in with some spruce slabs to hopefully make it look like the new villagers that discovered this place came in and did their very best to repair the staircase in the ways that they knew how. There we go, a few support pillars later, and although it looks a little wonky, it definitely gets the idea across, and I'm happy with it. Now it's time we move on to yet another staircase here, this time going all the way down to the bottommost layer. And we're going to have this one be entirely made out of wood, just to make it look like at this point the original staircase is completely gone and they had to build something entirely new in order to reach this area. So we're going to be using the same amalgamation of spruce slabs and spruce trapdoors that we used on the upper layer, and we're just going to bring that same design right down here, and of course we will add in some support pillars as well. Decent? With that, it is now time to come into the main room of the villager trading hall, and we're going to begin working on the staircase for in here. Only this time, this one is going to be much bigger, and I'm going to try to design it kind of around like a half moon shape, where there's a staircase leading up on the right and a staircase leading up on the left. And we're going to have this repeated pattern go all the way up to the top of the build, adding in a couple different layers of floors as well. Now, I plan to fill this place with librarian villagers, so this gives us the opportunity to kind of separate them depending on which trades they have, and we can give them their own little spaces. Now with that done and out of the way, I do want to take a quick minute to head outside and collect some wheat, because we are going to be needing to create a bunch of bread to breed up these villagers, so it's important that we stock up. Alright, coming back to the interior here, I think this place looks really cool with all these different walkways hanging about the area. And now it's time to really get into the nitty-gritty of this project, which is basically setting up all of the details on the interior of this build. And let me tell you guys, we definitely have our work cut out for us. So I'm going to start with one of the simplest parts and something that's going to help us section off this build a little bit more so we can kind of compartmentalize and get this done quicker, and that's placing in some more pillars. Now I want all of these pillars to kind of line up with each other on all the different layers, and we are going to have them on every single layer except for the very top one, because I have a little bit of a surprise for that coming up. And just like that, all of our pillars are in place, and it's already looking a lot cooler. I'm getting very excited about this. Oh, come on, you gotta be kidding. I think maybe I just need to take a moment here to stop and smell the roses. Alright, I'm bored. How now, brown cows? These are sheep, and they're red. I honestly don't care what animal they are, as long as they cure me of my boredom. Anyways, all of that to say, I want to make the entrance to this place feel a little bit more grand, so I'm going to be taking some of our newly obtained red carpet and red wool. I'm going to try to be adding some kind of carpet along the main entrance floor here. Now, this is also where I'm going to want our main villager trader to be, of course, that being our mending trader. So I'm going to try to figure out a way to kind of build up another semicircle kind of shape of bookshelves around the center of the place here. That way we can have him hanging out with what is also going to be an enchantment table right in the middle of the room. And I seem to have run out of bookshelves, so don't tell anybody, but we're going to steal some from the little enchantment room we have under our starter base for right now. But don't worry, at some point today, we'll come back in here and fill this in. And yes, I'm aware I'm mining bookshelves with a pickaxe, okay? I don't have soul touch on my axe. That's a problem I need to fix, but I'm not doing that right now. But anyways, it is now time to start moving these villagers over to the inside of the trading hall, or at least a few of them. I want to get 1 to 2 in there to kind of get a feel for where they're all going to be and how the place is going to look when it's done. But now here comes the fun part, attempting to actually get these guys into their proper locations. Stop moving, please. Alright, so I've finally got these pieces of trash where they belong. This guy in the center here, our mending villager, has got quite the setup. What's great about this is that we have honey blocks in the ground underneath some carpets here, so he can't really escape because he won't be able to jump, and the lecterns with trapdoors over them are too high for him to reach. Ourselves, we can actually still reach the enchantment table in the center, which is a level 30 enchantment station, so this is where we can do all of that now. And so that this guy will refresh his trades quicker, he gets a couple of beds in the floor too. Now, unfortunately, I am completely out of bookshelves once again. So what I need to do is fly over to our rocket farm real quick, and I need to steal some of the backed up sugarcane that's coming from the sugarcane portion of the farm. And we're going to take that and honestly just start lining the shoreline with some sugarcane. And the reason why I'm not building an auto farm and just leaving it run overnight is because I actually have a pretty good idea for what I want to do for a sugarcane farm, so I don't want to have to build 2. So we're just going to skip it and do this part manually. Now while we wait for all of that sugarcane to grow, since it'll still be loaded while we're working in the villager trading hall, I figured it would be a good idea to throw some railings on these staircases instead of just having them open and exposed. And so I'm going to use spruce trapdoors and oak trapdoors for the railing here, and we're going to take this design all the way up to the top of the build. Another little detail I want to add in while we're doing this is actually replace the outer rim of planks on each level with some backwards facing chiseled bookshelves. I'm hoping this will kind of get the look of some kind of trim that has been run along every level here. And yeah, I can tell that's already looking better. I think another little cool thing that we could add is also just a bunch of table and chairs lined up across the bottom of the build here to make it look like the students have kind of rearranged all the furniture on the bottom floor to match their needs wherever they tend to be sitting for that day. And so I'm just going to be using a combination of some dark oak stairs and slabs to create the tables, and then using some regular spruce slabs and spruce trapdoors to create the chairs. Now while we were hard at work on the interior of the build, we had our sugarcane growing, but one thing we didn't have growing was cows. And like I said, in this video, I'm going to end up using close to 3,000 bookshelves, so we really need a lot of leather. But of course, while I was working on getting all of this leather, I saw it start to compile in my inventory, and of course I got distracted, making a couple more bookshelves and getting our first little villager trading station set up here on the bottom of the build, off to the right hand side of our mending villager. And I have to say, this little station turned out really cute and cozy. And just like that, like a moth to a flame, I got distracted once again and caught up in the little details. And I actually ended up firing up a live stream and using the help of some of my subscribers to better design this staircase here. Now I wanted to make it look like there was some kind of worn down greenish carpet. I don't know why, but a very large percentage of libraries, at least where I live in America, have this really ugly dark green kind of carpeting or dark blue carpeting, these really weird colors. Anyways, I kind of wanted to incorporate a little bit of that here to just show some weathering and some time passage. So we all decided it would be best to use some green carpet in tandem with some moss carpet and some mossy cobblestone slabs to get this appearance across. This definitely looks a lot better. And I didn't even mean for it to turn out this way, but if you look at this thing from above, it kind of looks like a giant eye of Ender, which is kind of cool. Now with the carpet in place, I'm finally ready to start preparing for some of these other little trading stations. So we're going to go ahead and get some redstone blocks together, and I'm also going to craft up some hoppers, and we will also be needing some dispensers, because I'm actually going to build a temporary and very small honey farm in the nether, which means it is also time to take down all of these beehives, scoop up the campfires, and remove this little calcite box that they've been chilling in for a while. Now, for those of you who have been around the channel since Minecraft Hardcore Season 1, you'll know that I actually used to have an absolutely massive honey farm, so I'm actually still very familiar with the design of these type of farms, which means I'll be able to bust this out pretty quickly. And there we go. That literally only took like 10 minutes, and now these guys should start producing honey for us. Now, the reason why we need so much honey is because I need more of those honey blocks to make sure the villagers can't get out of their trading stations. And we're going to need quite a few. But after waiting around for a couple of hours and collecting all the honey blocks we'll need, I decided it was time to finally start working on the other villager trading station that's going to be on the main floor. And I basically just copied the same design I had on the right side over here to the left side, just with some minor variations like adding in a ladder and making the carpet purple instead of red. You know, these little areas here are really helping this place come together. So with my newfound motivation to get this project done, I decided it was time to start finishing the decorations on the bottom layer. And I'm going to do that by adding in the remaining bookshelves, and I'm also going to be throwing down some chiseled bookshelves that are empty and some looms to give just more texturing and make it look like not all the books are properly in place. And I'm also going to be throwing in a bunch of light gray and dark gray carpets around the floor. You know, since since the floor is made of marble and stone, I figured it gets pretty cold at night, so I think it would make sense if the villagers came in and threw carpets down to help keep their feet warm as they were walking around during the nighttime hours. But while I was working on this thing, I had another brilliant idea, and what I want to do is create a bunch of floating candles using some of the honeycomb we got. I really want to try to make the interior feel almost like something out of Harry Potter. So I think having a bunch of floating items everywhere would be really cool. I really wish there was a way for us to get some kind of floating or flying books in here. I mean, the only thing I can think of right now is putting books in invisible item frames, but I don't think that would look too good. So for now, we'll just stick to candles. Alright, I can't even lie, this looks pretty cool. I mean, this looks a lot cooler than I thought it was going to. I really cannot wait to see the rest of this place just filled up with these candles. But now it's time we start working our way up the different layers, installing all of the bookshelves, and making all the different villager trading stations. And while we do this, I figured now would be a good time to go over the comment of the day. And today's one is pretty short, but it is nonetheless important. But this one comes from Astro Ghoul, who says, "Bro, I love the building honestly, but I feel like you should create more stone type pathways with the calcite and add that for more history of the old civilization." So first of all, Astro, thank you for the comment, and second of all, yes, I absolutely do plan to add some more pathways to the world. In fact, all the different kingdoms that we end up building around here are all eventually going to be connected by some form of pathways. But you definitely bring up a really interesting point about adding calcite to those pathways, and I think that might actually be a pretty good idea. I feel like finding a gradient that would look well, you know, throwing calcite in with dirt and stuff will be pretty difficult, but if we can manage to get that done, I think it'll be something pretty unique and not something you see often in a lot of hardcore worlds. And I'm honestly looking forward to see how that might look when we're looking at it from the Zero's world map mod. Seeing all these white calcite pathways piercing through the terrain might actually be really cool. So once again, Astro, thank you for the comment, and I'll start thinking up some design ideas. But right now, guys, as cool as this library is looking, we have a bit of a problem. You see, I've only got the first 2 layers of books installed, and we have once again run out of bookshelves, which means I am going to head down below our trading hall here, and I'm just going to set up a temporary sugarcane farm by just installing rows and rows of dirt, and then we're going to do a few AFK sessions to let this thing grow out and collect all the paper we need. Never mind. I got distracted again. While I was waiting around for the sugarcane to grow, I came up with this really cool idea that I think I want to try out. I think it would be really cool if we made it look like these villagers were starting to try to map the stars and pay attention to different celestial events. So in order to get that across, I want to make it look like they have some kind of star map in the ceiling of the trading hall, and the only block I can think of that can get this done properly is Skulk, which means instead of playing it safe and doing nothing but relaxing and watching our sugarcane grow, I'm literally going to be risking my life, basically so I can put stars in the ceiling. Now, I do know there is a deep dark biome somewhere nearby, but if you couldn't already tell, I'm kind of starting to get lost in these caves here. Never mind. Not 2 seconds later and I find it, and all of a sudden, this is feeling like a really bad idea. If I end up dying to a warden today, I'm gonna be pissed. Yep, there we go. Immediately, mistake number 1. Okay. Yeah, okay. Nope. I need to just do my best to get as much Skulk as quickly as I don't know why I'm whispering. It's not like it can hear me. Oh my god, maybe it can. Move! Move, move, rocks, move! I can hear it coming! Wait, please. Hold on. It's sniffing! It can smell me! I haven't even seen the thing. I mean, I'm really in no immediate danger, but I'm just not risking it. I know we can still get one shot by that thing, so I'm playing it safe. Hopefully we got as much Skulk as we needed, but I'm not going back down there. Whew. Okay, let's get back to work. I mean, wow. This looks great. I knew it was going to look good, but just the way it pulsates with complementary shaders and it actually looks like there's like a map of the galaxy up there. This is perfect. But now with that very dangerous side quest out of the way, I'm going to be needing a bunch more bookshelves. So I'm just going to spend the next couple of hours AFKing and harvesting our sugarcane here, and then I'll probably end up having to round up some more cows to get the leather, and then hopefully we're going to be able to have enough bookshelves to complete the interior, or at least the top layer of the interior. We still have the bottom layers to do, remember that. With all the other bookshelves in place, it was time to start working on the top and final layer of the main section of the build. So I started with putting in some spruce pillars, followed by lining the ceiling with more chiseled bookshelves. I then came in and removed a bunch of the calcite and installed all the bookshelves, leaving a few new spaces in between for something we're going to be putting in just a few seconds. And then finally, the last thing I did up at the top here was add in a brand new railing. Now what I want to do in those 4 empty spaces that we left is build a couple of villager statues that kind of are based on Roman soldiers. And I'm going to be doing this by using red wool, red banners, diorite stairs and polished diorite slabs, a few trapdoors, and a black stained glass. Now, I am basing this previous civilization of villagers that built all of these calcite structures off of the Targaryens from Game of Thrones. So these guys were conquerors, and that's why we're going to be able to see their style of building all over this world. And so that's really why I'm including these statues here. These new villagers have left the statues preserved and dressed them up in garments to pay respect to their ancestors' warrior past. And there we go, the statues are done, and I've even added this little border around each of them. And I think they make the perfect little addition to this trading hall. I'm also going to just take a quick few minutes here to finish putting the rest of the floating candles around the build. That way we can mob-proof this place without needing to have lanterns or torches everywhere, and hopefully this will help to improve the atmosphere. And boy did it ever. I mean, look at this place. It feels so cool now. But for this next part of the build, we actually have a pretty long laundry list of items that we need to get, including green glazed terracotta, yellow concrete, red glazed terracotta, and yellow glazed terracotta, blue concrete, and blue glazed terracotta. We're also going to be needing some chains as well, and we're going to have to take a few stops into the nether to collect some more honey blocks. We're also going to need some glowstone as a light source, so I'm going to grab some blocks of that while we're here as well. Now I've been collecting all these different blocks so that we can do what we talked about earlier, which is to build a model of the sun and of a couple different planets hanging from the ceiling. Yes. Oh my god, how cool does this look? I absolutely love it. Again, you know, it's a bit clunky and cartoonish, but I think it gets the point across and adds that little extra element to the build that I was looking for. But with that, the above section of the villager trading hall is done, and it's time to move on to the basement layers. Now the first thing I want to do is extend a couple of these spruce pillars towards the ceiling. Now we're not going to be having these anywhere because again we're going to try to make it look like the inside of this place has been ruined by a fire, so we will be leaving a few empty spots. And then the next thing to do would be to remove the interior calcite walls that I built earlier. Although it does suck to kind of go back on some of my previous work, I think one of the best parts about this build is that we actually have walls that are 2 blocks thick. That gives us the perfect opportunity to get an extra layer of space and install these bookshelves without worrying about exposing them to the outside or making the interior feel too small by bringing them inwards. Oh yeah, this place is gonna look sick when it's covered in bookshelves. Although I can't help but get the feeling we may need to pull out the sugarcane farm again. we're probably gonna run out of bookshelves. And of course I was right, we ended up having to build the sugarcane farm again and kill a bunch more cows. But I don't want you guys to have to watch that part of the process a third time, so for you I'm just gonna skip right to the good part, which is installing the remaining books. And by now I'm sure you've noticed the very visible weird splotches of color in the ceiling that are left over from what we did on the top layers. So what I'm going to do is take a bunch of slabs and some logs and install a kind of wooden ceiling across the entire place so that's not visible. Again, one of the perks of having such a massive structure is that I get to do multiple layers for the same thing. For example, I get to have a ceiling layer and a floor layer here, which is not something I often get to do. Most of the time when I'm building different floors, whatever the floor is on the top layer most likely ends up being the ceiling on the bottom layer, so it's nice to have a bit of a change. But coming back down to the ground layer here, I want to have this kind of round circular desk in the center of this room for a couple more librarian villagers to rent out books and show people where to go and things. We're also going to install a red carpet floor in here as well, and then we're going to install a bunch more tables and chairs surrounding the main desk. Just once again, so all of these student villagers and other librarian villagers have a place to read and study. And again, in order to keep their tootsies warm during cold nights, we're going to be installing some more light gray and dark gray carpets between the tables. Then we are going to kind of come to the outside ring here, and we're going to put another green carpet using moss and, well, green carpet, completely encompassing the rest of the tables and chairs. And now we're just going to do some more detailing by putting some flower pots all over the place, sticking a few lanterns here and there. We're also going to be using some mini chests from our mini blocks mod that we have installed. And of course, we're going to be putting in all of our floating candles down here as well. Now, I've also noticed that we kind of have this empty space off to the left here, and I think this would make for a really good reading nook. So I'm going to try to section it off between two different layers, starting by installing a spruce floor, and then we're just going to add in some bookshelves on the bottom layer here, and we'll need a way to get to the top, so I'm going to put in a ladder on the back of one of these pillars. And of course we wouldn't want to fall off of this thing, so we're going to install a railing at the top using the same design we used in the rest of the base, a combination of oak trapdoors and spruce trapdoors. Then we'll just add in the rest of the bookshelves on the top. And then over to the right side, we're going to have the spruce wood kind of taper off. We're going to move from full blocks of spruce to spruce slabs to spruce trapdoors. And this is one of those areas where we're really going to be making it look like the place was burnt up, and maybe making it look like the wood has collapsed. So we'll start by getting a little example in here of what that might look like, but we're going to come back to finish that later. And taking a step back, I actually think that turned out pretty well. And since we've got all of our trapdoors out, I figured we might as well put the railing in for the staircase too. And since that little reading nook turned out so well, I think I'm actually going to try to do the same thing but on a much bigger scale over on the other section where all the other bookshelves are. And yeah, after installing a little example floor there, I think separating this build is actually going to look pretty good. It would also make sense considering the fact that there are also multiple levels of bookshelves on the other floors as well, so this should help it to look seamless. So now with that done, it's time to start making this place look like it's actually been scorched and burned. And I'm going to do that by incorporating a pretty unique gradient of blocks here that I've never used before. And so we're actually going to start with those rooted mud blocks, and then we're going to work our way towards stripped dark oak, and then maybe some dark oak planks in a few spots. And I think that actually creates a pretty nice transition over to the bookshelves. Now in the much darker places where the fire would have originated from, in there we're going going to be including a bunch of regular mud and most likely some deep slate and cobbled deep slate to help us get that darker look that we're looking for. And now I'm just going to go around the entire build here, and any place where I see the cobbled deep slate or calcite is meeting directly up with the books, I'm going to throw in this gradient to hopefully make it all transition well. And with any luck, we'll stop having this weird visual separation between where the bookshelves are and the rest of the stone blocks are, and it'll all look like one big seamless build. And so there we go, guys. This layer is basically done, and I think it looks wonderful. I added in all those burn and scorch marks that I was talking about, and I even extended the bookshelves in some areas. And although it doesn't look perfect, I think this is a pretty good job for my first attempt at something like this. And it even looks good without shaders on, so I'm happy about that too. But now it's time to move down to the bottom and final layer of this build. And of course, we're going to begin by getting rid of the ugly ceiling and installing a fresh wood one. And for this, we'll be using the same design we used on our other ceiling. And I gotta be honest, installing these ceilings has been one of the most annoying things that I've done through this entire process. I'm surprised more people in the community don't often talk about how annoying it is to basically build above your head, pretty much building upside down. But with the roof complete, I'm going to start installing some more bookshelves in a few different places, as well as under the staircase leading down to the bottom here. Now this is obviously the most messed up part of the trading hall, or rather it's the place that received the most damage. So this area is going to be pretty messy, and there's basically going to be no consistency whatsoever to where I'm placing these different shelves. Because not only do I want it to look like that the old shelves and stuff were destroyed, but I also want it to make it look like the new villagers didn't really have anywhere to put the new shelves, so they kind of just threw them down wherever they could. And I'm also going to install a big red carpet in the middle of the floor again. And I am going to leave this place pretty empty because this is where we are actually going to do our villager breeding. I kind of just need a big open room with a lot of space and not a lot of things in it, so we have room to throw down temporary beds every time we need. And then maybe when we upgrade this world to the Happy Ghast update, we could just pull them up to one of the windows down here, load the villagers into the boats, and fly them over to the main island. But there we go. After adding in some more bookshelves and some candles, I think this will be good enough. Now at this point in the video, I've been working on this project for the better part of 2 weeks now. And what we're about to do next, I have been dreading since the beginning of this process. And so what we have to do now is completely mob-proof the entire starter island, because we're going to begin the process of transporting all the villagers over here, so we need to make sure that they'll be completely safe and there's not a single block on this entire island for hostile mobs to spawn. Because if we leave one stone unturned, it will spell for absolute disaster. We will have a massive zombie outbreak and we will burn through all of our weakness potions and golden apples like there's no tomorrow, and I really don't want that to happen. And through this process, glow lichen is really going to be our best friend. It's a really subtle light source that we can blend into a lot of the blocks we have on the island, so it'll help with mob proofing everything, but it won't stand out as bad as lanterns or torches will. But without further ado, let's begin lighting up the island. Alright, so after a good 3 hours of lighting up the island, we are finally done. The only thing that's left that needs mob-proofed is the main bridge heading over to the trading hall, so I'm going to light that up real quick. But then we are on to the final and probably most tedious part of this process, more so than even lighting up the island, and that's breeding up all the villagers and transferring them to the island and then spreading them out in a natural feeling way. So I think we're going to start with the most obvious choice here, which is taking all of our librarian villagers and putting them in the actual trading hall. And I guess now that I'm thinking about it, this really isn't much of a trading hall, is it? Considering most of the different variants of villagers will be on the actual starter island, whereas we'll most likely only have librarian villagers in the hall itself, but I'm not changing the name. But after a few more hours of work transporting these villagers who apparently learned all of their escape lessons from Houdini, we have finally filled up the villager trading hall with all our librarians. Now it is important to note that I did leave a few of these trading spaces open, and I didn't fill them with villagers because I really want to take some time to really consider which enchantments we want to actually add to this place. I've already got a mending villager, a silk touch villager, an efficiency villager, and unbreaking villager. Basically all the trades we would need to make a full new set of tools if somehow we ever lost our current set. But I'm still not sure what other trades I want to include yet, so again, we're just going to take a little bit more time to figure that out. And so now it's time to grab a bunch of bread and start breeding the rest of the villagers so we can fill the starter island. Now getting these villagers in their respective areas is actually going to be pretty complicated because there's a lot of really diverse and complex terrain that we're going to have to walk them through. So I'm going to try to ease myself into this process by starting with one of the simpler places that I need to take them to, which is the farming district. We're going to be starting with our farming villagers. And so I'm going to do my best to just block in a pathway all the way to the farmstead using just a bunch of diorite as barrier blocks. And this will hopefully help direct the villagers to where they need to go. And then the only other thing we really should have to do is place down their job block every couple of blocks, which in this case will be a composter, and they should get attracted to it and kind of just follow the general path of the diorite and go right to where they're supposed to be. Although again, this is Minecraft villagers we're talking about, this is all theoretical, and most likely they will end up escaping more than once and we will go on a wild goose chase for a number of hours. But so far this actually seems to be working, so I'm going to try to be as optimistic as possible. But there we go, the farming villagers are in place. Now these guys really seem to have a knack for trampling over their own crops whenever they stand on top of their composters and then jump down. So that's a problem we're going to have to solve, but we'll save that for later. At least we got them where they belong. And so now we're going to head back up to our temporary trading dirt box, and we're going to take a couple of these nameless, jobless, unemployed villagers. A little bit of self-reflection there in that statement. And the next section we're going to work on is actually the mining district. We're going to be adding a bunch of weaponsmiths or toolsmiths and mason villagers, just doing our very best to make this feel like an active work area. But because this was such a complicated process, I made the decision to fire up a live stream and do this live on my channel with the help of some of my viewers, and we managed to successfully fill the island with all the villagers we could ever want. Now obviously there's not a villager for every single house in the area because I wanted to avoid lag for those of you who get the world download, which by the way, just as I said, a new version of the world download is as of today available over on my Patreon page for Diamond tier Patreon members. But we filled up our fishing district with fletchers and fishermen, we added some villagers into the barracks and the main town, and we went as far as to even add some cleric villagers to the entertainment district. And this was definitely a difficult and tedious process. We seem to have all... Okay, so we're gonna need to put up some fences because this isn't working. Why? So thank you to everybody who showed up. And the best part about all of this is that the villagers do seem to be intermingling. I mean, they are going out of their way to leave their respective areas and interact with each other, and then when nighttime comes, they seem to go back to where their beds and workstations are. Like, I found some Fletcher and fisherman villagers as far up as the farming district, which is really cool to see. We've kind of reached another bottleneck here in our world. You see, I want to start building much bigger farms to kind of automate a lot of these different processes, so we're going to need a way to get bulk iron, which means today we are heading out to find the perfect location for an iron farm. Fortunately, before this video began, I spent a little bit of time looking around for the biome I wanted, and this time I actually want some sort of snowy plains. And even more lucky for us, this one seems to be absolutely massive. And not only that, but there's some kind of snowy taiga village right nearby, so we'll have easy transportation for all of the villagers. I could use the area for villager breeding we have in the trading hall, but honestly, I think it might be too far away, and we haven't updated to 1.21.6 yet, so we don't have any happy gas. There is also this pretty cool looking mountain over here, and I actually think I'd like to build in this area, especially because of the way it looks over this frozen ocean here. That's so cool. But the only problem is I don't actually like the mountain. So we're gonna remove the mountain. So I guess the best way to start this process would be to build up a beacon on the top of said mountain right here, switch it over to haste, and then begin the very tedious process of Control-Alt deleting this absolutely huge mound of dirt and stone. Alright, so the main portion of the mountain has been removed, and this entire chest monster is filled with nothing but stone and cobblestone and dirt and grass and snow blocks. Of course, there's, a couple of flowers mixed in the bunch, some iron and some coal, but yeah, most of this is just stone and cobblestone, which is absolutely insane. But the good thing is that we won't need any of those blocks for a very long time going forward. And having been working on this thing for hours and hours and hours, I am starting to think I may have bitten off more than I can chew, but we're locked in now, so it is time to get started on taking down the other portion of this absolutely massive mountain. Alright, well that was a lot more work than I'm willing to admit, and I'm really tired, so I'm taking a break and heading to bed. One day later, and we are ready to get back at it. And look at that, now we can see straight over to the frozen ocean, and that view is so cool from the mainland. Our epic mining montage also seems to have attracted a bit of an audience. Hi, Polly Bear! Anyways, I think we are actually going to be building this iron farm right in the middle of the plains biome here. But in order to actually get this thing running, we do need to collect all the supplies. So I'm gonna fly home real quick. And also, I know you guys are probably wondering, Incy, if you're building it in the middle of the plains biome, why did you just remove that mountain? Wasn't that a giant waste of time? And to that I say, don't worry about it. Greetings, stonemason villagers. How are we? They always seem to be piled up in this corner here. You guys do know you can get out, right? All right, at least one guy figured it out. And do we still have? Yep. Okay, we still have some mountain villagers. They can stay up there though. Anyways, we are in the mining district because we are going to tackle probably one of the most tedious blocks to get in this process, and that is actually obsidian. So we're going to take some water down to the lava caves that we've been exploring, and we are going to start scooping up, I think, anywhere between 120 to 160 pieces of obsidian. I'm no longer looking at the material list, so I'm not actually sure the exact number, but Minecraft me got it done regardless, don't worry. But now that that's done, we're gonna quickly run just over to our mining area to collect some deep slate, because we need deep slate bricks. Well, we don't actually need deep slate bricks. They're kind of just like a block for the iron golems to spawn on. You can kind of replace these with whatever you want if you're going to build this farm along with me. I just think they look the best, and we'll just turn this cobble deep slate into polished deep slate and then into deep slate bricks. We'll also be demanding some deep slate tile slabs as well, so we'll grab those while we're down here. And then we are back up to the surface to start shearing some sheep. We're going to need some light gray wool because we're going to be using light gray carpets to kind of mask out some of the areas where we don't want iron golems to spawn. Then we're also going to be converting some of these sheep to red wool and collecting that because I want some red beds for all of the villagers to sleep in. It literally does not matter what color the beds are. I want them to be red because in the schematic I'm using they're red and it helps my brain connect the dots. Don't worry about it, it's fine. We're making them red. Now we'll just craft all of these guys up, and we actually need like a shulker box and a half of beds. I think this is the most beds I have ever seen in Minecraft. But anyways, another block that we're going to need is some black stained glass. So I'm gonna head out to the ocean here, jump in the water, and attempt to kill a bunch of squids to get their ink sacs. And you know, as I've been doing this, I've been thinking about it more and more. I've actually needed to use ink sacs in a lot of my builds. And I was wondering if you guys thought maybe it was worth building some kind of ink farm in the future. I don't know, I've never actually made one of those in survival before, but I tend to use darker color palettes a lot of the time, or at least I build dark highlights into my builds. So having constant access to black dye might actually be very useful. But now that we have all of that, we'll just smelt up some of this glass here. And I'm also actually going to need some soul torches this time around. Don't actually ask me why, I have no idea. The schematic I'm using just utilizes them instead of regular torches. Maybe it's just an aesthetic choice, but just to make sure everything runs properly, because this is a semi-complicated farm, I'm going to use every single block and make sure it's exactly the same. We'll also need a lever, and in addition to that, we're also going to need 14 vines, which luckily I have some of those left over from a few previous builds. And another thing we need is redstone dust, so we're going to fly home to the starter island, go in through our little pirate cove, down through our little mysterious tunnel, into the main room, and back through the back passage. I can't believe I've built all of this. I mean, this is a big build. Down into the actual storage room itself, and we'll grab a few stacks of redstone dust. Now, the next block I was actually going to need wasn't a block, it was an item. I needed slime balls for sticky pistons. So I flew out to my nearby swamp, but I wasn't having any luck getting slimes to spawn. In fact, it was so bad, I spent so much time looking for them, I actually had to fly home to my XP farm so I could repair my elytra, and then head back out to a completely different swamp to try to get some slimes to spawn there. But finally, after about 3 full Minecraft days of looking, we found some. And with that, the only other blocks we really needed were a few comparators and repeaters, which I already had in my redstone shulker box. So we flew back to the snowy plains to get started on building the actual farm. Now, for this build, I am actually going to be using the easy place mode in Lightmatica because there are certain blocks in here that require certain block states, and I don't want to risk messing that up. So using this auto place feature that Lightmatica has means I'll be able to place the blocks down in the correct state without worrying about screwing it all up. Now, if you guys want to build the same farm as me, this is a design by a user by the name of, and I kid you not, this is the person's actual name, Big Booty 17. But from what I've seen, despite the questionable name, this guy has managed to whip up a killer iron farm. So I'm really looking forward to see how this performs once it's done. there we go. The overworld building portion of the farm is complete. I just quickly want to take a moment to appreciate the beauty of complementary reimagined shaders. I mean, look at this view of the Arctic night sky. But anyways, I'm also just going to take a moment to light up the ground here underneath the farm. That way we don't get any mob spawns. And now it is time to head into the nether, because the killing chamber for these iron golems will actually be in the nether. This design, if you couldn't somehow tell already, utilizes nether portals. So I need to hopefully just clear out a big portion of this netherrack here. We actually got kind of lucky and this thing spawned above a lava lake, so we don't actually have a lot of terraforming to do here. We just have to make sure we have room to build the farm. Hopefully I can do this without falling in the lava. And then we're just headed back home to collect the rest of the supplies we'll need to finish the nether portion of this build and complete the killing chamber and whatnot. Luckily, the first few blocks we needed were some redstone components that were already in my inventory. I quickly scooped up a dispenser, got myself another sticky piston. Of course, we made another lever to turn it on and off. And I also whipped up some chests and hoppers. We were also going to need a bit more glass, so I threw some sand in our furnaces. And after we collected the remaining essential blocks, we headed right back into the nether to complete the build. Well, that was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be, but everything seems to be in its place, so it's time to move on. Now, the first thing we need to do is whip up some name tags, and I'm going to be completely honest with you, I am not looking forward to this next part of the video. You see, this iron farm requires the use of pacified villagers, which means I'm gonna have to go out and find a pillager outpost that's semi-near the farm, get some pillagers to spawn, trap them in boats, and then spend an eternity attempting to get them to break their crossbows by shooting at me. Normally, one way or another, when I'm at a boring part in my recording process, I'm able to find some sort of joy, but not this time. There's absolutely nothing about this. This is the worst. This might be top 10 worst Minecraft things ever. Okay, we got the first guy's bow to break, but the other guy, his has not broken yet, and I am getting really nervous because I'm just now noticing his is enchanted, which means there's the possibility that he has unbreaking on his crossbow. Also, if you're wondering the reason why I'm not holding up a shield to this guy, it's because this guy's crossbow also has piercing on it. So I think that's the enchantment. I have no idea. All I know is that whatever enchantment he has, his arrows go right through my shield and damage me anyway, so there's literally no point. In fact, you know what? I have been here with this guy for an hour and a half. I'm gonna kill him. We're gonna start over, and we're just gonna consider this a lesson learned. But alright, we got the new pillager. I wasted a name tag by doing this, but I think it was gonna be worth it. I can't take this for much longer. And if the crossbow is unenchanted, it's a guaranteed only like 22 minutes for the thing to break. And there we go. After hours and hours of doing this, we finally got both of the pillagers pacified. Now all that's left to do is transport them all the way over to the iron farm. Alright, we've got them over at the farm. Now we just need to figure out how to get them all the way up in those little chambers there. So what I think I'm going to do is try to build like a little staircase up to the top and connect it to the stasis chambers so they can just walk right in. Okay, so immediate problem. This guy does not want to walk up the staircase, and I'm not aware of any way to kind of attract them to us. It seems like now that he doesn't have a weapon, he's not following us around because he doesn't have anything to attack us with. So we're actually going to take the staircase down and try a different method. Going to try to build up a bubble elevator here. So we're literally just going to create a tube of cobblestone that goes up to the level we need it at. Then we'll build up some railings so he doesn't fall off, and we'll come in with a a water source block here at the top. I also already placed down a piece of soul sand and collected some kelp, so now we'll just take that kelp from the bottom all the way to the top to transform all the flowing water into water source blocks. Then we'll just push our guy here and send him straight up. There he goes. Now we just have to walk him all the way down to get him in the chamber, and we'll just replace the piece of glass, and there we go. We got our first pillager. Nice. That actually, that was pretty easy. Now, for the time being, what I'm actually going to do is completely cover him in cobblestone, because we still have to transfer the other pillager over, and once we actually start getting villagers in here, I don't want them to get spooked by these guys and start spawning iron golems before we're ready for them, because that could cause a number of problems. You know, we're building all these bridges and cobblestone pathways and everything, and if an iron golem spawns when we're building and we accidentally hit it, it could mean the end of the series, so we definitely don't want that to happen. But anyways, now it's time to fly all the way back to our pillager outpost, grab our second guy, take him down the mountain, onto the ocean, through this river cave, into the frozen ocean, up the hill and across the snowy plains in the boat, up the tube, and into his chamber. Now, if you guys haven't already, I am going to ask you to subscribe today, because I know that was just a 30-second clip for you, but a lot of the things you've been seeing me do today have taken multiple hours, so I would really appreciate the support on this video. Now, with both of the pillagers in place, it is time to start transferring over all the villagers. So I'm going to begin by building out a pathway to the top of all of the villager chambers. That way, when we bring them up here, we can just walk them straight in, they'll fall down, and we can close them off with no problems. But this is potentially going to be the hardest part of this entire video. Now again, I know what you're thinking. Incy, you just transferred the pillagers over, and they're arguably harder to get into place than the villagers are. And while that's true, we need a total of 43 villagers for this farm to work at max efficiency. And keep in mind, we haven't even bred them up yet, so I'm gonna have to do everything from putting them all in boats to collecting wheat for their bread to placing down all of their beds. It is going to be chaos. But yeah, wish me luck. Hours. It has been 8 hours of non-stop villager things. The farm is done, but at what cost? I'm ready to put my arm through my monitor and my head through a wall. It's fine. It's fine. The last thing we need to do is build up this little AFK chamber here with glass. This is very temporary, but it'll work for now. And then we're going to AFK here for probably like an hour to 2 hours, more like an hour and 40 minutes or something like that. And yeah, we'll see how this goes. Hopefully this was worth it. All right, let's be careful coming into the nether here. I also changed up a bit of the components of this build. There was an automated sorting system for flowers and iron, but I didn't need that. So I just put a bunch more chests down. And oh my God, are these, they're all full of iron. Guys, it's been less than 2 hours. We may have, is this overkill? This might be overkill. I don't see how we're ever going to actually use this much iron. In just under 2 hours, we got an entire shulker box full, plus basically 4 stacks of iron blocks. Not ingots, blocks. You know, at this point, I feel like it might be worth building a wither skeleton farm, and dude, we could just spam beacons. They could be everywhere. Full power beacons. That is insane. But alright, I need to take a break from building the iron farm because that took forever. So for right now, we're actually headed back over to the entertainment district. Now, the reason we're going over here is because I recently ran a build competition over in my Discord server, which if you haven't already, make sure you click the link in the description to join that. But I had a bunch bunch of my subscribers compete to redesign my library in the entertainment district. And whoever's redesign won gets to have their version of my library built in my world, so they're forever cemented as a part of Incy's Hardcore Season 2. So I'd like to give a big congratulations to Fee, the winner of this competition, and we're gonna go ahead and jump over in creative to react to what she made. Okay, so we are here in one of my creative testing worlds. I have seen images in my Discord of what she's done, but I'm very excited to see it all live here in person. So nonetheless, it definitely still looks a lot more beautiful. So we're gonna go ahead and I see some things inside. I'm excited. We're gonna check it out. Dude, what? Look, this is gorgeous. Look at all of the detail here. Oh my god, I've got a lot of work to do. We got a whole fireplace in here now and a staircase. How have you managed to fit a staircase into this build? Dude, there's 3 layers? I didn't even realize there were 3 layers in the picture. Oh my god, this is so much better than what I would have done. Holy, you knocked it out of the park, dude. I mean, look, we've got another desk area up here. Bro, is there an attic too? Hold on. There is an attic. This is insane. But with that, we're going to quickly grab all of the supplies we need, and we're going to get to building our brand new library. And while we're constructing this thing, I just wanted to extend another thank you to Fee for participating, and a congratulations on winning. You did a really good job. And for those of you who didn't win, I wanted to thank you for your participation. And to everybody else, I wanted to tell you that this will not be the last time I'll be running a competition like this. I plan to do these semi-frequently. In fact, the next one is starting within just a couple of days here, so again, make sure you're over on the Discord and getting prepared for the next competition. And I also just wanted to thank each and every one of you for continuing to support the channel, and I wanted to extend a special thank you to all my Patreons and channel members as well. I've said it 100 times before, but it never stops being true. You guys really are the lifeblood of this channel, and I can't thank you enough. But alright, let's take one last look at this gorgeous library. We'll make sure we take a peek at all the different levels here. I am so happy with the way this turned out. Of course, let's not forget about the attic too. And now all that's left to do is take a name tag, name it after Fee, and we're actually going to name tag this little cleric villager here, and we will move them over to the library in a little bit. I could have gotten a librarian villager, but I actually feel like the look of the cleric with his kind of long purple robes would fit the vibe of this area better. But with that done and out of the way, now it's time to start collecting the supplies for the actual exterior of the iron farm. And fortunately for us, we actually have a lot of these supplies already on hand, and the other supplies that we need are just a few bulk mining sessions away from being in our possession. So we're gonna fly out to our mangrove swamp and start collecting one of the easier blocks in this process, which is just a bunch of mud. Next up is another easy block, which is pale moss blocks actually. And this is the first time I'll be using pale moss blocks in any kind of gradient. However, I've been seeing them all around the building community. They're starting to seem to be more useful, or at least a more prominent block that people use more frequently. So I'm excited to try this one out. Now, another thing we need is a bunch of snow carpets and snow blocks. So I'm actually going to head over to our farming district here. I'm gonna get myself a carved pumpkin, and then I am going to quickly head up to our snowy mountain here to grab 2 pieces of snow, and I'm going to build up this little cage in our greenhouse here, plop down a snow golem, and then just start spamming this thing with our shovel to get all the snowballs and all the carpets we need. Now, as quickly as that was going, I discovered it would actually probably be better if we just silk touch mine the entire top of a mountain. That way we could get all the snow blocks we need at once, so we don't have to gather all the snowballs and then craft them into the snow blocks. It's basically saving us an extra step. So even though I had to take 3 extra minutes to go fly out to a mountain biome that I know we're not going to be using in the future, this is still going to be a big time saver. But now we are on to all of the stone blocks. And so I'm over in our mining district here, and I'm just looking through all of our chests to try to collect as much tough and deep slate as I can possibly find. Now, the good news is we actually had so much tough in reserve that we have enough for the build and we won't have to go mining for that. So that saves us an entire step. But the problem is we do not have nearly enough deep slate. So I'm going to tear down this beacon real quick, and we're just going to head directly underground right next to where the iron farm is going to be. And we're just going to start hollowing out as many tunnels as possible to collect all the cobbled deep slate. Now, not only will we need cobbled deep slate, but we'll also need deep slate bricks and cracked deep slate bricks. And the biggest issue here is that we are going to need 4,000 of each of those, which means I am in for a mining session that is going to require over 12,000 blocks of deep slate. And if you guys know anything about deep slate, you all know that even with efficiency 5 and a haste beacon, it still takes forever. But honestly, this is one of the most enjoyable parts of Minecraft, the mining part of Minecraft, if you can believe it or not. I love these big long sessions I have where I basically just have an excuse to throw on Spotify or a podcast and just listen to something interesting or jam out to some music while I go brain dead and just mine for 2 hours straight. But there we go, we are all done, and I actually managed to get a full stack of deep slate diamond ore plus an additional one. That additional one piece is like just a little cherry on top. I'm not gonna lie, I would have actually rather preferred to have grabbed a full stack. If that had worked out perfectly, oh, that would have been so satisfying. But anyways, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna throw these down on the ground to see just how many diamonds we can get. Leave your guesses in the comments, see if you get it right. You don't win anything if you do, but I don't know. I'm just trying to increase engagement. But there we have it, a stack and 62 diamonds. Again, just barely off of that perfect 2-stack mark, but honestly, I'll take it. You know, we just accidentally got rich. I didn't even mean to find all of these diamonds. It's just that I've mined such a big area, I happened to collect them all. Pretty great. Now, one of the last things we need to do is just smelt a bunch of these deep slate bricks to get cracked deep slate bricks. So I'm just going to create a couple more furnaces here. We actually really need a super smelter in this world as well. Let me know if you guys would like to see that as a future episode. But yeah, we're just going to take a bunch of this deep slate bricks and throw it in there to get smelted up. And with that, we are finally ready to start building the iron farm. So let's get right into it. Guys, I'm just gonna say it. This is one of the best things I've ever made. I absolutely love the way that this turned out. And I think the reason why I love it so much is because it looks almost identical to the inspiration image I used for this build. I'm going to throw it up on screen here, and then I'm going to show you this again. It looks so similar. Even back here from like where the frozen ocean is, look at that thing from a distance. God, it looks so beautiful. Now, there are some more things that I need to do on this thing, but I wanted to briefly mention that I am aware there are a pretty decent amount of other builders, it seems like, that have done their own take on this particular inspiration image. And I just feel like I should mention that I, for sure, was not trying to copy anybody else's builds, and I didn't use any of their assets or any of their builds for inspiration for my own. I went entirely off of the base image to give my own take on a structure or a picture that I just thought was a really cool piece of concept art. But anyways, one of the things I want to do is add just a bunch of doorways, kind of on all the different levels of this place for people to get in and get out of. We aren't going to have an interior on this thing because we need the iron farm to actually be functional, and we don't want to mess up the spawn rates or anything. Maybe we could have an interior on the upper portion of the build, way up top, but we're probably not going to get it done. But regardless, I think having some spruce doors made out of spruce doors and spruce trapdoors would help to add kind of a little pop of color to this build and kind of just bring it all together. So we're going to chop down some of these spruce trees here. We're going to craft up all the doors and trapdoors that we need. And then we are just going to come in and place a couple of these doors all over the build. And then the other thing I want to do, I also crafted up some spruce fences. I want to come in and place in some spruce fence windows. You see, we have a couple of windows all over the place, or like arrow slits that look like they were carved into the build and part of the natural structure. But since this build has a very worn down and kind of melted kind of look, which I'll get into later, I figured it would make the most sense, since a lot of the build is broken, that there would be some windows that are also broken and maybe a little bit bigger than they should be. So the people who work here, or rather I guess the villagers that work here, decided it would be best to board some of the windows up to do whatever they can to keep the build as complete as possible. But alright, another thing I want to do is I want to get some campfires in and around the place. So we're actually going to have to fly home and check underneath of the greenhouse and kind of like our foliage bulk storage. I know I have some hay bales in here somewhere. There we go, that'll work. And now I'm just going to place down some of these hay bales with campfires on top of them to get, you know, that really tall campfire smoke. You know, this build is meant to look like an iron forge, so it would make a lot of sense that this forge, you know, had a bunch of smoke coming out the top as the iron is getting smelted down. Kind of morbid if you think about it, considering the fact that we're burning iron golems in here, but they're not actually conscious beings, so we can ignore the unethical implications that this build has, and we can just have fun. But there we go. That, oh my god, that adds a lot. Now, the only other problem that we're going to have here is, again, the spawning mechanics of these iron golems. Now, I have designed this build to be so that most of the blocks where they could spawn are actually too far away from the farm for them to actually spawn on. But as you can see, like right here, we actually have a straggler iron golem who managed to spawn on the outside of the build. And if we have even one extra iron golem anywhere near the villagers, it's going to completely mess up the farm and decrease our rates significantly, and this entire process will have been for nothing. So what I have to do is spend the next couple of hours going around the interior and the exterior of the build and placing snow carpets, just one layer of snow carpets wherever there is the opportunity for iron golems to spawn, to make sure we spawn proof the area. Now, the other issue with this is that the snow carpets are going to look the best, and they're one of the only things that can really prevent iron golems from spawning, but they do not prevent hostile mobs from spawning. And we can't light up the area with torches because then the snow carpets would melt. So we're just going to kind of have to accept the fact that hostile mobs are going to be able to spawn on the outside of this thing, and we'll just have to make sure that the inside is really protected and there's no way for them to get access to the villagers if they were somehow to break in. I am also going to turn on the lighty mod here, and we are going to make sure the entire bottom floor of this place is lit up as well. But there we go. After 2 to 3 hours of searching around, checking every nook and cranny for spawning iron golems, we have managed to basically cover the entire place. There are a few more spots I need to pick up right here and right there, but other than that, we should be good to go. The farm is working well, we're not having any additional spawns, and we are getting thousands upon thousands of iron ingots per hour. Now we just have a little bit of house cleaning left to do. When I was using Lightmatica to build this thing, because I did design it in creative mode first, there are a few places around the base of the build that are kind of not incomplete, but there's a couple of holes everywhere that we need to fill in with some snow blocks. So I'm gonna kind of go around everywhere and make sure that everything is filled in and complete and connected to the ground. And then I'm also going to work on this pathway kind of leading up to the main entrance. The problem here is that every time it snows, this pathway is going to get covered up by a layer of snow carpets, which is really kind of annoying. So maybe we'll have to place some glow lichen down every now and again to make sure it kind of stays melted. I really do just love the look of a cobblestone and diorite pathway here. It makes it look like there's just a bunch of trampled, dirty snow, and I think it's the perfect texture, so we definitely need to figure out a solution to this problem, but I'm leaving that for future Incy. And speaking of this pathway, we're also going to come in with some diorite slabs and some cobblestone slabs, and we're going to run these up the little hill here, just to make sure we can really have a smooth walking experience when we're headed up to our iron farm. But with that, guys, the iron farm is done and complete, and I am just honestly, I feel like I'm on cloud 9 right now. I am super happy with how this build turned out. Like I said, it is almost a spitting image of the concept art. I put my own little twist on it. Again, you know, this is an iron forge, so a lot of this build, I wanted to make it look like it had been exposed to just like extreme levels of like otherworldly and kind of magical sorcery heat, you know, to kind of fit with the lore that we're going with here. And so I wanted to make the build look like it was kind of melted. So a lot of the towers and other places you see on this thing, you know, they're crumbled down. They're very disproportionate. You know, it even bulges in a few spots. And I think it looks just absolutely perfect. I'm very happy with, you know, the details I managed to put in with some snow hanging off the top and some heavier, deeper spots. The block gradient turned out great. And obviously the thing is just massive. After 1 year in our hardcore world, we have finally outgrown our XP farm. So today we are going to be building a much better one in the end dimension. Now, before we get started with the main part of today's video, there is something that is actually kind of bugging me. And that is this section right here. Our pathway leading up to the vineyard and to our villager trading hall kind of just stops. And I would really like to continue to bring this down all the way down to where we are eventually going to have a bridge leading to the main island. So just like last episode and many episodes before, we are going to start taking down a bunch of trees to make room for the remainder of the pathway. Guys, I have tried very hard to do something other than cut down trees for the beginning part of an episode, but somehow, no matter how hard I try, I always find myself in this position. Alright, I think we've got all of the trees removed that we will need to have removed for now. So I am going to briefly fly back up to our vineyard here, and I'm going to take a little peep, good God, my inventory, into my... yet another chest monster we have forming over in this area. And then I am going to grab a bunch of this coarse dirt that we have. Do we have... Okay, we have a couple stacks. We have a few stacks of mud. I think we're in business. There we go. So we'll throw some mud in here as well. And then we'll take all of this mud and coarse dirt, and we're just going to begin placing in the new pathway. After about an hour of placing down coarse dirt and packed mud, we are finally ready to start refining this pathway here. And I'm going to do that by coming in a few different places here and adding in some rock work on the sides to help better blend it in with the rest of the landscape. Now, I don't want to do too much work on the sides here because eventually I would actually like to transform this entire cliffside into something a lot more detailed and custom. So we're really only going to be messing with the very edges of the pathways because, of course, I want to leave room for some bigger things in the future. However, we will have some spots like this one where it is important that we add in a good bit of rock detailing because we don't want it just hovering off of the ground like this. We need it to be connected. But throughout this whole process, we're just going to be using a very basic template of stone, mossy cobblestone, and moss to help us blend the rocks in with the greenery. But there we go. Now the pathway is looking a lot better and we have a much more logical way to travel to the top of the hill here. But before we move on, I'm just going to come up to our chests here and try to grab a couple pieces of bone meal, and we're just going to come in and start spamming that kind of along the pathway here to make it look like the rest of the land that's outside of the path is kind of overgrown. This is also going to help us hide any flaws we may have in our little rock work that we did here. And then just to make sure we get the green colors that we want, I'm going to go back through and remove any of the wildflowers that spawned while we were bone mealing. But alright, with our pathway done and out of the way, it's time to actually start resource towards collecting for the main project of this video. And today we actually have our work cut out for us because we're going to be needing over 50,000 pieces of white stained glass, which means we have a lot of digging in our future. I need a ton of sand. Alright, so here we are arriving at speed bump number 1. I have actually already filled up all of these shulker boxes with sand, which is great. We're making good progress. The only issue is I need so much more space to transport all this sand, and we literally just don't have enough room for 50,000 blocks right now. So I'm going to travel all the way back home. We're going to stop at our current XP farm to get our tools mended up, and then we are actually going to prematurely head into the end dimension here to go hunting for some shulkers, for some shulker shells, because if we want to continue this project, I need the inventory space, so we're going to need a lot more shulker boxes. Now, if you're wondering why I'm collecting chorus fruit right now, I figured since we're on our way to go collect shulker boxes, we might as well grab this while we're at it because we actually will be requiring some popped chorus fruit later in the video. And we're going to be needing that to help us craft some end rods. We're going to end up collecting blaze rods at some point as well, and we're going to be using these end rods that we get to help us illuminate the build. You guys will see how it comes into play later. But yeah, I just figured, you know, we're on the way, so we might as well grab it while we're at it. But with some chorus fruit collected, it's time to actually start raiding a few end cities. And while we're doing this, I wanted to briefly mention a new data pack I'm adding to my world, which I'm very excited about. I've seen a lot of other bigger YouTubers using this data pack to help them save time, so I figured I would try it out. But it's a pack called Double Shulker Shells. And this basically makes it so that every time a shulker drops a shulker shell, there will always be 2 instead of 1. So you can immediately make a full shulker box instead of coming out of the end with an odd number of shells and, you know, having a couple left over. However, as far as I'm aware, this does not change the drop rates of shells, which means there's still a chance that when you kill a shulker, you get nothing. So it's basically either you get a full shulker box or you get none at all. Of course, the chances of the drop are increased if you have looting on your sword like I do, but this is definitely going to be a massive time saver, and honestly, it's kind of a feature I feel should just be in the base game. Alright, and flying out of the end here with a few successful end city raids under our belt, we have 44 shulker shells to our name, which means we get 22 new shulker boxes. I will definitely take that. This is going to help out a lot with transporting items. And you know, as I'm placing down all these shulker boxes, getting ready to settle in for another 4-hour sand mining session, I'm starting to wonder if maybe it's time we made a sand duper. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think about that idea. Now, as I was collecting sand, I realized that a big waste of time here would be the fact that I was going to have to smelt all of this sand down into glass afterwards. So instead of waiting until I was done collecting, I decided to quickly take a break and run up to the mountains to collect a bunch of coal. That way we could have a bunch of furnaces running while we collect the rest of the sand, so we could be obtaining said sand while simultaneously smelting it down into glass, ultimately saving us a couple hours of just waiting around for everything to smelt down. down. But there we go, after hours upon hours of mining sand and smelting it down, we have managed to successfully fill up 34 shulker boxes full of glass. This was definitely the most tedious part of this process, and I'm really happy we got it out of the way. But this is the part of the video where I ask you to subscribe to the channel, because that was not fun, and I would really appreciate your support on this video. But moving on, it's time to finish up the glass portion of this video by converting all this glass to white stained glass. Now, normally what I would do to get white dye is just AFK here at our bone meal and moss farm, but as far as collecting actual bone meal goes, this farm is incredibly inefficient. Most of the time, I just use it to collect moss, and I only actually use it for white dye if I only need like a stack or two of something. And I actually really need to invest in building a wither skeleton farm, because not only would that get us basically infinite amounts of coal and wither skeleton skulls, but it would actually also work as a bone meal farm that would just be a lot more efficient than this one is. But for now, instead of doing that, we're actually just going to head into the nether, and I'm just going to start scooping up as much bone blocks as possible. And returning home here, I'm going to go ahead and say that was a pretty successful trip. I completely forgot I updated to 1.21.6, so the dried gas was a really nice surprise. And of course, we got a ton of bone blocks. I really hope this is enough. I have absolutely no idea, but we're gonna try it out regardless. So I'm just gonna spend the next few minutes here standing at my crafting table, transforming all this glass into white stained glass. But with all of these shulker boxes full, we are finally free to move on to collecting the next item we need, which is those end rods I mentioned earlier. Now, unfortunately, I did miscalculate how much coarse fruit I'm going to need, so we actually have to quickly run back into the end to finish collecting the last few stacks that we need. But with that little side quest out of the way, we are actually good to head into the nether, and we are going to begin the hunt for some blaze rods. Now, fortunately, this shouldn't take us too long, because I do know of a location where we have a blaze spawner, so I'm gonna head right out to that. I'm going to try to build out a little bit of a bigger spawning platform, and we're just going to start farming as many blazes as possible. We are cruising through this process now. I mean, that took nowhere near as long as I thought it was going to. Another step in this process that we can blow out pretty quickly is just heading home and smelting all of our coarse fruit into pop coarse fruit, and then we'll just combine that with our newly acquired blaze rods, and we will finally end up with our end rods. Now, of course, this wouldn't be an Incy video without the need for us to go collect some tuff and diorite and other stone blocks. I thought I had some tuff left over from my previous builds, but we've actually completely used up our supply, so we're gonna have to head back down into the caves, set up a beacon, realize we built the beacon in the wrong location, tear it down and rebuild it a second time, and then begin the process of insta-mining our tuff. After that, we are on to exploring some caves to find some veins of diorite, and then finally, to complete this trifecta of blocks, to get ourselves the triple crown here, we're going to head back up to our mountain mining area, and we're going to collect a bunch of cobblestone. But you guys have seen me do this 100 times at this point, so I'm just gonna skip to the part in the video where this is done. Now, before we can move on from the rock collecting portion of this video, there is one block we still need to collect that we are all familiar with here on this channel. The one block to rule them all, and I am of course talking about calcite. We have gotten so much value out of calcite in this series so far, it might actually be my new favorite block in the game. But speaking of getting an insane amount of value, I figured now would be the perfect time to bring up my Patreon. For just $10 a month, you guys get access to every single thing I have ever built in hardcore Minecraft, as well as other rewards like exclusive Discord roles and behind the scenes content and videos. So again, for just $10, you get access to years worth of my work, and you guys can cancel your subscription at any time with no strings attached. And I'd like to take a moment to personally thank each and every one of my Patreon members and channel members. You guys are a massive reason as to why I'm able to continue to do this for a job, and I am just eternally grateful for all your support. So thank you for everything you not only do for me, but what you do do for everybody else who watches my videos by allowing them to continue to have these videos to watch. But shameless plugs aside, we are finally done collecting calcite and free to move on to the next block we need. And so we are going to fly out to the nearest pale garden so we can start devouring some pale oak logs. Now, I wish I could say that logs and planks are the only thing we need, but that's actually not the case. In fact, we actually don't need any logs or planks. What we need, unfortunately, is pale oak trapdoors, and a lot of them. So I've actually got quite an extensive mining session ahead of me because we're going to need like 3 times more wood than usual. But alright, there we go. That's done, and that wasn't actually anywhere near as bad as I thought it was going to be. I kind of just threw on a podcast and went ham for 2 hours and we got it done. But moving through our to-do list here, we're going to quickly stop at a cherry grove to collect some cherry leaves because we're going to be needing those as well. I haven't really talked a lot about this Enderman farm that we're making today, but it's basically going to be kind of like a floating garden situation, except all of the leaves and foliage are going to be this pinkish and purple color to kind of match the theme of the end. And so to make sure we stick with that pink and purple theme, I actually have to fly all the way out to our mesa biome, and I have to collect some terracotta, then take it home, and after turning it into pink terracotta, smelt it down so we can get pink glazed terracotta. And I'm going to use this block to help us kind of get a little bit more variation in the foliage. Pink glazed terracotta kind of looks like leaves at a distance, so I'm going to use that and try it out. But while we wait for our terracotta to smelt up, we're just going to grab a couple other blocks that we need, some smaller things such as oak trapdoors. And for the first time ever today, we're actually going to be needing a bit of lodestone, which I've never actually used in a build before, so I'm excited to see how that turns out. And we're also going to take a bunch of our stone blocks here and turn them into their wall and stair variants because we'll be needing a bunch of those as well to create kind of like the pillars of the garden area. But with that, we are done collecting blocks and we are almost ready to start building. The last thing we need to do is just transfer all of these shulker boxes that hold the items into the end dimension so we don't have to travel back and forth between dimensions to build, and then we'll be good to go. Now, we do need to do something quite dangerous here. I need to place down a water bucket and then take some leaves and attempt to pillar down to right above the void. This is my least favorite part of Enderman farms. I can't stand doing anything above the void because there's literally no coming back from it. This is probably the easiest way to die in hardcore. But now we just need to bridge out as far as possible, kind of get right in the middle between where the end island is and where the end rings start. It's just, good lord, this is terrifying. I absolutely hate bridging over the void, but I mean, honestly, look at where we stopped. I mean, it's kind of peaceful being out here like all alone by ourselves. I mean, literally you can't see any land in any direction and you just have these beautiful vistas of complementary reimagined shaders in the end. It's actually pretty cool looking. But now I just need to build out this little leaf platform so we can place our shulker boxes down, and then it will finally be time to start building. guys, the bulk of the build is done and it looks really good. But I don't want to show it to you just yet because we're not quite finished with the build itself. Endermen are spawning at the top, but right now they have no reason to actually fall into the chamber. So I just built up this little temporary killing area here for us, and we're gonna get ourselves some ender pearls so that way we can spawn an endermite in, trap it, and name tag it so the enderman will actually fall down into the killing chamber itself. So there we go, we'll just name tag this bad bear and stick him in a minecart, and then we can get rid of the extra wool. Now with that done, there is one more thing we're going to need, and for that we will actually need a few pieces of glass, an eye of ender, and we'll need one of the gas tiers we got from inside the nether earlier. Reason being is we are actually making an end crystal for the first time in our hardcore world. And I'm doing this because I'm using complementary reimagined shaders with euphoria patches. Euphoria patches basically just adds a bunch of new visual improvements to the already existing roster of visual improvements by complementary shaders, including these really cool like pillars of light that come off end crystals. So I'm hoping if we place this down, oh my god. Oh, dude, what? That is so much better. You can't even see the purple glass that we have in here that traps the enderman. Hold on, let's take a step back, go a ways away from the thing for a second here. Look at it going through the roof. Oh my god, that made the build. It hides the killing chamber perfectly. Oh man, okay, but now what I need to do is I have this little seal at the top of the build here. We're gonna try to remove that without angering any of these endermen, and then they should all start falling down. And yeah, there we are. Dude, this is such a euphoric looking killing chamber that we have here. And no, there's no collection system for the ender pearls, but I'm never really going to use them anyways, and they'll just despawn, so it's not that big of a deal. However, I am noticing a little bit of an issue. So endermen can't spawn on glass, but they can teleport to it, which means that when our endermen are hitting the ground here, because there's so much space of teleportable blocks outside of the killing chamber, when they hit the ground and take damage, they're basically defaulting to trying to, find a way to stop getting hurt. So they're teleporting outside of the killing chamber and onto the surrounding areas. Now all these endermen, since they're already so damaged, they can just be one shot, so that's not really that big of a deal, but I would like a way to maybe change this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fly home and head out to our swamp biome, and I'm going to kill a bunch of slimes to get slime balls for slime blocks. And I'm hoping that if we put slime blocks at the bottom of the build, the enderman will fall down and bounce and stay in the chamber instead of taking damage. I'm not sure how the slime blocks are actually going to look in the build. Everything is made of glass, so they are going to be visible, but I'm hoping that all of the visual effects we have going on will hide the slime blocks, at least for when we have shaders on, and most of the time I play with shaders on anyway, so if it hides it well, it's not really going to be an issue either. But alright, let's go ahead and replace the inner landing pad with our slime blocks here, and yeah, without shaders, this looks pretty terrible, not gonna lie. I mean, I know what it is, but at least it is stopping them from taking fall damage. They are bouncing a little bit, but they're staying in the killing chamber, which is all we really needed it to do. Now let's go ahead and turn our complementary shaders back on. Oh my god, it's perfect. Dude, you can't even, the slime blocks are basically invisible. You can't even see them. They're just as transparent as the glass. There's like a tiny, slight little green hue, but that's it. But yeah, man, I think it's basically what, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that was close. That could have been the end of the series right there. Okay, so problem number 2 with this farm. Now we have made it so that they don't take damage when they land, but our fire aspect sword, when they take the fire tick damage, they still want to teleport out. So I guess that means we are going back home once again, and we're going to have to enchant a new sword at our library. Don't ask me why.
our mending villager is a zombie librarian. I don't know. We'll figure that out in another episode. I don't have time for you right now, dude. Fortunately, though, I had a few mending books left over from previous trades, so I got Sharpness 4, Unbreaking 3, and Mending on this sword. And if we go back to the Enderman farm and try this new one out, this one seems to be working fine. No more Endermen are teleporting out, so we have officially fixed our problem. The only thing is, it takes a lot of strikes to kill these guys, and that's not very efficient. So what I'll probably do in between episodes is put netherite on this sword and try to add sweeping edge to it. That way we can kill them all at once. It'll still take 2 to 3 hits, which is not as efficient as it would be if we didn't have slime blocks, but honestly, I think this is a good compromise for just how visually cool this build is. I think it's worth it. But that is going to do it for today's episode. I hope you all have enjoyed. I am incredibly happy with how this build turned out. It just looks so cool, and I think it's a lot better than my previous XP farm. I also added a few extra clouds in the background here. I forgot to mention this in the video, but I just wanted to add a few other background pieces, and I think these turned out really cool as well. In fact, I love this build so much that I think we're going to base our entire end transformation off of this concept. I love the idea of the entirety of the end being this kind of like cloud city looking thing, and I think it's just gonna look sick when we have, you know, all these clouds with buildings floating on them everywhere and hanging gardens all over the place. It's gonna be really cool. Our current gold farm looks terrible, so today we're going to be fixing that. Now, before we start actually getting into the gold farm here, I just wanted to quickly mention I finally, in between episodes, got around to making a sword that is capable of safely killing our Enderman in our Enderman farm, which if you didn't watch my last video where I built this thing, you definitely should, because it's one of my most favorite builds ever. But now we actually have a safe way to gain a ton of experience. But anyways, Enderman farms aside, the first thing we're going to do is we are going to stop back at home, and we're going to collect a few of our shulker boxes here. I feel like 2 would be okay, maybe 3. Grab another one just in case. Then we're going to run over to our secondary nether portal, and then unfortunately we are going to have to begin tearing down the gold farm that we have right now, because we are going to be needing all of these resources to help us build the new one. Now, my favorite thing about this part in the video is that tearing down the old gold farm requires me to literally use 0% of my brain. However, the small part of my brain that was still active during this process got to thinking. As I was taking this thing down, I noticed I was taking a lot of damage and having to burn through all of my food because of the magma blocks. So I think what we're going to do after this is try to get some boots with Frostwalker on them, and hopefully that will solve the issue. And I'm also hoping that a lot of the supplies we gather from this old farm will take us pretty far into the item collecting portion of this video that will happen later on. Alright, so that is the gold farm torn down. Got all our leftover rotten flesh and swords sitting on the ground there. We have everything inside of our inventory. I actually grabbed an extra shulker box, but I didn't end up needing to use it, which is great. And we actually have a bunch of spare gold. So before we continue, I'm going to come back into the overworld here, and we're going to make a quick stop at the farming district because I want to grab some golden carrots. Now, we have a bunch of steak here that I haven't used yet, so I really don't need any more food, but golden carrots just make me feel a little bit more rich, and I enjoy that feeling, so we're going to start eating these guys instead. But now it's time we started making those Frostwalker boots that I was talking about earlier. The only issue is that this is going to be a much longer process than I thought, because I'm just now discovering you can't actually get Frostwalker through an enchantment table, which means we're going to have to find a villager and convert him to a Frostwalker librarian. And I really don't feel like dealing with breeding villagers today, so we're going to utilize that happy gas we got in the last episode. Well, he's not happy yet. He's dried right now, but he will be happy. So there are a few things we're going to need to prep for him. The first of which is a lead. Oh my god, do I not have leads? Uh-oh. Oh, thank god. Okay. We're also going to be needing this pumpkin in a minute, and I'm going to need some light blue dye. Let's go ahead and craft that up real quick. We'll also need 2 pieces of glass. Fortunately, we have that right there. Gonna need a fence. We're out of leather, which means we need to make a sacrifice today. I'm sorry, you are the chosen one. Oh, okay, we're gonna need one more. The lag over here from fresh animations is insane. Hey! Hey! 2?
That's fine. Fortunately, both of you have jobs, so I can't steal you. Anyways, we'll just grab one of these guys. And there we go. We got ourselves some light blue wool. All of that so I can craft up this saddle here. I guess it's a harness. Saddle, harness, same thing. And then the last thing we need is just 2 snow blocks here. Let's grab those. Also going to need a couple more fences here. Forgot about that. And then what I'm going to do is set up a little temporary chamber here. Then we are just going to build ourselves a snow golem. I'm going to get out my fortune shovel and we are going to collect as many snowballs as possible because we're going to use this to tame the happy ghast. All right, hopefully that's enough. I've got actually more than a full shulker box. That should be plenty. I don't know how much we need, but I'm playing it safe anyways. Thank you, sir, for your service. Look at me, please. Thank you for your service. I free you from this world. All right, with the happy ghast prep out of the way, it is now time to actually acquire the creature. And I think a really cool place to have him grow up would be over at our little, very janky coral reef that we have here. I have to work on this, man. I mean, from standing in here, it looks good. Anyways, we'll just put him down here. Oh. All right, there we go. Now we just wait around until he grows up. And yeah, now we wait. And here we are, after 20 minutes of waiting, we have acquired ourselves a happy ghast. So cool to finally see these guys in my world. I've been waiting to add this update for a while, and I'm really happy it's here. But now we got to hop on him here, and we have to fly all the way over to this acacia village. This acacia village is actually where we did our first raid. I'm not sure if anybody's still alive there. If they're not, we'll move on to the plains village. But we're gonna start heading out, and we're gonna use this guy to transport the villagers. Okay, here we go, flying in. We've got one dude left. There's one guy left. Let's hurry up and land. We will get this dude in a boat, just like that. And we are just going to hook this guy up to the ghast. And there we go. Look at that. We got like a little hot air balloon thing. But all right, time for a long flight home. Hopefully this goes well. I really hope we don't drop him. But there we go. Look at that screenshot. Gorgeous. But all right, so we're just going to land our guy on the bridge here for a minute, and I'm gonna head over to our chest here, grab a bunch of dirt, and then what I'm going to do is I'm kind of going to just build up a temporary dirt pathway through the library here and over to the chamber where we want this villager to go. I'm doing this just because I don't want to have to deal with him escaping and trying to really fight my way to get him into his spot, so we're basically just gonna lead him straight there, and we'll take this down when we're done. But all right, we got all the dirt down. Now it's time to just start placing this lectern down over and over until we finally get the enchantment we want, which is Frostwalker 2. But after a while of cycling through the lectern and doing a bunch of other trades to get emeralds with my other villagers, we finally got a dude who had Frostwalker 2. 60 emeralds? Who does this guy think he is? I mean, I'll take it because, you know, I don't want to spend too much time on this. This actually only took 20 minutes as it was, but we're gonna have to convert that guy to a zombie villager to get some deals because that's a bit absurd. But anyways, we'll take the lectern here and we will use this to lure him over to his little trading chamber, his new little desk job. Throw the trapdoor down, and just like that, he should be stuck in there. Great. This went really well. I feel like something bad is going to happen. I feel like bad karma has to catch up to me now. Dealing with villagers is never this easy, so I don't know. I feel a little weirded out. But anyways, let's clean up our mess here throughout the trading hall. And then for now, we are just going to park our happy ghast over in the flower fields by our vineyard because we are done using him for now. Look at him. There he goes. Look how happy he is. He loves it in the flowers. But now that we have Frostwalker 2, it's time to make the rest of the boots. So I'm gonna grab some lapis and some extra books just in case we need them. I'm also gonna grab one of our extra mending books so we can just slap that on. Then we are going to head down to our super secret valuable storage room. And I'm gonna bring about 12 diamonds with me just in case we need to make some extra pairs of boots and then combine them later. But all right, after a lot of enchanting and a lot of using the grindstone and combining things in an anvil, we finally have our pair of Frostwalker boots. Now, they don't have the highest level of feather falling, which is kind of concerning. They're also not netherite yet, so they're not perfect by any means, but Frostwalker 2, protection 4, feather falling 2, unbreaking 3, and mending is not bad.
But now that we have our Frostwalker boots, it's time to move on with the block collecting portion of this video. And to save us a little bit of time, I'm going to try to break this up into a couple different sections. And we're going to start with collecting all the blocks we need from the nether. That way we're only making one trip between dimensions.
Alright, so I've grabbed us a few more shulker boxes here, and the first block from the nether we're going to try to get is actually magma blocks, because I've already got a few of them right in here. Actually, I've got almost 2 shulker boxes full. Unfortunately though, that's nowhere near enough, and we're going to need to grab some more shulker boxes because we need over 10,000 pieces of this. And with that, we were off on our nether adventure. Fortunately, I was coming across a lot of magma block veins, and most of them were pretty big. So I never ended up having to travel very far in order to collect all these blocks. And since we were already out here in the nether wastes, I decided to also collect some nether quartz ore because we're going to be needing it later for some redstone components. But once that was done, we left the nether and we made a quick pit stop at the Enderman farm to repair our pickaxe. After that, it was back to the nether to collect some soul sand. We were also going to need a lava bucket, so I picked that up as well. And then we also hunted down some of these giant skeletons to collect bone blocks because we were going to have to make some water elevators, which would require fully grown kelp, so we were going to need a lot of bone meal. We also managed to pick up another 11 dried gas along the way. But anyways, it's now time to head over to the nether fortress we've been terraforming in order to get some wither skeleton skulls. And this time I needed 9 of them, which I was not looking forward to collecting. And we need them because this farm, in order to work properly, it actually requires beacons. We need to be able to have strength and regeneration on because we're going to be swinging our sword so much that we're going to be running out of hunger pretty quickly, and there's also a chance this farm will cause us a little bit of damage if any of the piglins hit us. So having regen on is also just going to help protect us. And we're also going to be having a resistance beacon as well, just for a third added layer of protection. Well, if you couldn't tell by this massive platform we now have, this was not a quick process like I thought it was going to be. This actually took a couple hours, 2 to be exact, and to be honest with you, for 9 wither skeleton skulls, that's really not that bad. We also managed to get almost a stack of blaze rods, and look at all the bones and coal we got. I mean, that's pretty good too. I really do need a wither skeleton farm. But that's about all the blocks we need from the nether, so it's time to head back home. Now, I do still need to craft up those beacons, and in order to do that, I need to get obsidian. Now, again, for the beacons, I really only need 9 pieces. However, for the rest of this gold farm, I am going to need about 730 pieces of obsidian. So I figured while we're getting the obsidian for the beacons, we might as well just grab the obsidian for the rest of the build. And let me tell you something. I am not looking forward to this. And never before in my life has a feeling of disinterest in something been so quickly and immediately validated. Mining over 700 pieces of obsidian was easily the worst part of this entire video. I don't even want to talk about how long it took, even with efficiency 5, but hey, I mean, at least you guys get a cool time lapse or something, right? But once we were finally done with this very exhausting process, I went straight into the end to kill the 3 different withers, collect the nether stars, and head home and craft up our beacons. Now that we've collected our 3 beacons, it's time to move on with the next segment of today's video, which is collecting all the redstone components for the build. And to do that, we're going to start over here in the mining district, and we're actually going to begin by laying out all of this nether quartz that we got. Okay, I already know this is way too much. We definitely have a surplus of quartz here, but honestly, when I was in the nether collecting magma blocks, I saw a bunch of this quartz, so I just decided to scoop it up anyways. We will need some for some redstone components, but we're definitely not going to use this much. And there we go. We got over 11 stacks of quartz, and we didn't even use up all of our nether quartz ore, so we're definitely good to go. Now that we have that, we can start crafting up all the components, and I just realized we actually have a lot of this already ready in our redstone shulker box, which is great. Like, for example, we're going to need 76 pieces of redstone dust, so we'll get that out real quick. We are also going to need 27 redstone repeaters. Fortunately, we already have those right there. We are going to need 21 redstone comparators. Unfortunately, we only have 12, so we are going to need to whip up the supplies to make a few new ones. Luckily for us, that should be fairly easy. We'll also be needing exactly 19 redstone torches, so it's nice that we have that number left over. We're also going to need 20 buttons, 2 levers. We'll also need a singular piston, in. Also need to make a bow for a dispenser. Let's go ahead and make one of those. And then we are going to craft up 8 more regular pistons and then use some of the last of our slime blocks to make 8 sticky pistons. And then we're just going to hide all of these away in our shulker box for now. And then we're going to grab a bunch of our leftover wood from our little vineyard project. If I can even find any more, there we go. And then we're going to start turning all of these into planks because we are going to need 65 chests. So literally a perfect stack and one. There we go. But we are not done yet. We need to make an additional 70 chests, and we need to do that in order to turn the rest of them into hoppers. We need 70 hoppers, which is kind of insane to think about. And come to think of it, we may not have enough iron on hand. I have to hope I find some spare. Okay, wait, there's a little bit. Got another stack. Hopefully this is enough. I think, oh my gosh, we had enough for exactly 70. It's scripted. It's all scripted. Now all that's left to do is get all the other miscellaneous materials. But unfortunately, we do have a lot of those.
And I don't want to bore you guys with a 4-hour-long segment of me collecting random items.
Put a long story short, I went out and I got 5 ladders and 5 ender pearls to help us get on the nether roof. We also got a bunch of temporary items like 10 pieces of kelp, 1 stair, 192 temporary building blocks, 256 pieces of scaffolding, 1 piece of sand, 1 ender chest, 1 cactus, a singular armor stand, 2 water buckets, 2 walls, 2 composters, 4 carpets, 7 fences, 8 powdered snow buckets, 11 fence gates, 12 slime blocks, 17 honey blocks, 17 plosses of immovable blocks, we used glazed terracotta, 18 turtle eggs, 22 boats, 31 pieces of packed ice, 83 smooth stone slabs, 212 iron blocks. Thank God for our iron farm. If we didn't have that, I'm not even gonna let my brain go there. 426 trapdoors, 2,012 pieces of glass, and finally 4,335 pieces of temporary building blocks. But alright, with those last smooth stone blocks collected, we should have all the items we need to start building in all of these different shulker boxes here. But if we find that we're missing anything, we can just go back later and collect what we need. But with everything scooped up, it's time to fly over to our secondary nether portal again. Actually, before we do that, I forgot one very important thing that we need. That was close. Okay, anyways, let's get ourselves an iron ingot and then a piece of gravel for some flint and a flint and steel because we need a way to get in and out of the nether in case something goes wrong. We're going to be on the nether roof, so that is a pretty important item to have. Now, I did bring enough supplies to get us in and out of the nether roof and add a few more portals around, but I'm going to try to find a location here that is better for the gold farm, but still relatively close by. We just have to make sure we're in the nether wastes as we build the entire farm. And after searching around for a little bit, I think right here will do good. Literally right where we're standing will be the center. I'm gonna mark that with our orange shulker box just for now. Then I'm gonna come over here and place down all of our other shulker boxes that have our building items. And with that, we're good to get this party started. We're gonna start this process by building an absolutely massive tower of nether portals, stretching up to almost the build height. And on each of these layers, we're going to be placing a piece of glass with a turtle egg on top. On the outside of all these portals, we're going to be placing in the spawning platforms, so that's why we have a turtle egg in the center. It's to attract all the piglins into the center of the build, so they'll try to crush the turtle egg and they'll end up all walking through the portal. But in order for that to work successfully, we also have to come in and surround the turtle eggs with trapdoors. The piglins need to be under the impression that they can actually get to the egg, so the trapdoors are going to make them think there's a full block there and they'll try to walk forward. But after that, it's time to actually put in the spawning platforms, and we're going to be using all of those magma blocks we collected earlier in the video. And let me tell you something, guys, those frostwalker boots were definitely worth it. I know for you this is probably a rather quick time lapse, but this actually took a couple of hours for me, and not getting my tootsies burnt on all of the magma blocks saved us a lot of food and a lot of frustration. But after the spawning platforms were done, we came up to the top of the build and placed in a huge layer of glass to prevent gas spawns. After that, we went to the corresponding coordinates in the overworld and we began began building the overworld section of this build. And this was basically a massive transportation tower that would take all of the piglins that were going through the nether portals, put them into the overworld, send them up a bubble column, and into another nether portal which we built at the top that would take them back into the nether where we built our killing chamber. After the killing chamber was complete, it was then time to move on to the sorting system, and once we were done with that, the farm would be complete. Alright, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, this thing absolutely sucked to build. I mean, this was top 10 worst Minecraft experiences ever. The boat system up here, let me go into free cam real quick, hold on. This boats, transporting the boats to get them to fit in there properly, 2 hours. It took me 2 hours. There were multiple portals up here, and I was going in and out, trying to follow a tutorial, and there were pistons. God, there were so many pistons. What we need to do now is expand this storage system here down by a couple of blocks. So we're gonna build some scaffolding all the way up so we can work going down, and we'll build out this way a couple blocks. Hopefully that'll reach, I have no idea. We've got to make a quick pit stop back at the house because I actually ran out of chests, which I guess also means I'm going to run out of hoppers, so I'm gonna need to make some of those as well. There we go, get about 2 stacks of each. That should be plenty. Big emphasis on should there. While we're here at home, we're going to stop over in the entertainment district, and we are going to restock ourselves on a bunch of fireworks here so we can continue to fly around. We're also going to swing by the Ender here to get our elytra repaired. But now we are back into the nether, and now we just finish putting in the last of these chests, and then we should be good to put in the last of the hoppers. All right, there we go. Now the last thing we actually need to do is set up the item filters by putting in gold and setting them to filter out the ingots and nuggets. But I'm actually out of gold because if you guys remember, I used it all to make golden carrots. So we don't have any gold, which means it is time to actually get the farm started. So we're going to come in here and we're just going to light up every single nether portal on the way down. Actually, don't know if this flint and steel is going to last. Oh my god, it's not. This might be an issue. Yep. Sure was. I guess it's back to the overworld for a minute. And we'll just make one of those. You know what? We're gonna make 2 of those, you know, just to be safe. Oh my god. Oh, this is bad. Oh, hello everybody. Okay. Remain calm. You go away. You go away. You go away. And you go away. Perfect. All right. Moment of truth. Is the farm working? Let's fly up to the killing chamber. Please, dear God, please. Oh, I believe so. Yes, I do believe it is working. Oh my god. There we go. Look at this. Look at how many we're getting. Oh my god. So if you guys didn't know or couldn't figure it out throughout the video, this is a gold farm designed by Dashpum, which means it also doubles, if you couldn't tell already, as an insane XP farm. This has essentially rendered our Ender useless for experience, but that build is still super cool and I absolutely love it, so we're gonna keep it around. Plus, it's always good to just have access to a bunch of Ender pearls as well. But I'm gonna go AFK here for a bit, and we're gonna see just how many levels and just how much gold we can get. Alright, so I've been here for about 2 to 3 hours, and I may have accidentally almost got 300 levels of experience. This farm is nuts. But anyways, let me show you what we have collected in that time. Not all of these chests, but a lot of them are full. Completely full with golden nuggets. These ones here are not, because these 3 rows are for extra storage for golden ingots. We did get a good amount of those, not as much as I would have liked. I also did put looting 3 on our sweeping edge sword here, so we do get triple the drops, but most of the bottom rows of these chests here are completely filled with golden nuggets. This is more than we could ever ask for, honestly. And most of the second row chests here are also filled, and in some cases, even the 3rd and 4th row chests are completely filled with golden nuggets. So that is absolutely insane. But anyways, let's collect all of our shulker boxes, and it's time we actually start designing the exterior of this farm. All right, so after spending a couple hours in a creative testing world, I have come up with a design for the gold farm that I am pretty happy with. And I did make a schematic for it, so we're going to load it up and check the material list here. See what we're working with. That... Oh, I I thought we were almost done with the video.
I don't know why I was acting surprised. I'm the one who designed this build. This is my fault. But regardless, I just went from almost being done with this video to needing a wither skeleton farm, a blaze farm, a super smelter, and a sand duper. So with a newfound sense of urgency, I immediately got started on collecting all the items I would need to build the blaze farms. Fortunately, blaze farms are a super simple build, so collecting all of the necessary items didn't take long at all, and before I knew it, I was back into the nether, searching for the blaze spawners themselves. Once I had found the perfect location, it was time to start building. And although the blaze farm build itself is simple, dealing with constantly being set on fire was not. But fortunately, after a few very close calls of falling in the lava and nearly dying, we managed to complete the first blaze farm and I began to AFK. But as I was doing this, I realized we were not getting blaze rods nearly as quickly as we needed to in order to acquire the over 22,000 pieces of end rods that we needed. And after a few minutes, I started to understand that we were going to need a second blaze farm. Fortunately, there was another spawner directly next to the first one we found, so I immediately got to building. And once I was done with that, I also decided to slab off a bunch of the surrounding nether fortress as well, just in case there were some extra blaze spawns happening that were going to mess with the rates of these two farms. But once that was done, all that was left to do was let the blazes pile up for a few minutes and then go harvest them with our looting sword. Okay, great. So now that we have all the blaze rods we need, it's time to head over to collect the other half of the end rods, which is coarse fruit. Now, I think I'm actually going to mine all of this by hand because we can collect it fast enough that we shouldn't actually need a coarse fruit farm. So we're just going to head into the end and I'm going to use my trusty axe to get us all the coarse fruit. And while we do this, I just want to take a moment to give a special shout out to all my Patreon members and channel members. If I've said it once before, then I've said it 100 times. You guys are the lifeblood of this channel and you really help to keep it running in the months where I'm not uploading as much or not as active on YouTube. And to the rest of my subscribers, I just want to have a quick heart-to-heart with you real quick and say that I am very sorry for having not uploaded in all of November. This is the longest break I've taken away from YouTube, and I have to be honest, I've really missed posting. Since the last time you saw me, guys, I've actually gotten sick 3 or 4 different times. I keep re-catching the same bug, which has really affected my blood sugars and made it very difficult for me to actually record and get work done. But I just want you guys to know I'm not going anywhere and I will be posting on YouTube for as long as I possibly can. So if there's ever a time where you're not hearing from me and I'm not as active as normal, just know that something else is most likely going on and I'm hard at work on the next project. I haven't abandoned you guys. So again, I'm sorry for the very long wait and I hope this video has been worth it so far, but we're not done yet. So let's get back to work. But with the coarse fruit collected, the only thing that's left to do is fly home, throw it all into a furnace so we can get popped coarse fruit, and then craft up all of our end rods. But unfortunately, we still have a long ways to go. And the next thing we're going to do is head back into the nether, and we're going to begin looking for a nether fortress that's located in a soul sand valley. Once we found this, after about a half an hour of searching, actually took a lot longer than I thought, we began building something I mentioned earlier in the video, a wither skeleton farm. Now, this wither skeleton farm is going to serve us well for a couple of different reasons. The first of which is wither skeleton skulls. Of course, we'll have basically free access to an infinite amount of beacons with this. The second is that this is also going to act as a bone farm. The bone meal farm we have at home right now isn't very efficient and it would work better as a moss farm. So we're going to completely remove the bone meal aspect of that farm and we're just going to use this one for our bones and bone meal instead. And the third reason why this farm is going to be so great, and the primary reason why we're using it for this video, is because it's also going to act as a coal farm and be our primary source of fuel for the super smelter that we're going to build. Alright, so we've got the wither skeleton farm working. The only thing left to do is sit here and AFK for a good couple of hours. And I say a good couple of hours because even though this thing has really good rates, you have to remember we're dealing with almost 500,000 blocks here, and we're gonna need the bone meal to help us get the dye for all of those. Well, after AFKing at the wither skeleton farm for a couple hours, all of these shulker boxes here are filled with bones, which is pretty great. I also got a ton of shulker boxes full of coal. They're over in the mining district. We're going to be going over there in just a minute because we're going to be needing to build a super smelter. And we also got like 7 stacks of wither skeleton skulls. We'll never need that many beacons, but it'll just be nice to have them. But now what we need to do is actually take a break from AFKing at the farm, and we need to start converting some of these bones into bone meal, and then using said bone meal to get us a bunch
bunch of dye. I'm trying to do my best to multitask here. I'm bone mealing these roses while I wait for a bunch of these cocoa beans to grow older. In fact, we can just scoop some of these up here because we're going to need brown dye as well. But the big issue here is I don't actually know how many pieces of dye we need. Again, taking a look at the block list here, we're dealing with almost 500,000 pieces of stained glass. And to be honest with you guys, I don't think this is going to be enough bones. So we're going to spend some time getting a couple different colors of dye that we need, and then we're probably going to build a sand duper and then check out the process of making a super smelter, and then we'll go from there, kind of see where we're at. I'm starting to get very nervous about this project. I may have bitten off more than I can chew, but if you've been around the channel for a while, you know that's a pretty common occurrence. Okay, I actually think we're good to go, and we have a ton of bones left over, which is really good. We used a lot less than I thought we were going to, but all these chests here are filled up with all the yellow dye we should need to convert all the yellow glass. We've got all of our orange dye over in these 4 chests here. Got all of our red dye in this little section of shulker boxes, and then we've got a few shulker boxes of brown dye as well as a few shulker boxes of white dye. So now that we have all the colors we need, we're going to begin the process of actually getting all that glass. And to be honest with you, this shouldn't be that difficult. It's going to take a while, but it's not a very complicated process. What is that? What is that? What is that? What am I looking at? Why does it look like a horse? Oh my god, it's a villager. Dude, look, it looks... I thought that was some kind of... They added zombie horses back into the game, right? Tell me that does not look like the eye and the snout of a horse with its ears. Minecraft is not a scary game whatsoever. But I swear, one of the most frightening experiences you could ever have is being a 10+ year veteran of this game and coming across a mob that you do not recognize. Whatever, okay, whatever. Anyways, the first order of business here is removing all of these chests and all of the items that are in them to get them out of the way, because I want to build the super smelter on this side of the build. That way, it's kind of lined up where we have these giant smokestack furnaces here, and this way, hopefully, the location of the super smelter itself will actually make sense. Plus, it's nice for us to finally have another reason to come over into the mining district aside from just going downstairs into the underground to go exploring. We'll actually get some use out of these buildings here. After moving all of the chests and clearing out the proper area for the super smelter, it was time to start building. Unfortunately, this one was pretty quick and simple. I began by just digging out a hole in the ground and placing a chest down and 2 lines of hoppers going into them. After that, we lined up all of the furnaces where the smelting would actually be done, and another 2 lines of hoppers going into the sides of them, followed by an additional 2 lines of hoppers on top. Next, it was time to just lay in all of the redstone and minecart rails, and then finally, after adding in all of the chests where the items would go, we put in the hopper minecarts and the build was ready to go. And with that, our super smelter is done. All that's left to do is fill up this chest with coal for fuel, and then we're going to move on over to building the sand duper. I'm going to start by just clearing out a big area for us to build around the portal, and then comes unfortunately one of the most tedious parts of this entire video, which is removing the end portal frames using the TNT method, and we have to just repeat this for all 4 sides. But once that was done, I just added in all the redstone on the ground, built up all the pistons that we were going to use to actually fling the sand into the end portal, then we added the remaining redstone components on top. The second part of this process was building a chunk loader. Fortunately, that's just another portal with a minecart running in and out of it, and with that we can move on to the end dimensions side of this build, which was basically just building up a small platform with water and then adding an item distribution system with a bunch of chests. And just like that, the sand duper was producing sand at an incredibly fast rate. And honestly, thank God for this thing, because there was absolutely no way I was going to be able to collect all this sand by hand. It was literally a statistic impossibility. But once we had completely filled up our shulker boxes with sand, we headed back home to the super smelter and we let it run for a couple of hours. Once all the sand had been converted into glass, we went over to our greenhouse and we began converting the glass once again to all the different color types of glasses that we needed. Alright, so now guys, this is basically just a rinse and repeat process. I'm gonna have to go back and forth between the end, the super smelter, and our greenhouse here, and we're just going to keep cycling through this process of AFKing at the sand duper to get the sand, smelting it down into glass, and then taking that glass and converting it into colored glass. And we do have a ton of blocks ahead of us, but this process is basically completely automated now, so hopefully it won't take more than a day. 2 weeks. This part of the video took 2 weeks, which is fine. You know, I even extended the super smelter, and I was thinking to myself, oh look, this thing can produce 10,000 pieces of glass per hour. And then I started to realize that's still 50 hours of AFKing. And keep in mind, that's 50 active hours. In between each smelting session, I had to then go and move those blocks and manually convert them into the colored blocks. Yeah. Listen, you know, you guys know I don't like asking you to subscribe, but could you please subscribe? But anyways, after severely underestimating just how many blocks 500,000 is, I've managed to move all of them over to the nether, and all of these chests here are completely filled with glass. And with that, guys, we are ready to begin building. So with all of that said, I present to you the new gold farm. Well, everybody, after a month of work and almost 500,000 blocks of glass placed, we are done with our gold farm, and it's amazing. I knew it was going to turn out good, but this good, dude, I am over the moon with this build. Let me turn on shaders real quick for you guys. It just looks so ethereal and so cool. This turned out exactly how I wanted it to turn out. And my favorite part about this is how the color palette of the build changes depending on what biome you're in, because yes, this thing is so big it can be seen from multiple different biomes across the nether. Like here we can check out this side in the nether waste where everything is red, and it just looks so cool from all angles. But funny enough, I think this thing actually looks the best when we don't have shaders on. You can really see all of the details and all of the branches when all the glass doesn't blend together, so I actually prefer it this way. And check out how it looks on the map, man. It looks like a giant brain from above, which is super sick. And speaking of from above, if we fly up to the top here, you'll notice that I left it pretty flat looking. In fact, it basically just stops. Now obviously that gets us really easy access to the farm, but the main reason why I'm doing this is because I took a little bit of inspiration from the last season of Hermitcraft, well, I'm going to be taking a little bit of inspiration from the last season of Hermitcraft. B00 had this really cool nether hub build where he had this kind of like magic looking thing above the main entrance and a bunch of different colors of like magic spewing out in each cardinal direction, which kind of gave the other hermits a visual cue for as to where they should go. And so the reason why I left this flat is because I am eventually going to be doing something similar to that, where this kind of magic yellow and red mist with a bunch of end rods spews out from the top of the tree in each direction. And eventually, as we build our nether hub, those like magical element things will be spreading across all the different parts of the nether, leading us to each part of all of our different farms and whatnot. But I've decided to save that for another episode because it's more directly related to the other builds we're going to be making in the nether, so I didn't see a need to do that today. Now, the other thing I have to fix obviously is the placement of this beacon here. The farm requires a triple beacon in order to run properly, but what I'm most likely going to do is just move it to the inside of the farm or put it in the back here so it's not visible from the front. I also need to clean up all of these chests here, but honestly my favorite part of the build is the way it looks from underneath. Check out all of those branches, man. And down here when we're at the bottom, this really helps to give you a sense of scale of just how big this tree is. Like if we take our character here and we go into F4 and we just zoom out, like look how huge this thing is. And I'd also like to remind you guys that if you're interested in downloading this build for yourself, it is available right now on my Patreon, and for just $10 you get access to over 2 years of work in this hardcore world, so I think it's worth it. I've survived over 3,600 days in my Minecraft hardcore world, but after my last mega build, which utilized over 500,000 blocks, I've developed a bit of burnout. So to help remedy this problem, I'm going to be retiring my netherite armor, putting all of my good items away in storage, saying goodbye to my pets, and I'm going to be setting off on a new adventure in the same world in hardcore Minecraft. Well, so far I've traveled over 5,000 blocks, and I think this desert area here that I found would be a pretty cool place to build. The only issue is that all of the land is covered in hostile mobs right now, and I don't have any armor, so I kind of have to circle in the water until the sun rises. But as I got out on my boat and the light of day began to crest the horizon over the sand dunes, I realized just how much potential this area had, and I began to get really excited. But as cool as the idea of building in this desert was, it's probably one of the most hostile biomes I could have chosen to start over in. But fortunately, we had a village nearby. So of course, the first thing I did was rob them of all their food and go look through all their chests to see if they had anything good. There was also another village right across the river from where I was, so I hit that one up too. And although there were no real exotic items in those villages, I mean, I did get 3 emeralds, but that was basically it. We were pretty stocked up on food, which was a good sign going forward. But I still had no tools or weapons, so I headed up to a nearby Badlands biome, and I started punching down some trees, crafting up some wooden tools, and then continuing to cut down logs until the sun began to set. Now at this point, I still didn't have a bed to skip through the night, so in an act of cowardice, I decided to descend down the Badlands mountain, and that's when I discovered that the river I fell into ran underneath of the mountain and into a giant lush cave system. And I mean, this place was absolutely massive. In fact, it went so far down that at one point I could even see Skulk into a deep dark biome. But after cautiously deciding to back out of that challenge, I went back into the main river system, and I used up the entirety of our wooden pickaxe collecting cobblestone and coal. But honestly, the thing I was most excited about was all the moss I was going to be able to collect. I'm sure a lot of you out there in the community know that moss is like a builder's dream block, so having this so early into the game was fantastic. I also collected a bunch of copper in here because in between episodes I updated to 1.21.10, which meant that we now had access to not only copper golems, but copper armor and tools, and I really wanted to try that out in today's episode. But once I had seen that daylight came back around, I went back over to the first area that we landed at, and I placed down a crafting table, a furnace, and and a chest. And with that, we officially had a home. Now, even though the crafting table and furnace provided the ideal housing situation for a Minecraft player, it still lacked protection. So the very next thing I did was smelt up all the copper we got, and I made myself my first ever set of copper armor. And of course, I had to follow that up with a healthy set of copper tools. And now that we were a little less likely to die, I decided to check out a few desert temples nearby that I had seen. And although we didn't get anything extraordinarily good, we did get a few items that were going to help us along our beginner's journey here. I also made sure to pick up a few pieces of sugarcane along the way. That way we can make paper when we needed it, so we could get bookshelves and an enchantment station set up later. But then it was time for us to grab a few pieces of dirt from the riverbed nearby. And the reason we're doing this is because we need to start setting up farms, and of course there's no real fertile land around the area here, so we kind of have to make our own. And while I was doing this, I fought a husk that had a golden helmet. And I used the Vanilla Tweaks resource pack that changes golden helmets into crowns, so we're going to be rocking this crown for as long as we can before it breaks. And then it was time to start building our farm, so I just dug out a little square in the sand, added in 3 rows of dirt and then 2 rows of water, and then I tilled all the dirt to make it farmable and placed down some wheat and I believe some beets as well. I also wanted to set up a miniature tree farm nearby so that way we wouldn't have to go out to all these different biomes to farm trees, but I realized we didn't have any spruce or birch saplings. And for the build that we're going to do today, we're going to be needing both of those wood types. So I decided to quickly whip up a saddle and tame this camel because I wanted to attempt to get really immersive and have a big desert adventure where we ride around on our camel, but it turns out they can't swim. I could have swore they added that in this update, but maybe that's the next one. Regardless, at least we have a camel now. We can't take him with us, but I still think that's pretty cool. But once we got our camel back to safety, and after he had stuck his head in the sand because he was very angry that we weren't taking him with us, I set out in our boat and I began to look for our saplings. And the first wood type we came across was actually acacia wood, and I figured we might as well grab a couple of these trees while we were at it. And an even better find was this little miniature swamp biome here that literally had like 3 or 4 trees in it, but I picked up some mangrove propagules just in case we needed that as well. And then I also picked up just a bunch of different flowers for colored dye in case we needed that. Once we were done, we finally came across some birch trees, so we scooped those up, and then finally we stumbled into a spruce forest, so we cut down a few of those trees, grabbed the saplings, and we were good to head home. Okay, so we've now got our little tree farm set up here, and we've begun to collect a bunch of different items as well. But as the sun is setting once again, I'm starting to realize you can't be here. You do fit the theme of... Yes, go in the hole. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. Don't despawn. Can I trade with you? Oh, I can. I do have an emerald. Maybe let's actually keep this guy around this time. Let's see what happens. But I'm starting to realize if we want to be able to stop sleeping through the night, we are going to need another, like, pre-starter base. Because what I want to build today is actually pretty big. Speaking of pretty big, oh my god. But what I think I want to go for is like a little tent setup, almost something that looks like an excavation site. But in order to do that, I am going to need a little bit of a sheep farm here because we're gonna need some white wool. So we'll just come in with some fences and we'll throw down some carpets as well so we can get in and out. Now for the fun part, which is actually finding the sheep, we have a long way to travel because they don't spawn in deserts, I don't believe, and yeah, we've got a lot of desert here, so I'm hoping maybe we'll get lucky around this savanna area here. Oh, and what to my wondering eye should appear, but something white and fluffy that definitely needs to be sheared. Come here, you silly goobers. I just need the one of you, just one, for right now. I said one at a time. One at a time. Ladies, please. There's enough of Incy to go around. One in the boat. Just one. There you go. Aha. I'll come back for you. All right. I would definitely call this a successful haul. Yes. Very good, yes. There we go, one down. There we go, sheep number 2. Also in agreement over the fact that this is a good idea. Perfect. 2 sheep acquired. We can now begin breeding them and start shearing them to get their wool. Okay, so I don't have 2 pieces of iron, but I guess that works out because the next thing we need is actually diorite, so we're going to have to be heading underground anyways. So we might as well look for some more iron while we're down here. And guys, I gotta be honest, I'm having a lot of fun using all of the copper items. I definitely definitely want to do something with copper golems today. I'm not sure what yet, but we'll figure it out as we go along. And luckily for us, as I was digging a spiral staircase downwards to where I wanted our mine to be, we actually dug directly into a vein of diorite, so I spent some time scooping up all of that. And as I was mining it out, I actually ended up discovering a pathway to a massive underground cave system. So against my better judgment and out of pure excitement, I decided to go explore it. And this challenge proved to be rather difficult. I always forget how hard Minecraft is when you don't have fully enchanted netherite armor, and between getting shot by skeletons and blown up by creepers, I almost died a few times here. But as I was going along, I was just scooping up every piece of copper and every piece of iron that I could get my hands on, and there were also a few smaller veins of diorite, so I mined those out as well. But after an absolutely vicious and intense battle with a baby zombie, I decided it might be best to play it safe and head home before we end up dying and losing over a year's worth of progress in this world. And on that same note, as soon as I got home, I crafted myself an iron pickaxe, and I decided it was finally time to retire our copper armor and go with iron armor. Our sugarcane had also been growing this entire time because we were right underground below our base, so I scooped that up so we could start making paper. Alright, well, it would seem we have found ourselves in the bit of a sandstorm here, which honestly just reinforces the idea that we really need some shelter. Now, the first base I want to build, again, is going to be made out of wool and diorite, but I'm just now realizing we can't get a bunch of wool because our sheep actually need grass to grow their wool back. And so in order to get grass and actually transport it, we're going to need silk touch, which means we need to do some enchanting, which means we need books and an enchantment table. Now, the paper, we've already collected most of that, so that should be relatively easy to get our hands on. We've got almost 3 stacks to start, and I'm going to take our remaining 30 pieces and add to our little sugarcane farm here so these can grow while we go and do other things. I do have enough for a few books here, so let's see what we can get done with this. Okay, yeah, that's not getting us very far. So, unfortunately, what I need to do is hop back in our boat, go sailing through the rain for a bit, and I'm gonna make my way into some neighboring plains biomes to start killing some cows. That way we can get leather, and I'll shear some sheep while we're here as well. Well, after wandering around for a bit, we are back home now, and we got a ton of resources. We got almost 4 stacks of white wool, and I got a stack and 20 of leather, so that should get us the rest of the books we need. Now, all we have to do is combine those with a few planks. That should be enough to get us a full enchantment station. Now, all that's left to do is actually get the enchantment table, which is going to be the most difficult part. But before we do that, I'm going to cook up some of this raw beef so we have an extra saturated source of food. Alright, so now that I've got well over a stack of steak cooked up, time to grab a few sticks and a few extra pieces of iron and head down into the mines to look for some diamonds. Now, before we start strip mining, I'm just going to go caving to see if we can get lucky and find any diamonds that are just exposed. We are going to need lapis, so I'll take this. Might as well grab some gold while we're at it. I guess some redstone wouldn't hurt either. Oh my god, aha. Okay, here we go. Our first piece. Fairly certain there's only one. Oh no, we got 2. Oh, we got 3. Perfect. Can we get one more? That is the question. Or actually, I think we need 2 more. Oh my god. Okay, just 1. Aha. I think 5 diamonds is all we really need for now. So now what I need to do is plop down our crafting table, make ourselves a diamond pickaxe, and I'm also going to be needing a bucket for water. That way we can convert some lava into obsidian. The real question is, where did I come in from? Okay, we have a problem. This cave is unfamiliar to me. Oh wait, no it's not. I know where we are. I have to do a little bit of backtracking here, but better safe than sorry. We've got our water bucket too. I think for now it might actually be safer if we try to find the lava on the surface. So let's try to head back home here. Oh no. Oh no. How has this happened? Oh my god, there's so many of them. There we go. Okay. Oh, they killed our wandering trader, though. At least our camel survived. And some more good news, I found a little lava pool. So let's go ahead and convert this into obsidian, and then we'll just start mining it up. All right, so now that that's done, all that's left to do is whip up this enchantment table, plop that down, and we can begin enchanting. Now, I don't have a lot of lapis to work with here, so we're going to have to use it sparingly, and I am going to need to hopefully find silk touch right out of the gate with this shovel. Yes, oh my god, that's perfect. I'll take it, I'll take it. Let's see what we can get on the diamond pickaxe. I'm breaking 3, silk touch, and efficiency 3. I will take that as well. Now, I'm also going to come in here and enchant this iron pickaxe, which we got the exact same enchantment on almost. And I'm also going to enchant our chest plate. We'll throw protection 2 on it. Protection 4 on the boots is great too. And we'll put protection 2 on our helmet. Now we are out of lapis, so we have to be done enchanting for now. But fortunately, we do have basically an infinite amount of levels left over from when we were previously working in this world back at our old base. And the reason why I decided to keep these levels is obviously because I can't kill my character. And remember, this isn't a brand new world and a full reset. Just taking a break from my old location and trying to challenge myself a little bit more than usual. And yes, I know there's a massive background change behind me and the video camera quality has probably dropped a little bit. I'll address both of those things in a couple of minutes. But this is fantastic. So I'm going to put my diamond pickaxe away from now and just use our spare iron one. And I'm going to head over to this little savanna biome here to collect some grass blocks. And I think a good 2 stacks should be fine for now. But now we can come in here and we'll make a little bit more room by clearing out some of the sand. And we can begin to start expanding our sheep farm. All right, and with the last few pieces of grass filled in, our sheep should now have no problem growing their wool back, and there we go. Now we have a working little wool farm. Take a moment to breed them up as well to double their numbers, and we should be good to go. While I was waiting for our sheep to grow their wool back, I made a journey out to a sparse jungle so I could collect some jungle logs, some coconuts, and some bamboo. On our way back home, I also stopped to kill some squids so we could get ink sacs so we can make some black dye. Now, the reason why I need all these different dyes is because it's time to make the first build at this new location. And I'm going to be making kind of like a little tent where we're going to put our enchantment station. And the main portion of this build is just going to be made out of wool and diorite. But thanks to one of my Minecraft YouTuber friends, Wombat, I've recently discovered something called banner tech. And what this is essentially a way to make unique designs using patterns on banners that you wouldn't be able to normally achieve using regular blocks. And honestly, this might be my most favorite recent discovery of the Minecraft community, and it's one of the reasons why I still love this game so much. Everybody who plays it is always innovating and always finding new ways to make new things with old mechanics. But after a few hours of designing banners and dyeing them and placing them down, we finally had our first little tent set up. And I also went ahead and decorated a little bit of an interior by placing in some shelves, some hanging weapons, and some armor stands around the place to really make it look like an enchantment station. Now, as much as I love this new banner tech style of building, that first tent was both very resource and time consuming. So going forward for the rest of this little starter base, we're not going to be utilizing that. Instead, I'll just be building some regular tents based off of some images that I found on Pinterest, and we're going to be starting with the main biggest one, which is the one we're going to be sleeping in. After that, I went over to the left side of the tent to build another small diagonal one, and this one will eventually be used to store all of our food. And then I went directly over to the opposite side of the camp to build a second version of that diagonal design. And then finally, to give this place a little bit more of an oasis feel, I came in with a bunch of grass and dirt and path blocks to make the ground floor look a little bit more lush. Well, this took a lot longer than I'm willing to admit, but we now have ourselves a very nice pre-starter base setup here. I'm very happy with the way this turned out. We got ourselves a couple of pathways walking around the area here leading to each of our little tents. We've got one for cooking and smelting general items. I also added a little bit of a smokestack coming out of the back here with some stained glass. Got another tent over to the right here. This one will be used for smelting ores and things and creating weapons and items. Of course, we have our enchantment tent, which you guys saw earlier, and we also have this little tent that is basically just for sleeping. This is our bedroom. This is where we're going to store all of our most valuable items like diamonds and emeralds, and it's got a pretty nice view of the river here out the back. I also built this little water pump here. Maybe there's like a little well or a spring of some kind of fresh water down below. That's why the grass is kind of growing all over this area. I thought that was pretty cool and nice to have as a centerpiece. I thought about adding a little campfire over to the side here for warmth at night, but I actually never got around to doing it. Maybe that's something we'll do in a few minutes. I also added some bushes and some flowers onto the ground using the new cactus flowers. I absolutely love these things. They're great. And yeah, I really do love this place, but there is still one problem. It is missing something. place needed some palm trees, and I gotta say, this is a lot better. And with that, I think it's safe to say our pre-starter base is good to go. I know I said I wanted to go for an excavation site kind of thing, but I'm glad that we ended up going for a campsite kind of style instead. But unfortunately, now comes the fun part of moving all of our items over into their respective areas. So I'm going to start by moving all of our stone items, then we will move on to anything food related. Basically just looking at every single item in our chests here and going, can I eat this? We'll put all of these over in our cooking area. Then next up, we will do anything that is foliage or wood related. Start placing these in the barrels outside of our main tents because honestly, these are the blocks I've been using the most of. Then all of our miscellaneous blocks can go over to the left here for now. And then all of our valuables will go into the chests that are inside of our tent here, except for the lapis. We're going to put that over in the enchantment tent. But there we go. That's all of our items transferred. Now I just need to get rid of all of these cactuses that I've been growing. We'll get rid of our loom and crafting table. Also going to take down all of these spruce trees. In fact, we're just going to entirely take down our tree farm. Also take down all of our coconuts that we have growing for the moment. And I am also going to create a little temporary water source here for us because we will also need to take down our farm that we have as well. We're also going to bring our little camel guy with us. I don't actually have anywhere to leash him up, so hopefully he just stays around the area. Oh, he has this. Okay. Yes, this is fine. Look at it. He's enjoying the sunset. It is. Oh, what a majestic creature. This is, in fact, a creature feature featuring the creature. We're going to let him wander. Free range camel. Yeah, he likes it here. Okay. Now, honestly, I would move the sheep, but we don't really need wool anymore. So we can always get more later. We caught 2 cats, by the way. Let me just make sure you guys can actually escape here. Now, the reason why I've done all of this is to make room for where our main starter base is actually going to be going, which is right at the edge of this hill here where these 2 rivers kind of meet. Right about here where our red arrow is. But in order to do that, we are going to be needing much better tools than what we currently have. So I am headed down into the mines to see if we can find some diamonds. Now, guys, I'd love to sit here and pretend like I went down and I did the proper thing and I started strip mining for a couple of hours. But honestly, there was just a massive cave system, so I decided to go caving instead. It's very rare that I do actual caving instead of strip mining nowadays, but I honestly don't have the materials to create enough tools to warrant a trip like that. But it didn't even matter because at the end of the day, this ended up being a very fruitful trip for us and we got a lot of bang for our buck. And speaking of good bang for your buck, another place you can find that is over on my Patreon. For just $10 a month, you get access to things like behind the scenes exclusive videos, Discord roles and titles, and early access to all my new hardcore videos before they come out. And in addition to that, you get access to all the schematics for everything I have ever built in hardcore Minecraft and then some. So to put that in perspective for you, that's just $10 for over 2 years worth of builds. Oh, and I forgot to mention, if you guys get this video trending on the hype leaderboards within the first week of me posting it, today's build will be available entirely for free for everybody. So let's see if we can get that done, yeah? Alright, and as the desert sun rises, once again, we have made it out of the mines, and I honestly could have kept going, but it was getting a little bit dangerous. Plus, I already got my hands on 31 diamonds. Now, unfortunately, most of this will not be going to diamond armor, because in order to build this starter base that I want to make, I am going to be needing a lot of tools, and we're going to start with 2 diamond shovels, and then we're going to follow that up with 2 additional diamond pickaxes. We're also going to come in with a diamond axe. I am going to want a diamond sword for protection, and then we will be able to make ourselves a diamond chest plate, but the other 10 diamonds we're going to save for more spare pickaxes in case we need them. But let's go ahead and retire our protection 2 iron chest plate, and we'll throw our diamond one on. Protection 3, thorns 2, unbreaking 3, I will take it. It's not perfect, but it's definitely better than what we had before. Now we already have a silk touch pickaxe, so we're going to be hoping for fortune here. Aha, okay, that's not good at all. No, not okay, not a fan of that. Let's try efficiency 4, silk touch unbreaking 3 on the shovel. I will definitely take that. That's an upgrade from our iron. That's exactly the same as our iron one, just diamond now, so that's good. We can basically, we're still going to use this, but we don't need it anymore. And we're going to go ahead and throw fortune 2 on this other diamond pickaxe here. We'll need to do some more enchanting, but that's a good start. And our 2 Silk Touch pickaxes, we can actually combine those. So we get Silk Touch Efficiency 4 and Unbreaking 3. I am burning through our levels here. We still have over 300, and I shouldn't be complaining. It's good that we have those left over. We're going to try to make another pickaxe here that has Fortune on it. Okay, Efficiency 4, I'll take that. Let's combine that with our Fortune 2. We'll make one more pickaxe. This could be Efficiency 5 as long as it doesn't have Silk Touch on it. Oh my god, it doesn't. Okay, we're in business. Another 18 levels. Fortune 3, Efficiency 5. I'll take that. It does not have Unbreaking on it though, so we're going to have to use this one as a spare. Now let's see if we can get another Fortune 2, Efficiency 3. It's not bad on that shovel. That really does need to have Unbreaking on it though. What are we going to get on the axe? Silk Touch, Efficiency 4, and Unbreaking 3. That's about as good as we could ask for. The sword, let's just go for Sharpness 3, Knockback 1. Better than nothing for now. We'll leave it at that. I'm also going to come over here and smelt up some of the other raw ores that we got, which is not much at all. And we'll put all of our other random items away, and we will take our new tools, and we can head out and start block collecting. And if you've been around this channel for a while, I'm fairly certain you have a pretty good guess as to which block we're going to go out and collect first. That's right, I am of course talking about the one, the only, calcite. Now, unfortunately for us, the calcite I needed was almost 2,000 blocks away from where I decided to build this new base, which meant I was going to have to go out, collect as much calcite as my inventory could handle, go all the way back home, build a little bit, and then make a few of those trips back and forth. But fortunately, since we had better diamond tools now, collecting the calcite actually went by pretty quickly. So it wasn't long before we were returning home, and I was starting to completely clear out the area where the main pyramid was going to go. And then once I was done with that, it was finally time to start building. Alright guys, well the good news is we have the base of the pyramid put in place. The bad news is we only have the base of the pyramid put in place. Also, I just figured I'd mention I got my armor resource pack working again. I don't know what was wrong with it, but we got it back, so that's cool. So the fact that we're already out of calcite does not bode well for us. We've got like 4 or 5 more trips we're going to need to make it back out there. But nevertheless, we are making progress, and from back here in our little campsite, I am beginning to see the vision. Looking at this pyramid when we wake up every morning is gonna be really sick. Alright, so most of the calcite is in place, and this thing looks absolutely awesome from this perspective here. But if you'll notice, the top of the pyramid is a little bit smaller than the rest of it. Looks like it might have shrunk at the top a little bit. That's because we got to put the capstone on. And we are actually going to use wool for that instead of actual gold. I really hope I have enough left over, considering the fact that I killed all of our sheep. I don't know if this is enough. I'm also going to need yellow dye, and I'm going to need a lot of it. So I think I need to search for some sunflowers. Hopefully we'll get lucky and there will be some in this plains biome over here. Yeah, I figured we weren't going to get this lucky. I don't see any sunflowers. I'm going to keep looking, but in case we don't find any, I'm going to scoop up some of these dandelions along the way. That way we'll still have some yellow wool at the end of this in case it doesn't work out. All right, yeah, so no sunflowers, but we did get 64 and an additional 20 dandelions, and that perfectly covers the amount of wool we have left over. So if we don't even have enough wool, it doesn't even matter how much yellow dye we have left. I'll have to be making a second journey out here anyways to shear some more sheep, so I'll worry about that problem when I come to it. But all right, anyways, let's craft up all of our yellow dye here, and we will throw that in with the last of our wool, and then we can just begin to place this wool down at the capstone here. I can already tell we don't have enough. Okay, yeah, that's great. That's great. This looks great. Dylan, this is, wow, fantastic job here at the top of the pyramid. Let's just, I'm gonna... Oh. So after being defeated by my own stupidity, I set out to collect more dandelions and shear some more sheep. And funny enough, after I had already collected a substantial amount of stacks of dandelions, I ended up stumbling across sunflowers. As if it wasn't enough, you know, that I had to do this already. Just as icing on the cake, salt in the wound there. And with that, I returned home, crafted up all the yellow wool, and put the rest of the capstone on. But now that the main body of the pyramid is complete, it's time to start collecting some other blocks to fill in all of the details. And the first thing I'm going to need is a bunch of acacia wood. So I'm sailing across the ocean here over to this other savanna because even though we do have acacia trees right here, I kind of really like the natural beauty of this landscape and I don't want to ruin it. I feel like this would be a good place to add some additions to the city we'll eventually be building here, since most of the terrain is already terraformed and is a bit lush along the coast side, which is kind of what I want to do over here by the end of today. So I'm taking the extra time to collect the wood from somewhere else. Alright, well, this here should be enough acacia logs. Big emphasis there on the word should. I also picked up some of these brown eggs from around the plains biome. I didn't know we had brown eggs now. I don't know what these do. Okay, so they're regular chicken eggs. Now I kind of miss them. But anyways, the next block we need to collect is all the way up here in the mesa, or Badlands, I guess. And that's a bunch of different colors of terracotta. Now, unfortunately, I don't think I have any more diamonds left. I do not. Which means we cannot repair our tools at the moment. Which means I am going to have to make a spare iron pickaxe here, and I'll have to make some torches. And then I'm going to have to head back down into the mines to collect some more diamonds so we can repair those tools. And this time around, I actually am going to dig all the way down to -58, and I'm going to begin strip mining. I really hope we manage to find some soon. I do have my fortune pickaxe on me, so even if we do only get a small amount of diamonds, we should end up with plenty more than what we'll actually need. But again, the issue is actually finding them first. Alright, well, before we even broke our iron pickaxe, we have found 39 diamonds, which is more than enough. Fortune 3 really comes in clutch, and I've only, look, I found only 3 veins in this tiny little area of mining, and if you guys don't believe me, there are my coordinates. You can go check it out for yourself. Don't want to be accused of any off-camera mining, but now we just have to make a quick pit stop at home, repair our diamond pickaxes, put our extra diamonds away, and head out in our boat over to the Badlands. I'm gonna head into this little cave here to collect the terracotta that I need, because I really do not want to mine any of the surface level stuff, because it's all just so beautiful, and I don't want to ruin the natural landscape of this area, because I might want to build here later. So I'm going to collect everything I need from down here, starting with both red and white terracotta. Also be needing some standard terracotta as well. Then I'm going to need yellow and orange, which unfortunately I am going to have to come up to this cliffside here to dig out. Hello, little dog. You gave me a bit of a jump scare there. I keep forgetting about all the new dog textures that are in the game. This guy's actually really cool. He looks like a hyena. You know what we're gonna do? We are going to hope that this is enough bones. I'll wait here some more. And we're going to take one of these little guys home with us. I'm fairly certain, I don't know which one was the original. I think it was this guy. You know what? We tamed one. Maybe let's just take both of them with us. They're twins. Look at that. But now we're just going to have to be extra careful because we are now hauling very precious cargo. And what do you guys think we should name them? Let me know down in the comments. But anyways, we will also be needing brown terracotta. And then finally, we will also be needing some yellow terracotta. And then I am pretty sure that is all of the naturally spawning colors we need to get. All right, so I am also going to need some light blue terracotta and some lime terracotta. Now, I should hopefully be able to get both of those right now by just taking some of my lapis, making blue dye, combining that with some white dye from bone meal, and then throwing that in with some okay, there we go. Got really scared for a second there. I have also been collecting some cactus, so if we smelt this in a furnace, I've got some glass cooking right now too, because we're going to need some white stained glass pane, so we'll wait till this is done. But then we'll just throw in our cactus to get us green dye, and then we'll just combine that with some white dye, and we'll finally get ourselves some lime terracotta. Now, the reason I needed all of this dye and all these different kinds of terracotta was because I want to build 4 separate murals above the interior of the pyramid, which tell a story of a great disaster and go over the background of the history of this area. I feel like this would be a great way to visualize some of the lore in this world and make this area feel more lived in. But after that was done, it was time to start working on the floor of the interior. So I removed a couple layers of sand and dug out a bit of a deeper hole in the center. Next, I just filled in the ground with a bunch of calcites, and then I came in with more terracotta to build 4 separate repeating patterns on the ground. I then came in with a bunch of smooth sandstone stairs and a bunch of those acacia stairs we got earlier, and I created these kind of twisting sculpted pillars to add some support beams and to add a bit more color. All right, guys, so these pillars here turned out absolutely fantastic. I love like the twisted sculpted look of them. I think it looks so cool and it really adds to the build. But before we continue with the interior, there's a few things on the exterior I want to quickly touch up, namely these little sections above the entrances here. These were empty before, but I've since filled them in with orange terracotta, and I added a layer of polished diorite stairs above them. And if we go into free cam, you can see that that gives it a much more filled and completed look. And if you couldn't already tell, I've been growing a little bit of bamboo, and that is primarily to help us get bamboo buttons, which is what I'm using in front of the orange terracotta to add a little bit more detail on the outside, kind of like maybe there's some gold. Would embroiderment be the right word? I don't know. But like some extra little gold decorations just kind of lining the outside of the build here. There we go. Let's just take this scaffolding down here. Yeah, I actually think that adds a lot. Yeah, that's gonna look really good when we complete it on all 4 sides here. In addition to those details above the pillars, I actually wanted to come to the outside here and start digging out a couple of areas where we're going to be adding more calcite. I want irrigation and water to be a big part of this build, and I'll explain more about that in a little bit. But I just started by digging out what looked like a moat around the entire perimeter of the pyramid, and then I came in and filled it all in with calcite. And then finally, I began setting up the main irrigation system that will lead from the interior of the pyramid down to the water's edge. But now that we got a little outline on the perimeter here going, we're going to do some more with this little section of the build here in a couple of minutes. But before we do that, I want to hurry up and finish the interior here. However, this unfortunately brings us to one of the most dangerous parts of this video. Unfortunately, we are going to have to travel into the Nether. So in order to make this journey a little bit safer, I figured it was time to finally craft up the rest of our diamond armor. Now, the only bad news is I have run out of lapis, so we're not going to be able to enchant these pieces, but we can at least get them on. Okay, not a terrible spawn. This definitely could have been worse. And immediately I see one of the blocks that we need, so this is really good news. And that block is a bunch of warped stems. But there we go, just over 2.5 stacks should be enough. Now the next block we need to get, unfortunately, is a little ways away. We're going to have to do quite a bit of traveling here, and I only have 8 pieces of cooked mutton left, so we're gonna have to play it very safe and very careful. And what block was it that was so important for me to risk my life for? It's Blackstone. Look, I'm not thrilled about it either, but we need it. Also gonna grab some of these brown mushrooms because we may be running out of food, so we'll need to eat mushroom stew on the way home. But for now, let's just rejoice in the fact that we made it here in one piece and collect up as much of this as we can, because I really do not want to have to return here. But alright, that should be more than enough blackstone. All we need to do now is carefully figure out how to navigate our way home. And I'm going to be completely honest with you. First of all, check out this guy taking a bath. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I am a little bit lost. We have a very long way to travel. And again, I am pretty nervous about this. Oh my god. Okay, that was close. Oh my god, here we go. I see the portal, and right as we eat our last piece of food, I mean, again, I could have made mushroom stew with some wood, but timing of that is pretty impeccable. Let's go home. Now, the reason I wanted all of this blackstone was because I was going to be building some murals on the interior of the pyramid. The main one will be a mural of the sun, which will be on the ground and eventually submerged in water. And the other mural will be of the moon, which will go in the ceiling. All right, guys, here we go. The murals or little paintings, or they're actually like really big stones, kind of like drains on the ground here and on the ceiling, are both complete. The one up top you can see a lot better without shaders, and we're gonna help light that up eventually with some glow lichen, but for now I think these both look really cool. And honestly, when we're in the interior, it looks really cool on the map. Now, my plan here, as I said, is for this whole entire pyramid to basically be built atop a natural freshwater spring. And so this bottom plate here is actually acting as like a big plug, and it will actually move up. And when it does, water will fill this little reservoir here, and we're going to dig out kind of like a little canal going this way, and the water will flow all the way down this hill. We're going to build this out in a couple minutes as well, and that is going to kind of be what fertilizes all of the ground around this area on the hillside here, and it flows back into this freshwater river, and it's just a big endless cycle that these villagers have utilized to kind of get water, you know, use it as an irrigation system everywhere to make sure they can grow plants and whatnot. So I'm actually going to go ahead and dig this out real quick, and then we'll just loop these stairs around. I really hope we have enough. I don't think we're gonna have enough. No, definitely not. We gotta go craft some more real quick. There we go. And then we'll just fill this bottom layer in with calcite, and then on top of that we are going to add in a layer of diorite slabs at each of these parts in this little staircase here, or this little water channel rather. And to continue this process here, I dug out some more space to the right and the left of the main water channel to not only add extra paths for water to flow down, but to also act as retaining walls for the main channel. Then after that, I just filled them up with water buckets, and then I went around the entire outside perimeter of the pyramid, also filling that in with water. And then finally, it was time to head into the interior and fill that with water as well. And this process actually did take a little bit longer than I thought. I accidentally messed up the water placement the first time around, so I had to fill in the entire thing with sand, get rid of it, and start over. And speaking of things taking longer than they should, I want to apologize once again for it taking me so long to get this next video out to you guys. For the very astute viewers with keen eyes, you will have noticed I am in a completely different setup now. And that's because in between episodes, I actually bought a new house and moved in, and that is the reason why this video has taken me so long. So before we start wrapping up the video here, I just want to address a couple of things. One, yes, I will have an entire new setup and office tour coming soon, as soon as I have it built and set up and everything, and it's going to look great for streams. I'm very excited about it. Secondly, the video quality you're seeing for this face cam footage right now will not be permanent. I actually lost my newer face cam that I have, so I'm using a much older one, but I recently picked up this Sony camera, so face cam stream quality is going to improve by 100 times. So with those things addressed, I just want to say again, I'm so sorry for this taking so long, and I want to thank you guys for providing me with this house, because if it weren't for you, none of this would even be possible. And I just want you guys to know how much I appreciate every single one of you for the effort you've put into watching my videos. And again, even if you don't comment or donate or none of that, all you have to do is watch my videos, You contributed to this. You are a part of this, and I am forever grateful for everything you have done for me. But with that little piece of information out of the way and all of the water put in place, it's time to start adding a bunch of vegetation. Please don't ruin this segment. So in an attempt to complete this video and to escape all those pillagers, I headed out to the nearest lush cave to start collecting some moss blocks. After that, I went out to one of the neighboring plains biomes and scooped up a bunch of grass blocks, and I collected some actual grass using shears as well. I did also make a pit stop at our local mesa biome to collect all of the oak leaves off of the trees, but I didn't have my replay mod on, so unfortunately I do not have that footage for you guys. But after all of that was complete, it was time to move on to the final stages of this video. And this was honestly going to be the most time-consuming parts because I actually had to begin with a ton of terraforming. Now I already pre-designed the landscape in Lightmatica, so this is going to look really messy at first, but trust me, when I come back through with all the moss and grass, it's going to look a lot better. But I basically just started by digging out a bunch of the land on the left side of the build and then coming in with all of the foliage. Then I moved over to the right side and also did a bunch of terraforming over here, including removing a really big chunk of sand dunes on the top next to the pyramid, so we have a much flatter area to work with when we build future pyramids and other structures. Then it was just time to come back in once again with more grass and moss to finish out this terraforming process. And then after that, the only remaining thing to do was add in a bunch of palm trees using my leftover resources. Now I do want to make an important side note here. These first initial palm trees that you're seeing, the really tall ones, are my own design. However, because my time was so limited because of my move, I didn't have enough time to design more than one palm tree. So the rest of these designs that you see are not mine. Yes, I tweaked them a lot and changed out the entire block palette, but the general shape of the trees belongs to somebody else. And the issue is, I actually downloaded this pack years ago off of Pinterest, and for the life of me, I cannot find the original post. So if any of you in the comments recognize this set of palm trees and know who the original creator is, or if you are the original creator, please leave a comment down below. I would be more than happy to put you in the description of this video and give you full credit for these designs. And I promise you guys, in the future, I'm going to be revisiting palm trees, designing my own pack, and using them a lot more as we develop the rest of this desert area. All right, most of the trees are in place for now, and they all do add so much to the atmosphere of this area. They all look so cool. Now, the reason why I say most is because I am running out of foliage supplies, and I've gone through so much iron and so many shears that I honestly just can't be bothered to make more today, and I am really running out of time for this video. So some of the other trees are going to have to wait. In fact, I only have like 3 and some change stacks of leaves left. I am also out of food as well. I'm gonna have to pick up some of our spare change. But instead of building more trees, I'm going to use the last of our leaves to create some ground covers for us. I'm just gonna come around the place here and dot in some of these leaf blocks to add what looks like little bushes everywhere, or I guess bushes that are a little bit bigger than the regular grass we have sitting all over the place. And then if we go into free cam to check that out, that definitely does look a little bit better. So we're gonna keep going with this here. And then we'll just come along the other side and do the same thing here as well. There we go, got all of those in place now. What I want to do next is just head out into the desert and knock down some cactus so we can get more of these cactus flowers. I may also end up actually using some of the cactus as decoration, so we'll get that too. And honestly, it would be nice to have some extra green dye laying around. I really don't see a problem in collecting it, although I am just after the flowers primarily. A stack of them would be ideal. I don't know if we're going to get that many, but we are going to do our very best. And then while we're out here, I also want to collect some of these new dry grass blocks. I absolutely love the look of these things, and I believe we can bone meal them, but I'm going to try to collect as many as I can in the wild, because I will need all of our bone meal for white dye for something else in a couple of minutes. But I really do love these things, and I also want to use them as decoration, so we're just going to scoop up as many as we can. Also going to take a nap real quick so we don't get jumped in the middle of the desert. And oh my gosh, look at how cool our pyramid looks off in the distance there. I'm very happy with how this is turning out. There we go, this should be good. I settled for 30 cactus flowers. I got a couple of dead bushes as well. That is the old school dead bushes. So we'll go through and we'll plop in a flower every now and again. I'll have to use these very sparingly, but this will help to add a little pop of color every now and again, so we're not just looking at completely green and yellow terrain here. And then next we will just come back through through with a bunch of these dead grass blocks. I have a bunch of different sizes of these too, so I'll have to spread it out a little bit. Also come in with our regular dead bushes every now and again too, to get a little bit more of a gold color going. But here we are back in free cam mod, and I gotta say that definitely adds a lot to the ground texture. I'm actually very happy. It turned out a lot better than I thought it would. I thought these little details wouldn't be noticeable, but they actually are, and it adds a lot to help fill in the empty space. Now, one of the only things left to do is take down our nether portal. We're not going to be needing it for the rest of the episode, and it's kind of just sitting out in the open, acting as an eyesore. So there's no point in having it stick around. But with that gone, we're going to move on to putting some of the finishing touches on the pyramid. I've decided there's one more thing I want to add to the exterior here, and this is going to sound and look weird at first, but trust me, I've already tested it out and it looks pretty good. But we're going to need to create a bunch of white dye and convert this to white stained glass, and then convert that white stained glass to white stained glass panes. And what we're going to do here is basically come around to every part of the pyramid where there is a 2-block tall wall, and on the outside of the bottom layer of that wall we are going to place these white stained glass panes. Now what this is going to do is, one, with shaders, as you can already tell with complementary reimagined shaders, it's going to add a bit of that reflection there that you guys are seeing from a distance. So it's going to make the pyramid look a bit shinier, and it's also going to help from the sides to create a more steep slope, so we have a better block transition from layer to layer. All right, that should be the last of the glass panes, and yeah, that actually, although it's a subtle change, I think that actually makes a really big difference. It looks a lot better. Now finally, I wanted to come in and I wanted to finally put that warped wood we got to use. And I'm using this along with some leftover yellow wool and some pale oak logs that I collected earlier in the video when I was out looking for trees, to build these kind of pharaoh looking villager statues with spears that flank both sides of the main water channel, and I think these turned out great. But that is going to do it for today's episode, guys. I hope you all have enjoyed. Thank you all once again for everything you've done for me and for this channel, and I want to take a quick moment to thank all of my Patreon and channel members. And if you guys don't see your name on the list today, I promise they will definitely be updated in the next video. But with all the chaos that's been going on, there's a lot of things that I had to cut short in order to get this video out to you guys. I'm actually filming this last segment the night before I upload this video. I don't even know if I'm going to get it out on time, but I'm very happy with the way our little starter base came out, and I'm very happy with the first pyramid we have, even though it's basically kind of empty right now. This episode, I gave up all my good items and built a starter base to give myself a break from endgame Minecraft. But today I want to take that starter base we made and I want to start transforming it into a proper point of interest in my Minecraft world. And I was so excited to continue this desert adventure that I actually had a custom Egyptian pharaoh skin made for me specifically. But now it's time to hop in a boat, sail all the way home, and recollect all of our netherite gear and tools to really help us get started on this desert transformation. And let me tell you, as nice as it was to experience early game Minecraft again, I really missed my elytra. Flying around really does just make things 10 times easier. And speaking of making things 10 times easier, our new desert base is thousands of blocks away from our starter island. And during this episode, I'm going to have to be traveling back and forth between the two bases a lot. So in order to cut down on time, we're heading into the nether to set up a new portal on the nether roof. That way we can use these subspace nether portals to travel to and from the bases about 8 times faster than we would if we just flew between them with the elytra. Oh, and of course I'm going to take a moment at the gold farm to repair all of our tools and get us some of our extra levels back. But now that we got all of our good items back, I'm not going to waste any time and we're going to get right into the block collecting portion of this video. And I want you guys to take a guess. Go ahead, take a guess. You'll never guess which block we're collecting first. You'll never guess it. It's calcite. It's more calcite, and we're gonna need a lot of it, so I'm headed over to this mountain a few thousand blocks away. Fortunately for me, now that we have our elytra back, that is not really that big of a deal anymore, and we're just going to scoop up as much of this as possible. calcite collected, it was time to move on to the next block we needed, which actually wasn't a block, it was a dye. I needed some yellow dye to help us craft yellow wool and yellow stained glass. So I sat down at this sunflower inside of our greenhouse, and I just bone mealed it repeatedly until we had enough yellow dye. After that, I went on outside and dyed all of my sheep yellow so we could collect all of this wool in one go, and once that was done, I just spent a couple of hours shearing them. Then it was time to move back on over to the mining district to get inside of our super smelter to use the last of the glass we had remaining from previous episodes. And once I had that, I just threw it in a crafting table along with the yellow dye and got us the stained glass we need. Now we're briefly going to take a break from block collecting, and we're actually going to get a building task done real quick. Now the reason why I collected all of this yellow glass is because in my last video, one of my subscribers pointed out that the pyramid kind of looks weird because the base of the structure has white stained panes around it, but the top does not have yellow panes around it, which makes the whole thing look kind of uneven. So we're going to be heading up to the top here to fill in the remainder of the top of this pyramid with yellow stained panes in the hopes that it'll make this thing look a bit more uniform. Yep. They were definitely right. This looks 10 times better, and we're definitely going to be doing this going forward on the rest of the pyramids. But after that was done, it was time to go back to block collecting. And I started out by heading to a nearby plains biome and scooping up a bunch of short grass. Now, the reason why I needed all this short grass was because we were going to continue to transform the water's edge along the river to make it look more tropical and give it the feel that life is being grown back into the desert. Now, of course, short grass wasn't the only block we were going to need to get this done. We also needed regular grass blocks. So in the same plains biome, I began terraforming the landscape, collecting up all the grass blocks I would need, while simultaneously attempting to maintain an organic shape to the land so it doesn't look like complete trash when we leave this area. And in addition to this, we were also going to be needing some moss blocks. So once I was done, I just went back over to our greenhouse and sat inside of our moss farm for a couple of hours and collected about 4 to 5 shulker boxes full of moss. Then it was finally time to begin terraforming. And I started this the same way I did in the last episode. I went into a creative copy of the world and I used Axiom to edit the landscape into a smoother shape, and then I brought that landscape over in with Lightmatica, and I simply cut out all the sand bits that needed to be replaced with grass and moss. Then once that was done, I did an entire passover of said grass and moss, and that enabled us to complete the base layer of this terraforming project. But now that we've finished the base layer, it's time to move on and begin placing down some of the ground cover. So I'm just going to do a once over this whole area, covering the first layer with short grass. And I also have some ferns and bushes left over from last episode, so I'm going to go through and place those down as well. And there's actually a lot of bushes we have access to, which is really good. And speaking of having a lot of something, I want to take this moment while we do this to give a shout out to my current Patreon members and channel members. You guys have been growing both the channel membership page and the Patreon page at an incredibly fast rate, and I really do appreciate all of your support. As always, I can't thank you enough for everything you do for me, and I don't think you guys realize just how much you contribute to the growth of this channel. You're really helping me to continue to be able to post on YouTube in months where maybe I'm not posting as much or haven't posted at all because of real life situations. So when I say you're directly responsible for the continued growth of the Incy channel, I really mean that. But with the grass, ferns, and bushes in place, it was time to set out to collect a few more decoration blocks, including but not limited to more cactus blossoms, some dead bushes, and a bunch more of the new dried grass. And I gotta be honest, I am really loving the new dried grass as decoration blocks. I've been thinking about maybe including some in the wheat field back at the starter island, so you guys will have to tell me what you think about that idea. But with all those blocks collected, I am just once again going to do a passover of the entire area, placing all of the new decoration blocks down. Now, we are not quite done with the ground cover just yet. I need to fly out to a nearby oak forest to collect a bunch of oak leaves, and then we are going to come back to this area and start placing these oak leaves down every now and again to make it look like some bigger bushes are growing. Now, before we start moving on here, there is another block I need, which is mud bricks and regular packed mud. So I've flown all the way back home to our starter island here, and I'm gonna have to check out some of these chests. Hopefully we have some left. Okay, I see we have mud brick slabs. Okay, there's one stack. That's not bad. Got a couple more stacks. Also not bad. Oh man, I think we might, we might be in business. I think we're in business. Do I have an empty shulker box here somewhere, please? I do. Oh, we shouldn't be needing too much of this, to be honest with you, so, I mean, I may have just saved us from an entire mud mining session, so that's pretty cool. I really don't know if this is actually going to be enough, though. Yeah, it'll be fine. Right? Yeah, it'll be fine. Now, the other thing I am in need of is brown stained glass panes. Here's the question. Do we have any... Oh, we have some extra shulker boxes here. Okay, that's pretty cool. Wait a minute. Let me take these. Do we have any glass left, though? We do. Okay. One shulker box of that should be enough. Let's head over to our greenhouse here, see if we can find some brown dye inside of this thing. This is not looking very promising. Oh, okay. We do have a couple of stacks here. By a couple of stacks, I mean like one and some change. Let's see how far this will get us. Okay, that actually got us pretty far. Wait a minute. I'll leave just 2 cocoa beans in the chest here just in case that's the last we have in this area. And just over a full shulker box there should be more than enough. I doubt we're really gonna need that much. But now it's time to start heading back to our desert base. I gotta tell you though, guys, I can't wait to return to building in this area, honestly. This place just has my heart. And I'm not gonna lie, that mountain could definitely be improved. I built a mountain in hardcore Minecraft, anybody? Now the reason why we had to stop for that mud and brown stained glass is because I plan to actually use it as part of the base of the largest pyramid in this area. I'm taking inspiration from this piece of art I found online, and I thought it would be pretty cool if the bottom part of the pyramid was a different color than the rest of it. And I already know what you guys are asking yourselves. Incy, you never finished putting in the palm trees and the side of the river here. And you are correct. The reason why I haven't done this yet is because I actually need to build the 2 new pyramids first, so I can make sure that there's not any more terraforming we need to do, and I'm not going to eventually have to move those trees. So with that said, it was time to clear out some sand, get rid of the desert temple and remove some of the villager buildings, and begin building the brand new pyramids. The first stage of these pyramids are done. I just want to take a moment to see what they look like from a distance while we're rolling in on our boat here. Ew. Ew. Oh, this looks fantastic, dude. I am very pleased with how this is going. This is... I'm gonna throw up the inspiration image that I used on screen here and let you guys take it that for a minute so we can compare the two. I think this is pretty close to what I was going for. Obviously, we still have a lot more work to do, but I am very happy. Now, unfortunately, this third pyramid here is kind of floating in the air, which is not something I'm thrilled about. Apparently, I missed a block too. Hold on a minute. There we go. But it does look like we're going to need to do a significant bit of terraforming. So I'm going to go ahead and get that done as quickly as possible so we can move on. And so the first step in stage 2 of terraforming was just coming in with some stone blocks and outlining where each layer of land was going to go. And this had to be really precise because I wanted it to blend smoothly with the rest of the terrain we had been building. And the dimensions and proportions on this part of the build were a little weird. And the reason for that was because once we were done outlining all of the stone, we came in and we filled in each layer with more stone. So we had a completely solid bottom layer to build on top of. And the reason why I did this was because I needed to only have to place 1 layer of sand. And if I didn't have a layer of base stone, I would have been stacking, well, stacks upon stacks of sand on top of each other in order to get the blocks to the height I needed. But once we were finally done with the stone, we just came back in with a bunch of grass, moss, and sand blocks and blended this new area in seamlessly with the rest of the terrain. Now all that was left to do was to put the finishing touches on the base layer of this section by coming in with all the decoration blocks we used earlier and completing the ground cover for this area. Alright, so we got all the terraforming on the right side of the build here done, and it is looking a lot better now. Especially if we go into free cam here, you can definitely see a bunch of progress that we made. We still need to do some smoothing in some areas here and up there to make it look more natural, but I'm pretty happy with it so far, and the reflections of the pyramids look sick in the water there. Look at that. But anyways, I'm not going to worry about doing those small details today. What we're going to move on and do next is add in a bunch more of these palm trees. Now, unfortunately, I actually have to start by taking this one down. I got to be one of the only people in the world that has to remove their trees with pickaxes. Gotta love some good texturing though. Get all this out of the water. Oh my god, I forgot my armor has Depth Strider on it. Oh my god, I forgot how good it feels to move freely around in water. Yes. Okay, but anyways, weird niche things aside, the reason why I took down that tree is because I want to have a clear view of the main pyramid from this side of the river. Now there are going to be trees all over here and all over here, but I do want this framed pretty nicely because right where we're standing on the map, I do eventually want to have a big main road right down here that stretches into the middle of the desert because we are going to be building a massive city on this side of the river as well. Basically, guys, everywhere where you see a river's edge here in this biome, even over here at this river, it's going to be all covered in greenery and plants and trees, and there's going to be buildings and pyramids everywhere. I plan to have like somewhere between 30 to 45 pyramids throughout this entire desert biome. I plan to make this one of my biggest cities ever. Now, obviously, that is a long ways away and that's months of work, but I'm still really looking forward to it. But anyways, let's get to building here. Alright guys, this is what I'm talking about. This looks absolutely beautiful. I love the way all the trees came together here to create this kind of visual barrier between the water and the rest of the land, kind of hide the pyramids. Love seeing them peek out from behind the tree line and everything. I am very happy with the way this thing has turned out, and honestly, just looking at it from even in this direction here too, where I left this little gap for where initially like this main road will be eventually, I still think it looks absolutely sick, so I'm happy about that as well. But unfortunately, we are still not done with this portion of the video. I really do think we need some more ground cover to make this area look a bit more lush and dense. So we're going to be adding in a bunch more foliage. Now, fortunately, I do have quite a bit of leaves left over, so we won't have to worry about that. But I'm also going to start incorporating some bamboo into this area as well. And we are also going to utilize some sugarcane. And I'm also going to have to take a little side quest here out to our gold farm. Look how gorgeous this thing is, man. I still can't believe I placed all these blocks. But anyways, I just have to quickly heal up my shears, because we are going to be heading out to this old growth pine taiga right over here to try to collect some large ferns. Wait a minute. Hold the phone. Full stop. Full stop. I have had an epiphany. If we just travel through our nether portal here, and we go through the portal that links to our old base, come inside the greenhouse, go below the greenhouse, and scoop up a ton of these bones, restock on fireworks, of course, head back through the portals, and then convert some of these bones into bone meal. I just remembered that down by the river, I did include a few small ferns dotted throughout the area. Here is one, hello. And if we bone meal this person, nice. There we go. We get a 2 tall fern, and then we get 2 small ferns, which means we can just farm these right here, which is fantastic. I know it may seem like I just did a bunch of stuff and that took us out of the way, but not having to fly all the way out to that taiga because I don't have a portal out there actually saved us a good bit of time. But once I was done harvesting our ferns, I went out to a nearby lush cave system to attempt to collect some big drip leaves and some small drip leaves. And the small drip leaves really were my priority, but as far as I'm aware, there's no surefire way to actually get small drip leaves in bulk. I think the best way you can get small drip leaves as of today is by finding a wandering trader that trades for them, which I don't have one of those yet, which is unfortunate, so we'll have to work with the amount that we can collect. But after I was done with that, I went back to our old base location to collect some birch leaves because I wanted to include a couple of different colors of leaves for the ground cover to just give us a little bit of a variety. And the forest that's by our old base, I do plan to completely remove and transform eventually as well, so I figured we might might as well kind of kill two birds with one stone. But once that was done, I was back in the desert and I began building these much larger bushes on the ground to hopefully make the whole area feel a bit more fluffy. And then after that, it was on to finishing the ground cover by coming in with some bamboo, sugar canes, drip leaves and small drip leaves, and a couple of other foliage blocks. And there we go, guys. When we take a step back and look at all of the detail we managed to cram into this small area, this place is really beginning to look like a work of art. And speaking of works of art, for Valentine's Day, I just got done running an art contest over on my Discord server. So I'd like to give a huge shout out to the winner of this art competition, Anki. I am so sorry if I just butchered your name, but Anki created some amazing pieces of art of Bashir the llama, who you can see hanging out in the background right now. And in particular, this is the piece of art that you guys in the community voted on to be the winner. And I just gotta say, these are all so incredibly beautiful. In fact, I honestly thought they were AI at first, but she actually made a YouTube video showing her process of designing and actually creating the art, which is just insane that she went that extra mile. So thank you, Anki, for entering the contest, and congratulations on winning, and thank you to everybody else who participated. Now, if you haven't already joined my Discord, I recommend you do that right now, because in the next couple of days, I am going to be announcing and starting a new build competition where you guys will get to compete against each other to design the interior of one of the builds in my hardcore world, and I will then take the winning build and actually make it in my hardcore world. So the winner will be able to say they have their own interior building forever cemented in Incy's hardcore world. But with Discord things out of the way, it's time to get back to the video. And unfortunately, we have to start by taking down the exterior portion of our first pyramid, primarily the extra water channel we have running around the base of it. Now don't worry, we're still going to be having a bunch of water elements incorporated into this build. This one is just kind of in the way for some pathways that I need to make, so we're going to remove it for now. And with that done, we're going to begin laying out the pathways that I just mentioned. And for these paths, I'm going to be using a combination of sand, sandstone, stripped birch logs, birch planks, oak pressure plates, and oak buttons to help make it look like the sand has really been stomped down. Now, on top of that, I've also marked out where a bunch of other pathways are going to go, but in order to be able to build those in a later episode, we have to do a little bit of terraforming on the desert. I'm not going to get all of this done today. In fact, we're probably not even going to get 1% of this whole project done today, but I'm going to get started on it the best I can. But here we go. The pathways are done, and I think they actually look really good and blend in really well with the desert. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, I do not have all of the pathways done because there's just so much more terraforming that I need to do that I really don't have the time to get this done today. But just by looking at the stone, you can see the kind of scale that I'm going to be going for this city. It's going to be absolutely huge. But next up, I want to revisit the back area of the pyramids here and begin building up this area by creating some kind of little underground structure. I have no idea what this is going to be yet, but I like the idea of something being submerged under the sand, so we're going to include it. I then just also built up some custom rock formations and filled in the top with sand so it blended seamlessly with the rest of the terrain. Alright, so I think I've done a pretty good job of blending this little structure in, and I even added these little rock formations over here using stripped birch wood and some sandstone, as well as some birch slabs to smooth out the rock work, and I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. I'm not exactly sure what I want this building to be yet still, so we're gonna leave it empty for now, but I think if we go into free cam here, it adds a lot to this area. It's just something extra to look at and helps to add a more dynamic change in elevation. But I am really annoyed because I had a 5-minute live segment going over me building these little rock formations here, but of course the recording has been lost because my NVIDIA graphic drivers just had a new update and they're no longer working properly with OBS. Imagine my surprise. So I've been struggling to get any recording done in general, but regardless, we're going to press on. And next on our to-do list is actually building a pretty big crypt behind the pyramids. And as far as lore goes, this is where we're going to be saying all of the pharaohs and other high-ranking officials will be buried when they pass away. Alrighty guys, so the crypt is done and I am very happy with how this thing turned out. Especially looking at it from like a top-down angle right here, I think this thing is absolutely sick. There is just one more thing I need to do, and that is light these little spires or pillars here with some soul sand flames. And there we go, it is complete. Now, a couple things about this build here. I did try to include some things along the sides and the back that kind of look like little hieroglyphs or something, using stairs and slabs. I'm not sure if I'm crazy about the way it turned out, but I do still think it looks pretty cool. I've also got what I hope look like little lion statues in the front, kind of taking inspiration from the Sphinx, of course. I think I managed to get a good bit of detail into these little guys, considering it's only a 3x3 area and it's only 2 blocks tall. I got their little paws and claws with the mud brick slabs here, and I got the lion's big mane using shelves and trapdoors. Speaking of shelves, by the way, these things are amazing for detailing builds. I absolutely love them. As you can see, I use them everywhere in this build. This is basically my first time using them, and I am obsessed. I can't wait to use these more in the future. I also got like this little kind of like winged thing, I don't know, logo emblem in the front. I just thought it fit the theme of the desert pretty well. And then I've got these 2 spires on top just to add some extra extravagance to it. We also have this big massive stone door here, which you guys know me. If we go inside, there is no interior. Actually, speaking of which, I need to light this up real quick so nothing spawns. But I'm very happy with how it turned out. These lions also are supposed to be like little water fountain things. I tried to make it look like the water was coming into these pots. I don't know if I like that. I might remove that later, but I do like the 2 pieces of red sticking out in the front to add a little bit more detail to the build. But now the next thing we're going to do is transform, basically, if we go into free cam here, this entire top layer of sand into that kind of water garden bog that I was talking about earlier in the video. And it's gonna come all the way down to over here and stuff, so we'll have a nice walking path, you know, past this little entrance area here, and it's gonna be sick. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started on that. Alright, so we're in the middle of a bit of a sandstorm here, but I have gotten all of the grass and moss in place here. Now, if we go into free cam here, don't judge me on this yet. It looks terrible right now. I mean, it looks really bad right now, but we're gonna work on that. And one of the first things we need to do is we need to come into all of these new empty areas, and we need to replace the sand and sandstone with some mud to help darken up, I guess, the water, I guess. And then we will just fill in these little places with said water. And hopefully by the time we're done with this area will be looking a lot more swampy than it is now. Alrighty, so all of the water and mud is in place, and I also built up this main pathway a little bit more here just to give us a good idea of how big it's actually going to be. And I think about 3 to 4 blocks wide in most places will be sufficient. But now what I want to do is come over here to one of these smaller little puddles of water that we have going on, and I want to kind of test out how we're going to actually decorate these things. Now, one of the things I'm really annoyed about is that I do not have a lot of small drip leaf. I absolutely love this block, and unfortunately, from what my understanding of the game is it's pretty difficult to get in bulk, although I would like to get a bunch more of that. So unfortunately, this block will have to sit out a bit, but what we can do is just come in here and start decorating this little pond to see if we like it. And I'm going to start with just placing in some leaves around the edges. Something like that should be good. And we're also going to throw in a lily pad or 2 in these places. Also bring along a couple of ferns. We'll decorate here with a little bit of grass as well. Something like that. Also got a few pieces of sugar cane we can dot through the area. We'll do about 2 blocks tall there. Maybe we'll have another one that's just 1 block tall there. We're gonna place string on top of them to prevent them from growing as well. You know what, maybe even another one right here. That could be pretty good. Then we'll throw in some of this drip leaf, and I'll come in with some bigger drip leaves here. I think that looks pretty good. And then the main thing I want to do is come in and put down some of these little hedge stones in the middle. Again, this area is kind of going to act as a graveyard. So just something like that, just to kind of give the indication that somebody was buried here. I think that will be pretty cool. And then honestly, we can kind of just like build this up a little bit, something like that. I guess we could put down some blue orchids, like maybe people were paying respects. And I also went ahead and picked up a few candles that we had left over from our last couple of builds. So we'll place those down as well. And I will grab my flint and steel and just light those real quick. And yeah, just having a bunch of this all over this place is going to be really sick. I cannot wait to do this transformation. Of course, we're going to have trees growing as well. So all of this will be pretty shaded and dark, and that'll really help us to set the atmosphere. I'm also going to come in and maybe throw in some moss carpets every now and again, just to give us a little bit of variation here and there, but I actually think that's good. And yeah, aside from the floating roses we have here, I can't pick them up because my inventory is so full. I think this looks really good. So again, like I was saying earlier, I'm just going to go around and do a once over of this entire top area here with this kind of ground cover and gravestones and stuff, and then we'll see what this looks like when we come back. Everybody, well, after a few hours of placing down a bunch of blocks, we have now transformed the ground layer of this bog slash swamp, and I have to say I am very happy with all these little gravestone sites here. I'm also just happy with the rest of the area in general. I think it looks pretty cluttered and just the way I wanted it. Also is starting to look really cool on the map here, but there are still a few things left that I want to do. The first thing I want to do is actually come in with some more mud along the bank of the swamp here. Just fill this in and combine it in with the leaves in a bunch of places. I want to really kind of darken up this area, though we are not going to completely do this all over the place, just in a few spots here. And then we're just going to come in on a few of these spots where the mud is, and we're going to help make it look a little bit better using some grass, some short grass, kind of help get us that darker mud color, but also blend it in with the rest of the greenery a little bit better. Yeah, there we go, something like that. Now, unfortunately, we are out of mud, but that's okay because we are going to have to go collect more for the next stage of this build, which is actually completing all of the mangrove trees. So in order to do this, I am just going to empty all of our shulker boxes here into these chests because I am going to need to make room for a completely new roster of blocks. We can keep the oak leaves though, also keep the moss, but the rest of these will be used to collect all of the blocks we're going to need. Now, funny enough, the first set of blocks that we are going to need can all be found in the mangrove swamp. And I call it funny because basically we need every single block that's here except for the actual mangrove wood. Now, I am going to turn shaders off for just a minute because my computer really hates this biome. Look at that fog down there though. So cool. But essentially what this means is that I can tear down these mangrove trees starting at the top and go all the way down to the dirt layer through the mud and just leave the regular wood standing. And not only will we collect all of the blocks we need right now, but this will expose all the wood that we can come back and get later if we do need mangrove wood for something. But anyways, I'm just going to spend the next couple of minutes collecting a bunch of mangrove leaves in the tree canopy here. And then once we are done with the leaves, we can return for the mangrove roots, and of course the muddy mangrove roots, and finally the regular mud as well. But with all the swamp blocks collected, it's now time for us to just hang out in our moss farm again to collect a bunch of moss blocks and moss carpets. And then with a couple of shulker boxes of moss collected, we are going to move on to the next block on our list. Hello, villager. I'm surprised anybody's back. Are you enjoying the werewood tree? What kind of trades do you have? I see you have a blue diamond, so I've used you before. Ah, sticks. Very nice. Anyways, like I was saying before I was interrupted, we need some of this hanging pale moss. So I'm just going to stand here at this tree for a little bit and cut this down. And then once we are done, I believe we only have one more block to collect after this. Fortunately, in our spare chest here, I believe in some places we should have some spare spruce left over. I just have to find it. Maybe there's a chance we have a few pieces up in this kind of like little secondary chest monster that we have going on up here. Yes. Oh, thank God. Okay. That is a big relief. As long as we craft up a few extra blocks here, we should be able to avoid having to go out on another tree harvesting mission, so that's always good. But with the last of our blocks collected, it was time to get on to the final stage of this video, which was building the mangrove swamp. Also, this is my cat Leia. She wanted to come say hi. Everybody, this may not look like it, but this was like 2 days worth of work, and I am very happy with how it turned out. I absolutely love the look of this mangrove swamp and graveyard that we have made here. I think it turned out perfect. If we go into free cam mode here and go from above, you can see just how many trees we have planted, or I guess rather built today. In the time lapse, you guys watching me make all of the mangrove trees, but in my spare time in between clips, I also came in and added a few of these palm trees that we had along the riverbank here as well, just to give us some more height variation. And I think it really adds to this area. Now, I also came in and decorated the main pathway a little bit better. I added in some stairs and slabs in some places to make it look a little broken down and wonky. I added in some rooted mud, some mud bricks, some coarse dirt, even some spruce buttons for stones every now and again. I also lined the edges with some more moss to better blend it into the swampier parts of this build. And I absolutely love this main tree here that we have covering the main pathway, because when you're walking out of the pyramid here, which will eventually be like, I guess, decorated like a castle, it'll all be filled with rooms. When you're coming out here, you don't really notice the crypt there. I mean, aside from the bright blue flames that you can see, I think I did a pretty good job of hiding it pretty well. So you're just walking through here, and then your eyes and the pathway kind of lead you along down to the right, and then as you swing around, you are greeted with this right here. Good Lord, that looks gorgeous. I am absolutely in love with it. Now, there is one more thing I want to add while we have some daylight here. I saw a video by the Peaceful Penguin over on YouTube where he was transforming his nether hub, and he had this really clever idea to use end rods and dried gas to make ghosts or spirits. And if you guys remember from a few episodes ago, I actually have a bunch of dried gas left over. And from when I did our Ender build, which used thousands of end rods, I still have some of those left over as well. So we are going to go out kind of further into the swamp here, and by some of these gravestones, where's a really good one? Yeah, like right here. I just want to add in these little creatures that look like spirits, something like this. Like maybe the spirits of the people who have died here are still floating around the area, walking around in the background, and I think this is going to add such a cool little detail to the build. So again, shout out to the Peaceful Penguin for, I think, coming up with this idea. I've never seen it done before anywhere else, so this was my first introduction to it. Yeah, we'll have some lost souls wandering around the place here. Oops, that's not where we want that. We want that right there. Maybe this one could be a little bit smaller, something like that. And then I really would like to have one visible from the pathway here, kind of just peeking out over the corner, almost kind of menacingly, like maybe like right here. Let's see what this looks like. If we put a little guy there, are we able to see him from the pathway here? Yes, we are. Right there. That is perfect. I really love that. But we do have 8 more of these guys, and I already have a happy gas. I don't see myself ever really using many more dried gas, so we are going to just use the rest of these around the place here will kind of make these guys just wandering around. But now for today's episode, I think it's fine that we call it quits on this area. This looks so cool. I'm so happy with the way this turned out. But that is definitely going to do it for today's episode, so I hope you all have enjoyed. If you did, of course, drop a like down below and subscribe to the channel to help me out. I'm trying to reach 200,000 subscribers by the end of 2026, so any help would be appreciated. I need to collect 103,908 pieces of stone so that I can build this mountain in hardcore Minecraft. But if I tried to do that by hand, I would never get done. So today we're going to be building this insane cobblestone farm to help us get all the blocks we need. Now, first things first, this stone farm is going to be kind of like a factory floating on islands that are suspended above the water. So the first thing we need to do is actually collect the blocks that are going to make up the mountains. Fortunately, in preparation for our big mountain transformation video that will be coming out in a few weeks, I have began collecting a lot of blocks, so we actually should have a good bit of what we need already right here. So we'll start by just scooping up a few shulker boxes full of stone. Then we will also need some snow blocks. We'll follow that up with some tuff, but unfortunately we need some andesite. We also need diorite, cobblestone, and cobble deep slate. So we're headed all the way down through our mining district and into the caverns to collect the first and easiest block on this list, which is cobblestone. And with that block checked off our list, we're free to move down towards deep slate and set up a beacon, where we can now spend the next few hours collecting all the cobbled deep slate we will need. But alright, after spending a couple of hours of mining up deep slate, it's time to craft up some deep slate variant blocks. The first of which is a bunch of cobble deep slate slabs. Then we'll need some deep slate tile slabs. We'll need some deep slate tile stairs, followed by some deep slate bricks, deep slate brick stairs, deep slate brick walls, cobbled deep slate stairs, and finally some regular deep slate tiles. And that should be all the deep slate blocks we'll need. So the next thing we're going to do is just take down our beacon here. Now we are going to head up and search for some more diorite, because I actually think that is one of the last underground blocks we need today. The best part is I actually stopped inside of the old super smelter here, and I was looking through these chests, and I managed to find almost 2 full shulker boxes full of andesite, which means we won't have to go out and collect that. But with that, we were on to our diorite mining session, which fortunately did not take very long at all. And then we just simply repeated our deep slate process by turning some of our diorite into diorite stairs, walls, and slabs. There we go, we've got all of our stone blocks collected, so now it's time to fly out past the iron farm and head over into the frozen ocean where this build is actually going to be placed. Now, it is pretty big, so in order to make room for it, we're actually going to have to clear out one of these icebergs by hand. But the good news is, after this is done, we'll have a bunch of leftover packed ice that we could use for potentially another highway or something. I don't know, I don't have any plans to do that, but having all of these ice blocks left over will be pretty nice. And while we start taking down this iceberg, I wanted to take a quick moment to say thank you to all of my Patreon members and channel members. You guys have really been coming through over the past couple of months, and I can't thank you enough for everything. And for those of you who aren't subscribed to my Patreon, consider checking it out. For just $10 a month, you'll get access to things like exclusive Discord roles, ad-free versions of all my videos, and access to the schematics for everything I've ever made in hardcore Minecraft, which at this point is over 2 years worth of builds. But thank you for your consideration, and let's get back to the video. But But with the iceberg removal checked off our to-do list, it was time to start building the actual mountains. And honestly, when I was designing these in creative mode before I brought them into survival, I had a lot of fun with the actual design process. Mainly because I knew that these were going to be really good practice mountains for when we go to build the much bigger mountain. And I used a whole bunch of different layering techniques here, going over the mountains multiple times with different brushes to get the shape and the stone I wanted, and also going over it multiple times with texturing to get the colors I wanted. Alright, so the bases of both mountains are done, and I have to say, they look absolutely fantastic. I'm very happy with the way these have turned out, although there are a few holes in them, as you can see, and that is because, for the first time in forever, I am actually ahead of schedule. I've already designed the structures that are going to go on top of them, so I had to leave some spaces in between to make room for the things that are going to be actually inserted into the mountain. But before I can get started on building those, I actually have to complete the bridge that I've started building in the middle section here. Alright, so the bridge is kind of done. I say kind of done because we're going to do more to it later, but if we look at it for now in FreeCam mod real quick from the direction we'll most frequently be visiting this place. Oh yes, that's very cool. That is very cool. I like it a lot. Now, real quick before we move on, I want to address why this part is cobblestone and this part is diorite. I'm trying to simulate snow, and the buildings we're going to be making actually come over the bridge a little bit. So the parts that are going to be covered by rooftops, I tried to make it look like there was less snow on them by using cobblestone, and then obviously we don't have snow stairs in the game, so where it's more exposed, I had to use diorite to simulate kind of this dirty, piled up snow covering the rest of the bridge, so that's what I did there. But anyways, I'm very happy with how it turned out, and now it's time to get on to building the actual houses and structures that are going to go up here, which of course means it's time to collect a few more blocks. And I'm going to start with all the wood variant blocks that we need, and I'm gonna get the most difficult wood type out of the way first, which of course is the mangrove. Should be a swamp somewhere right around here. Where are we on the map? Yeah, okay, it's right in here. Now, mangrove wood is notoriously hard to collect, and we are going to need a lot of it. I'm talking trapdoors, fences, fence gates, the whole 9 yards. So everybody please wish me luck, because I haven't needed to collect this much mangrove wood since season 1, episode 1 of my hardcore series, when we built the Sunset Castle. But with the mangrove wood collected, it was time to move on to the next wood block, which was spruce. And to be honest with you, I was very nervous about this one. We were going to be needing a couple thousand pieces of spruce logs, so I knew this was going to be a session that took a couple of hours. However, I ended up getting really lucky, and we actually had a couple double chests already filled with spruce from one of our last projects. Don't ask me which one, I have absolutely no idea. I completely forgot we had all of this, but it's good news nonetheless. Unfortunately, we were going to need about the same amount of oak wood, and I had literally 0 pieces left. But this area that's across the river from my starter island is going to be transformed into something anyways, so I spent the next couple of hours collecting oak wood from this region. But now with the oak wood collected, it was time to just do some crafting. So I started by turning a lot of the logs into planks, and then we were also going to be needing some dark oak fences and fence gates. And fortunately, I had a few stacks left over, so we weren't going to have to collect this block either. And I gotta tell you guys, this is when playing on one single hardcore world for over 2 years really starts to pay off. There are so many blocks in this video that I normally would have had to collect, but because we've done so many projects in the past, I had a lot of those blocks left over, and it saved me a ton of time. This video is going to be short. But anyways, we then went down under our bone meal farm to craft up a few jungle trapdoors, and then I quickly whipped up some white stained glass because we were going to need that for something later in the video, and we were also going to need black dye, gray dye, and light gray dye, so I took a quick little dip in the pool to kill some squids, and then we crafted up the rest of the glass we would need. Next up on the to-do list is actually visiting the nether. There are actually a few different blocks we're going to need, but to start, we're going to have to collect over 2,000 pieces of netherrack, which with an efficiency 5 netherite pickaxe, that shouldn't take all that long. And that in fact did not take long at all. Before I knew it, we were done and over at the gold farm repairing our tools, and then it was on to collecting a bunch of blackstone. And once we had completed mining up all the blackstone, we then just followed the same process as before and turned the blackstone into a bunch of blackstone variant blocks. And finally, all that was left to collect was a bunch of soul sand. You see, we were going to need a bunch of red nether brick blocks, so I went up to our mountain mining area and set up a temporary nether wart farm, and then I went ahead and threw a bunch of the netherrack inside of our super smelter so we could actually get the nether bricks. Then, once that was done, we just threw them in a crafting table together to get what we needed. And with that, the last few blocks had been collected, and it was time to get back to building. Alright, so the exterior of our first building is basically done, and I have to say I am very happy with how this turned out. If we go into free cam mod once again and we look over the ocean from this direction, look at that. Look at how sick this looks. Now on the roof, of course, you can see that there's still a few blocks missing. I've done that for a reason. Later in the video, we're going to come back in with some snow layers once I collect them, and we're going to make the snow on top look a bit more seamless and smooth using said snow layers. But I'm very happy with the direction this has taken so far. Kind of almost industrial, steampunk-ish, but not quite yet. I wanted to make it look like, you know, the villagers of this area are just now discovering like steam engines and stuff. So they are right on the cusp of that like big technological jump. They haven't quite figured it out yet, but this is like the beginning of that phase for them. You know, most of the things I do in this world are medieval, so I thought this would be a good chance for me to experiment with some maybe higher forms or slightly higher forms of technology, and I think this turned out absolutely gorgeous. Like I've even got like snow detailed on the pipes and everything, on the tubes. Very happy about that. But anyways, the interior of this building actually really shouldn't go in here right now. Yeah, there's a lot of mobs in there, so I'm gonna have to go collect some torches, and while I do that, this building is actually going to be the building that houses the super smelter. We're gonna have a bigger super smelter in here, so I need to fly back home real quick, and honestly, I gotta gotta set up another portal out there. It takes way too long to fly back and forth. But what we're going to do for right now is actually tear down the super smelter that is in our mining district here. Reason being is that I really want to have a more frequent reason to visit this location out here than just using, you know, the stone generator that we're eventually going to have. If we have the super smelter out here too, we'll have to visit much more often. But anyways, we're just going to... Oh... Hello, experience. We're just gonna scoop up all of these furnaces. How quickly we're gaining levels. The amount of items I have sent through the super smelter and I've never cleaned it out. I forgot that the experience inside of the furnaces was a thing that we were gonna have to deal with, but you know what? I'll take it. After a couple of hours of building the exteriors, I went to the interior of the first building and finally got the new super smelter set up. And this one is much bigger than the first, so we'll be able to smelt a lot more items. And I'm not sure if you guys noticed or not, but during the process of building the exterior, when I had one of the first layers done, I decided it would be a good time to put in the cobblestone generator so I could have that running and collecting items while we built. And to be completely honest with you guys, I messed up a few times and had the TNT duper blow up on me more than once, but after messing around with it for a little bit, I finally got it up and running. Alrighty, so about after an hour or two of AFKing here, all of these chests are now filled with cobblestone. Well, most of them are. There's still a few slots left here. Now, I have no idea how many blocks this is. This farm is supposedly 29,000 cobblestone per hour. I'm not gonna lie, it feels a little bit slower than that, but these are a lot of double chests here. I could absolutely be wrong. We could be way over budget. I have absolutely no idea. I also moved it up from below the floor here and put it more towards the top of the build. That way we don't have to actually go down into the cavern that's below us to get anything out of the chest. We can just access it all from right here. Now, before we end the video today, there is a few more things I want to do. Namely, the first thing is we need to... Oh my god, there's a creeper. Hello. Oh, there's... Okay, fool. Okay, so I guess we need to light this place up. That is one thing we definitely need to do. Excuse me, sir. But before we fight all those mobs, we need to get some kind of door down here so we can actually access the interior of this place. I do plan to do an interior in here eventually, since it is a more central build. We're going to be spending a lot of time in here in the near future, but for now we're just going to do something temporary. I'm going to craft up a couple doors here, and we'll just put these in the middle and then surround them with trapdoors. Do a pretty simple and easy big door design today just to get this over with. We'll just close all these up. Do have mangrove planks left over, and I should, somewhere in my inventory, I should have shelves left as well. Shelves and stairs, that is. I believe we have the stairs right here. Let's throw these in. Maybe do something like this. My inventory is absolutely just all over the place after all of this building, man. Oh my lord. We do have some shelves left and we do have some trap doors left. So let's go ahead and throw those in there. I don't think that looks that bad. I think that's okay. We can deal with that, right? It's better than nothing. We do also need to do the same thing about over here, so we'll remove this wall. It looks okay. I wonder, can we get any more stairs in here? Maybe we can do something like this. How weird is that gonna look, though? Definitely looks too weird. So what if we took out these walls and just put in some more stripped logs to frame the door? How would that look? That looks pretty good. We'll leave it. At least now we have entrances. And right as it starts to rain. Perfect. perfect. But actually, it's not perfect because what I need to do now is work on the outside of this build. First thing I need to do is place torches everywhere so we don't get mobs. All the mobs are taken care of and we've got the area lit up. We can come in and I want to start building out some like really big snow banks along the edge of the bridge here. And I kind of just want to make it look like this place, the bridge in particular, really has not been well maintained for a little bit. I know that kind of doesn't make a lot of sense because I just got done explaining how this place has, you know, a bit more advanced technology than normal and we're going to be visiting here frequently, but I think it would just help the build feel a little bit more immersive if we had a bunch of snow everywhere. So we're going to try it out. Something like that would be good. And then hopefully we're going to be able to use all of these snow layers here to smooth out these transitions a little bit. Fortunately though, the torches are going to melt them, so we're gonna have to remove these and figure out a different way to light up this area, but we will figure it out eventually as we go along here. And obviously I don't want this to be too extremely detailed, just a little bit more snow layers here and there to help blend the different layers together would be nice. Yeah, even something like that doesn't look bad. There we go. This definitely feels a lot better and I like the way this turned out. I'm just gonna come through the middle path here and clear up all these extra bits though, because I do want the path to be visible kind of through the middle here to make it look like it's been trampled on and everything. So we'll remove that, just lead right up to the door here, which works out perfectly. But anyways, we're going to press on with some snow detailing here. We're going to fill this place up as much as possible. Something like that. And we'll do the same thing over here. There we go. And oh, yes, that looks a lot better. That looks so much better like that. And we just went ahead and did the same thing in a few spots, and I think both of these buildings are done. Last episode, we continued transforming the desert into a tropical paradise. But at this point, I've spent over a month in the desert, and I'm kind of getting burnt out, so I've decided to do some work back at the old starter island. And, well, do you guys see this mountain here? I've decided I don't like it. Not only have I decided I don't like it, I've decided it could be much better. Since this is going to be such a big project, we have to start by leaving hardcore and head into our creative testing world. And so we're going to get started by just absolutely obliterating the mountain with an airbrush tool, getting rid of all the snow, ice, and stone, and any of the ores that are in the interior of the mountain. Then after that, we'll just go through and get rid of all the snow layers and lava pools that are left over. And finally, we'll clear out some of the trees so we have a clear idea of where the base of the mountain is. Next, we're just going to come in with the freehand draw tool and we're going to set it to the shape of a cone. And I'm just going to go around the entire mountain range, basically spamming these cones as much as I can to give us an idea of where the main peaks for the mountain will be. Now, I'm fairly certain there's a way for us to automatically do this process by using height maps and converting them into Minecraft builds, but I really want to do this all from scratch so I can properly learn how to build mountains without the use of external tools. But once we were done with the cones, it was time to move on to using the sphere brush to help fill in any voids that we had and bring the cones closer together. Then we're just going to go back over with an even smaller sphere brush to help with the blending even more and also help to give us some more natural rock formations. Once that was done, it was just time to go over the entire mountain with the smoothing tool to melt it all together. Then after that, I did another pass with a small spherical brush to help create some highlights and more defined rocks. Then once again, to make things look less uniform, we came back over with the smoothing brush. And then finally, I went over the entire mountain with the second half of that process once more, by just coming in with a small circular brush to get some more defined rocks, and then going in once again to smooth it out. But now that I had the shape of the mountain I wanted, and of course we can always tweak this later, I went in with a red wool brush and I masked it to the surface. That way we could paint over the entire mountain but only have the exterior layer affected. And once that was done, we went into the interior with a massive airbrush and cleared out all the remaining debris. And at this point, it was time to actually start painting and getting the gradient installed. But I don't want to spoil the end of this video, so you guys are going to have to watch all the way through to see that happen. But with that, it's time to get started on this project. Now, first things first, down here, I know, yes I do, I have a ton of extra chests available, and we're going to be needing all of them because this mountain is going to utilize over 500,000 blocks. Now, the first step in this process is removing the mountain that's currently here. However, before we can do that, I'm going to head up to the top to collect a bunch of snow blocks because we will be needing those to build. Now, another thing, this is actually not the first time we've removed a mountain in this hardcore world. If you guys remember back when we built our automatic iron farm, there was a mountain we had to remove in order to make room for that. This means if we fly out to our iron farm here and check inside of these chests, we should have a lot of the items we need still tucked away inside of here. And yes, there we go. This is really good news. But after coming back from our iron farm, we have about 13 or almost 13 double chests full of stone. This entire row here is full of stone, and so is this one. Now that is nowhere near the amount of blocks we're going to need, but that will make a dent in the progress. But now that I have all of my shulker boxes empty, it's time to fly up to the top of this mountain here, and we are going to begin collecting as many snow blocks as possible. Now we do need over 28,000 pieces of this, which is over 439 stacks. So everybody say a prayer for me, please, because I have got my work cut out for me. I am less than 10 minutes into this process, and I am just now realizing this is going to take way too long. So I'm heading back to our base to collect some supplies, and we're going to build a snow block farm. Fortunately, this snow block farm was a really simple design, and I was able to bust it out in just about 20 minutes. Then it was on to AFKing for just a handful of hours, and just like that, we have managed to fill up all of these chests here with snow blocks. And aside from the time it took me to run back and forth between the gold farm to repair my tools and get some extra levels and repair my elytra, it only took about 3 hours. But with the snow blocks collected, it's time to move on to stone. Fortunately for us, even though we need over 103,000 pieces of stone, this should be another relatively easy part of the process, because during one of my last episodes, I built this insane cobblestone generator and super smelter. And apparently I left some shulker boxes out here too, look at that. And I left this thing running for a little bit, so we already have a bunch of double chests completely full of cobblestone, aside from this here rotten flesh, of course. But all I'm gonna have to do is AFK here for a few hours and then transfer the blocks over into this building, which houses a massive super Hey! Hey! Oh, whoa, get out of here. Unwanted guests, please. Everybody vacate the premises. Apparently I need to light that up there. Do I have any torches? I do. Okay, wait, let me grab them real quick. Let's just, fix this problem really fast. But yeah, anyways, this thing should handle all of that cobblestone relatively quickly. You have got to be kidding me. Can I get one sentence out? Before we do that, we are actually a couple thousand blocks away from where we're getting all of our other blocks right now. So I've brought along some obsidian with me because we are going to be setting up a nether portal somewhere here, like right here in this ice kind of plane would be a good idea to place it temporarily. And then we'll just head on in and we're going to pillar up towards the nether roof here. Hopefully we are high enough to be able to break into the roof with our ender pearls. Let's try this out. Yes, sir. There we go. And then I think we need to be at X277 and then Z501. This right here should be the corner of our nether portal. So we'll just build this up top here so we can link it. See if this works out. Sure does. I'll take that. Nice. So now we can travel on the nether roof over to our snowy biome. And this is actually, look how much closer this is to our main portal back at our starter base. That saves us so much time. So I'm just going to create a waypoint here and put stone farm. There we go. Nice. So now that we have a faster way to travel all the way out here, we can begin the process of smelting down all of this stone. However, one thing I'm going to need to do is unfortunately extend our storage system down. We are gonna have to kind of break through the exterior of the mountain, which sucks, but I'll figure out a way to cover this up some other time. With our storage expanded, let's just take all of this cobblestone here and we can begin throwing it into the super smelter. And while we wait for our cobblestone farm to break down more blocks and for our super smelter to get done smelting the cobblestone into stone, I wanted to take a moment to give a quick shout out to all of my channel members and Patreon members. I know I say this every episode, but you guys really are the lifeblood of this channel, and I can't thank you enough for everything you do. And for those of you who are not Patreon members, consider checking out my page today, because the mountain build will be available to all diamond tier Patreon members at the time this video is uploaded. And my Patreon has some other cool things like exclusive Discord roles and member shoutouts in all my videos. Not to mention the fact that just for $10, you get access to 2 years worth of my work here in hardcore Minecraft. So thanks again, and I hope to see you guys over there. Alright, now after a few hours of AFKing, all of these chests here and this entire row are all filled with stone, except for this last one here. We have a couple extra pieces here, so that's actually some excess stone, but every other one of these is completely full. Now, I know in the beginning of this video, I said the first step was actually removing this mountain, but we're on such a roll with gathering items that we're just going to start collecting the next one because we are cruising through this progress here. And the next location we must travel to is our entertainment district on the starter island because we need over 13,000 pieces of moss, which luckily for us, we do have our moss farm inside of our greenhouse here, so this should be another really easy block to collect. I mean, it's still going to take a while, but we don't have to do much thinking to acquire this moss. Guys, I'm bored. I mean, I'm really bored. I've been doing nothing but AFKing all day long, but fortunately, we have all of the moss blocks we need. All of these are full now, of course, except for this last one here. This is some extra that I kept. So we can finally mark moss off the list now too, and we can move on to the next block we need. Now, fortunately, for me, this is going to be a much more active segment of the video. I have to head down into our mining district here because the next block on our list is 15,548 pieces of deep slate. Now, we are going to set up a haste 2 beacon so we can mine faster, but I'm actually going to start strip mining around the area here to kind of probe for more veins of tuff because we're going to be needing a lot of tuff as well. Specifically, we need 25,000 blocks of tuff. 25,000. This is about a 40,000 block segment here, so yeah, I gotta get started, man. Now with the deep slate collected, it was on to start gathering up all of the tuff. And I simply started by gathering all the blocks that were already exposed from the mine we made to collect the deep slate because there was a significant amount of it on the floors and the ceiling. Now as we're going through this, I do want you guys to keep in mind that I am not showing you anywhere near the amount of actual footage and time it took me to collect this tuff. This was a process that took hours upon hours, and if I were to include all of that footage in the video, this video would be like 12 hours long, so I really don't want to bore you guys with that. So just keep that in mind as you're watching. It's gonna feel like I actually didn't do any mining, but trust me, I did. Man, we are making some massive progress today. All of our tuff blocks are now filled up, except for a few pieces are right here again, of course. And all of our cobbled deep slate, again, aside from a few empty slots, is also filled up, but we do have more than enough. I made sure to grab a couple extra pieces to make up for those missing pieces in the other chests, so we're good to go on that front. Now, the next block I want to collect is granite, but before we get that, I don't know if you guys noticed, but in my inventory, we managed to get a lot of diamond ore. So many pieces, in fact, I think I'm actually going to keep 19 of these deep slate diamond ore to use as decoration somewhere else in the world. But for right now, I've got 3 stacks of diamond ore, and I've got a Fortune 3 pickaxe, so I think you know what comes next. Hurry up and leave your guesses down in the comments. Guess how many diamonds we are going to get out of these few stacks. And if you guess correctly, well, you get nothing. There's nothing in this for you, but it would be pretty cool. It would be pretty cool. What happens if you guess correctly is I get higher viewer retention. All right, but here we go. This is a pretty big block. Let's get to eating. All right, let's see what we're working with. Oh my god. We got 6 stacks of diamonds and an additional 34. That is pretty good for one mining session. Granted, that mining session was like 8 hours long. Actually, maybe that's not that good. I'm happy about it nonetheless though. So we're gonna go back down into the basement of our starter base, through our secret tunnel, past our ancient doorway, and up and into our treasure and valuable storage room, so we can sacrifice all of our diamonds to our little dragon buddy here and have these well taken care of. But with diamonds and deep slate and tuff out of the way, it's time to move on to granite. With the granite collected, the next block on our list is a bunch of dripstone, specifically over 11,000 pieces of dripstone. Now, looking at my map here, the only issue is I have no idea where the nearest dripstone cave is. I remember finding one underneath kind of like one of these rivers that runs underground here at the beginning of this series, because we did need to collect a bunch of dripstone for our first creeper XP farm, but I don't think this is the location here, so we'll have to keep looking. Hello, pig. What are you doing? I think the cave we may be looking for is actually down over here. This is actually a super nice bamboo jungle. I'd really like to build something here eventually. But here we are, and this is looking very familiar. I was completely guessing that this is where the dripstone cave was, but I think I guessed correctly. Now, the only issue is, this appears to be a very small cave. So unless there's more in the back here, which there's not, we might be in a little bit of trouble. Here, running water over in this part of the cave. Maybe if we dig through, we'll get lucky and there will be a bigger dripstone cave system. There is, but this is all underwater. Okay, that's not gonna work. Oh, here we go. I heard lava over in this direction, and there is some more dripstone here as well. Not a lot, but this could get us a really good start. We'll stay here in this cave for a while to see just how much we can get. And the other thing is too, can I craft dripstone? I feel like I definitely can. Yes, I can. Okay, that's good too. So we're just gonna collect everything in here and just see where that takes us. Fortunately for me, what I originally thought was a tiny dripstone cave ended up opening up and expanding into an absolutely massive dripstone cave system. And this one cave alone allowed me to collect most of the dripstone that I needed. So with that, we were clear to move on to the next block on the list, which was andesite. Now again, similar to what I did with tuff, I'm not going to include 90% of the footage in the video because andesite was the block that had the second highest block count that we actually needed. And just to reiterate, I don't want to make you guys sit through 20 minutes of mining footage per block. So for this episode only, I'm electing to exclude most of the footage. I'm only bringing it up because I know that's not something that I do very often and I don't want to get accused of any off-camera mining. So I'm just dotting my I's and crossing my T's. All right, and just like that, we have finished collecting all of the andesite we will need for the mountain. The next two blocks we're going to be needing are grass blocks and dirt blocks. But before we move on, I want to take a moment to thank a very special member of my community, Excalibur, who in between clips made me my own custom Totem of Undying texture pack. Now, I've had my own custom texture pack before, but this one definitely takes the cake. And not only this, but every once in a while, similar to the Blinking Totems texture pack, the eyes on the totem will actually blink as well, which is so sick. So I want to say thank you to Excalibur once again, and I'll leave a link to his YouTube channel down in the description so you can check out his videos. And I believe he said he's also going to be making a video on specifically how he made my particular texture pack. So if you want to check that out, I'm sure it will be there as well. But anyways, now it's time to actually pick out a location on the map to scoop up a bunch of grass and dirt, where the location of where we absolutely obliterate the land isn't really going to matter for a future project. The only problem is we have a lot of really interesting locations in this seed, and I can't seem to pick out a place I'd actually want to ruin. Maybe over here, kind of on this like almost peninsula looking area. This terrain here is kind of messed up from when we updated the world anyways. There's a little village out here in case we ever need to sleep or resupply, so I think maybe we're gonna head out to this plains biome. with the last of the blocks collected, it's now time to move on to actually removing the mountain, and in order to do that, we're going to have to collect a couple of things to build a TNT duper to destroy it all. And we're going to start with some iron from our iron farm to make a couple of mine carts. We'll need a few cobblestone walls, which we already have. We'll need a few pieces of dirt we just collected for some temporary blocks, a couple pieces of stone, a little bit of redstone and redstone repeaters, a stone pressure plate and an iron trap door, some obsidian, a couple of observers, a stack of cobblestone, a few levers, of course the TNT itself, and we're going to need some coral fans as well, so I'm going to borrow a few pieces from our little coral reef over by our starter base because we're never really over here looking at this anyways. And of course we're going to be needing some slime balls for slime blocks and sticky pistons, so I flew out to a nearby swamp biome to collect those in the middle of the night as well. Alright, so I've gathered all the supplies for the world eater, and I have built up a bit of a dirt pillar here to mark out where the height limit is for building in my world. And honestly, that's not a ton of space, so I'm kind of nervous to see how this is going to work out. We should absolutely be able to build it. I'm just worried about the TNT potentially exploding the machine itself, but I think we should be okay. And just to make sure that this dirt pillar doesn't interfere with the machine, I'm just going to leave that one lone floating cube up there to mark out where height limit is. And then we're going to fly over to the left side of the mountain here, and I'm going to start building up this machine, I think actually a couple blocks over. We're going to try to go from the back to the front, I think. Oh, we have a lot of work to do. We'll start like right here. Start building this like right here, I think. So we'll just pillar up again. And I think right here should be okay. And it's going to have to be because I'm out of temporary blocks. So yeah. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to place down a piece of stone, a piece of TNT on top of it, followed by a cobbled wall on top of that. Now we're just going to take some spruce planks and bring out a few temporary blocks. Then we'll place a observer facing the direction we want it to go in. And we're going to come in with some slime blocks and make kind of a little weird shape like that. We'll place another one right here. I also forgot I need detector rails, so we're going to make those real quick. Then we're going to place that detector rail right here, and we're going to follow that up with the minecart on top. And then we just inserted the dead coral fan on the side of this slime block as well. Then we will need a sticky piston coming off the back, as well as another L-shaped formation of slime cubes here. And then this gap right there above our heads, we actually, hold on, let's reposition and place the other, excuse me, no, that's right. There we go. Okay, that's what we wanted. Then off the back, we'll just need a piece of obsidian and another observer. It's okay. Here comes another hard part. We got to make it face that direction. So let's build out some more. There we go. Then we'll need a stone block above that and a repeater set to 2 ticks. And we're just going to put a piece of redstone dust on the back. Actually, I think we messed up. I think the repeater, oh my god, the repeater actually needs to be on top of the observer and then the redstone behind that. Then we're just going to place a lever right here underneath. We're going to activate said lever, and then we will have to crouch and place an iron trap door right there on the front of the repeater. Then we need another observer facing down. Did that work? Hold on, let me check out FreeCam here. I think we're good. But with the design figured out, I just went ahead and built a few more modules and then hurried up and finished off the return stations. And with that, we were off to the races with destroying the mountain. And to be completely honest with you, I'm very surprised as to how efficient this thing actually runs. We had a few issues with it, which I'll get to in a little bit, but for the most part, this worked perfectly and it saved us a bunch of time. All right, so I'm happy to say the World Eater worked. Kind of. There are a few issues, although this is so much more efficient than just trying to mine this mountain by hand, so I don't really mind. But yeah, there are some things we need to address. First of all, a few of these broke, so we're going to have to take these down by hand and rebuild them, which is fine. I have a bunch of extra supplies on me too, so we shouldn't lose any of these. The other issue is that the TNT is not completely removing every single block. I don't know if this machine was supposed to be able to do that, but as you can see, there's a bunch of these little blobs of stone every now and again, which isn't great. We may not actually have to remove these though. The mountain we're building is so big and the interior is empty that I'm fairly certain we can just leave these here and not really worry about it. The last problem, and the problem we need to fix right now, is this giant blob of lava. Please land. Oh my god. Okay. I need to figure out a way, first of all. Oh, okay. I need to figure out a way to stop all this lava from flowing, which means we're going to have to go up to the top here. And I am going to have to manually remove all of the magma source blocks using a bunch of temporary items like dirt and cobblestone. Then I'm going to have to hope that it's just these layers here that are the problem. This side over here is going down. This side is not. So maybe one more layer here like this. There we go. Okay, I think we're good. Is everywhere going down? I don't think there's any more source blocks anywhere else. Just removed everything we placed down because there is another lava pool that I have to take care of, and I don't feel like going out to collect more temporary blocks, so we're just going to use what we have. Yes, all of this is going down, so that is that problem solved. Now we have to move on to this one here, which looks, honestly, a little bit more block intensive. Now all I have to do is take down these flying machines here and then rebuild them at the starting positions to let them continue going forward. And then I just have to take it all down again, rebuild it facing a different direction to clear out this side of the mountain, rebuild it again to clear out this part of the mountain, rebuild it again to clear out this part of the mountain, and then just repeat that process about 40 to 50 blocks lower so we can actually get to the base of the mountain. Would you guys please subscribe? This is an absolutely miserable experience. Alright, so I've had these TNT dupers running for quite a while now, and guys, check out the map. Look at the mountain. It's almost completely gone. I just have to run it over a couple more spaces in this area. I have to take out that back wall there, so across the bottom of the mountain here, I think at least this much. And this square needs to go, and then this entire back wall also needs to come down, so we'll do that as well. But before we do, I actually forgot, and I'm glad I remembered, we have all of our nether warts inside of the mountain here. This is where we were growing them to get red nether brick for our last build. So I am going to have to take all of this down real quick to make sure we don't waste it and get rid of it. Because I'm fairly certain we don't have any nether warts anywhere else in the world right now. I think I used every single last piece of them in our last build, so we're gonna have to make sure we don't waste any of this. And then I've got two shulker boxes here, so we'll just put the nether warts in one and then the soul sand in the other. We'll take down our little AFK chamber as well and throw those pieces of nether bricks into the shulker box as well. God, my inventory is such a mess. My inventory is always a mess. I got a comment the other day telling me about how badly I need a storage system. And while yes, I do have a storage system underneath of the main castle here, our gold room with the dragon and everything. That one is specifically only for things like gold, redstone, diamonds, and iron. It's basically just a big storage room for all of our valuable items that I need every now and again. So I really do need a much bigger storage system for automatic items. And let me tell you guys something. I don't want to spoil the next couple of videos just yet, but there is a reason why I have decided to hollow out the mountain instead of just building the new one over top of it. We're going to be putting something in here relatively soon. But anyways, I think it's time to get back to moving the TNT dupers around and letting them run. a few more hours later, and we finally have most of the mountain destroyed. About all of this here on the map. I think this should be good enough, and I'm kind of running out of time, so I need to get started on building. Before we can do that, I have to take down all these different TNT dupers here. Oh, that's not okay. Wait, okay. So I guess we should probably start by removing the TNT in each of these places here. It's actually, let's work backwards this time, maybe. Now, I am going to try my hardest to salvage a lot of these items that we're dropping because they are kind of valuable to us. Slime blocks in particular, we don't ever really have a lot of because I don't have a slime farm yet. I plan to do that in the near future, though. I just haven't designed the build for it yet. Well, all right, I got all of the super smelters down and completed. Unfortunately, a lot of the items that I was trying to pick up did despawn. It took me a while to take them down because they were spaced out so much, and I had to do it in a particular order to make sure they didn't fly off. So I didn't manage to salvage all of the blocks, but I did get a good bit of sticky pistons back. I got a lot of slime blocks back, which I'm really happy about because we will be needing those in the future. I got some observers, and I managed to spare some TNT as well, so I'm okay with that. You know, there was a lot of items involved, and we lost a good bit, but that's all right. As far as the mountain goes, I think we are good. I could run the TNT dupers over this again to try to get rid of the rest of these stone blocks. It's not really going to be that big of a problem, which means as the sun sets on another Minecraft day, it is time, finally, to start building the actual mountain. Alright, so I've been building this mountain for a couple of days now. You can see on the map, it looks pretty weird at the moment because I've been using Lightmatica, so it's just weirdly cut off in a few different spaces. But we are managing to make really good progress. I don't want to show it off yet to spoil things, but let me give you a little look at the interior here just so you guys can get kind of the idea of how big this thing is. Here you go. You can see like most of the old mountain fits underneath of it. So yeah, we've been doing a crazy amount of work over the past couple of days, but at the moment we have run into a bit of an issue. And no, I'm not talking about the pillager parade here that's going on the side of the mountain. If we go into free cam here, I am actually talking about this section of the old mountain. I thought that the new one would actually cover it up, but I don't think it's going to. It's actually going to slope down and cut right through the middle of this thing here. You can kind of also see where it's bleeding into the new mountain here. All of this snow in this kind of V shape is not supposed to be here. It's blocking the rest of the mountain. Also, by the way, this is our old nether portal that we're gonna have to raise out of the ground. I just thought it would be pretty funny if we left it sticking out there for a minute. Yeah, we're going to need to handle this issue as soon as possible. I really don't want to deal with this later, so we're going to have to put building the rest of the mountain on pause and get rid of all of these trees, all of this rock and snow here, and we'll probably also end up having to set up a beacon. All right, my friends. Well, after 2 weeks of on and off work, the mountain is finally done, and I am so incredibly happy with how this area looks with this thing now in place. In fact, this mountain is so big that I had to install a mod called Voxy in order for us to be able to see the entire thing. And if you ask me, Voxy is just a better version of Distant Horizons. If any of you are interested in what that does, Voxy allows you to basically just set absolutely insane render distances. Like you can go up to like 2,000 chunks or something like that. My computer obviously can't handle that, so we're just going to keep it at 128 for now. But if you can see like the left side of the mountain here, kind of towards the top, it looks a little weird, the rendering and the lighting, because it's so far away, but there's literally no other way we'd be able to see this thing. And I just want to check this thing out from a couple different points of interest. The first one and the main one, actually the whole reason why I built this mountain is because in this little dining room in our keep here, I have these open windows, and I love being able to see the castle and look over our kingdom from this area. But I also was viewing the mountains from here, and I honestly thought it would be really cool if we had something kind of neater looking in the background, and this is just, it's so perfect. Look at how massive those mountains look, especially with the fog and everything rolling in. Look at that. Oh, it looks absolutely perfect. I also do want to check it out from down in our little flower field here. Oh my god, it's so perfect. This has to be, I know I say this like every other episode, this is one of the best things I've ever made in this game. And to give you guys a little bit more of an idea of how big it is, look at the map. I did build the whole thing. It's not just the one side of it. I did completely, it is hollow inside, don't get me wrong, but I did build the map in its entirety, or the mountain in its entirety. I also do want to see if we can see it, if Voxy is going to work well enough that we can see it from our starter island here. So let's check that out. Oh my god. Yes, dude, it just keeps getting better and better. Hold on. Let's go down, I guess I want to say from the castle. Let's see if we can see it from here. Oh my god. I even took it all the way down to sea level on the left here, so it does connect with the water. It doesn't go under the water, forgive me. I know that's going to be really annoying to some of you, but I did bring it at least down to the water on the sides, so it connects all seamlessly with the ground. And you know what? Let's go inside of one of these buildings here. Just stand on the balcony of one of these houses. Look at the view of this thing, man. Oh, where else would be a cool point to view it from? Maybe, you know what? Let's go see what it looks like down at the docks. I'm curious to see if we'll see it over the rest of the hill, because the hill is pretty big. Yep, we can still see the peaks over there. That's fantastic. Look at that, dude. That adds so much to this area. And let's check it out up here too, right outside of our villager trading hall. Let's see the view that our lovely villagers get. This is what I'm talking about. This is absolutely what I'm talking about. So now I'm just going to fly you guys up to the base of the mountain, or actually we're going to land on the mountain. Then we'll go to the base. So you guys can actually really get a feel for just how big this mountain is. I mean, it kind of looks small from a ways away, but if we land right here, you can really, like, this is a massive amount of blocks. Now, while I'm flying over this thing, I want to address a problem I had. One of the things that really slowed this process down was actually the use of Lightmatica. When it comes to absolutely massive mega builds like this, Lightmatica is really not great for proper block counts. In fact, in between sessions of the recordings of me building this that you guys have seen, I had to make 11, guess, count them, 11 additional mining sessions to collect the blocks I needed, because Lightmatica severely underestimated the actual block count. I needed 3 to 4 times more andesite than I initially thought, and that process, because I don't have any automated way of getting andesite, that took an additional couple of days. So I really want to apologize for this video taking so long to get out. It took like an extra 2 weeks than what I was expecting. But then again, also, you know, the mountain is just so incredibly huge. We're gonna fly to the other side here so you guys can can see this as well. I do still really want to do something with these two villages here, but even from this side, it definitely doesn't look as good on this side, but it's still absolutely fantastic. I am very, very proud of this build, and I am very, very happy with the way it turned out. This was one of the most daunting challenges I've ever done in Minecraft, and I can't believe I got it done. You know, it's so nice to have this here. We're gonna have a bunch of different little builds all over the mountain. We're gonna have tight like valley and mountain passageways for travelers to kind of go through. My hardcore world has a big problem. You see, I have all these beautiful builds scattered throughout the server, but aside from my main starter island, none of them are truly connected to each other. So today I'm going to be connecting my world together through the use of portals so we can travel between each place and get things done faster. Now, unfortunately for me, before we can even get that done, we have a lot of materials left over from building the mountain in the last episode. And if we go into free cam here, we can see that we are developing quite the chest monster. So I'm going to spend the next couple of minutes taking down all of the chests, and I'm going to do my very best to sort out some of these items and get them into the places where they actually belong. Now, because of the issues I had with Lightmatica in the last episode, we actually have a lot more blocks left over than I thought we were going to, which honestly is a good thing, but it means we're going to have to move a ton of blocks, starting with all of our stone blocks. And I'm just going to put all of them inside of our mining district because I do want this to be the storage area for stone and stone adjacent blocks. And for those of you who have been asking for me to make a much bigger storage system, I am going to. That's the reason why I left the mountain hollow in the last episode. I have my render distance down so you can't see it from here. But aside from the main storage system, I do want to have smaller storage systems dotted throughout the world so we actually have a reason to go and visit the different places that we've built. I think that building all these cool places and then just leaving them to never be touched again is kind of a mistake and honestly just a big waste of potential. After about an hour of emptying all the chests and running back and forth between here, the mining district, and the greenhouse, we have finally cleared out the biggest part of the chest monster. This is still a mess. We're going to ignore it for today, but I promise I'll get to it eventually. Now, in order to get all of these portals ready, I need to first decide where I want to build them all. And I know I definitely want to build one in as many major biomes as I possibly can, as well as a few at every other point of interest on the map here. That means we're going to need a lot of obsidian, and right now I only have 9 pieces left over from after we made the TNT dupers to get rid of the mountain, and I've gone ahead and collected all of the flint and steel I can find as well. I want to reuse these because I'm assuming we're going to be lighting a lot of nether portals today, but unfortunately 9 pieces of obsidian is not going to cut it. So we're heading down our little scaffolding here and across our amethyst mines and down underground into our cave system, because if I'm not mistaken, there is a section of our underground mining area here that we have used to convert a bunch of lava into obsidian. Yes, this is exactly what I was looking for. So we're going to spend some time here mining up all of the obsidian possible. In fact, you know what? It might actually be a good idea to set up a beacon. So let's do that first. Then once we are done with the beacon, we can begin mining all of the obsidian with haste 2 and efficiency 5 and netherite pickaxes. Alright, so after a little bit of mining, I have all of the obsidian I'm going to need, or at least I think this is all I'm going to need. We're definitely going to end up having to get more later, but that's a problem for future Incy. Now, in between clips, I did go over to my creative testing world and build a mock-up of the first portal we're going to be making, which is going to sit atop of these mountains here. And if you guys want to watch a little bit of that process of me designing the portal, you can check it out over on my Patreon page. For just $3 a month, you get access to things like behind-the-scenes footage, exclusive videos, and Discord and YouTube channel shoutouts. And for $10 a month, you get all those previously mentioned things, and you get access to every single thing I've ever built in hardcore Minecraft, which is now equal to over 2 years of Minecraft projects. And I'd also like to take a moment to thank all of my current Patreon and channel members. I say this every video, but you guys really do keep the channel running. None of this would be possible without your support, so thank you for everything you do for the channel. But anyways, now what we need to do is we need to fly up to the mountain here, and we need to find a good location to actually place the portal. And in order to do this, I'm actually going to turn shaders off, and we're going to fly around a bit and look for a good location. I think, honestly, maybe right here between these two peaks would be pretty cool. We also do have a little natural, like, raised pathway going up in this direction, and it would give us a reason to build winding paths all throughout the mountain. See, right... Dude, that's it. This is the location for it right there. And if we kind of go down to our starter island over here in FreeCam mod, the majority of the portal is going to be blocked out by the mountains from where we're looking at them the most. So I think that is definitely the ideal location. And don't worry, we are going to blend this into the mountain to make it look a bit more seamless. Right now it kind of sticks out like a sore thumb, but we're going to blend it in with snow layers and everything. But before we do that, I have to actually collect all the supplies I need to build this first portal. And fortunately for us, this is going to be really easy because we have a bunch of the supplies we need left over from the mountain build. I'm going to come in here and grab some tuff. We are of course going to need some deep slate as well, and we will need some snow blocks. We are unfortunately out of cobblestone because all of our cobblestone was converted into regular stone for the mountain. So I'm going to have to head through our old nether portal here. We'll have to take a little trip out to our stone factory so we can scoop up a few shulker boxes full of cobblestone. Just about 2 should be fine. Now we are going to be needing some acacia wood, which fortunately I do have a little bit of this left over in these spam chests here from previous projects. So I'm going to collect as much of that as I can find. We do also need tough walls, so I'm going to grab a lot of those as well. And we are also going to need white stained glass panes. And see, I gotta tell you guys, I really love moments like this where old blocks from older projects start to stack up and help you with newer projects. It's one of the main benefits of having a hardcore world that's been running for so long, is that you surprise yourself every once in a while with blocks you forgot you had that make your job a lot easier, like these cobbled deep slate walls, which we are also going to need. Now the only issue I'm seeing is that we do not have enough diorite in order to complete this build, so we're just going to quickly head down to the caves for a pretty fast mining session to collect all the diorite. Alrighty, well, we got the portal built, and I think it looks really good in the mountain here. Seeing it actually in the world without the light Manica blue overlay actually helps a lot. It turns out we don't actually have that much blending to do. There's just a few little bits we're going to have to change, like over in this area here. I want to bring up the snow just to make it look a little bit more natural. So we're gonna have this all kind of like pile up on the side here as well. Just something simple like this. We're actually going to remove some of the stained glass panes here to help the top of this thing flow better into the mountain. Something like this should be good. How does that look from above? Now we'll just go on over to the other side here, and we will also fill this in. I'm not going to remove those stained glass panes. Those can kind of just stay there except for that one on the end. And we'll bring all the snow up, kind of pile it here, something like this. That also looks pretty good. What about from this side? Decent. That actually, okay, that looks, you know what, over here, we're going to remove a few of these in the center, bring this up like that, one more layer. Yeah, that definitely helps. Now on the bottom here, there's not much more blending that we need to do. Oh, look at the sun setting through that. That looks so cool. It looks like a giant eyeball. That's a screenshot right there. That is pretty sick. I love it. Now, I do want to mark out and build some kind of staircase here. We're just gonna mark it out with tuff to begin, then we can go in and texture it later. But yeah, connecting to the ground right about here should be good. I think 3 blocks wide is okay. Come out one more on the side. And then we will just fill in the sides of this as well, so that way it looks more solid and connected to the ground, just like that. Then we'll just come in a couple of different places here and replace some of the tuff with cobblestone. And then I would like to try, let's bring in some stairs. Maybe we'll go over the entire thing. I know I'm kind of hiding the tuff. We're going to come in with tough stairs after this. I just want to try to get the illusion of some rails on the side, or I guess barriers would be the more correct term. Yeah, definitely something like that. So then we will retexture once more with a bunch of tough stairs.
just like so. We just need to make sure we get the proper shapes in as well, just like that. Yes, that looks very good. We could also include some diorite in a few places as well to make it look like there's some snow all over the top of the staircase here. I don't want to do that too much, but on maybe like closer to the top, these stairs here, we can start mixing this in and kind of dither out the snow stairs as we go down. And there we go. I think this side is done and ready to go now as well, and it blends really good, so I'm happy with that. All that's left to do now is actually light up the nether portal. Why didn't it work? Because we missed a block over here. Let's try that again. There we go. What are we looking like from a distance? Yes. Oh yes, this is perfect. So now before we go through here, I'm gonna turn shaders off once more, and just to be safe, we are going to come down to our old nether portal here, and we're gonna completely remove this thing. One, because obviously we're not going to be using this location, and two, because I don't want there to accidentally be any chance of the new nether portal linking up with the old one. Now we'll just go through here and see where this new one takes us. All right, this is actually not a bad spawn for this side. We're pretty safe. And if you can see on our mini map here, we are pretty close to the old portal, so not that much difference, which is good. Now, in order to complete this portal, we're just going to need some ender pearls, which I do have some left over in my little black box here. And we'll need to stop back at home to get some sticks. I'm gonna use some of this spruce wood here, and we will use this for some ladders. This way we can actually get onto the nether roof. Look at how well that blends in. I absolutely love it. I just realized I don't have a totem of undying on me, and I don't know where it went. I haven't popped a totem recently, so I think during the building of the mountain during my last video, I think I may have accidentally taken it out of my offhand and just put it in a chest somewhere. So we are going to have to be extraordinarily careful during this next segment. I know I have more totems in storage, but I just haven't gone over to get them yet, so I'll have to do that at some point today. I think this is the height of the nether roof here. We'll take our ladders, go up with the pearl, and hopefully... Yes, okay, we are on the nether roof. Right about here should be where the old portal down below was, so we will just build us a new one, light that up, and yes, it does in fact connect. We're going to check one more time just to make sure. There we are, just like that. We are on the nether roof, and the new portal location is set up. So what I can do is delete the old waypoint here and create a new waypoint and call it Starter Island. Confirm. Now I am also going to head over to the old location here and delete this nether portal because we're not going to be needing it anymore. We are going to leave the bee farm up though. It is still pretty close to the new location, so I'm not really worried about moving that for now. There's no point in moving it just like 20 blocks to the left. But with that said, our first portal location is done, and we are good to move on to the next one. Now looking at my map here, I think the very next location I want to build another portal at is actually in the swamp. I have to travel out to the swamp a lot for slime balls and slime blocks, so it would make sense if we build another portal here. And this particular swamp biome has a river that kind of, aside from like these little gaps in the water here, it basically runs straight through the mainland into the swamp and then out to the other ocean here. And I think it would be cool if eventually we built some kind of abandoned kingdom here that you have to swim through or boat through in order to cross this landmass. I know right here it's like a slime chunk, so eventually I'd like to have a castle that houses our slime farm. And there is an abandoned portal right here, but this little island looks like the perfect spot for a new nether portal. Now once again, for the second portal, we should already have most of the supplies we need. Like for example, I know I have some leftover moss in this chest here, and although I don't think that's going to be enough moss, we can collect the rest of the blocks we're going to need, which of course is tough. We'll need to reutilize some of the blocks from the first portal, like tough walls as well. We will of course be needing cobblestone and cobblestone walls, so we'll go through and collect a bunch of those. In fact, we're actually going to get 2 shulker boxes of cobblestone here. This time around, we will actually be needing a lot of regular stone, so we'll collect about 2 shulker boxes of that. We will also be needing a stack of cobblestone slabs and a stack of cobblestone stairs, and we will actually be needing a bunch of mossy cobblestone, so we'll craft up a few pieces of this as well. We will also need almost 2 stacks of mossy cobblestone stairs,
and about a stack of mossy cobblestone walls. We're also going to be needing slime blocks, which fortunately, since the mountain build and all of the TNT dubers we had to make, we have a lot left over in our redstone shulker box, so we can just take those out. And we're also going to be needing some green glass panes. Now, I don't know if I have any green glass left. Doesn't look like I do, and I know I don't have any cactuses left in this area either, which means we are going to fly up to the mountains here, and we're going to utilize our brand new mountain nether portal, cross over the nether roof, and head on out to our desert pyramid base to collect some cactus. Cactus farm is definitely on my list of different farms we need to build for this world. In fact, one of these pyramids was supposed to house a cactus farm inside of it, but I never got around to doing it before I ran out of time for the video. But surprisingly, green dye is an item that I use a lot, especially for the interior of some of my builds, so that's something that could be really useful. And you know what? While we're over here, we might as well utilize our little starter base area to actually cook up the cactus to get the dye. In fact, I wonder if there's any... Oh, we did have some extra cactus in here. I wonder if there's any green dye just available in our chests here. I don't believe so. But I actually am going to need oak leaves, so we'll grab the few stacks of those that we have, and then we'll just scoop up a few pieces of this green dye and throw the rest of the cactus back in storage. But now that we're back home, we can head all the way back down to the mining district, take out some of this glass, and we can convert it into green glass, and then we'll only need a few pieces of this to make all the green stained glass panes that we need. Now, the only other thing on our list that we may not actually have is a few pieces of glowstone, but I think we may actually have some left over in our entertainment district here. Yes, we do. In fact, we have just enough. We only need 10 pieces, so 16 is perfect. And you know what? While we're over here, we're gonna go back into our starter base storage, and we are going to pick up a totem of undying, because I am getting really nervous flying around without one. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. There we go. We have a few left over. You know what? Let's take another one with us just to be safe. There we go. I would really actually like to make a raid farm eventually too. That's another one that's on my list. I just haven't gotten around to doing it, but we'll get there eventually. But for right now, all that's left to do is fly out to the swamp. Look how pretty this place is with all the fireflies and the fog on the ground. I absolutely love it. But unfortunately, there are just too many mobs here for my liking, so we're gonna take a nap. There we go. And the first thing we're actually going to have to do on this beautiful morning in the swamp is start taking down all of the oak trees. So our swamp nether portal is complete. I really like this one a lot too. I made it look like a giant monolith with like a crack in the center of it that the portal is coming out of. And I also used a combination of glowstone slime blocks and green stained glass panes to make this kind of glowing rune at the top of the build. And I kind of want to incorporate one of those into each of the different portals on every single location, so it can kind of look like in some way or another each of the portals have been marked. Now I also want you guys to keep in mind that throughout this process I am not going to be really transforming the areas around the portals, because I'm going to be saving that part of the process for when I actually come out to these locations and transform the entirety of the locations themselves. A lot of the places we're going to be building portals in today, I haven't really decided on what kind of style I want to settle on, so I think it would be safest for me to wait to transform the areas around the portals to make sure everything is cohesive and matches perfectly. And before we move on, there are two more things I need to touch up. One is, unfortunately, this very cool nether portal in the water here. I actually want to get rid of it because it wouldn't make a lot of sense to have two ruined nether portals right next to each other. So we're just going to tear this guy down as quick as we can. I'm sorry, what? What is happening? Why is the chest haunted? That's gotta be one of my visual effects mods. I certainly hope so. Anyways, haunted chests aside, the second and last thing we need to do here is actually go through the nether portal, quickly deal with this pesky annoying ghast. This is actually a really cool spawn location. The lava is very bright right now, but you can make out another fortress off in the distance. But anyways, that's not what we're here for. We are of course now going to break the old nether portal. We are going to pillar up to the nether roof, set our ladders up, and then teleport. teleport through. I got a little scared there. Oh my god. Then right here should be the corner of the old portal. So we'll just build the new one, light this up, and hope it takes us through. That is perfect. It works out. So now we'll just head back into the nether. We'll click our map. We'll zoom into where the portal is, and we will create a new waypoint and call it Swamp. We'll of course color it dark green and then confirm. Now I've been giving a lot of thought to our third portal, and I definitely want it to be the desert one. And the good thing is this portal is going to be very easy because it's actually already built for us. Now I'll explain in a minute, but first we have to take the old one down. With that done, we can fly over to the new portal location, which is going to be in the swamp we built in one of my previous episodes. Now I absolutely love this little area, and if you haven't seen this video, I highly recommend you go check it out. But if you don't feel like watching it, to give you a little bit of a rundown, this is essentially a big graveyard with a bunch of grave sites buried in the water and marsh. And we even have these little ghosts where we use dried gas on top of end rods to create the appearance of like little spirits. Now like I said, this is one of my most favorite areas in this world, and I initially built this crypt here to be some kind of a storage room. But the issue is, if this becomes a storage room and then we end up building a much bigger one later, it's going to lose its utilization, and then we won't have a reason to visit this area anymore. And honestly, I just spent way too much time, and this area is way too detailed to never have to visit it. So I think it would be best if we actually put the new nether portal inside the entrance to the crypt. That way, every time we come out to the desert, we will have to walk through this swamp and experience it, and it'll give it a whole new meaning. So not only does it make this area more useful, but it also adds to the lore. Like the crypt where the dead are stored is actually the entrance to Minecraft's underworld. I think it makes a lot of sense. So what I'm gonna do is just remove the main doorway here, and I may actually keep this middle pillar here to kind of maybe just give the illusion that there's still some kind of door. And then I'm just going to build up the new nether portal on the inside here and frame out the door with it, and then light it up. And just like that, we have our third nether portal. Now, of course, I'm going to have to go through and link it up to the nether roof, but I'm going to skip over this one as to not bore you guys, because I know you just watched me do this 2 other times. But with that, guys, we are on to portal number 4. And for this one, we are going to be heading all the way back out to the Badlands biome. Now, this one is going to be a little bit more complicated. And first things first, we're going to come over to this little beach here, and we're going to build up a temporary nether portal, because as of right now, all of our nether portals only link to the nether roof. So there's no way for us to get actually inside the dimension to collect the blocks we need. And the first thing we require is actually a bunch of blackstone. Now, fortunately, where we came through the portal is right near a basalt delta. So we're just going to land here and scoop up a few stacks of this. And with just a few stacks of blackstone collected, we can move on to the next block, which is going to be some crimson hyphae. And so once we're done mining the stems, we're going to craft all of these up into the actual hyphae themselves. It's very important that we get this red texture on each side of the block, because if we turn on shaders real quick, you can see that with complementary reimagined shaders, the crimson wood actually glows. These veins in the thing actually do emit light. Well, they don't actually emit light, but it looks like they're emitting light, and we are going to be taking full advantage of this lighting process. We are also going to have to watch out for these hoglins, because they do still do a lot of damage. Look at this little guy here. He's hunting me down. Go away. You go away too. Yeah, you missed. You're terrible. You're trash. And while we are still here in the nether, we are going to collect what is one of the last nether blocks we're going to need. Magma blocks. Now, in between clips, I actually made a mistake. One, I forgot to hit record, so I did a little bit of crafting and converted a lot of our cobbled deep slate into different deep slate bricks and walls. And I also collected a few stacks of regular silk touch deep slate. That's the first time I'm ever using that block in a build, but I thought that was pretty cool. But anyways, the reason why I went all the way home was because I thought I had some magma blocks left over from when we built the gold farm, and I was wrong. There was absolutely nothing left, so I had to come all the way back into the nether to get it here. Now, there is only one more nether block we're going to need. Well, actually, there's two. And for that, I'm going to need a bunch of soul sand. And I'm going to need to figure out where I put my nether warts, because we're going to be needing some red nether brick stuff. Where are you, nether warts? Are you in any of these chests? See, this is where I start paying for not being organized. I know I have like less than a stack of nether warts left, I think. I don't know where I store. Oh, wait a minute. Are we in luck right now? Do we not even need to find the nether warts? That would be great if we did. Oh, but we found them anyways. Perfect. And yeah, we're definitely going to need to grow some more. This is not enough. So we're just going to head down into our strip mine, and we're going to build up a temporary nether wart farm, and we're going to start growing these little guys so we can get everything we need. But after a few rounds of growing out the nether warts, all that's left to do is clean up our mess down here, and then we're going to need to take some regular netherrack, throw it in a furnace, and get it smelted down into nether bricks. And then we'll just take the bricks and combine it with the nether wart and turn them into red nether bricks, and then convert those into red nether brick walls and rinse and repeat that process. Then with whatever we have left over, we will once again convert the netherrack into nether bricks. Then we'll just take the bricks and make actual regular nether bricks, and then we'll throw those into a crafting table because we are also going to be needing some regular nether brick fences. Now with that, there are just a few more blocks we need, and fortunately we already have all the materials we'll require. And we're going to start with these last few blocks here by getting some mangrove fences, and then we're also going to be needing some mangrove buttons. And lastly, we're going to head back over to our starter base, and I've got some iron stored up here from our iron farm, so we're going to convert a bunch of these into ingots and then those into iron nuggets and make a bunch of chains. And just like that, we have all the blocks we need for this next portal. So we are free to start building. So we are done with the portal, and if we go into free cam here, this one is definitely one of my favorites. Now there's still some work I need to do on the sides, of course, to blend it into the mountain. It is floating a little bit, but that again is not the point of today's episode. I just wanted to get the portal set up and ready to go for transportation purposes today. But this one in particular has a special place in my heart because I do have plans for this mesa or badlands biome down here. And I know that you're probably thinking that it looks so cool on top of the mountain there. But anyways, I know you guys are probably thinking that this is a strange design choice for this area. Things in this particular biome in this world, lore-wise in particular, they're gonna get a little weird. I have some ideas, potentially some like cowboys versus aliens kind of thing. Maybe some kind of ancient Native American curse or something. I don't know. I've been really inspired by a lot of horror movies recently, actually. Not necessarily in what they represent or what they stand for, but I mean aesthetically and design-wise. Having this kind of triangle shaped thing in the middle of the desert is just so imposing because it's so very clearly out of place, and I built it to make it look very menacing and almost evil. And I think it just looks so imposing up there. And when we bring this area to life, this is going to make a lot more sense. But yeah, this is going to be one of the more darker and weirder areas and parts of lore in this world. But anyways, spooky things aside, it's time to move on to the next portal. And for our next portal, we're going to be heading back out to the frozen ocean towards our stone farm and super smelter. But unfortunately, there's a bunch of different small blocks we're going to need for this build. The first of which is black dye, so I'm going to head out to our river biome and kill some squids. We're also going to need some gray dye for gray stained glass. We're also going to take some white stained glass that was left over from previous projects. We're also going to be needing purple dye for purple stained glass and glass panes, but we are also going to be using this to dye up some sheep because we will be needing purple wool as well. I'm also going to be needing some black concrete, so I'm going to craft up some black concrete powder and then spend some time in the water converting all these blocks. We also can't forget about the light gray stained glass, and we'll be needing some magenta glass as well. And quickly heading back to the sheep area, we're going to be needing some light blue wool, and in addition to this, I'm going to be doing some piglin bartering because I do need a few pieces of crying obsidian. Alright, so after collecting all of the other blocks, there is one more block we're going to need, and that is pearlescent frog lights. Now, I've never actually tried to get frog lights before in this hardcore world, so I'm very nervous about how this is actually going to go. I think our best bet at getting this done is by starting with the frogs over here in the mangrove swamp, or one of our other mangrove swamps, and we are looking for like the pale and white frogs. I believe they're are they called the warm ones? Actually, there's one right here. Oh my god, that was not difficult. Hello. No. Don't do that. I need you to be alive. Come here, little buddy. Oh my god, he walks so slow. No, please, Lord, no. I fear this is not going to be a great experience. That should be good, actually. Now here's the thing. I am very quickly going to tear down some extra mangrove wood here, and I'm going to make a fence and tie these guys to it. Now what we're gonna do is come right here and build up a temporary nether portal, and we're just gonna have to hope that there's a basalt delta nearby. Is there? That's a soul sand valley. No, we're nowhere near a basalt delta here. We would have to, I mean, it might be better if we try to transfer these guys through the nether. No, there's no way. There's no way that's a good idea. Okay, new plan. Let's walk these guys over to our swamp portal. That's over in this direction. So we are not too far away, little guys. Hang in there. Please keep swimming. And what we're gonna do is hopefully be able to get them up here. Come here, just get up, please. Now we just need to use our F3 to find a basalt delta. Okay, and we seem to be in the middle of one right around here, which is good. Now what I need to do is take a couple of regular blocks that I have on hand. Hopefully tough will work. It should be a spawnable block for magma cubes. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna put these guys at the center of this. Like, this might be big enough for now. I don't know. We're gonna try it out. We're just gonna go up a bunch of blocks because we did not spawn proof the basalt delta below us. So hopefully if we go up, magma cubes will start to spawn. Oh, there we go. Yes. Oh my god, look at that. That worked perfectly. Very nice. Okay, everybody convert to your small forms, please. There we go. Okay, now all of you come this way. Yes, my little frogs, get ready to feast. Everybody in this direction, look at this lovely meal coming your way. Start launching. Eat them. Eat. Devour. Chomp. He's looking at them. He wants them. Why are they not eating them? Oh, there we go. Yes. The first frog lights of the series. Please continue to munch. There's plenty more where this came from. And there we go. From that one session, we got 20 pieces, which, I mean, this is gonna take us a little while. I mean, we do need almost 400 pearlescent frog light. So I'm just gonna rinse and repeat this process a couple times, and I'll come back to you guys when this is all done. going to do it for today's video, guys. The final portal is complete, and I am very happy with how it turned out. If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And again, if you want to download these portals for yourself, they are available on my Patreon page right now. So thank you all once again for watching the video, but I've got to get going because I've got more work to do.